Chapter 73. Do you possess the power to challenge my Dracula? Li Yi, sensing the pervasive energy of light in the air, addressed Van Helsing with urgency. Speak forth all that you know regarding Dracula and Anna. At this moment, Van Helsing felt no inclination to withhold information, and he recounted to the assembly. Once, the Dragon Knight Legion of the Holy See primarily worshipped God and Michael, with Dracula being a vessel of Michael. However, after his fall into vampirism, few were aware that he had become a vessel for Lucifer, the king of hell. The leader of the Dragon Knights betrayed God and fell into vampirism, prompting Michael, in a fit of rage, to transfer command of the Legion to Gabriel, wishing to disengage. When we captured Dracula, intending to eradicate him once and for all, he summoned Asmodeus, a demon lord serving Lucifer. The power of the demon lord was exceedingly formidable. We found ourselves utterly powerless to resist. In desperation, we had no choice but to implore Gabriel for assistance. As for what transpired upon Gabriel's arrival, I cannot say. It is evident that Dracula still lives, indicating Gabriel must have failed. The notion that a celestial angel was vanquished by a demon lord was profoundly humiliating, and Van Helsing's demeanor betrayed his discomfort as he spoke of it. After all, as a vessel of Gabriel, he had always held unwavering faith in him. Gabriel's defeat and the experiences of the years had begun to fracture his belief. Listening to Van Helsing's narrative, Li Yi's brow furrowed involuntarily. In his original world, Lucifer had been sealed away, while Lilith and Azazel sought every means to break that seal. Was the Lucifer that Van Helsing spoke of the same as that of the world of malevolent forces? Li Yi rubbed the ring upon his finger, which contained immense powers of both light and darkness. Regrettably, he had yet to refine it, leaving him unable to harness its energies. Given Michael's extraordinary ability to distort reality and alter material structures and forms, transforming the dragon and the Holy Cross into a ring would pose no challenge. Logically, after all these years, the dark energies within the ring should have been purified. After all, Satan had been defeated by Michael. Was it not a simple feat to purify the dark essence? Yet, the ongoing confrontation of light and darkness within the ring left Li Yi in a state of perplexity. What else was there that he remained unaware of? At that moment, Anna, suspended in the air, emanated an aura that was remarkably enigmatic. The energies of light in the world seemed to be drawn toward her, as if by some formidable force, converging frantically around her. Outside the frozen castle, illuminated by the power of light, it appeared as bright as day. The assembly, bathed in this serene aura, felt an unexpected wave of tranquility and peace swell within their hearts. Suddenly, from behind Anna, two wings began to unfurl once more. For pairs of immaculate wings gently flapped, summoning a tempest of light energy. As Anna slowly opened her eyes, a mysterious radiance shone within them, and she gradually descended to the ground. At this juncture, the energies of light continued to flow into her being unceasingly. Though Anna had awakened, the gazes of the onlookers were filled with complexity. The Anna before them was a stark contrast to the one they had known. Her eyes were profound and enigmatic, radiating an elusive aura. Li Yi regarded the transformed Anna with a sense of wariness.
He was uncertain of Anna's true sentiments toward them.
With graceful steps, Anna approached the group and spoke. Let me reveal the truth to you. After Gabriel defeated the demon lord, the demon fled back to hell. When Gabriel sought to obliterate Dracula entirely, Lucifer descended. Faced with his former brother, Gabriel, recalling their fraternal bond, was reluctant to engage in a battle to the death. After a brief confrontation with Lucifer, he retreated to heaven. The might of Lucifer, the king of hell, was overwhelming. In despair, I brought Van Helsing to the realm of the 10 dragon rings. Bestowed with formidable powers by God, traversing time and space to connect with the worlds linked by the ring was not a daunting task. The assembly listened in astonishment, unable to fathom that they were indeed situated within a ring. Li Yi, dismissive of Anna's words, thought to himself that her claims of not wanting to harm her kin were merely eloquent embellishments. It was likely that Gabriel could not contend with Lucifer. Among the multitude of angels and demons, Lucifer's strength was universally acknowledged, and as the ruler of hell, his power surpassed that of the other 3 archangels. Carl, perplexed, ventured to inquire, Are you suggesting that the world we currently inhabit is contained within a ring? Anna gently shook her head, explaining, "Not quite. This was originally an incomplete, small world, and Michael infused the powers of the Ten-Dragon Ring into it, allowing this world to gradually achieve wholeness. It is precisely for this reason that the Ten-Dragon Ring has established a profound connection with this world, enabling traversal between the two realms through the ring. After Lucifer acquired the Ten-Dragon Ring, he sought to utilize the powers of hell to assimilate this world, reducing it to another hell. However, the light energy contained within the Ten-Dragon Ring was equally potent, preventing Lucifer from fully assimilating it in the short term. Just as the forces of light and darkness reached a stalemate, God intervened. God, deeply disappointed with Lucifer's actions, imprisoned him within hell, establishing 66 seals. Upon hearing this, Li Yi was taken aback. So this was how Lucifer was confined by God? Gabriel, too, resorted to invoking God's intervention when he could not prevail. This narrative felt hauntingly familiar, echoing the initial confrontations between Dracula and the Holy See, culminating in the continuous summoning of reinforcements until God took action. This progression mirrored the plots of certain novels. Unaware of Li Yi's thoughts, Anna continued. After God imprisoned Lucifer, he vanished, leaving Dracula unvanquished. As the vessel for Lucifer, Dracula came into possession of the Ten-Dragon Ring following Lucifer's confinement. Through the connection of the ring, I sensed Lucifer's absence in this world and returned to my original realm. When I beheld the ring in Dracula's grasp, I devoted all my strength to establish communication with it, taking advantage of Dracula's momentary lapse to suppress his true form here. This world lacks both heaven and hell. Thus, Dracula cannot draw upon the strength of hell. The utmost power he can access is merely the residual forces left by Lucifer. As long as we annihilate all of Dracula's avatars, he shall never rise again. As the crowd was engrossed in Anna's narration, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted within the castle. This presence was tenfold stronger than the force previously exhibited by Dracula. Simultaneously, a dense stench of sulfur and decay permeated the air, causing discomfort to everyone's nostrils. With the emergence of this aura, the surrounding dark energy seemed to find its release, surging madly towards the castle. The castle's grand entrance shattered with a resounding explosion under the impact of this formidable power. Dracula's figure slowly emerged from the billowing dust of the broken doorway, each step he took imbued with an immense sense of oppression. He stepped outside the castle, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it landed on Li Yi. A faint smile crept upon his lips as he spoke. "I must thank you for disrupting the balance, allowing me to regain my strength." He approached, fully aware he could not defeat Li Yi, merely to shatter the equilibrium and awaken Anna. With Anna's awakening reclaiming the power of light, he too could access the suppressed strength within him. Upon hearing Dracula's words, Li Yi internally cursed. "Thanks to your entire family, this fellow was indeed cunning." Dracula then turned his gaze towards Anna, a cold smile forming as he declared, "Do you wish to eliminate me? Do you possess the strength to challenge Dracula? Now, let me demonstrate my true power to you." Having been suppressed for so many years, he had constantly sought a way to break free. He could sense Lucifer's power in this world, yet it was stifled by Anna's strength, rendering it inaccessible. Now was the time for vengeance. Chapter 74. It is not easy to be the sixth. Li Yi felt the tenfold surge of life energy radiating from Dracula, a wave of caution washing over him. Previously, Dracula had easily overwhelmed him, dispatching him with ease. However, the current Dracula instilled in Li Yi a sense of uncertainty, lacking the confidence he once had to defeat him completely. Anna too gazed at Dracula with a grave expression. She understood that in this world, although Dracula had lost direct support from hell and could no longer summon formidable allies, as a vessel for Lucifer, he could more readily accept the residual power of Lucifer. The Dracula before them was likely more formidable than ever. "You must take them away," Anna urged Li Yi. He nodded in agreement, recognizing the perilous nature of their situation. The aftermath of the impending battle could be overwhelming for the others. Dracula let out a roar that resonated with the crowd, instantly transforming into a towering vampire beast. With a powerful flap of his colossal wings, he vanished from sight. Upon witnessing this, Anna too disappeared, rushing to confront him. Li swiftly gathered the others and fled the castle, propelling himself into the distance. Once they were several kilometers away from the frozen castle, Li set the group down. "I will assist Anna. You stay here," he instructed. Without waiting for their response, he turned back. Watching Li Ye's retreating figure, concern filled the eyes of the others. Yet, they understood that they were powerless to intervene in such a battle of this magnitude. Upon returning, Li did not immediately engage in the fight, but instead concealed himself amidst the mountains, quietly observing the two. He beheld the contrasting figures of black and white, like two meteors clashing above the castle. In an instant, they closed the distance, colliding with tremendous force. Each collision unleashed waves of energy that swept through the surroundings. The ice covering the castle trembled and fell away, and some of its structures began to sway precariously before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Even the snow upon the surrounding mountains slid down under the pressure of the energy. At some point, Anna had summoned a radiant cross sword. She swung the sacred blade repeatedly at Dracula, yet his claws effortlessly deflected her strikes. Nevertheless, the cross sword was extraordinarily sharp, each blow carving wounds upon Dracula's flesh, while its light energy continually purified the darkness within him, gradually diminishing his dark power. However, Dracula's regenerative abilities were nothing short of terrifying. After expelling the light energy from his wounds, they healed almost instantaneously. Anna created distance, unleashing beams of luminous sword energy towards Dracula. With a flick of his wings, he deftly evaded the onslaught. The mist sword energy struck the mountains behind, kicking up clouds of dust. Occasionally, a beam would strike Dracula, exposing his skeletal form, but in the blink of an eye, the wound would once again close. Dracula maneuvered through the sword energy, rapidly closing the gap to Anna, his claws enveloped in potent dark energy, relentlessly attacking. Despite the light energy surrounding Anna, shielding her from significant harm, each of Dracula's powerful strikes sent waves of discomfort through her. Without her protective light energy, she might have been torn to shreds in an instant. At that moment, the two seemed evenly matched. After another clash, Dracula sent Anna flying, creating distance between them. He regarded Anna, speaking, "For centuries, I have not seen your god or any angels come to your rescue. Why do you continue to fight for heaven? They do not care for you. Why do you still believe in them?" Anna remained calm and unyielding. "Dracula, you have harmed countless lives, and I must eradicate you. Words are futile. Prepare to meet your end." With that, she unleashed another barrage of luminous sword energy towards Dracula. As Dracula dodged the incoming sword energy, he charged at Anna. Li watched their battle unfold while releasing mist along the mountainside. The fog gradually spread, enveloping the entire mountain range, leaving a vacant space in the center for their continued conflict. The mist flowed gently down the mountains, as if seeking to fill the abyss between them. Simultaneously, some of the mist ascended, gathering to form clouds above. Li checked his remaining source energy, finding he had 13,000 left. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to invest all his source energy into enhancing his physique. Among his three foundational attributes, his physique was the weakest. Having previously experienced the benefits of enhanced physicality, he recognized that this method, which did not deplete his energy, would grant him longer-lasting endurance. Moreover, a stronger physique would bolster his defenses significantly. Physical condition, 6,409,000. As the points were allocated, Li felt a surge of enigmatic energy coursing through his body, transforming him. Now, even without activating his bloodline, a single punch could unleash a force of several 100,000 pounds. Should he choose to activate his bloodline, coupled with his enhanced strength talent, delivering a punch with a force of 1,000,000 pounds would be effortlessly achievable. If he were to augment this with dark energy, Li could scarcely fathom the sheer magnitude of power that such a punch could unleash. For the moment, he decided to let Dracula and Anna engage in their battle, allowing them to exhaust each other's strength. As their combat intensified, it reached a boiling point. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of strikes, each party's energy steadily depleting. At this juncture, both were poised, awaiting the slightest opening from the other to land a decisive blow. The two warriors momentarily distanced themselves. Anna's wings behind her trembled violently, releasing a multitude of radiant feathers that coalesced in midair. These feathers, infused with formidable light energy, emitted a dazzling brilliance. Subsequently, the luminous feathers shot forth like arrows, swiftly targeting Dracula, overwhelming him and completely sealing off his avenues for evasion. Waves of radiant light surged towards Dracula, seemingly ready to rend the very fabric of space with their piercing shrieks. Despite Dracula's frantic attempts to dodge, the feathers appeared to possess a tracking capability, locking onto him regardless of where he fled. As the lethal feathers approached, feeling their sharpness and the potent light energy they bore, Dracula abruptly drew his wings tight around himself, enveloping his form. A surge of dark energy radiated from his body as he began to whirl like a top. The speed of his rotation was astonishing, generating a fierce whirlwind of dark energy. Some feathers collided with the whirlwind, being deflected away, while others were shredded, scattering into myriad points of light. These lights sparkled like embers, continuously dissipating and consuming the dark energy. Yet, the deflected feathers, under Anna's control, once again surged toward Dracula. From his vantage point amidst the mountains, Li observed that while both warriors' powers were being drained, their auras paradoxically grew ever stronger. Li contemplated the diminishing dark and light energies within his ring. The ring, transformed by Michael into an integral part of this world, was composed of the light attributes cross-shaped holy sword and the essence of Hell Satan. Anna had once sacrificed all her strength to become a part of the ring. Being a light attribute angel, it was no surprise that she could draw upon the world's light energy. Later, Lucifer infused the ring with hellish power in an attempt to assimilate it. As Dracula served as Lucifer's vessel, he maintained a connection with the dark energy within the ring, enabling him to siphon Lucifer's strength. At this rate, both combatants would only grow stronger. How could this fight possibly continue? Should he wait for them to tire and seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack? Chapter 75. A lack of martial virtue. The intensity of their assaults escalated, resulting in severe injuries for both combatants. Yet, Dracula possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, enabling him to swiftly recover from grievous wounds such as severed limbs and gaping gashes. Similarly, Anna, as an angel, was not to be outdone. Her celestial powers provided her with formidable healing capabilities, allowing her to mend not only her own injuries, but also those of others. Occasionally, when Dracula breached her protective light, leaving her with deep, bone-visible lacerations, the angelic force would immediately restore her to full health. As long as neither party exhausted the other's strength or inflicted harm upon their soul, physical injuries held little significance. The cacophony of their battle grew increasingly tumultuous, causing many of the fragile structures of the ice-encased castle to crumble under the shockwaves of energy. The forces of light and darkness clashed relentlessly, each intent on annihilating the other. This confrontation had persisted for centuries, and now the moment of reckoning had arrived. Li's mist enveloped the area entirely, leaving only a central space unoccupied. It was night, and the two fighters were utterly engrossed in each other, oblivious to their surroundings. Li was cautious, ensuring they had ample room, so as not to arouse their suspicions. Activating his dark bloodline, he sensed the immense power of darkness within him. He began to expend this dark energy to infuse a strand of the law's power from the crystal orb into the surrounding mist, aspiring to transform this realm into his own domain of laws. This tactic was a precaution against Dracula's potential soul transfer and other unforeseen occurrences. If the goal were merely to defeat Dracula, Li would not need to exert such effort. Although Dracula's aura had intensified tenfold, Li still possessed the means to vanquish him. However, completely annihilating him posed a greater challenge. His current actions aimed to ensure Dracula's utter destruction. For Dracula served as a vessel for Lucifer, capable of receiving the remnants of Lucifer's power. Who could predict the uncontrollable consequences of allowing Dracula to continue harnessing such power? Therefore, Li resolved not to permit Dracula's resurrection any longer. Had Dracula remained at his previous strength, Li might have considered sparing him for experience points. Yet, with the emergence of an angel, he was compelled to retain additional contingencies. As his power grew, Li began to appreciate the fortuity of mastering the laws. Without a system, he was uncertain how formidable he must become to reach such a level of comprehension, given his current strength. The realization of understanding the laws seemed a distant aspiration. However, to wield the laws effectively requires an immense expenditure of energy. Presently, possessing over 100,000 units of dark power along with formidable mental strength, I can barely manifest the law of mist to envelop such an extensive area. Moreover, the density of dark energy here allows for rapid recovery. The strengths of Dracula and Anna are nearly equal, rendering them incapable of utterly vanquishing one another. In general, Dracula's prowess is slightly superior, yet Anna's luminous power serves as a counterbalance to him. Nonetheless, at Dracula's level, the efficacy of light power in restraining him has diminished significantly. Once more, Dracula unleashed his power, sending Anna flying, yet he refrained from pursuing her further. With wings unfurled, he hovered in midair, his wounds healing swiftly. Casting his gaze toward Anna in the distance, he proposed, "Since neither of us can truly defeat the other, why not become my bride and rule this world together?" Dracula looked at Anna with anticipation, having deduced a profound truth over the years. If one has sufficient allies, would they ever be ensnared again? He believed it prudent to alter his strategy, cultivating numerous friends while minimizing enemies. Before Anna could respond, a voice echoed from the nearby mountains. "Dracula, your grandparent has arrived." Such a brazen proclamation compelled Dracula to instinctively turn toward the source of the voice, a surge of fury igniting within him. Who dared to be so audacious? After so many years, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to insult him in such a manner. Yet, upon inspecting the direction of the sound, he found nothing, prompting him to furrow his brow in confusion. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged from behind, startling Dracula. A realization struck him. He had been deceived. The thought of an underhanded ambush flashed through his mind. It was Li Yi, who had arrived at supersonic speed behind him, leveraging his affinity with darkness through his dark bloodline. In this rich environment of dark energy, Li Yi could easily conceal his form. However, concerned that Dracula's formidable mental prowess might detect him, he shouted to draw his attention. Seizing the moment when Dracula was distracted, he launched a surprise attack. Empowered by the innate strength bestowed by his dark bloodline, coupled with the augmentation of dark energy, Li Yi clenched his fist and unleashed a punch, wielding the force of millions of pounds directly at Dracula. Faced with such a terrifying blow, Dracula had no time to evade. His formidable physique appeared somewhat fragile against this force. The misty, white fist pierced through his kidney in an instant. Had he not swiftly summoned his internal power for defense, he might have been obliterated. Thankfully, he had only lost a kidney. Li Yi's principle is that when he possesses over 98% certainty, he strikes directly. If his confidence falls below that threshold, he prepares meticulously before launching a surprise attack. In the life and death battles, there is little room for chivalry. Only those who survive are entitled to speak of martial ethics. The law of mist surged through Dracula's body, following the trajectory of Li Yi's fist. Sensing a peculiar force invading him, Dracula realized that this power not only suppressed his vampiric abilities, but also sought to assimilate his very being, transforming him into mist. In that fleeting moment of invasion, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Was this the essence of the law? How could anyone wield such power? A wave of dread washed over Dracula as he attempted to shift his soul elsewhere, only to discover that the realm had morphed into a prison, saturated with the force of the law, rendering his soul unable to escape to any other place. At some point, dense fog had enveloped the surroundings, leaving them at its epicenter, devoid of any visible landmarks. How had it come to this? The essence of the law seeped into Dracula's soul, causing his thoughts to stagnate. True combat often hinges on a mere instant that separates life from death. The dark power within Li Yi was fervently consuming itself to propel the law of mist. Under Li Yi's assimilative influence, Dracula's form swiftly transformed into vapor. His once proud corporeal body and vampiric prowess stirred no waves against the law, leaving him with no opportunity for defiance. As Dracula dissolved into mist, a notification resonated in Li Yi's mind. Source quality 100,000. Life 30,000. Spirit 20,000. Constitution 10,000. Dark bloodline 50,000. Having absorbed these attributes, Li Yi felt a surge of elation as he beheld the mist before him. What a tremendous windfall. Chapter 76. The Heart of an Angel. Although Li Yi effortlessly vanquished Dracula, Achieving such ease was a rarity for others. Firstly, the power of the law was not something many could wield. Perhaps some possessed greater strength than Dracula and could obliterate his physical form. Yet few had effective means to counter his soul's transference. Li Yi observed Anna, who stood a short distance away, her expression unreadable. An angel, having slain Dracula. Li Yi's attributes had doubled. Now, Anna, who was on par with Dracula, seemed inconsequential in his eyes. With a hint of caution, Anna inquired, "What are you planning to do?" Li Yi possesses a darkness more profound than that of Dracula, capable of vanquishing him as well as her. She had not anticipated the depths of his concealment. Initially believing him to be a benevolent soul, she was taken aback to discover he was a creature of shadow. Yet now, she finds herself ensnared, enveloped by a mist imbued with the essence of law, rendering any attempt at escape futile. Li Yi, tempering his formidable power, cast a gentle smile towards Anna. "I harbor no ill intentions. Fear not, I shall not lay a hand upon you. Rather, what are your intentions moving forward?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Yi refrained from acting against Anna. When Dracula had assaulted earlier, Anna had bravely confronted him, allowing him and Annie to escape. This demonstrated that Anna was not inherently malevolent, although he felt a certain covetousness towards the angelic blood coursing through her veins. He hesitated to compromise his principles for such a trifling gain. Nevertheless, Li Yi remained wary of Anna. There exists a saying, "It is difficult to paint a person's true essence, as one may know their face, yet remain oblivious to their heart." Despite Anna's outward friendliness, who could fathom her inner thoughts? Li Yi was uncertain how Anna might react upon discovering the dark lineage that resided within him. His realm of laws was not solely directed at Dracula, it was also a precaution against Anna. Sensing the goodwill emanating from Li Yi, Anna gradually lowered her guard. Yet, maintaining vigilance seemed futile, for she stood no chance against him. However, Li Yi's inquiry left her in a state of perplexity. The words Dracula had spoken to her echoed hauntingly in her mind. "For centuries, your god and the other angels have failed to rescue you. Why do you continue to fight for heaven? They have abandoned you. What compels you to remain faithful to them?" Although she did not abandon her resolve to confront Dracula, his words had undeniably impacted her. As a guardian angel, her duty was to protect humanity, yet she did not belong to the principal celestial host. For nearly 2 millennia, she had fought valiantly to safeguard humankind, relentlessly eradicating various malevolent beings that threatened their existence. Throughout this time, she had witnessed both the fragility and resilience of humanity, their joys and sorrows. After subduing Dracula for centuries, Anna had grown weary. She longed for respite from battle. Neither God nor the angels had come to eliminate Dracula and liberate her. Why should she return to that seemingly warm, yet truly frigid realm? Heaven? She would rather not dwell there. After a moment of silence, Anna, wearied, spoke to Li Yi. "I wish to forget the past and become human. To experience the essence of human life, love, kinship, and friendship." Upon hearing Anna's words, Li Yi gazed at her in astonishment. To Anna's surprise, such thoughts had crossed her mind. A sense of reflection stirred within her. Some individuals resort to unscrupulous means in their pursuit of the extraordinary, exhausting every possible avenue. Conversely, there are those who grow weary of their extraordinary status, yearning for a life of ordinariness. Li Yi was reminded of the poignant words of Qian Zhongshu's wife. "Yang Jiang, those outside the city wish to enter, while those within the city long to escape." Though primarily a commentary on marriage, this sentiment resonates with various life situations. Anna chose her path, and Li Yi felt no inclination to interfere. If she desired to embrace human existence, he would honor her decision. Subsequently, Anna pressed her right hand against her forehead, a luminous orb gradually materializing in her palm. Standing before Li Yi, she earnestly declared, "This is the heart of an angel, the source of angelic power. I now entrust it to you." Gazing at the orb radiating a soft, milky light, Li Yi sensed the immense power it contained. As he accepted the heart of an angel from Anna, a system notification echoed in his mind, inquiring if he wished to absorb the angelic bloodline. Upon relinquishing the heart of an angel, the 4 pairs of wings behind Anna transformed into motes of light and vanished. Unable to remain suspended in the air, she began to plummet. However, Li Yi made no move to catch her, coldly watching her descent. Astonished, Anna realized her miscalculation. Could this person truly watch her fall to her demise? How heartless. Indeed, one cannot trust those shrouded in darkness. A day as a creature of darkness implies a lifetime of darkness. Had she known, she would have fought back before her end. At least that would have held some value. As her fall accelerated, terror gripped Anna's heart. Was humanity, devoid of power, so fragile and helpless? She surrendered completely, closing her eyes in anticipation of death. Just as Anna believed she was destined to meet her end, she suddenly felt herself landing upon something soft and yielding. With confusion, she opened her eyes to discover she was lying atop a layer of mist. How remarkable! In all her years, she had never experienced such a sensation. She had never conceived that clouds or fog could be so playful. Li Yi appeared before her, a teasing glimmer in his gaze. With his current prowess, conjuring mist to catch a person was a trivial feat. Riding the clouds was no longer a myth for him. Annoyed, Anna retorted, "Did you do this on purpose?" With a smile, Li Yi replied, "Indeed, I did so intentionally. What can you do about it?" Anna was rendered speechless, ultimately succumbing to her frustration. She now found herself devoid of power, utterly helpless against Li Yi. Even prior to losing her strength, she was no match for him. With a mere thought, Li Yi summoned a mist akin to clouds, which gently lifted them to the mountains. The surrounding fog gradually retracted towards Li Yi, ultimately dissipating. This mist, conjured from his power within the crystal sphere, could also be returned to the sphere for preservation. When released again in the future, it would conserve a portion of his energy expenditure. Li Yi cradled a luminous orb in his hand and addressed Anna. "Since you have chosen to embrace humanity, I shall employ the heart of the angel." Anna, perplexed, inquired, "Are you not concerned about the potential conflict? Darkness and light are notoriously hard to coexist. A misstep could lead to annihilation amidst their clash. It was not uncommon for individuals to attempt the fusion of light and dark powers. Yet such endeavors typically met with failure. It seemed as though light and darkness were inherently opposed, unable to coexist. Perhaps there existed a possibility for light and darkness to merge or coexist, but Anna had no recollection of such an entity. Conflict? Li Yi remained silent in response to Anna's concerns, placing his faith in the might of the system. Absorption. Angelic Bloodline. 50,000 Chapter 77. Spiritual energy. As the angelic bloodline was absorbed, a radiant aura filled his being. Under the system's constraints, the dark bloodline and the angelic bloodline did not clash. If someone were to surpass the system's influence over these bloodlines, Li Yi would accept that reality. After all, if they were stronger than the system, what could he do to resist? Upon encountering such formidable foes, surrendering and seeking their favor seemed prudent. Of course, such powerful figures, likely to be far removed from his stature, might not even trouble themselves with a minor player like him. With a thought, for pairs of pristine wings materialized behind him. Upon activating the angelic bloodline, he felt an overwhelming warmth emanating from the light energy of the universe. Host. Li Yi. Angel form. Life. 4, 554,000 Spirit. 3, 693. 000 Physique. 30,000. 20,000. Magic power. 10,000. 210,000. Angelic power. 500,000 Source quality. 100,000 Talents. Life drain, flight, telekinesis, healing, teleportation, purification, power enhancement. Mind control, transformation and disguise bloodlines. Dark bloodline. 7, 150,000. Angelic bloodline. 50,000. Techniques. Supreme clarity and spirit retention method. LV3, 31,000. Spells. Palm Thunder. LV6, 10,000. Skills. Items. At this juncture, his foundational attributes were exceedingly robust, rendering the activation of the bloodlines incapable of further doubling his basic attributes. The only enhancement he could achieve was in his physique and strength. The remarkable ability bestowed by the angelic bloodline that captivated Li Yi was teleportation, while the other abilities seemed rather unremarkable. Yet, why was it not the bloodline of light? Was the angelic bloodline incomplete? Or did the creator deliberately withhold something when crafting the angels? Or perhaps a certain concentration was necessary to transform it into the bloodline of light. With a curious expression, Li Yi folded his wings and inquired of Anna, what must an angel do to augment their strength? After acquiring these bloodlines, Li Yi sensed that absorbing light energy would not suffice to enhance the bloodline's potency. For instance, when activating the demonic bloodline, he could absorb the dark energies from the world to restore his demonic powers. The angelic bloodline, too, could only absorb light energy to replenish angelic strength or temporarily augment itself. However, such absorption would not elevate the concentration of the bloodline. The strength of the bloodline was the foundation of power. He could allocate points using the primordial essence. But what of the other demons and angels? Anna was somewhat astonished that Li Yi had absorbed the heart of the angel without any mishap. There had been no conflict between the two. To wield both light and dark powers simultaneously rendered him unconstrained by the cosmos. Her willingness to entrust her heart of the angel to Li Yi stemmed from her conviction that the dark aura surrounding him would clash with it, allowing her to reclaim her power eventually. Yet now, with Li Yi having absorbed her heart, she could no longer feel the connection between herself and it. Did this mean she would be relegated to the status of an ordinary human henceforth? Oh, my heart of the angel! Despite her inner lamentations, Anna felt compelled to respond to Li Ye's inquiry. God created the angels, thus he possesses the ability to directly enhance their power. Additionally, direct absorption of spiritual energy can be employed. This energy is a potent and wondrous force that not only amplifies the strength of angels, but can also bolster that of other extraordinary beings. However, spiritual energy is meticulously regulated in heaven, and without sufficient merit, one cannot absorb it. Furthermore, there is the option of absorbing faith. Although not just any angel can harness it. Spiritual energy? Is that a term for spiritual essence? Li pondered, recalling the supreme purification and spirit cultivation method he had obtained, which involved absorbing the spiritual essence of the world for cultivation. Yet, with the current scarcity of spiritual energy, even the restoration of magical power was exceedingly slow. Continuing his inquiries, Li Yi asked Anna, "What kind of energy is spiritual energy, and where is it abundant?" Anna replied, "Spiritual energy is a form of energy birthed from the soul, extractable from faith, and it is abundant in heaven." Li Yi felt somewhat exasperated, for he certainly understood that heaven was plentiful in such energy. However, this ethereal energy does not appear to be the same as spiritual essence. Is it the energy born from the soul force? Or perhaps it is derived from faith, akin to incense offerings? Might this be the reason why heaven and hell vie for souls? If this ethereal energy is indeed born from the soul, why not simply consume the soul directly? Anna cast a wary glance at Li Yi. He was indeed a creature of darkness. The notion of devouring souls was undeniably sinister. Although souls can generate ethereal energy, it can only be obtained through voluntary consent, and typically, individuals are unaware of the existence of such energy. The ethereal energy in heaven must undergo special processing before angels can perceive it. The soul is an integral part of the universe, and its spiritual will carries a faint trace of the celestial forces. Without voluntary consent, no one can directly acquire the ethereal energy contained within. To forcibly consume, it would only allow the extraction of a portion of the spiritual energy, while the most vital aspects of the soul would return to the heavens and the earth with the ethereal energy. Anna's words plunged Li Yi into contemplation. Was hell's emphasis on forging contracts with humans a means to access the ethereal energy within their souls? And heaven, in its quest for faith during a person's lifetime, extracts that ethereal energy, subsequently guiding their souls to paradise after death. TSK. Heaven is not as benevolent as it seems. At that moment, Li Yi suddenly pondered whether this so-called ethereal energy was akin to the source material within the system. The source material could enhance all of his attributes, including bloodline techniques and more. Yet, this source material had always been safeguarded by the system, and he had never experienced it. After acquiring the information he desired, Li Yi glanced at the nearly ruined ice-encased castle. He turned to Anna and said, "I shall return shortly." Within the ice-encased castle, there remained some lesser beings, specifically the dwarf demons who had been serving Dracula. Though small, a multitude of mosquitoes can indeed become a feast. Sensing the life force within the castle, Li Yi traversed its depths, his mental energy surging continuously. Source Material 10. Before long, no life force remained within the castle. Li Yi returned to the mountains, taking Anna with him to the location where Annie and the others were. Inside the ice-encased castle, he discovered an abundance of skeletal remains. These bones were captured by the dwarf demons for experimentation, aimed at uncovering methods to extract life force to resurrect Dracula as progeny. Alternatively, it was to enable Dracula to possess true offspring, though these attempts had mostly failed. Of the nearly 300 dwarf demons, Li Yi eliminated a portion while retaining others for experimentation. For instance, he sought to directly extract their life force to observe whether any life attributes would remain post-extraction. To his disappointment, the attributes dropped by the dwarf demons upon death did not include life. Then he transformed them into dark beings, seeking to enhance their strength and acquire a dark bloodline. The most straightforward method of transformation involved imparting a portion of his own dark bloodline to them. Alternatively, akin to werewolves, he could allow them to be infected. However, this method not only required an extensive duration for transformation, but also resulted in a notably low bloodline concentration, necessitating a particularly dense presence of dark energy for them to assume their transformed state. Furthermore, upon their demise, no source material was obtained, and the attributes dropped were considerably diminished. By forging a contract and consuming their souls, his own bloodline indeed experienced an elevation. Yet, killing them similarly yielded no source material, and, regrettably, no spiritual attributes as drops. Through various experiments, Li Yi discerned that it was impossible to exploit the system's bugs. Transforming them into dark beings and subsequently eliminating them after a period was the most advantageous course of action. Perhaps some attributes would gradually recover, but the time required for such restoration was excessively long. Li Yi lacked the patience to await their recovery. He could not afford to remain watchful over these entities. Given the time, he could have already garnered substantial rewards by slaying several extraordinary beings. Chapter 78, The Divine Manifestation. Grant me a boyfriend. As Li Yi returned safely with Anna, a collective sigh of relief washed over Annie and the others. Li, have you resolved it? You're not injured, are you? In response to Annie's concern, Li Yi nodded and replied, this time, it should be resolved completely. I'm unscathed. However, Van Helsing felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing Li Yi's words. Once, they had been good friends, but now, Dracula had vanished entirely. Another familiar face was lost. How much better it would have been if Dracula had not turned into a vampire. Yet, Annie felt a sense of joy at the defeat of such a formidable foe as Dracula, which signified Li Yi's growing prowess. From their distant vantage point, they could faintly hear the sounds of battle. At times, flashes of light shot skyward, visible even from their location. This encounter allowed Annie to truly grasp the terrifying nature of extraordinary power. The supernatural entities they had previously encountered paled in comparison to Dracula. After acquiring the angelic bloodline, Li Yi's connection to the Ten Dragon Ring became markedly clearer. Moreover, the angel's teleportation ability endowed Li Yi with insights into spatial power. Through the Ten Dragon Ring, he could sense the existence of the original world. This ring functioned as a conduit for traversing between two realms. The ring in his possession was a medium that had separated from the true Ten Dragon Ring to return to the original world. While the authentic Ten Dragon Ring of the original realm was constituted from the cross-holy sword and the remains of Satan. After all, without having refined the Ten Dragon Ring, if its true form were to cross over as well, the original world would lose its anchor coordinates, rendering the return to the original realm impossible. As for the ring he held in his hand, once he returned to his original world and refined another dragon ring, he would gain complete control over this one. Li Yi contemplated for a moment before inquiring of Van Helsing and Anna. Do you harbor any thoughts on this matter? Anna addressed Li Yi, requesting, please seal away my soul's memories. Let me continue the life of the previous Anna. The memories of the past feel interminable, and forgetting them would be a liberation. Van Helsing pondered briefly before responding to Li Yi. Perhaps it is best to live as an ordinary person from now on. Forsaking the hunt for monsters, the restoration of previous memories, coupled with an understanding of Dracula's affairs, has left me feeling somewhat weary. Rather than persist in the role of a monster hunter, it would be far more rewarding to savor the joys of life. With neither God nor Gabriel watching over me, what purpose does it serve to continue laboring for the divine? Do I receive a salary for it? Carl glanced around before asserting, I think I shall return. In comparison to all present, I am but a mere Carlami. I am already greatly satisfied that the esteemed individuals here have chosen to introduce me to their world. While I am indeed curious about what another realm might hold, I dare not voice any demands. This Eastern mage does not appear particularly accommodating, and our relationship is still quite tenuous. I am aware of my own limitations in this regard. Li Yi approached Anna, extending his palm to her forehead. He activated his angelic bloodline, employing its mental control abilities. This power transcended merely controlling another's mind. It encompassed the manipulation of the soul itself. For the essence of thought resides in the soul, while the vessel of the soul is the body. with Li Ye's current mental prowess, augmented by Anna's willing cooperation. Sealing away her prior memories proved a straightforward task. A radiant light emanated from Li Ye's palm as it rested upon Anna's forehead, not only sealing her memories, but also restoring her appearance to that of the previous Anna. Among the angelic abilities was a form of metamorphosis, allowing control over the physical form. One could not only transform oneself into another's likeness, but also wield angelic power to alter others. Upon the completion of the memory sealing, Anna was startled by the sudden appearance of a hand before her, instinctively retreating a few steps, only to realize that the hand belonged to Li Yi. What has happened to me? She wondered. Was I not on that platform in the frozen castle just moments ago? How did I end up here? Li Yi reassured Anna. You suddenly fainted earlier. After we dealt with Dracula, we brought you here to awaken. The others, hearing Li Ye's unorthodox explanations, nodded in agreement. Indeed. That is how it transpired. Quite right. Anna felt a twinge of skepticism, yet seeing the consensus among the crowd left her with little recourse. She herself felt no discomfort. Rather, she sensed a newfound strength within her. Had Dracula truly been vanquished? The notion seemed almost implausible. Such an enigmatic being had been defeated by Li Yi. How formidable must Li Yi be? What had she missed during her unconsciousness? And why had she succumbed to such a state? Indeed, the crowd nodded in unison, their expressions filled with certainty. Their reactions left Anna bewildered. She struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. There was undoubtedly something she remained unaware of. However, with their silence, what could she do? They journeyed back to the city of Brasov, returning to Anna's ancestral castle. As the owner of the castle, Anna warmly welcomed her guests and arranged accommodations for them. Naturally, Li Yi and Annie shared the same room. After an intense battle with Annie, it was only when she raised the white flag that Li Yi relented. Annie, wait for me here. I shall return to our world, refine the 10-dragon ring, and then bring you back. Li Yi was not particularly anxious. After all, the 10-dragon ring required the simultaneous infusion of light and dark powers, or the intervention of a being as powerful as Michael or Lucifer. Others who might possess the ring would be unable to utilize it. What were the odds that someone with such a constitution would stumble upon it? Such coincidences were exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, it was prudent to refine the ring as soon as possible. He was uncertain of the current state of the 10-dragon ring in his original world, whether it remained in situ or had fallen into demonic hands. Now, with his current strength, demons posed little threat to him, except for those of the highest caliber, such as the yellow-eyed demon or the demon king. Even the mightiest of demons would be constrained in the human realm, unable to unleash their full potential, allowing Li Yi to feel somewhat emboldened. Annie, hearing Li Ye's words, felt a pang of reluctance but understood the rationale behind his decision. Very well, go ahead. I shall await your return. In another room, a girl reclined in a bathtub, gazing thoughtfully at the dragon-shaped emblem ring in her hand. She was perplexed as to how this ring had become lodged in her tire. Initially assuming it was an ordinary piece lost by someone, she soon realized that this design was rather uncommon. After extensive research, she discovered that the emblem on the ring appeared to symbolize the knightly order of dragons from medieval Europe. Subsequently, she wished to ascertain the material of the ring, only to discover that it was virtually indestructible. This revelation left her utterly astonished. Had she inadvertently stumbled upon a treasure? What extraordinary luck she possessed. Oh God, if only she could find a boyfriend as well. Not one who is unattractive, but rather someone handsome. The girl clasped the ring and silently prayed. Suddenly, a flash of white light emanated from the ring, and a strikingly handsome man appeared before her. Staring at the figure before her, the girl gasped in shock. Had God truly intervened? Chapter 79. The roadside bar. Li Yi surveyed the scene before him, allowing his vigilance to wane. Prior to his arrival, he had prepared himself for the worst. However, was his timing slightly off? Or was it impeccable? Casting a glance at the girl's beauty, Li Yi executed a swift teleportation, vanishing from the bathroom. Though the girl was indeed lovely, he was currently in a sage-esque moment, his mind devoid of distractions. The girl stared in bewilderment at the spot where Li Yi had just been. Had the boyfriend sent by God simply vanished? Or was this merely a figment of her imagination? Upon regaining her senses, she noticed that the ring she had been holding had inexplicably disappeared. It dawned on her that her earlier experience might not have been an illusion. So, had God truly manifested, or was there a deity of rings at play? Yet, why had this deity departed before fulfilling her wish? Come back. In an unknown grove, Li Yi held the 10-dragon ring in his hand. To avert any unforeseen complications during the ring's refinement, he had deliberately chosen a secluded suburban area. As his spirit infused the ring, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Would you like to spend 100,000 source essence to refine it? Li was taken aback. Was the ring adorned with gold or diamonds? Such an exorbitant amount of source essence for refinement. He chose not to respond to the system's prompt, but instead began to investigate the Tin Dragon Ring. Unrefined, the Tin Dragon Ring could be wielded by anyone, albeit limited to traversing 2 worlds. However, its capabilities extended beyond this. It also contained the essence of Satan and the Holy Sword of the Cross. When Michael integrated the Tin Dragon Ring into the world, it became a part of another realm. If he were to traverse to other worlds with the Tin Dragon Ring, he could also return to Anna's world through it. Originally, the ownership of the Tin Dragon Ring should have belonged to either Michael or Gabriel. But with Lucifer's interference, merging the powers of hell into it, he too acquired a measure of authority. After Lucifer was sealed by God, the ring, although still imbued with Lucifer's power, remained as insubstantial as a floating leaf. In order for Li Yi to refine the ring as his own, he must first eradicate the residual marks of Lucifer and the unknown imprint, which could belong to either Michael or Gabriel. The most direct method involves infusing his own power and spirit into the ring, overpowering the energies of both entities to obliterate their spiritual signatures. However, upon sensing the dual forces within, Li Yi felt a throbbing headache. Despite his considerable strength, he found himself somewhat lacking when confronted with the might of these 2 beings. The only option left was to gradually wear down their imprints, little by little. Having comprehended the situation within the ring, Li Yi realized that the Tin Dragon Ring was, in fact, a double-edged sword. If he attempted to erase the imprints gradually, it was certain that they would sense his actions, leading to unpredictable consequences. With a sigh, he ultimately decided to let the system take charge. Refine. Upon issuing the command, Li Yi immediately felt a connection with the ring. The imprints of both entities vanished entirely, and he found himself in complete control of the ring. With a mere thought, the ring transformed into a cross-shaped holy sword. The sword contained a fragment of the law of light, enabling him to unleash immense destructive power. When wielding the power of angels, the sword's might would be further amplified, particularly effective against dark beings. Moreover, Lucifer's dark energy had fused with the body of a dragon, allowing him to summon a dark dragon to assist him in battle. Although this dark dragon lacked sentience and required his control, its strength was formidable. Bound by Li Yi's mental constraints, the summoned dark dragon could reach a power level slightly exceeding 5 times that of his current dark bloodline, amounting to over 350,000. As he reflected on the power within, Li Yi fell into silence. In comparison to these entities, he felt woefully inadequate. Even their residual strengths far surpassed his own. He concluded that the expenditure of the 10,000 source essence was, at best, a reasonable investment. Transforming the long sword back into a ring and storing it in the system's inventory, Li Yi surveyed his surroundings. Uncertain of his location, he resolved to ascertain where he was before proceeding further. Ascending into the air above the forest, he intended to search for a nearby city, only to spot a somewhat dilapidated house not far off. Approaching the exterior of the house, Li Yi's mind briefly faltered at the sight before him. A sign bearing the name howl hung above the entrance, and a circle of salt was scattered outside, with a cross suspended nearby. The sight of a girl bustling about inside struck him with an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Was this the Hovel Highway Bar? How had he ended up in this place? Nevertheless, since he was already there, he decided to venture inside and take a look. At this hour, the bar remained open, with a handful of patrons inside. Before Li Yi entered, he overheard a shocking conversation. What? Nearly 300 people in a small town have perished. How utterly brutal. Everyone's heads twisted at an unnatural angle. Could it be the work of a head-turning demon? It had been ages since such a grave incident occurred. The world seemed to be spiraling into chaos. Dark energy surged, and various malevolent beings began to ravage the earth. Stopping in his tracks upon hearing the discussion, Li Yi pondered whether news of the tragedy in Birkenville had spread among demon hunters. Head-turning demon. Such nonsense. This was slander, outrageous slander. Upon pushing the door open and stepping inside, the chatter abruptly ceased. The Li Yi who entered appeared unlike the hunter they knew, rendering their topic of conversation inappropriate. Certain matters were not meant for the ears of the uninitiated. Knowing such things would serve no benefit to them. An Asian? The patrons exchanged glances, realizing they were unfamiliar with him. Javier's bar, situated in the wilderness, was rather dilapidated. Typically, aside from the demon hunters, few others frequented this place. Those who were aware of its existence were somewhat acquainted with each other. Was this man before them merely a lost, ordinary person, or an extraordinary being? Jo, the bartender, paused her task of arranging the barware upon noticing Li Yi's entrance. She scanned the surroundings, checking the defenses against supernatural entities like ghosts and vampires, all of which showed no signs of disturbance. Concluding that he was likely an ordinary individual, she warmly inquired, "What can I get for you, sir?" Dressed in a black crop top and snug jeans that accentuated her figure, Jo became the center of attention in the bar. Many hunters found themselves stealing glances at her. Yet, fully aware of the fiery nature of Alan and his mother, they dared not overstep their bounds. After all, a moment's carelessness could lead to unwelcome consequences. The bar had endured for this long. It must possess some formidable defenses. Li Yi chose a vacant seat and, with a subtle smile directed at Jo, inquired, "Do you serve fruit wine here?" He had little interest in the stronger spirits. In comparison, the refreshing taste of fruit wine was far more appealing. Besides, with his current constitution, he could not be easily intoxicated by any drink. It was far better to indulge in something lighter and more flavorful. "Fruit wine? We only have lemon wine and grape wine. Which would you prefer?" Jo replied. Li Yi looked up into Qiao's eyes and said, "Then I shall have a glass of lemon liquor." "All right, please wait a moment," Qiao replied, returning to the bar's back area, where she conveyed Li Yi's request to Alan. Lowering her voice, she added, "He appears to be just an ordinary person." Alan, while preparing the lemon liquor, gently shook his head at Qiao, stating, "Not necessarily. Some matters cannot be judged by appearances. The audacity to venture alone to this desolate place at such a late hour suggests that he is far from ordinary. Can you discern any weapons upon him? Is there a trace of fear upon his countenance?" Most demon hunters who frequent this establishment are quite robust, often armed with more than one weapon. Any ordinary person who encountered the scene within this bar would have fled in fright. Yet here is Li Yi, who not only remains, but shows no semblance of fear. Even they would exercise considerable caution in such an environment. If Li Yi is merely an ordinary individual, then what does that make them? Qiao, finding Alan's analysis somewhat compelling, hesitated before responding. What if he happens to be from Huagua? I've heard that individuals from Huagua are well protected and may lack awareness of the dangers in such environments. Alan found herself at a loss for words. Even those from the United States often exhibited trepidation in the presence of police or soldiers. Only Huagua individuals seemed unperturbed, often casting curious glances and even daring to greet them. Police officers instinctively drew their weapons upon encountering a hockey black, yet felt the urge to holster their guns when faced with a Huagua person. "Do as you please. Just be cautious," she advised. "Everything is ready. You can take it to him. As long as he behaves himself, I have no intention of meddling further. If he harbors ill intentions, we are not to be trifled with either." Qiao took the tray and approached Li Yi's table, placing the items before him. "Your order is ready," she announced. Then curiously inquired, "Did you come here alone?" Li Yi nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed, I came alone." Upon seeing this bar, I decided to step inside and have a look. Qiao, sitting across from Li Yi, asked, "Are you not afraid that this might be a den of iniquity?" She found Alan's words to hold some truth. Anyone bold enough to come here at this hour must possess a unique character. This Huagua individual might very well be a demon hunter, and she was eager to learn more about him. Compared to other rough-and-tumble demon hunters, Li Yi was far more agreeable to her. Of course, it mattered little if he were not a demon hunter. Could one not make friends with those outside that realm? She yearned for an international friendship. Li Yi chuckled, finding Qiao rather amusing. Who would openly declare their establishment as a den of iniquity? Are you truly such a place? Qiao shook her head. How could their family possibly be a den of iniquity? If that were the case, what was there to fear? After some contemplation, Qiao directly inquired of Li Yi, "Are you a demon hunter?" Li Yi took a sip of lemon liquor, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I suppose I am a demon hunter. I have dispatched numerous extraordinary creatures, including vampires, demons, and ghosts." Upon hearing this, before Qiao could respond, other demon hunters nearby, who had been eavesdropping, erupted in derisive laughter. What a boast! This fellow, with his delicate skin, would surely be terrified to the point of losing control at the sight of even an ordinary ghost. Naturally, they paid close attention to the suddenly arrived Li Yi, especially since Qiao, the feisty girl, had taken the initiative to engage with him. They were eager to understand this newcomer better, if only to ensure Xiao wasn't being deceived by him. Initially, they had thought this young man possessed genuine skill, but it appeared instead that he was merely one to show off in front of girls. Perhaps he had heard of the existence of the Javier bar and was simply curious to experience it. Not to mention, the speed and strength of vampires and demons were far beyond that of ordinary people. To kill even one was an exceedingly daunting task. They fought with their lives against these malevolent beings, and merely surviving was already a significant achievement. To claim he had slain numerous evil creatures, wasn't he that just boasting? Even Xiao cast a skeptical glance at Li Yi. She was far from an innocent girl. She knew that vampires and demons were indeed real. Having lost her father to a vampire, did Li Yi truly possess such strength, or was he merely puffing himself up? Observing his calm demeanor, she sensed he did not seem like the type to engage in grandiose claims. Is everything you say true? Li Yi smiled faintly, offering no defense. He downed the lemon liquor in one go and placed a cash note on the table. If you believe, it's true. If you don't, it's false. Debating the veracity with others is merely a waste of time. The lemon liquor is quite pleasant. I shall take my leave. Rising, he strode towards the exit, having entered out of mere curiosity. As for flirting, he had no intention of spending time on such pursuits. His principle was simple: do not initiate, do not refuse, and do not take responsibility. Wait, let me give you your change. Xiao called out. The drink and fruit he ordered were hardly worth 100, and she had no desire to overcharge him. No need for change. The remainder is a tip. Watching Li Yi depart with such nonchalance, Xiao felt a twinge of envy. How effortlessly he came and went. Alas, she could not do the same. She had always longed for adventure, to experience the world beyond. Rather than engaging with those elderly gentlemen in this roadside tavern, Alan has insisted on her safety, preventing her from venturing outside. Her combat skills and marksmanship are commendable, and she is confident she could vanquish any malevolent creatures she might encounter. However, she is in the prime of her life and yearns not to languish in this tavern. Passing her days in tranquil monotony, Joe turned to glance at the others in the bar, letting out a soft huff. A demon hunter, noticing her demeanor, teased, "Joe, have you taken a liking to someone? Would you like me to help you tie him up?" The laughter of the other hunters echoed, as teasing Joe had become one of their favorite pastimes. From behind the bar, Alan scolded, "What nonsense are you all spouting? Be careful not to choke on your drinks." While their remarks were not excessively offensive, a few reprimands were necessary to keep their audacity in check. Joe sighed at the rudeness of these individuals, and it fueled her desire to escape. Their lack of manners was simply unbearable. Suddenly, she drew a knife and plunged it into the counter, addressing the assembly. "Should anyone utter another word, I shall gladly spar with you." The would-be jesters fell silent, contemplating the implications of their taunts. If they emerged victorious, they would be ridiculed for bullying a mere girl. If they lost, the embarrassment would be far greater. The atmosphere shifted back to casual conversation. Rumors circulated about Freddy and Jason from Springwood being dealt with. Do you know who the formidable individual was? I'm not entirely sure, but it is said that the local police department spent $500,000 to hire a bishop-level figure. 500 grand, can you believe it? Chapter 81. The girlfriend's best friendly. Where exactly are we? In a hotel room. A flash of white light heralded Anne's appearance before Li Yi. Why? We're in a hotel, Li Yi replied, eliciting a bemused expression from Anne. She was acutely aware of her surroundings. That's not what I meant. I was asking in which state we find ourselves. Li Yi reclined on the bed, his hands clasped behind his head, finding her bewilderment somewhat endearing. A gentle smile gracing his lips. Oh, I see what you mean. We should be in Louisiana, Alexandria, and was taken aback by Li Yi's response. Recalling that their previous location was in Indiana, they had traversed quite a distance to arrive here. In Louisiana, she had acquaintances. Li, I wish to visit a place to see my dear friend. Would you accompany me? And looked at Li Yi, her face alight with anticipation. For as long as it has always been Li Yi dictating their destinations, and they followed suit. Now, she yearned to meet her friends and sought Li Yi's opinion. If Li Yi had significant plans, she would naturally defer to him. For visiting friends could happen at any time. Li Yi had no objections. A brief respite was quite acceptable. Monsters were endless. Slaying one today would only give rise to another tomorrow. Go ahead. Upon receiving Li Yi's affirmation, Annie was filled with joy. At noon, Li Yi and Annie approached the hotel front desk to check out. The staff members' eyes widened upon seeing the two descend. He distinctly remembered that only the gentleman had checked in the previous evening, when had such a beautiful girl appeared. Unbelievable. Li Yi and Annie retreated to a secluded corner outside the hotel, where Annie took the wheel of the Grand Cherokee. As she drove, Li Yi felt a flicker of intuition regarding their destination. What a coincidence. Annie, where are we headed? Annie, studying the route on her map, replied. To a roadside bar in the outskirts. It is a common gathering spot for the local monster hunters. My father and I often visited this bar for information when we came here to exorcise demons. There is a girl there, about my age, and we are good friends. Li Yi was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that Annie knew Joe. Surely, Joe must be Annie's close companion. I know the place you mentioned. Annie, taken aback, instinctively asked, you do? Li Yi nodded and explained, I happened to pass by that bar last night when I returned and went in for a drink. Annie was astonished that Li Yi had already visited the previous night. What a remarkable coincidence. Joe's father, Uncle William, had once perished while hunting vampires alongside other monster hunters, leaving Aunt Ellen to manage the bar as a means of survival. Initially, it was merely frequented by Uncle William's friends, but gradually it evolved into a hub for monster hunters to exchange information. Javier's bar was well known among hunters, and many would stop by to rest when passing through. After all, the clientele consisted predominantly of monster hunters, allowing them to freely discuss their thoughts. Moreover, the bar provided various weapons, such as salt rounds and silver bullets, essential for exorcism. Through these services, Ellen gradually gained renown within the monster hunter community. With Joe and Annie being of similar age and both girls, they naturally became close friends. In her childhood, when George came to exorcise demons, he would even leave her at the bar to play with Joe. Upon arriving here, she naturally wished to check on her dear friend. Wasn't it John who hunted demons alongside William? A thought struck Li Yi, prompting him to inquire of Annie. Are you familiar with the Winchester family? Annie nodded in affirmation, responding, indeed, it is John from the Winchester family who accompanies Uncle William in the pursuit of vampires. John's father, Henry, is also a renowned demon hunter within our circle. Tragically, John's wife, Mary, was consumed by flames, much like my own mother. As Annie spoke, she suddenly realized the striking similarities in their family's experiences. Even Joe's father had passed away during Joe's childhood. Was it not a requirement for demon hunters to endure the loss of loved ones? And Li Yi, who had lost both parents? Annie fell into a contemplative silence. Was this the fate of demon hunters? If she and Li Yi were to have descendants, would one of them too be destined to perish? If such a grim necessity were to arise, let it be she who bears the burden. With this thought, Annie's heart brimmed with resolve. Annie, what are you pondering? Li Yi asked, noticing her sudden quietude. After a moment of reflection, Annie voiced her concerns. Li Yi chuckled lightly, bemused by her leap to such conclusions. You are overthinking. Such a fate is improbable. You must trust in my abilities. The deaths of Annie's mother and Sam's mother were orchestrated by demons. And although his power might slightly trail that of the Demon King, he was nonetheless confident that in a confrontation, he stood a 98% chance of vanquishing the Demon King. Hearing Li Yi's words and contemplating his enigmatic strength, Annie felt a wave of relief wash over her. His prowess was extraordinary, seemingly growing stronger by the moment. Whether facing vampires or demons, they posed no threat before him. Even if one day Li Yi declared his intention to create a world like a deity, Annie would find no surprise in it. Such power could hardly be likened to that of other demon hunters. Perhaps she was merely overthinking. The two returned to the exterior of the hovel bar, which had yet to open for business at that hour. However, the door stood ajar, suggesting the occupants had awakened. Annie approached and gently knocked. Coming. A male voice responded from within, followed by the sound of footsteps. The door swung open, revealing a figure that prompted Annie to greet naturally. Ash. Where are Aunt Ellen and Joe? With a lean frame, tousled brown hair, a dark coat, and blue jeans, Ash appeared somewhat weathered. He gazed at Annie standing outside, surprised as he exclaimed, Annie, what brings you here? In the backyard, Ellen and her companions were preparing food. Ash, a computer prodigy, assisted fellow demon hunters at the Javier Tavern by providing pertinent information about extraordinary beings. Naturally, such information came at a cost. As I passed by, I decided to stop in for a visit. Ash invited the two inside and went to summon Joe while he returned to his computer. Joe, upon seeing Annie, was pleasantly surprised. Annie, it's been ages. The two sisters embraced warmly, both radiating joy. Li Yi observed the two youthful girls, a faint smile gracing his face. Joe glanced over at Li Yi, her expression one of confusion. What is going on here? She certainly remembered Li Yi from the previous night. But how could Annie be with him? Releasing Joe, Annie took hold of Li Yi's arm, smiling brightly at Joe as she said, Joe, this is my boyfriend. He is an immensely powerful demon hunter. Pride illuminated Annie's face as she spoke. Chapter 82. Katerina. Li Yi turned to Joe, extending his hand with a smile. It's good to see you again. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Li Yi. Joe felt somewhat bewildered. She hadn't anticipated the nature of Annie and Li Yi's relationship. If even Annie claimed Li Yi was a formidable demon hunter, could what he said the previous night truly be factual? Joe gently shook Li Yi's hand and replied, Hello, I'm Joanna Javier. Annie teased Joe, so? Where's your boyfriend? Hurry and bring him out so I can meet him. Joe retorted with mild irritation. I've been stuck in this dingy tavern. How could I possibly have a chance to date? She sighed. All right, I see you found a boyfriend. There's no need to flaunt it in front of me. Annie released Li Yi's arm, playfully linking her own with Joe's as she joked. Come now, don't be upset. If you truly can't find a boyfriend, I'll introduce you to someone. Joe huffed lightly. I'm not interested in just anyone. He must at least be able to hold his own against me. Preferably a demon hunter of a similar age. Otherwise, if danger strikes, I'd have to protect him. Growing up in the Javier Tavern, Joe had heard numerous tales of demon hunting. She had longed for such a life and was determined to become a demon hunter herself. Naturally, her partner would also need to be a demon hunter, so they could tackle various extraordinary events together, leaving their legacy in the demon hunting community as a legendary duo. Annie chuckled softly. Finding a young demon hunter who can surpass you will be quite the challenge. In that case, I might just have to introduce you to Li. Xiao cast a glance at Li Yi, who was striding towards Ash, and provocatively remarked to Annie, It's not impossible, but if I happen to steal Li away, don't blame me. Annie pulled Xiao into a corner and whispered, Let me tell you, Li is exceedingly formidable. I can barely endure it. If you could help me share this burden, I would be truly grateful. Li Yi's physical prowess was growing increasingly potent, seemingly allowing him to exert control in that regard. As long as she did not plead for mercy, Li Yi would not cease his relentless pursuit. Xiao, who had never experienced romance, felt a slight blush creep onto her face upon hearing Annie's words. With little experience, she curiously inquired, Is he truly that powerful? What does it feel like? Li Yi, approaching Ash, couldn't help but find amusement in the conversation, realizing that the topics exchanged between girls were anything but innocent. Li Yi inquired of Ash, who was engrossed in browsing the news on his computer, What are you working on? What is your occupation? Lacking adeptness in communication, Li Yi felt compelled to ask directly. The two sisters' meeting necessitated that Li Yi grant them a modicum of privacy for their whispered confessions. Ash glanced at Li Yi before returning to his news, replying, I'm perusing some peculiar news from various places, analyzing the likelihood of supernatural beings being involved, then summarizing my findings for those in need. Some news may appear to be rather mundane homicide cases, but in reality, they could be the work of extraordinary beings. Conversely, some incidents that seem to involve the supernatural might actually be human-made. Li Yi continued to probe, where are supernatural beings most frequently encountered? Upon hearing this question, Ash paused to look at Li Yi and said, Are you considering addressing this issue? Even ordinary demon hunters struggle against one or two supernatural beings, let alone a horde. Do you truly possess such strength? Li Yi nodded, asserting that with his current capabilities, confronting a multitude at once would indeed be advantageous. Do not worry. I speak with confidence in my own abilities. Ash suddenly felt he might be in the presence of a formidable figure. He was not some attractive woman for Li Yi to impress. Perhaps Li Yi truly did possess remarkable power. Since that is the case, allow me to inform you. Ash continued, there are currently a vast number of malevolent creatures gathering in New Orleans. Last month, Hurricane Katrina ravaged the coast upon its landfall in New Orleans, resulting in significant casualties. The ensuing chaos has attracted a multitude of dark beings, including vampires, werewolves, ghouls, and more. These dark entities are not only powerful, but also numerous, rendering many demon hunters ineffective against them. As Ash spoke, he retrieved the relevant information he had compiled from the computer. The Hurricane Katrina formed on August 23rd in the southeastern waters of the Bahamas, subsequently intensifying and making landfall in Florida and Louisiana. This tempest claimed the lives of at least 833 individuals, with economic damages reaching approximately $200 billion. The infrastructure suffered catastrophic destruction, leaving New Orleans in a state of disarray and societal order in chaos. At that time, the death toll in New Orleans was around 400 to 500. But that was not the primary concern. The ensuing chaos led to a surge in incidents of robbery and assault, resulting in even more injuries and fatalities. Law enforcement frequently clashed with looters, with both sides sustaining significant casualties. Even now, New Orleans remains engulfed in turmoil. Li Yi, upon reviewing the materials presented by Ash, could not help but reflect on the sheer horror of it all. It was akin to a hell on earth. The plight of the people in New Orleans was truly dire. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Li Yi, proclaiming, "The dark energies of the world are surging, disrupting the balance of nature. Hurricane Katrina is merely the beginning. Greater calamities may yet follow." Alan approached from behind, joined by Annie and Joe. Li Yi had long sensed Alan's arrival and pondered his words. A portent of the apocalypse? If the four horsemen were to be unleashed, indeed, the world could witness even more formidable disasters. In comparison, the casualties from Hurricane Katrina seemed trivial. Alan looked at Li Yi with a smile and remarked, "Had I known you were Annie's boyfriend, I would have treated you well last night." A smile also graced Li Yi's face as he replied, "I only found out recently. My presence last night was merely a coincidence. Otherwise, I would have brought Annie along." Annie turned to Li Yi and inquired, "So, are we heading to New Orleans next?" Li Yi nodded. For him, New Orleans represented a sanctuary. A visit there for training could significantly enhance his attributes. However, there was no rush. They could take their time to converse with Joe. Considering the prolonged chaos in New Orleans, an additional day or two would make little difference. Meanwhile, Alan furrowed his brow, cautioning Li Yi and Annie, "New Orleans is particularly perilous. It would be wise for you both to avoid going there." Concerned for the safety of the young couple, he reflected on the many demon hunters who had perished in New Orleans recently, including several formidable ones. Annie addressed Ellen, saying, "Aunt Ellen, thank you for your concern. Li possesses remarkable strength, and we shall face no peril." Annie understood that once Li Yi made a decision, it was typically immutable. Perhaps New Orleans held dangers. But could these dark creatures truly rival the demon lord in Dracula? Ellen gazed at the resolute Annie and Li Yi, sighing in resignation. She felt her attempts to persuade them were futile. Not long ago, she and William had shared the same unwavering belief that they could resolve any issue. It was only after William's demise that she came to realize the existence of formidable powers in this world. "I wish to join." Suddenly, Joe interjected, unwilling to miss this opportunity. In her 20s, she had yet to confront any extraordinary beings. "Nonsense. What do you mean by joining?" Before Li Yi could respond, Ellen promptly rebuked her. Joe was her only daughter. If anything were to befall her, what would be left for Ellen to live for? Over the years, had it not been for Joe, she would have sought out William long ago. Joe, with determination, retorted, "Am I destined to remain in this bar for eternity? What purpose does my life serve if it is merely to serve those demon hunters? Am I truly a person in my own right, or merely a vessel for your memories of father? Have you ever respected my thoughts?" Ellen was taken aback by Joe's words. The reprimand she intended to deliver caught in her throat. It dawned on her that she had been binding Joe to her side, neglecting her feelings. Joe was already in her 20s, older than Annie, yet she had never experienced love. She had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of the bar, spending every day by Ellen's side. Perhaps it was time to let go. Chapter 83. I want to get in the car. Faced with Ellen's familial matters, Li Yi felt it inappropriate to intervene. Ash, too, remained silent, fixated on the computer screen, engrossed in the news. Meanwhile, Annie quickly took hold of both Joe and Ellen's hands, urging, "Aunt Ellen, Joe, let us not quarrel or become upset. Let us discuss this calmly. We are all family." Turning to Joe, Annie said, "Joe, Aunt only worries for your safety. She does not wish to confine you. After living together for so many years, do you not understand her intentions?" Then, addressing Ellen, Annie continued, "Aunt Ellen, I comprehend your feelings and your desire to protect Joe from harm. However, Joe has grown. Has she not? Perhaps there are experiences she must undertake. She cannot remain forever sheltered beneath your wings." Alan sighed softly, his gaze tenderly fixed on Joe. "Joe, I apologize. As Annie mentioned, it was never my intention to bind you to my side. Over the years, I have indeed overlooked your feelings, and I shall be more mindful henceforth. However, New Orleans is far too perilous. I cannot consent to your going there." I would agree to any other destination, but New Orleans is simply out of the question. Although she had resolved to let Joe go, she was not entirely indifferent. To relinquish him entirely would only bring harm. The dark creatures in present-day New Orleans were abundant, and the threat extended beyond them. Humans posed an even greater danger. Annie cast a helpless glance at Joe, indicating her inability to assist further. Initially, Joe felt a flicker of joy at Alan's opening remarks, but with the final statement, her expression fell once more. With a cold huff, Joe turned and dashed back to her room. Observing her retreating figure, Alan chose silence. Angering her was preferable to losing her life in New Orleans. Annie, a trained exorcist with a family legacy and a certified license, would be safe in New Orleans, Alan believed. However, bringing along a burden like Joe was an entirely different matter. Alan was acutely aware of his daughter's abilities. As for Leah's strength, Alan was uncertain. But being Annie's boyfriend suggested he was not lacking in prowess. Alan looked at Annie and Li Yi with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, I've spoiled Joe," he said. "If you're not in a rush, why not have lunch before you depart?" Annie shook her head. "It's fine, we're not in a hurry. We can eat lunch first, can't we?" She glanced at Li Yi as she finished her sentence. Li Yi nodded, smiling at Alan. "Then we would be grateful, and Alan." During the meal, Joe seemed to remain in a sulky mood, not emerging from her room. Alan paid her no mind, allowing her to seclude herself. After a simple lunch, Li Yi and Annie prepared to head to New Orleans. Just as they were about to enter the highway, a girl carrying a bag halted their vehicle. Annie, surprised to see her, exclaimed, "Joe, what are you?" Joe smiled faintly at the two in the car. "You don't mind giving me a ride, do you?" Annie, concerned, replied, "You know Aunt Alan will be upset if you do this. Perhaps it would be best if you returned." Joe shrugged nonchalantly. "Let her be angry. I actually want to avenge my father, but how can I find the opportunity if I'm stuck in a bar? Only by venturing forth to hunt demons can one truly grow, and perhaps even locate the vampire that took my father's life all those years ago. Furthermore, the lecherous gazes of the men at the bar repulse me. I yearn to avoid such encounters. Annie, will you take me or not?" Li Yi implored Annie, urging her to allow Joe to join them. Even in the absence of their presence, Joe would undoubtedly sneak out later. It would be far safer to accompany them rather than trailing behind the inept duo of Sam and Dean. With Li Yi's insistence, Annie had no choice but to let Joe into the car. Once inside, Joe expressed her dissatisfaction to Annie, saying, "I can't believe you, my dear sister, are less understanding than your boyfriend." "Li, thank you." Joe flashed a radiant smile at Li Yi, her vivacity shining through. As the car set off once more towards New Orleans, Annie retorted dismissively, "Joe, I am withholding you for your own good. Otherwise, when you encounter those dark beings, you might find yourself utterly terrified." Joe was undeterred by Annie's admonitions. Having grown up in the demon-hunting community, she was well accustomed to various horrors. With a huff, she replied, "Annie, are we still best friends?" Annie's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing her delight as she responded, "Of course we are. But isn't that what best friends are for, to challenge each other?" Li Yi couldn't help but smile at their playful banter. For hours later, the trio arrived on the outskirts of New Orleans. Temporary shelters sprang up everywhere, built to accommodate those rendered homeless by disaster. Rescue workers navigated the area, while police and military personnel patrolled, maintaining a semblance of order. However, upon entering the city, they were greeted by a scene of desolation, damaged buildings and few clean, intact streets. The air was thick with the stench of decay and dampness, remnants of mud still visible. Aimless figures wandered about, their predatory gazes scrutinizing passers-by. Faced with this grim reality, the two women ceased their light-hearted exchanges. The state of New Orleans was far more dire than they had anticipated, casting a pall over their spirits. Some of the loitering individuals eyed the approaching Jeep Grand Cherokee with ill intent. Upon noticing the three young women inside, their eyes gleamed with interest. A few among them seemed restless, whispering amongst themselves as if plotting something. Realizing the potential danger, Annie pressed the accelerator, increasing their speed. Joe, ever vigilant, drew her pistol, prepared to act should any ill-intentioned individuals approach. Nevertheless, the Grand Cherokee did not halt, leaving the onlookers with no recourse but to watch helplessly. It was not until they neared the city center that the atmosphere began to improve slightly. The debris and sludge on the streets have been thoroughly cleared, and some individuals are bustling about. The presence of police patrols has notably increased, and several shops have begun to reopen. The current scene appears less chaotic than before. It hardly resembles a state of utter disorder. What shall we do next? And inquired of Li Yi as she gazed at the surroundings. Li Yi, sensing an unusual vitality in the atmosphere, replied with a cold smile, "It is still daylight, and they certainly do not dare to emerge recklessly. Once night falls, the darkness will bring forth a different kind of liveliness. Let us find a place to wait for now." Chapter 84. The Music Festival. Despite the severe devastation in New Orleans, nearly one-third of the city remains relatively intact. Presently, many shops in the French Quarter and downtown are gradually resuming operations, and the trio found it quite effortless to secure a hotel. While they were checking in, the front desk staff casually asked, "Are you here to attend the music festival?" Li Yi was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, ready to deny it, but Joe interjected, "Yes, are many people attending? Where is it being held this time?" Given Joe's response, Li Yi and in allowed her to continue. The front desk staff responded, "There are indeed quite a number of participants. Many wish to let loose after Hurricane Katrina. This year's festival will take place during the day at Louis Armstrong Park and in the evening on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter." After completing their check-in, the staff smiled and wished them an enjoyable time. The festival not only serves as a means for the residents of New Orleans to release their pent-up emotions, but also aims to attract tourists and stimulate economic recovery. Therefore, the area is prioritized for cleanup post-disaster, where downtown and the French Quarter intended to welcome visitors and host the festival. Once inside their room, Joe explained, "New Orleans has a penchant for hosting various music festivals as a strategy to draw tourists. There was originally a summer festival in honor of the city's most renowned native son, Louis Armstrong, but it could not take place due to the hurricane. Now they wish to revive the festival, and it is certain that many will attend, including those dark creatures who will not miss this opportunity. We can go to the site to trace their movements and eliminate them." Li Yi, smiling, praised, "Joe, you are quite knowledgeable. In that case, we shall go tonight." As night descended, the trio engaged in a game of poker in their hotel room on the top floor. The sound of applause echoed continuously as Li Yi and Annie reveled in their merriment, while only Xiao appeared to be in a state of despair, hurling her playing cards onto the table with a sharp crack. "Why am I so unfortunate? I've lost again. Are you two conspiring against me?" Xiao's face was plastered with sticky notes, her suspicious gaze flitting between the relatively unblemished visages of Li Yi and Annie. Observing their barely contained mirth, her doubts only deepened. Annie replied, "It's merely your unfortunate luck. How can you blame us?" In a fit of frustration, Xiao ripped the notes from her face. "I'm done. It's dark. We must set off." She opened her satchel, arming herself with precision. The dagger nestled within her boot, silver bullets, salt rounds, and a crucifix were meticulously checked once more. Yet, upon preparing, she noticed that Li Yi and Annie had made no such effort, and, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you two going to prepare?" Annie shook her head, stating, "We possess superior means. These items are unnecessary." Without even considering Li Yi's prowess, Annie herself had undergone a significant transformation upon awakening her lineage, resulting in a substantial enhancement of her physical abilities and an impressive surge in her strength. She could even wield telekinetic powers and divine abilities, rendering ordinary firearms and melee weapons relatively trivial threats. However, compared to Li Yi, her abilities seemed somewhat lacking, and he seldom granted her the opportunity to take action. If she could not contend with the enemies that Li Yi faced, then no amount of superior weaponry would suffice. Confounded and filled with lingering questions, Xiao followed the pair downstairs. The music festival drew throngs of revelers to the streets even in the evening, predominantly young people and couples hand in hand, their faces aglow with smiles as they made their way toward Bourbon Street. Annie absorbed the vibrant atmosphere around her, instinctively taking hold of Li Yi's hand. Yet, as she sought to nestle closer to him, she was unexpectedly met by Xiao, who had linked her other arm. Annoyed, Annie thought, "I should have left her behind." Ignoring Annie's glances, Xiao remarked, "What's wrong with embracing my good friend?" Annie shrugged off Xiao's arm, exclaiming, "Don't cling to me. Go embrace someone else." Undeterred by Annie's disdain, Xiao walked alongside them, scanning the crowd in search of any lurking dark entities. As they approached Bourbon Street, the faint sounds of revelry began to resonate. Bourbon Street is one of the birthplaces of jazz in New Orleans, lined with numerous stages for performances. The district is replete with bars that host live music, making them vital venues for the festival. The music festival unfolds, with numerous souvenirs commemorating Armstrong available for purchase along the streets. A contingent of police officers, alongside individuals suspected to be gang members, maintains order. Li Yi, enveloped by the atmosphere, is taken aback. Among those enforcing the peace are vampires, more than a mere handful. Indeed, there are over a dozen ensuring compliance. What an extraordinary situation. These vampires include both Caucasian and African descent, ruthlessly confronting any would-be troublemakers. Even the black vampires do not hesitate to deliver a thorough beating to any hockey high attempting to steal or rob. In the face of the vampire's superior physical prowess, the hockey high are utterly defenseless, left bloodied and toothless. The human officers, witnessing this spectacle, do not intervene. Rather, they engage in jovial banter with some of the vampires. Li Yi gazes at the intricate dynamics of Bourbon Street, perplexed. He finds himself uncertain whether these vampires are benevolent or malevolent. The close familiarity between the police and the vampires suggests that the authorities might be aware of their existence, perhaps even cooperating with them. It raises the possibility that the entire city of New Orleans is under the vampires' dominion, granting them absolute power within its boundaries. After some contemplation, Li Yi resolves to observe further before taking any action. Li, what have you discovered? And, gripping Li Yi's hand, notices a subtle shift in his expression and leans in to whisper in his ear. I'll explain later. After Li Yi and Joe meander through Bourbon Street and its bars, they retreat into a shadowy alley. The presence of over a dozen vampires on Bourbon Street, coupled with the multitude within the bars, is staggering. Even among the performers on stage, vampires are evident, and Joe are taken aback by Li Yi's revelation. If one block harbors dozens of vampires, how many must exist throughout all of New Orleans? At this moment, Joe's confidence wanes, prompting her to ask Li Yi and Anne, what should we do now? Should we head back for now? Faced with such a plethora of vampires, she is not foolish enough to rush in recklessly. Though she yearns to hunt demons, she is acutely aware of her own limitations. Li Yi shakes his head, stating, while dealing with these vampires may be straightforward, we must first comprehend the situation at hand. It is evident that these vampires are part of an organization, and there are likely larger players behind them. Just then, a hockey high approaches the alley, walking directly towards them. Joe, sensing the threat, draws her firearm and warns, stop. Do not come any closer. Li Yi restrains Joe's hand, signaling her to hold her fire. In astonishment, Xiao gazed at Li Yi, uncertain of his intentions. Li Yi turned to the dark-skinned vampire and inquired nonchalantly, pray tell, why are there so many vampires here? As he prepared to depart, Li Yi exerted his mental control over one of the vampires. The most straightforward approach was to inquire directly. If these vampires were benign, he would spare them. If they were malevolent, he would not hold back. The vampire, under Li Yi's command, responded, we are all subordinates of Marcel, transformed into vampires by him, ruling over the entirety of New Orleans. Xiao stood frozen, her mouth agape in shock. It was not only Li Yi's extraordinary ability that astonished her, but also the revelation from the vampire that struck her profoundly. Chapter 85, Resurrection. Xiao had previously been aware of the existence of vampires in New Orleans, yet the specifics eluded her. She had not anticipated that the entire city was under the vampire's dominion. Her insistence on accompanying Annie and Li Yi stemmed from a desire to investigate the intricacies of the vampire situation in New Orleans. She was aware that her father's death was linked to vampires, yet Alan had steadfastly refused to divulge the details. Over the years, he had even prohibited her from venturing out, restricting her involvement in monster hunting. Clearly, Alan was cognizant of the situation in New Orleans, which is why he had dissuaded her from coming. Moreover, he likely understood the futility of revenge, thus withholding the truth from her. Marcel? Vampires? New Orleans? Upon hearing the dark vampire's words, Li Yi was immediately reminded of that chaotic lineage. When he had witnessed the convoluted relationships in the first season, wherein a brother fell in love with his sister-in-law, and the feelings exchanged between a foster father and his foster son's girlfriend, he had found it overwhelming and had little desire to continue watching. It was simply too explosive. Li Yi continued to question the dark vampire. Do you know Klaus, Elijah, and Rebecca? Where are they now? The black vampire replied with an expressionless demeanor. They are the original vampires, who once ruled over New Orleans, but later departed. I am unaware of their current whereabouts. Li Yi pondered this information. It seemed that Klaus and his kin had yet to return. Presently, the only somewhat formidable vampire in this locale was Marcel, while the others posed little threat. The vampires of Klaus's lineage still possessed some strength, primarily due to their remarkable speed, which was nearly comparable to a limited form of teleportation. However, that was where their advantages ceased. Li Yi held greater regard for the witches, whose abilities could manipulate the natural order. Having acquired the essential information, the time for the vampire's judgment had arrived. How many people's blood have you consumed? How many lives have you taken? What other heinous acts have been committed? Li Yi was aware that the vampires here were devoid of virtue, yet to illustrate this to the two women, he posed a few inquiries. The dark-skinned vampire, upon hearing Li Yi's question, candidly divulged all his misdeeds. I can scarcely recall how many lives I have drained, having slain over 20 individuals, most of whom defied Marcel's dominion and thus deserved death. Furthermore, we have violated numerous tourists, erasing their memories post-act. Previously, I had assaulted young girls, women, and the elderly back in my hometown, but fleeing to New Orleans became my only option. Li Yi was not surprised by the dark vampire's actions. Marcel and Klaus were inherently malevolent beings. Klaus had previously taken pleasure in killing ordinary people for mere amusement. Their prolonged existence and formidable power had long since led them to regard themselves as godlike entities, viewing ordinary humans merely as sustenance. Annie and Joe were filled with rage upon hearing the vampire's account, almost wishing to dismantle the vile creature before them. Li Yi, growing impatient with the sordid tale, found the term scum insufficient to describe this wretch. As he contemplated ending the vampire's life, a thought struck him, and he turned to Joe. You should kill him. Joe, wide-eyed and pointing at herself, questioned me. Li Yi nodded, intending to conduct an experiment to validate his hypothesis. Receiving Li Yi's affirmation, Joe unsheathed a silver dagger from her boot without hesitation. She then forcefully plunged it into the vampire's heart. Feeling unsatisfied, she swiftly struck a few more blows. Her expression grimaced with fury. However, after several stabs, the vampire remained unscathed. Klaus's lineage of vampires was impervious to silver and even to a pierced heart. Specific weapons or extraordinary power were required to ensure their demise, or alternatively, a swift decapitation. Observing the still-living vampire, Li Yi summoned a replica of the Heavenly Master's sword and handed it to Joe, instructing, sever his head. Joe stared in astonishment at the conjured sword. Magic? Sorcery? At that moment, she began to grasp why the two of them did not require full armament like herself to vanquish evil. Under Li Yi's watchful gaze, Joe accepted the long sword. With a swift motion, she effortlessly severed the vampire's head as if slicing through tofu. The head, resembling a black egg, rolled twice on the ground, its eyes still wide open and devoid of expression. Under Li Yi's formidable mental control, even with his head severed, the vampire did not flinch. Epitomizing the essence of a hardened warrior, the headless body collapsed, blood gushing forth. Observing the scattered attributes, Li Yi approached without picking them up, instead attuning himself to the soul within the black ghost. The ebbing vitality of the physical form caused the ghost's spirit to begin its detachment. The ethereal soul that materialized appeared utterly dazed, lacking any semblance of agility or communicative ability. Once the dark soul vacated its corporeal shell, it yearned to drift aimlessly. Noticing this, Li Yi swiftly seized it. What are you doing, Li? Xiao, unable to perceive the presence of the soul, was oblivious to Li Yi's actions in the void. However, Annie, awakened to her bloodline, discerned the black ghost spirit. Although she did not comprehend Li Yi's intentions, she was certain he had his reasons. Approaching Xiao, Annie whispered, Shu, hold your questions for now. Just observe. Without offering an explanation, Li Yi summoned his telekinetic prowess, reattaching the black ghost's head to its body. Channeling the healing abilities of an angel, he swept his hand over the ghost's form. Blood, as though time were reversing, flowed back into the body, and the severed neck healed rapidly, returning to its original state. The body was restored. Yet the soul in Li Yi's grasp showed no inclination to return to its corporeal form. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yi infused the body with a modicum of life force. With this infusion, he sensed the soul's desire to reunite with the black ghostess form. Releasing the spirit, it immediately plunged back into the body under the gravitational pull of its flesh. From Li Yi's unique perspective, the scattered attribute orbs astonishingly re-entered the black ghost's corporeal vessel. As these orbs surged back in, the black ghost was completely resurrected. Once revived, the black ghost stirred, standing up in a state of bewilderment. Just as it seemed about to speak, Li Yi exerted control, rendering it expressionless and stationary. Xiao, sword in hand, stared numbly at the unfolding scene. Was she dreaming? Could a severed head truly be reattached? Could the deceased return to life? Who was Li Yi, an angel or a demon? She was beset by a torrent of questions but refrained from voicing them, recalling Annie's counsel. Glancing at Xiao, Li Yi instructed, "You may sever his head once more." At his words, Xiao snapped back to reality, refraining from asking why. With a swift motion, her sword struck, and the black ghost's head fell again. Under Li Ye's watchful gaze, first the orb of life essence fell, followed by that of physical constitution. When the orb of spiritual essence began to detach, the black ghost's soul instinctively sought to escape its body. These attribute orbs fell in rapid succession, so quickly that without careful observation, they would be nearly indistinguishable. Li Yi once again seized the soul of the dark spirit, collecting the attributes it had shed: life 50, spirit 20, constitution 40, dark bloodline 30. Chapter 86. Marcel's mansion. Li Yi meticulously restored the dark spirit's body, infusing it with a single point of life. However, this time he distinctly sensed that the corporeal connection to the spirit had become faint, almost imperceptible. It appeared that as long as these attributes had not dissipated, they maintained a certain bond with the body, even allowing for the possibility of reintegration. Li Yi forcefully pressed the dark spirit's soul back into the body. Yet there was no response. As time elapsed, the life essence he had imparted dissipated into nothingness. In this fleeting moment, the body became suffused with a stench of decay, losing its vitality as if it had been lifeless for an eternity. With a flicker of thought, the sword of the celestial master flew into his grasp. He then severed the dark spirit's head once more, and the system's notification sounded in his mind. Source essence 100. Yet this time, no soul emerged from the body of the dark spirit. Observing the soul's complete absence, Li Yi felt a heaviness in his heart. Although he had long understood that the source essence extracted by the system resided within the soul, witnessing the dark spirit's essence utterly dissipate stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Yet, it was perhaps for the best. This spared him the need for an exorcism, eliminating the possibility of retribution from others seeking vengeance through summoning. Li Yi sheathed the sword of the celestial master and addressed Annie and Joe. "Let us return for now." Having spent considerable time with Li Yi, Annie had grown accustomed to his enigmatic nature. However, true to Li Yi's style, it was evident that all these malevolent beings must be eradicated. The decision to retreat now caught her by surprise. "Aren't we going to deal with those vampires?" Sensing the lively atmosphere outside, Li Yi replied to Annie, "Of course, but not at this moment. I will find an opportunity to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. We shall return later." Although Marcel was a vampire who ruled New Orleans through brute force, it was undeniable that during this music festival, the vampires played a significant role in maintaining order. They dealt with thieves and robbers with greater severity than the police, proving far more effective. Without the vampires to uphold order, the festival would undoubtedly descend into chaos. It was prudent to wait until the conclusion of the evening's festivities before contemplating their annihilation. There was no need for haste. Joe followed Li Yi and Annie back to the hotel in silence, the atmosphere along the way remarkably subdued. The hotel they had booked was located in the French Quarter, not far from Bourbon Street. Through the window of the hotel room, the lively atmosphere of the music festival was clearly visible. After a prolonged silence, Xiao fixed her gaze on Li Yi and, with wide-open eyes, inquired, "Li, who exactly are you?" Although she had encountered individuals possessing extraordinary powers before, she had never met anyone quite like Li Yi. He seemed capable of controlling the minds of others, conjuring objects from thin air, resurrecting the deceased, and even wielding telekinesis. To possess even one of these abilities was astonishing. To have so many concentrated in a single individual was beyond comprehension. Just how formidable must Li Yi be? With a smile, Li Yi responded, "You may consider me akin to a witch." Sensing Li Yi's reluctance to elaborate further, Xiao wisely refrained from pressing the matter. To do so would be impolite. And then explained to Xiao, "You should understand, Xiao, that there are many individuals in this world with special bloodlines. Li and I are among those who have awakened such bloodlines and acquired remarkable abilities." Xiao, taken aback, exclaimed, "And your bloodline has awakened?" She had thought that Li Ye's presence had been a tremendous shock, only to discover that, and had also awakened her bloodline. "Indeed," and affirmed, "after awakening my bloodline, I too have gained some extraordinary abilities." She then proceeded to demonstrate her powers, leaving Xiao in awe and filled with envy. "I thought we were all the same." But it turns out you all have extraordinary advantages. The music festival continued until 11 in the evening, after which the crowd gradually dispersed. The trio, led by a white vampire, arrived at 1006 Royal Street in the French Quarter. This was the grand mansion of Marcel, where he resided and which also served as the stronghold for vampires. The mansion, designed in an elegant European style, combined Baroque and Gothic elements, showcasing tall Roman columns, intricately carved railings, and pointed architectural designs that exuded opulence and solemnity. From the upper floors, one could gaze upon the cityscape of New Orleans, taking in the dazzling lights and vibrant streets below. However, having experienced Dracula's frozen castle, Li Yi and found this mansion to be of an entirely different caliber in comparison. Xiao, on the other hand, looked around with curiosity, noting that it was far more luxurious than her roadside bar. Although it was nighttime, the lighting within the mansion allowed the visitors to clearly see their surroundings. At that moment, in the grand hall of the mansion, the dismembered body of a black man lay before a gathering of vampires. Marcel gazed sorrowfully and angrily at his fallen comrade, pondering who could have slain Jim and urging for the perpetrator to be found swiftly. One of Marcel's black subordinates, Diego, spoke up. It could very well be the work of those witches. Jim has completely lost the essence of life within him. There is no vitality left in his body. Who else could accomplish such a feat, if not the witches? As for those overconfident demon hunters, they lack the power to achieve this. Although silver and holy water may inflict pain upon them, they cannot kill them. Their speed and regenerative abilities are remarkably strong. The movements of the demon hunters appear as slow as a snail in their eyes. The demon hunters pose no threat to them, which is precisely why they are able to dominate New Orleans. Only witches endowed with supernatural powers can bring about their demise. Upon hearing this, Marcel scoffed. Witches? Which witches do you suspect might be responsible? New Orleans is a melting pot of supernatural beings, and there are numerous witch covens. Diego pondered for a moment and replied, the most likely culprits are the witches living near the cemetery in the French Quarter. They have long harbored discontent towards your rule, boss. We have previously killed some of their kin, and now they may be seeking revenge against us. As for the Salem witches on Jackson Avenue in the Garden District, we have had no conflict with them, so they have no reason to harm our people. Marcel nodded, his thoughts aligning closely with Diego's. The number of Salem witches in the Garden District is too few, and their supreme witch has little interest in controlling the city. Thus he had no desire to provoke them. Furthermore, the power of the supreme witch instilled a sense of caution within him. He believed that even the progenitor of vampires would find no advantage against her. She possesses abilities such as flame manipulation, instantaneous teleportation, telepathy, resurrection, divination, psychokinesis, and the ability to enter the realm of the deceased. Other than the supreme witch, Marcel had seldom heard of any being endowed with such a plethora of powers. Eliminating the Salem witches and the demon hunters, it was only the witches residing in the French Quarter who frequently clashed with them. Marcel addressed Diego. If they dare to kill our people now, they must have some form of support. Go and probe them. Demand that they hand over the murderer and observe their reaction. Remember, do not act recklessly. We must ascertain their true nature and prepare adequately before retaliating severely. At that moment, a calm voice resonated from outside. No need to probe. It was I who killed him. The composed yet audacious voice captured the attention of the vampires within the room, compelling them to turn their gazes toward the entrance. There, accompanied by a vampire, Li Yi and his companions entered the hall with unhurried steps. Faced with so many vampires, their expressions revealed no trace of fear. In his hand, Li Yi idly toyed with two plants he had casually plucked from the garden, their leaves withering and sparse. The vampire Thierry, standing beside Marcel, inquired sharply of the vampire who had led Li Yi in. Devins, what are you doing? Who are these people? Devins, his subordinate, usually maintained order outside. This was their stronghold, and strangers were not permitted entry without their consent. Devon's breach of protocol left Marcel visibly disgraced. With a grave expression, Marcel surveyed Li Yi and his companions, addressing Thierry. Fool, can you not see? Devons has been subdued by those three. What do you think he can do now? The ability to hypnotize and control vampires was a power that even Marcel found daunting. It is worth noting that among their kind, few possessed the capability to hypnotize others. Li Yi smiled lightly and said to the vampire who had brought them, Oh, your name is Devons? Thank you for escorting me. As a token of my gratitude, allow me to wish you death. As he spoke, Li Yi activated his life-draining ability. The complexion of the vampire who had led them shifted rapidly to a pallid hue. Li Ye's vitality surged by 50 points, accompanied by a chime in his mind from the system. Source quality 100, spirit 20, constitution 40, dark bloodline 30. Despite losing his life, Devons remained upright, frozen like a lifeless corpse. With a mere thought, Li Yi revitalized the withered plants in his hands. Like a dead tree springing back to life, tender shoots began to sprout, swiftly unfurling into verdant leaves. Buds emerged, ultimately blossoming into 2 exquisite moon roses, a species native to France, resembling roses in form. As Li Yi reveled in the efficacy of this seemingly trivial ability, he realized its immense utility. Reviving the 2 withered branches into blooming flowers cost him not a fraction of his vitality. In comparison to human life force, the vitality required by plants was minimal. A single point could render a patch of flora remarkably lush. Li Yi deftly trimmed the excess branches from the moon roses and, with gentlemanly grace, presented one to and the other to Zhou, smiling gently. "For you both." Zhou stood in stunned silence, taking in the scene within the hall, where all the vampires had become eerily expressionless. Even Marcel, who had been speaking moments before, fell silent, his demeanor mirroring that of the vampire who had led them in. Was Li Ye's power not somewhat absurd? To control so many vampires in an instant? Is this how demon hunters operate? And gazed at the beautiful flowers before her, a joyful smile gracing her face. Accepting the blossoms from Li Yi, she exclaimed with delight, "Li, thank you. These flowers are truly exquisite." Li Yi, with a serious expression, replied, "You are even more beautiful than the flowers." Upon hearing his words, a shy smile spread across An's face. His praise filled her with immense happiness as she inhaled the fragrant aroma of the roses. With such a powerful boyfriend, who also possessed the gift of eloquence, and felt profoundly fortunate. At that moment, Xiao, having been roused by Li Ye's voice, instinctively accepted the flowers. Flowers? Where did these come from? Li Yi strolled slowly towards Marcel, whom he had under his control. Observing the vampires present, Li Yi perceived that their mental strength generally exceeded 50 points, with many reaching 100. A select few boasted mental fortitude surpassing 200 points, remaining close to Marcel as his capable aides. As for Marcel, his mental strength exceeded 500 points. After clearing the dwarven tribe from the ancient frozen castle, Li Ye's mental attribute soared to 40,000. Collectively, the mental prowess of these vampires did not exceed 10,000, rendering them utterly defenseless against Li Ye's mind control. Although this ability could only dominate those with significantly lower mental strength, subduing these vampires was effortlessly simple, posing no challenge for Li Yi. Within the grand hall stood over 40 vampires, essentially Marcel's elite subordinates. Frequently engaged in high-stakes confrontations, their adversaries were either demons or formidable opponents like Dagu. Li Yi felt as though he had entered a novice village to easily vanquish foes. Li Yi inquired of Marcel, "Aside from here, how many vampires are there in New Orleans? What are they doing?" Although Li Yi possessed the capability to directly delve into others' memories, he preferred not to employ such methods. Who could say how many distasteful memories resided within another's soul? What if the subject's memories harbored peculiarities akin to those of Lao Ba or Nantong? In this land of beauty, individuals with unique inclinations were not uncommon. Take Marcel, the hockey black vampire, for instance. Having lived for centuries, his memories were exceptionally intricate. In the absence of necessity, Li Yi would refrain from soul-searching. Throughout New Orleans, over 500 vampires inhabited various districts, collaborating with the police to maintain order, eliminate certain external dark entities, and deal with disobedient humans. Li Yi was somewhat taken aback by Marcel's response. Vampires had ruled New Orleans for centuries. More than 90 years ago, when Klaus and his 2 companions departed, Marcel continued to govern New Orleans. Over the years, they have long established their own order. However, given the formidable power of the vampires, why have they only managed to dominate New Orleans for so long? Is there something that restrains them? Li Yi pondered and inquired of Marcel, "Are you aware of the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Bureau?" Upon hearing Li Ye's question, Marcel responded with an impassive expression, "Yes. Long ago, our influence extended into other cities. However, the emergence of the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Bureau has consistently eradicated our members. Later, due to the rise of the Crescent Society, the Bureau lacked the resources to confront us further. Thus, they reached an agreement, permitting us to operate in New Orleans." but strictly within its confines, leaving other cities untouched. With the vampire's ability to convert others, it is exceedingly simple to create more companions. While vampires indeed have their vulnerabilities, such as a fear of sunlight and the need to consume blood, their advantages far outweigh these drawbacks. Firstly, their immortality is a coveted ability for many. Secondly, they possess immense strength, terrifying speed, and remarkable regenerative capabilities. In light of these powers, numerous individuals willingly desire to become vampires. Li remarked that the vampires had been in control of New Orleans for so long, it was impossible for the higher authorities to be oblivious. It turns out they had received permission from above. If the higher-ups truly wished to eradicate these vampires, they could certainly accomplish it. Although these vampires are formidable against ordinary humans, they are not insurmountable. Chapter 88. The Michelson Witches. However, the Crescent Society? Li knew of the Crescent Society, seemingly linked to the individual with the small mustache, but his knowledge was limited. Having lived for 2 centuries, Marcel should possess more insights. Li pressed Marcel further. Share what you know about the Crescent Society. Marcel, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied, The Crescent Society is rumored to have originated from Atlantis, and it is a remarkably powerful organization. Hitler was among its ranks. With the support of the Crescent Society, he formed a formidable supernatural army with aspirations of world domination. Even after Hitler's demise, the Crescent Society was not extinguished. They continued to operate in the shadows, seeking to resurrect him. The Crescent Society is known to exploit the powers of witches to create undead armies. The Supernatural Investigation and Defense Bureau's allowance for our activities in New Orleans is also a hope that we could eliminate the witches residing here. Listening to Marcel's account, Li fell into deep contemplation. He had not previously encountered anyone from the Crescent Society, nor did he know the extent of their members' strength. Although the notion of an undead army sounds fearsome, it may also harbor significant flaws. After all, how could the individual with the small mustache have failed? Furthermore, no matter how numerous the extraordinary army may be, it is ultimately the elite power that holds significance. Take the vampires here, for instance. Li stands motionless, impervious to their attempts to breach his defenses. In the face of a formidable adversary, sheer numbers amount to nothing more than a swarm of ants. Although New Orleans is under the dominion of vampires, the witches have not been eradicated. These witches possess the ability to commune with nature, even instigating natural changes, indicating their considerable strength. However, their powers are not formidable enough. Otherwise, how could the vampires maintain their rule? Observing the group of vampires before him, Li commanded, Summon your subordinates. Upon hearing his directive, the vampires began to retrieve their phones to contact their minions. At that moment, Annie and Joe comprehended that Li intended to ensnare all the vampires in New Orleans in one fell swoop. They had overheard Marcel's earlier remarks, revealing that these vampires were collaborating with the police to uphold the order in New Orleans. If all the vampires were to be exterminated, would that not plunge New Orleans into chaos? Joe, with a hint of concern, inquired, Li, are you truly intent on eliminating all the vampires here? What will become of New Orleans' safety? Li nodded and replied, Indeed, these vampires are not innocent. Their strength is derived from the blood of countless victims. To strengthen himself, Li naturally had to eliminate these vampires. As for the so-called maintenance of order, a cold smile played on his lips as he disdainfully remarked, Do not be swayed by the words of Marcel and his kin. Although I may control them, their utterances are merely reflections of their own interests. Consider this. Are they preserving order, or are they safeguarding their dominion? In their eyes, New Orleans is their territory, and they will not tolerate any encroachment by the extraordinary. Li turned to Marcel and posed a question. If someone were to challenge your rule, even if that individual were virtuous, what would you do? Marcel promptly replied, Naturally. We would eliminate them. We are the masters of New Orleans, and all must submit to us. Li then faced Annie and Joe, continuing, In the eyes of these vampires, there exists only allegiance, not morality. Anyone opposing them is deemed an enemy, regardless of whether they are good or evil. Can Marcel attain such power without the consumption of blood? And as for public safety, are the police truly inept? What purpose do they serve if they receive wages? Other cities thrive without the governance of vampires, do they not? Marcel and his subordinates have indeed contributed to maintaining order in New Orleans. However, they perceive this city as their territory, which they naturally endeavor to cultivate. By fostering a welcoming environment, they aim to attract a greater influx of tourists. for sustainable development. They drain the vitality of their visitors without extinguishing their lives. Instead, they erase their memories. Yet, with 500 to 600 vampires inhabiting New Orleans, how many tourists are necessary to sustain them? Are those drained tourists truly innocent? If even Marcel resorts to murder for sustenance, how benevolent could his underlings possibly be? As the elite vampires convene in the hall, the entirety of New Orleans' vampiric populace begins to converge upon the French Quarter. Although the exact purpose of this gathering remains shrouded in mystery, the sheer magnitude of the assembly suggests a matter of life and death. The summoned vampires, aware of the gravity of the situation, hasten towards the French Quarter. Such a large-scale mobilization inevitably attracts attention, particularly among the witches gathered near the swamp at the Witches' Cemetery in the French Quarter, their expressions grave. One of the elder witches, Agnes, inquired, "Could it be that the vampires are planning an assault on us?" Another elder, Elena Olsen, responded, "Our barrier is fortified by the magic of generations of witches. With Marcel's strength, a direct assault is beyond his capabilities. Even if their progenitor were to return, he would find it insurmountable." Bastiana Natalia, her countenance grave, remarked, "Yet we cannot remain within this barrier indefinitely. Should the progenitor of vampires truly return, we, the Michelson witches, lack the formidable power to stand against him. I propose we initiate the harvest ritual to commune with the spirits of our ancestors, beseeching them for the strength to combat the vampire progenitor. Who supports my proposal? And who opposes it?" Upon hearing Bastiana's words, the other witches nodded in agreement. Elder Agnes reflected somberly. "It has been 3 centuries since our last harvest ritual, and the power of the Michelson witches has waned considerably. It has become increasingly challenging to contend with the vampires. If only we could have the protection of the Supreme Witch, like the witches of Salem, we would not fear these vampires." Agnes's words cast a pall over the assembly. They were not of the Salem lineage. The Supreme Witch had no obligation to shield them. They possessed their own pride and were reluctant to submit to another's leadership. Additionally, following the Salem witch trials, the bloodline of Salem witches had become tainted by curses. Among the most malevolent of curses is the Black Widow's curse, which dictates that upon awakening their bloodline, one's partner shall perish in the process of lineage continuation. This curse has resulted in a significant decline in the emergence of new witches among the Salem coven, leading to a depletion of talent. It is likely that only a witch could cast such a curse, but which witch could it be? Surely, it cannot be the Salem witches themselves. The existence of these curses has engendered a profound skepticism among the Salem witches towards their counterparts from other traditions. Even when seeking refuge, it is highly improbable that the Supreme Witch of Salem would offer them sanctuary. Thus, after many years, although witches from both systems reside in New Orleans, their relations remain decidedly unfriendly. Chapter 89. The discovery of a cockroach in the garden outside the mansion. Over 600 vampires stood in orderly formation upon the open ground. Behind each elite vampire, a dozen or so ordinary vampires stood quietly, refraining from excessive conversation. Some among them bore expressions of unease, while others appeared rather pleased. Previously, there were those who dared to inquire about the matter at hand, only to be met with a violent reprimand. Witnessing the aftermath of such a beating, the remaining vampires were deterred from further questioning. As the ruler of New Orleans, Marcel's mansion boasted a garden spacious enough to accommodate the tightly clustered assembly of over 600 vampires. Within the grand hall of the mansion, Lee reclined upon a sofa, flanked by Annie and Joe, while Marcel stood by, awaiting Lie's instructions. Lee turned to Marcel and inquired, "Are all the vampires present?" Originally, there were only over 500 ordinary vampires, but the elite vampires had summoned nearly 600 through their calls. It was astonishing how Marcel's subordinates had covertly transformed additional vampires without his knowledge, indicating the extent of their secrecy. Now, with these leaders under Lie's control, they had collectively summoned the hidden vampires. It was through a combination of coaxing and intimidation that these hidden vampires were brought forth, for otherwise, they would not have dared to approach. Some vampires had already fled beyond the borders of New Orleans, and Lee was indifferent to their fate. Those who had the audacity to escape would naturally not return. Why would one call them back, only for them to return to their demise? Marcel, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied, "We are nearly complete. I keep a mental tally of how many vampires have been transformed throughout New Orleans, but there are still some whom I am unaware of. My subordinates may have secretly transformed their relatives or friends without my permission. Marcel's ability to govern New Orleans is not solely reliant on brute force. He even regarded the powers of vampires as a resource to be traded for mutual benefit with humans. He strictly controlled the population of vampires. And should anyone disobey by covertly converting others into vampires, he would ruthlessly eliminate them. An excessive number of vampires would burden the city, creating a vicious cycle. Much like a piece of land, there exists a finite capacity to sustain its population. The same holds true for the vampires of New Orleans. The city's populace can only support a limited number of them. Once drained, a human requires 20 to 30 days to recuperate, and prior to the disaster, the population of New Orleans exceeded 400,000. Logically, this could sustain over 10,000 vampires, yet the current count of 500 is indeed rather meager. However, among these 400,000 individuals are men, women, and children of all ages, many of whom do not meet the criteria for sustenance. As vampires, they do not consume just any blood. Those afflicted with ailments such as cancer, AIDS, or syphilis have blood that is unpalatable and may even induce illness. Furthermore, it is inconceivable that they would prey upon infants, children, or the elderly. If they dared to do so, they would have been eradicated long ago. This scrutiny drastically reduces the pool of potential donors. Although Marcel has commanded a prohibition on the clandestine conversion of vampires, some of his subordinates still covertly engage in it. They yearn for the enduring companionship of their loved ones, seeking familial and friendly bonds. Marcel remains oblivious to this faction of vampires, as his subordinates keep their actions shrouded in secrecy. After all, should Marcel discover their transgressions, their lives would be forfeit. Li Yi, sensing the myriad life forces outside, slowly stepped out. Annie and Joe trailed behind him, while Marcel, with a stoic expression, followed suit. The vampires in the garden awaited Marcel's emergence. The vampire leaders had previously informed them that Marcel was now aware of their existence and was prepared to accept their identities. They urged them to come forth swiftly, lest they face Marcel's wrath. Under this blend of coaxing and intimidation, these vampires approached with trepidation. To their astonishment, the first to emerge was an Asian man, which surprised them. Even more shocking was the sight of Marcel trailing behind him, resembling a mere acolyte. Were they still ensconced in their dreams? Marcel, the ruler of New Orleans, wielded power over all, able to crush any dissent with a mere glance, extracting a heart in an instant. Such a formidable presence following this Asian man must indicate the latter's extraordinary strength. Of course, not all vampires possess such discernment. An evolutionarily incomplete black vampire observed someone daring to overshadow Marcel, perceiving this as an opportune moment to curry favor with him. As one of the same complexion as Marcel, he harbored the deepest disdain for the skin color of Asians. Just as he began to utter a derogatory remark, his head exploded instantaneously. Li Yi merely cast a cold glance, then activated his mental control, rendering the over 600 vampires present completely subdued. These vampires were merely ordinary, with an average mental strength of only 20 or 30 points. The combined mental fortitude of all 600 vampires barely surpassed 10,000, which Li Yi was capable of controlling. Had he not subdued them, they would undoubtedly have inundated him with ceaseless chatter, which he found irksome. Moreover, there were those who had privately transformed into vampires stepping forward. Following Li Yi's statement, over 100 more vampires emerged. Li Yi, observing those who had stepped forward, was left speechless. How many vampires were there, truly? As the adage goes, upon discovering a cockroach in a room, one can be certain there exists a multitude lurking in the shadows. The same held true for vampires. The presence of one signified a hidden throng behind. Marcel could command New Orleans, yet he could not govern the hearts of its denizens. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi inquired of the vampires, "Those among you who willingly became vampires, please raise your hands." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, over 500 of the vampires present raised their hands, including Marcel himself. Some even raised both hands in enthusiastic surrender. How fervently did they desire to be vampires? Annie and Joe gazed in astonishment at the multitude of hands raised. The sheer number of those eager to embrace vampirism far exceeded their expectations. Both were perplexed. Was becoming a vampire truly that desirable? Now, lower your hands. Those among you who have never taken a life, please raise your hands again. This time, only a handful of vampires raised their hands, all from the group that had initially declared their willingness to transform. Many of the vampires present had been under Marcel's influence for a considerable duration, some for nearly a century. Over such an extended period, how could they possibly refrain from carrying out Marcel's tasks or eliminating those who resisted? If they failed to fulfill the missions assigned by Marcel, how could he ever place his trust in them? Those unwilling to kill had long since been dealt with by Marcel. Li Yi summoned the Heavenly Master Sword and addressed Annie and Joe. Which of you will assist me in severing the heads of these volunteers? Chapter 90. Trust. Annie and Joe were taken aback by Li Ye's words. Were these volunteers not devoid of blood on their hands? Were they not the good vampires? Why must their heads be severed? Though Joe harbors a deep-seated loathing for vampires, he is not devoid of discernment. To take a life solely based on one's identity is scarcely distinguishable from the vile creatures themselves. Under Li Ye's watchful gaze, Annie regained her composure and resolutely accepted his longsword. Li Yi is not so cold-hearted. Having spent considerable time together, she chose to place her unwavering trust in him. There must be rationale behind Li Ye's actions. Joe, momentarily taken aback by Annie's silhouette wielding the longsword, pondered. Does she not inquire about the reasons? Is this what trust entails? Meeting Li Ye's calm gaze, Joe fell silent before inquiring. Is there another sword? Li Yi regarded Joe with a hint of surprise, his expression softening. Even if Joe were to dissuade him, he could comprehend her sentiment, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. The sensation of being unconditionally trusted is indeed a source of joy. Do you not wish to know why? Joe glanced at Annie's figure and replied, I do not know you well, but I know Annie. She is a person of integrity and kindness. If you were malevolent, she would never choose you, even at the cost of her own life. Li Yi had not anticipated this rationale. He had assumed it was his striking presence that compelled Joe to fall for him unconditionally upon their first meeting. Contemplating briefly, he summoned the Holy Cross sword, suppressing its power before presenting it to Joe. This is for you. Joe accepted the Holy Cross sword and approached the throng of vampires raising their hands. Should she refrain from acting alongside Annie, a rift would undoubtedly form between them in the future. She trusted Annie and believed Li Yi was not of ill intent. Without hesitation, Annie swung her sword at the vampires, and Joe followed suit, executing each strike with precision and decisiveness. However, Joe felt a twinge of discomfort at the gruesome scene before her, as she lacked the extensive demon-hunting experience of her companions. Nevertheless, she was no delicate flower. Gradually, she adapted and became somewhat numb to the task. Severing heads was not such a grave matter. A severed head merely left behind a scar the size of a bowl. Li Yi approached the decapitated corpses, collecting their spilled vampire bloodlines, dark bloodline 30. Subsequently, using his telekinetic abilities, he reattached their severed heads to their bodies, employing his healing powers to mend their wounds. Infusing a modicum of vitality, the properties once detached returned to their rightful place, yet bereft of their vampire bloodlines. The attributes that had burst forth remained somewhat scattered on the ground. It seemed that without the enhancement of extraordinary powers, their physical attributes reverted to their original state. Observing the remnants of attributes on the ground, Li Yi utilized his telekinesis to gather them. Life, 40, Spirit, 10, Constitution, 30. Li Yi did not personally slay them. He was unaware of what form their rich essence would take within their souls. After purging the vampire bloodlines from these dozens of individuals, Li Yi subsequently erased their memories and commanded them to return home. Xiao was perplexed as to why Li Yi instructed her to behead them, only to heal them afterward. However, Annie sensed the absence of darkness within these individuals, leading her to comprehend Li Yi's motives. Indeed, trusting Li Yi proved to be the right choice. Even actions that seemed utterly absurd were undoubtedly backed by his reasoning. Excluding the more than 100 vampires that could still be lured, Li Yi initiated a process of life siphoning on the remaining vampires. Instantly, waves of vibrant life essence surged toward him, coalescing into a substantial mass that emitted a faint glow. Even amidst the illumination of the garden, this radiance was unmistakably apparent. Encased in this luminescence, Li Yi appeared as an incarnation of the deity of life, capable of bestowing life upon others while simultaneously drawing it from them. Xiao stood, entranced by the scene before her. The brilliance of life was breathtaking. Although Li Yi was siphoning the lives of these vampires, it felt somewhat unsettling. With uncertainty, Xiao inquired, Annie, do you believe Li Yi's ability is legitimate? I do not imply that he is malevolent, yet it seems his power is not something an ordinary person would possess. Annie gazed at Li Yi with a sense of fascination, marveling at his ability to effortlessly eliminate so many vampires. It was undeniably impressive. Which man in this world could achieve such feats? In response to Qiao's question, Annie expressed her displeasure, saying, "Why is it not legitimate? Power is devoid of inherent good or evil. Morality lies solely with its wielder. Just as with firearms, some use them to save lives and protect themselves, while others employ them for robbery and murder." This was a lesson Li Yi had imparted to Annie, and it had remained etched in her memory. Now, Annie began to recognize that Li Yi seemed capable of stripping others of their abilities to wield them for himself. This power of life siphoning, which had been wielded by the deity Warner merely to extract the lives of innocents to sustain the orchard, was now in Li Yi's hands, used to vanquish evil and rescue countless innocents. As Li Yi had articulated, power knows no good or evil. Morality resides within the user. Qiao found herself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Annie continued, after spending more time with Li Yi, "You will come to understand that he is a deeply righteous individual. He has vanquished numerous malevolent creatures, and the count of those he has rescued, both directly and indirectly, remains unknown." As Zhou gazed silently at Li Yi, the vampire leader, she felt that her decision to accompany Annie to New Orleans was undoubtedly the right one. The world outside was far more exhilarating than the life within the confines of the bar. The sight of these fantastical beings and their extraordinary abilities captivated her, though it seemed she had forgotten something. With the final vestiges of Marcel's life force merging into Li Yi, Marcel's demise was rendered absolute. In a bar within Waterfall Town, Klaus erupted with a fierce energy, bellowing, "Who has slain Marcel?" As his progeny and a vampire he had transformed, Klaus had always felt a connection to Marcel. Now that bond had severed, signaling Marcel's death. As a vampire, he had always found it difficult to procreate naturally and to possess true descendants. Hence, he had adopted Marcel, relishing the experience of fatherhood and bestowing upon him ample affection. In Klaus's heart, Marcel held the status of family, a rarity in his millennia-long existence. Klaus was aware that Marcel had continued to govern New Orleans in his absence, yet he was indifferent. He could reclaim dominion over the city at will. "How could my son refuse what is rightfully mine?" However, now that Marcel was deceased, such concerns faded. He sought to return to New Orleans and avenge Marcel's death. Stefan, accompanying Klaus, was struck with dread at the terrifying aura emanating from him. Was this the true power of the vampire progenitor? Indeed, it was fearsome. Klaus turned his gaze toward the patrons still drinking in the bar, his eyes brimming with bloodlust. They were paralyzed by the sudden surge of Klaus's presence, their expressions rife with terror as they beheld the two. "Ah, no, help, a demon!" With a chorus of anguished cries, Klaus slaughtered everyone in the bar within a mere 10 seconds. Clutching 2 hearts in his hands, he crushed them with ferocity, declaring, "You shall accompany Marcel in death." Having briefly vented his rage, Klaus departed the bar with Stefan, heading toward New Orleans, leaving behind a scene of lifeless bodies, their hearts ripped from their chests, blood flowing freely. Chapter 91. Agricultural Department Expert. The following day, New Orleans basked in radiant sunshine, the day bright and clear. For the ordinary populace, the vampire's demise had not yet wrought significant consequences. Life continued as usual, with everyone returning to work. Mayor Raina Quinn was seated in the conference room, attentively listening to the reports from experts of the Department of Agriculture. New Orleans, situated in the Mississippi River Delta, boasts of flat terrain and fertile soil, characterized by a subtropical humid climate that is remarkably conducive to agricultural development. The recent hurricane has inflicted significant damage on the agriculture of New Orleans, prompting the Department of Agriculture to dispatch a team of specialists to provide guidance, with the hope of swiftly restoring agricultural production in the region. The leader of the expert team addressed a handsome young man, saying, "Hank, please share the findings from your project surveys during this period, along with the corresponding solutions." Slightly distracted, Hank snapped back to attention at the mention of his name and responded, "Certainly. I am currently responsible for assessing the damage to ornamental plants in urban parks, landscaped areas, and private gardens. I am providing recommendations for recovery measures, including pruning, straightening, and pest management, to assist in the rapid restoration of the city's landscapes. Thus far, I have completed surveys in the Garden District and the French Quarter. New Orleans, being a tourist city, has its landscapes as a significant attraction for visitors. Following the disaster, Agencies such as the Natural Resources Conservation Service and the Forest Service under the Department of Agriculture will offer technical guidance and consulting services to the city. Before Hank could continue, the mayor's secretary hurriedly entered and whispered something into the mayor's ear. Upon hearing this, the mayor's eyes widened, and he turned to the leader of the agricultural team, saying, "I apologize, but I have an urgent matter that requires my attention. Please excuse me." As the mayor departed, Hank was left uncertain whether to continue his presentation. After a moment of contemplation, the team leader instructed Hank, "Please compile your findings into a report and send it to me and the mayor for review. Now, everyone may return to their respective tasks." With the mayor absent, Hank thought it unnecessary to continue. Nodding in agreement, he ceased his discussion. As the gathering dispersed, Hank made his way to 140 Jackson Street in the Garden District. The entrance revealed an old Victorian building, its exterior somewhat dilapidated and foreboding. Surrounded by dense trees and vines, it exuded an air of seclusion from the outside world. Hank rang the doorbell, and shortly thereafter, an elegant and composed woman emerged. Cordelia, upon seeing the handsome Hank, inquired, "May I assist you with something?" Hank smiled and replied, "My name is Hank Fox, and I am a horticultural engineer with the Department of Agriculture. I learned from municipal records that you are considering applying for the construction of a greenhouse system, and I am here to see if there is any assistance you might require. I can offer assistance regarding the construction and troubleshooting of greenhouse systems, as well as provide recommendations for the prevention of plant pests and diseases." Subsequently, Hank produced an identification card and presented it to Cordelia, stating, "This is my credential." Intrigued by Hank's words, Cordelia, the daughter of the Supreme Witch, felt a twinge of disappointment for lacking any innate gifts. Her focus was solely on studying knowledge related to botanical potions. Currently, she was endeavoring to merge modern botanical sciences with magical flora, contemplating the possibility of cultivating magical plants in abundance through contemporary greenhouse technologies. Considering that there were others present at the witch school, Cordelia remarked to Hank, "I believe we should find a cafe to discuss this in detail. Please wait a moment." Hank smiled gently and replied, "I would be more than willing to converse with such a beautiful lady." Flushed by Hank's compliment, Cordelia felt a hint of bashfulness. "Please hold on," she said before returning inside the house, addressing Luna. "Luna, I need to step out for a bit. If Aunt Myrtle arrives, please inform her." Observing the smile on Cordelia's face, Luna teased, "What's this? Off to a date?" Cordelia shook her head and clarified, "No, it's a staff member from the agricultural department, who claims to be able to assist with the construction of greenhouse systems. I need to understand this better. You know my interest in this area." Luna wore a knowing smile. "I see. Off you go, and return later." After giving Luna some instructions, Cordelia headed towards the door. Meanwhile, Luna continued her studies on magical knowledge in the living room until, before long, her phone chimed. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a smile graced her face. "Lee, what is up? What? You're in New Orleans? You're coming to see me?" Luna's smile faltered, replaced by a sense of panic. She had previously told Li Yi she was at a relative's house. Now, with him arriving, her ruse would be exposed. This witch school was certainly not a formal living environment. After considering her options, Luna resolved to meet Li Yi outside, enlisting Cordelia as her witness. Alas, how difficult it is to lie. One falsehood necessitates another to maintain the facade. She decided to find an appropriate moment to meet Li Yi with honesty. At 1006 Royal Street in the French Quarter, the garden of a mansion was adorned with nearly 1,000 corpses. Father Kieran and various officials of New Orleans observed the scene before them with grave expressions. Mayor Raining's face bore a hint of satisfaction. He had always stood on the side of humanity. Upon being appointed as the mayor of New Orleans, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, compelled to heed the whims of the vampires that dominated the city. However, Marcel's demeanor was grim. He had endured considerable discomfort over the years. Now, with the vampires mysteriously annihilated, gazing upon their lifeless forms filled Raining with elation. Yet, the sheer number of corpses before him left him somewhat astounded. Nearly 1,000 vampires. Was Marcel attempting to assemble a vampire army to conquer the world? He had often claimed there were only 500, yet in secret, there were 1,000. Indeed, these creatures were utterly untrustworthy. Father Kieran, with a complex expression, remarked, "Mayor, a more formidable trouble has arisen than the vampires. We must prepare for it." Raining, however, appeared unfazed, responding, "Father Kieran, Are you referring to the entity that vanquished the vampires? Do not worry excessively. The fact that it can eliminate vampires indicates it stands with us humans. Why should we fear it? Raining held a rather unfavorable view of Father Kieran, who, as a priest, attempted to comprehend the vampires and accept their existence. At times, he even spoke on their behalf, concealing their transgressions. Nevertheless, Kieran also sought to protect humanity, persuading the vampires to embrace benevolence. Yet, Raining scoffed at such notions. The very nature of vampires dictated their inability to be virtuous. Creatures that required blood to survive viewed humans merely as sustenance. Just as humans find it difficult to empathize with their food, unless satiated and idle, who possesses compassion when engulfed by hunger. Similarly, when vampires are famished, do they care for the fate of humanity? They yearn to drain every drop of blood from their victims. Chapter 92. The Witch Special Forces. In response to the mayor's words, Father Kieran, his expression grave, shook his head. I fear it is not so simple. Observe the faces of these vampires. They all appear as though they have been dead for quite some time. This condition likely resulted from the siphoning of their life essence. If the adversary can drain the life force of vampires, it can undoubtedly do the same to humans. This entity has consumed the life essence of nearly 1,000 vampires, undoubtedly rendering it immensely powerful. Conventional human weaponry may prove ineffective against it. Should it turn its wrath upon us, it would spell disaster for the world. Raining turned his gaze towards Marcel's corpse, dark, offering no discernible clues. Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon the corpses of the other vampires, which indeed appeared as though they had been lifeless for an extended period. Councilman Yaki Clarkson sighed and remarked, if what the priest says holds any truth, this matter has surpassed our capacity to manage. Moreover, given the formidable nature of our adversary, what recourse do we possess? We can only hope that this entity is not as malevolent as it seems, and perhaps possesses a benevolent disposition. The assembly fell into a thoughtful silence, pondering the implications of his words. With the threat of advanced weaponry no longer a concern, what more could they do? In the face of such a formidable presence, mere numbers would be inconsequential, and the adversary might only grow more powerful with each encounter. Raina Jean addressed Police Chief Eddie Compass, stating, maintain vigilant surveillance over the current situation in New Orleans. Should any similar incidents arise, inform me immediately. If we encounter this formidable being, we must extend our utmost courtesy. Whatever demands they may have, we should strive to accommodate. Even if they desire to obliterate the precinct, we must provide them with sufficient explosives. After concluding his remarks, Raina Jean paused and turned to the gathered individuals, inquiring, now that the vampires have been vanquished, we could recruit some demon hunters and establish a specialized task force to confront these encroaching dark entities. During Marcel's reign, New Orleans served as their territory, and these vampires would have naturally dealt with any malevolent intruders. However, they were equally unwelcoming towards demon hunters. Those who dared to venture into New Orleans faced dire consequences. Of course, this is contingent upon the hunters being detected. Those who remained hidden were scarcely distinguishable from ordinary citizens, unbeknownst to the vampires. With Marcel and the other vampires now deceased, New Orleans finds itself lacking in the means to combat malevolent beings. As the mayor, well versed in the realm of the supernatural, my immediate thought is to consider those demon hunters. In the past, my first choice would have been the Supernatural Investigation and Defense Bureau. However, the Bureau has not been actively seeking new recruits. There are few capable individuals left, and seeking their assistance may prove less effective than self-reliance. Father Kieran hesitated before offering a suggestion. Rather than recruiting demon hunters, I propose we consider the witches from the Witches' Cemetery. Over the years, they have consistently battled against vampires, and their powers are formidable enough to contend with these external malevolent entities. Furthermore, they are residents of New Orleans, possessing a deeper understanding of our locale than outsiders. This group of witches has, for the most part, refrained from causing harm to ordinary citizens, standing in stark contrast to the bloodthirsty vampires. Father Kieran has tirelessly endeavored to maintain a balance between the supernatural forces and humanity in New Orleans. During the vampire's dominion, he sought ways to foster coexistence between the two. With the vampires now eradicated, he must turn his attention to the role of the witches. Eliminate the biases from both parties and foster coexistence between witches and humans. Otherwise, escalating tensions will lead to calamitous conflict and grievous losses. In response to Father Kieran's proposal, the assembly deliberated and deemed it feasible. The witches, endowed with supernatural powers, often surpass even some demon hunters in strength. Mayor Rena Quinn, observing the consensus among the attendees, addressed Father Kieran. Since all are in agreement, you shall negotiate with the witch task force. However, we must not neglect the recruitment of demon hunters. We need to remain vigilant against the witches' machinations and ensure these sorceresses do not become a second Marcel. The rightful rulers of New Orleans must be humans, not those extraordinary beings. Though the mayor's words seemed somewhat disingenuous, no one dared to counter him. During Marcel's reign, numerous officials fell victim to his hands. The entirety of New Orleans' humanity had been reduced to mere livestock for the vampires. Now that the vampires have perished, they cannot afford to repeat the past mistakes. As for the entity even stronger than the vampires, the crowd chose to conveniently overlook it. Meanwhile, within the hotel, Jo was startled awake by a persistent knock at the door. Groggy, she approached and inquired, "Who is it?" After a long night spent vanquishing the vampires until the early hours, she was still reeling from the sheer number of them. Had it not been for Li Ye's timely intervention, New Orleans might have succumbed to becoming a vampire haven. This ordeal illuminated the terrifying nature of such creatures. Unchecked, they could amass their forces with alarming ease. As she settled back into bed, she suddenly recalled an important matter she had neglected. Before Li Yi dispatched the vampires, she should have inquired about her father's circumstances. The events she had experienced were so overwhelming that she had momentarily forgotten about her father. Upon hearing her call, a voice emerged from beyond the door. "It's me, are you still asleep?" It was Annie. Jo stifled a yawn, opened the door, and complained to Annie. "I'm just an ordinary person. I certainly need ample rest." "What is the matter?" Noticing Annie's pallor and troubled expression piqued her curiosity. What could possibly trouble Annie, especially with such a formidable boyfriend like Li Yi? Once inside, Annie closed the door and, with a hint of melancholy, confided, "Jo, Li went to see another woman." Jo, who had been feeling drowsy, instantly perked up upon hearing Annie's words. Looking at Annie's distressed demeanor, Jo exclaimed in anger, "What a scoundrel! How could he do this?" As soon as Qiao finished speaking, Annie immediately retorted, "He is not a scumbag. You must not speak of him that way." Qiao looked at Annie with a hint of confusion in her small eyes, brimming with curiosity. "No, dear sister, why sharing this with me? Are you not hoping for me to berate him? Yet, when I do so, you seem displeased." She pulled Annie onto the bed and, with a touch of exasperation, inquired, "What on earth is happening?" After a moment's hesitation, Annie recounted her experiences with Li Yi. As Qiao listened intently to Annie's narrative, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. She had never anticipated such a melodramatic tale could exist in the world. It was indeed magnanimous of Li Yi not to dismiss Annie despite the circumstances. "So, he has gone to find that Luna now?" Annie nodded, letting out a sigh as she confessed, "I feel apprehensive. I cannot bear to imagine a future devoid of Li." Observing Annie's despondent demeanor, Qiao contemplated and suggested, "Why don't we go and take a look? If it comes to it, we can confront her together. 2 against 1. The odds are in our favor." Chapter 93. The witches gathering. Upon hearing Qiao's words, Annie couldn't help but chuckle. She recognized that Qiao was attempting to comfort her with such light-hearted banter. Nonetheless, the idea of going to observe did spark her interest. She was indeed curious about the girl who posed a rival. Knowledge of one's adversary is essential. After some contemplation, Annie replied to Qiao, "All right, let us take a glance. However, as for the part about confronting her, let us set that aside. I refuse to let you bear the burden for my sake." Annie shook her head, disapproving of Qiao sacrificing herself for her. Of course, if Qiao genuinely harbored feelings for Li Yi, Annie would not stand in her way. However, if it were merely to assist her, Annie felt it unnecessary. Qiao then inquired, "Do you know where Li has gone?" Annie nodded in response, saying, when he called, "He wasn't being secretive. It seems he is at a cafe on Jackson Street in the Garden District." After discussing their plans, the two began to freshen up, adorning themselves beautifully before stepping out. Meanwhile, Li Yi, following the address provided by Luna, arrived at Jackson Street. Given the chaos of Chicken Leg City, he felt a mix of concern and curiosity regarding Luna's reasons for being in such a place at this time. Helping relatives rebuild their homes? That seemed unlikely. Initially, Li Yi had not been particularly interested in Luna's situation. However, now that he was here, it would not hurt to see a familiar face. Outside a cafe, Luna waved at Li Yi, calling out, "Over here." Upon the arrival of Li Yi, Luna beamed with joy. "What brings you to New Orleans?" she inquired. Li Yi, with a hint of nostalgia, replied, I stumbled upon reports of the devastation here and felt compelled to lend a hand to those enduring such dire circumstances, to contribute in whatever small way I could. Naturally, I also wish to ascertain your safety, considering the prevailing unrest in the area, which has seen its fair share of unfortunate incidents. Luna, touched by his words, grasped his hand as they walked towards a cafe. Thank you for your concern. Although the aftermath of the hurricane did bring chaos, things have improved quite rapidly, and the safety situation in New Orleans is now relatively stable. She remained skeptical of his altruistic intentions, suspecting he had primarily come to see her. After all, with government and social organizations providing aid, individual efforts often seemed futile. They settled into a booth, and Luna turned to Li Yi, asking, What would you like to drink? Li Yi glanced at the coffee selections before responding. A glass of orange juice will suffice, with minimal sugar, please. He had never been fond of coffee or sugary beverages. In fact, he found that the sweetened foods in the United States often contained dangerously high levels of sugar. A single drink could easily contain a third of its volume in sugar. While one might not encounter excessively overweight individuals everywhere, obesity was indeed prevalent, contributing to over 400,000 deaths annually due to excessive sugar consumption and fried foods. Even something as simple as a small cake would be laden with sugar, often derived from corn syrup, which the body struggles to metabolize, leading directly to fat accumulation in the liver. This was one of the underlying factors behind the obesity epidemic in the United States. The phrase "the air here is sweet" is not merely figurative, it reflects a troubling reality. Upon hearing Li Yi's choice, Luna ordered the same, her palate influenced by his family's preferences. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, Hank and Cordelia were engaged in discussion, surrounded by a pile of documents pertaining to greenhouse systems, prepared for their upcoming meeting. Noticing Luna and Li Yi's arrival, Cordelia smiled at Hank and remarked, Mr. Hank, it has been a pleasure conversing with you today, but I must attend to a matter now. I apologize for the interruption. Let us continue our discussion next time. Luna approached, eager to step into the role of a supportive cousin, and also curious to meet Li Yi, who had often been a topic of Luna's chatter. Hank also noticed Li Yi and Luna, aware of the information regarding Li Yi. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he was also notoriously cruel and deranged. The two witches before him, associated with Li Yi, were undoubtedly wicked beings themselves. It seemed imperative for him to conceal his true self, cultivate a rapport with them, and acquire further intelligence. Upon hearing Cordelia's remarks, Hank refrained from lingering on the matter and stated, Miss Cordelia, your knowledge of botany astounds me. Since you have other matters to attend to, I shall take my leave, hoping we can converse again in the future. Having garnered Cordelia's favor, it would be significantly easier for him to continue their exchanges moving forward. In the past few days, he had discerned the whereabouts of the witches and had obtained a substantial amount of critical information, yet Hank was in no rush. He sought to unearth even more intelligence and learn about other witches. Cordelia nodded at Hank before approaching Li Yi and Luna. As she neared, Luna promptly introduced her to Li Yi. Li, this is my cousin, Cordelia Good. Upon hearing Luna's introduction, Li Yi gazed at Cordelia, momentarily taken aback. Cordelia? New Orleans? Witch gatherings? The Cordelia before him appeared much younger than he remembered, exuding a certain youthful innocence. Could it be that Luna was also a witch? Were they truly related? Or had they merely attended witch school together? Cordelia sensed something peculiar in Li Yi's gaze, but dismissed it, smiling as she addressed him. Hello. I've heard so much about you from Luna. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Li Yi glanced at Luna before replying to Cordelia. I am equally pleased to meet Miss Cordelia. However, Luna has yet to mention that she has such a beautiful cousin. Li Yi cast a playful, knowing look at Luna, causing her expression to falter. After all, Cordelia was not her actual cousin. Why would she have mentioned her to Li Yi? Just as Luna felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her, Hank, having gathered his belongings, approached Cordelia and said, Miss Cordelia, I must take my leave. Farewell. After speaking, Hank offered a friendly nod to both Li Yi and Luna. His intent was merely to establish familiarity with them, facilitating future relations to acquire intelligence. Li Yi regarded Hank's somewhat familiar visage, recalling his identity. Hank, Cordelia's husband? In truth, he was a witch hunter, yet judging by Hank's address of Cordelia, it appeared they had only recently become acquainted. As he pondered this, Li Yi activated his mind control and inquired of Hank, who might this gentleman be? Before Cordelia could introduce herself, Hank boldly declared, I am Henry Leonard, a witch hunter." The revelation left both Luna and Cordelia utterly astonished, their minds nearly overwhelmed with disbelief. What on earth was happening? Chapter 94. Confession. Li Yi had no intention of allowing Hank to leave before gathering evidence. He preferred a more direct approach, revealing the truth without pretense. "This individual is currently under my control. Let us return to the Witch Academy. There are matters too sensitive to discuss here," he stated calmly, leading the way outside. He had little patience for convoluted games. With such formidable power at his disposal, there was no need for secrecy. While he could not yet act entirely without restraint, he certainly did not wish to play the role of a duplicitous trickster. Hank followed Li Yi outside like a dutiful shadow. Luna, taken aback by Li Yi's words, was engulfed in a whirlwind of questions that threatened to burst her small heart. What did it mean to be a witch hunter? What had transpired with Li Yi? How did he come to know of the Witch Academy's existence? Exchanging a glance with Cordelia, she followed him out. Upon arriving at the Witch Academy, they entered a hallway flanked by rooms on either side, leading to a spacious hall at the end. This hall featured opulent imperial staircases on either side, ascending to the second floor. Victorian-style furniture adorned the hall, crafted with exquisite materials and artistry, imparting an air of refinement and luxury. The vibrant, intricately patterned carpets complemented the paintings on the walls and the furnishings. Li Yi casually settled onto a comfortable sofa, showing no sign of treating himself as a guest. He gestured for the two standing before him. "Please, have a seat." As Hank reached for a chair, Li Yi commanded, "Stand." Hank was taken aback. "Didn't you just say to sit down?" Luna, ignoring the exchange, urgently inquired, "Li, what is happening?" Li Yi met her gaze with calm scrutiny and countered, "And what about you? After all these years, you've never divulged anything about your identity. Don't you find it exhausting to have concealed it for so long? Tell me, Luna, have you ever truly cared for me?" Li Yi's retort caught Luna off guard, leaving her momentarily bewildered. No, the progression of the plot seems somewhat off. Shouldn't she have asked first? Under Li Yi's gaze, Luna lowered her head and responded softly, "I did not intend to conceal this from you. In fact, I am a Salem witch, having awakened just a few years ago. Since you are aware of the Witch Academy, you should comprehend what being a witch entails. I feared you might not accept my identity as a witch, which is why I hesitated to be honest with you." Li Yi continued to gaze at Luna, pressing further, "A few years ago? I recall visiting New Orleans often with your parents during your childhood. Could it be that your parents are witches as well?" Luna nodded and replied, "Yes. The Witch Council holds gatherings periodically to convene all witches for discussions on various matters and to learn about witchcraft. My mother is a witch, and my father is a warlock. Their union produced me, a pure blood witch destined to awaken. Thus, I accompanied my parents from a young age to learn about witchcraft." Li Yi was taken aback, surprised to discover the concept of pure blood witches. He had previously assumed that only those with witch bloodlines awakened randomly into witches. It appeared that there indeed existed distinctions among the second generation of witches. Luna cast a glance at Li Yi, relieved to see that he did not seem angry. Historically, witches were a highly unpopular group, often facing execution upon discovery. For a prolonged period, witches were synonymous with evil. Even now, societal prejudices against witches linger. Consequently, witches typically conceal their identities from ordinary people. During each witch gathering, council members recount instances of witches who failed to hide their identities and were subsequently killed, continually reminding everyone not to reveal their existence to muggles unless in dire circumstances. These tales cast a shadow over Luna, instilling in her a fear of revealing her identity to Li Yi. Now, disclosing her hidden truth to Li Yi felt liberating. Yet, she pondered how much had changed in his absence. He had become quite enigmatic. "What about you, Li? What is happening?" Upon hearing Luna's inquiry, Li Yi responded, "After you left, I awakened a mysterious bloodline, gaining extraordinary abilities. During this time, I encountered some demon hunters and exorcists who imparted a wealth of knowledge to me. As for the other background details, are you still unaware?" Li Yi's words took Luna by surprise. A bloodline awakening? Could it be that Li Yi possessed a bloodline similar to that of a witch? After speaking, Li Yi turned to Hank, standing nearby, and said, "Tell me about the organization behind you." Li Yi only recalled that Hank was associated with a witch hunter organization, which seemed to possess considerable wealth. However, he was unclear about the exact location of this organization. Hank, with an expressionless demeanor, responded, "The witch hunter organization I belong to is called the Holy Society. On the surface, it operates under the Delphi Trust Company in Washington, but its true headquarters is in Atlanta. My father, Harrison Leonard, is the figurehead of the Delphi Trust Company, which now boasts assets exceeding $500 billion. The Delphi companies which hunters number over 100, but only my father knows how many are at the Atlanta headquarters. Upon hearing the name Harrison Leonard, Li Ye's mind conjured the image of the middle-aged white man who had disseminated the Wendigo information. Could these two individuals be one and the same? Turning to Hank, Li Yi inquired, "Do you know me?" He felt the coincidence was too remarkable, and a simple question could provide clarity. Hank nodded and replied, "I am indeed familiar with you, Li Yi, a sorcerer wielding formidable power." Li Yi furrowed his brow, his expression growing grave as he asked, "What exactly is going on? Please elaborate." Hank continued, "My father discovered 2 Wendigos in the Nevada mountains and offered a substantial bounty to attract those capable of dealing with them. Among these individuals, we sifted through to identify the presence of male or female witches, closely monitoring them to uncover other witches behind them. Through eavesdropping on your phone, we identified the witch Luna, whose location frequently appeared to be New Orleans. Utilizing my connections within the company, I became an expert for the Department of Agriculture and traveled to New Orleans to ascertain the specifics. After a period of investigation, we determined that the Robbie Chas Academy for Exceptional Young Women might be a gathering place for witches, and I came today to investigate based on municipal registration information." Hank's revelations left those present in astonishment. Li Yi had never anticipated that he would be the focal point of such matters. "Harrison Leonard, you scheming old fool. You are doomed. Even Jesus could not resurrect you." Chapter 95. The Dark Witch. Through further inquiries of Hank, Li Yi and the others gleaned more information, the existence of witch hunters can be traced back to the Salem witch trials. These hunters have taken it upon themselves to eradicate witches, a mission passed down through generations aimed at annihilating all witches. Both Cordelia and Luna displayed indignation upon hearing Hank's words. The actions of these witch hunters were utterly excessive. Did witches consume your family's rice? Must they be pursued in such a relentless manner? Now they even intend to lure them out using supernatural beings. This is utterly intolerable. Cordelia resolved to confide in her mother, urging her to take care of these individuals. A gentleman avenges himself. A decade may pass, but for a scoundrel, vengeance is sought from dawn till dusk. Li Yi planned to settle matters here and intended to go forth this very evening to eliminate Harrison. Although many among the witches were indeed malevolent, there existed a multitude of innocents among them. The indiscriminate slaughter perpetrated by extremist organizations like the Sanctum was utterly unwarranted. Simultaneously, Li Yi pondered the heavy burden of prejudice that lay within the human heart. Witches faced the peril of persecution solely due to their identities. Was this mountain of bias akin to the Himalayas? Must it necessitate relentless pursuit through generations? Nevertheless, these witches were also rather foolish. Possessing such formidable powers, how could they allow themselves to be hunted by mere mortals? With abilities such as resurrection, teleportation, and telekinesis at their disposal, was it not a simple task to vanquish those who hunted them? With this thought, Li Yi felt a stirring within him and inquired of Cordelia, "Is Fiona not present?" He had spent a considerable amount of time at this witch academy and had noticed its desolate atmosphere. Not only had he not encountered the esteemed witch Fiona, but he also had not seen the super-devoted and doll-obsessed witch housekeeper, Spaulding. Li Yi held no fondness for Fiona, the supreme witch. She was an exceedingly selfish individual, willing to eliminate other witches who might ascend to supreme status merely to preserve her own magical prowess. Of course, if he were the supreme warlock, perhaps his perspective would differ. Cordelia, taken aback by Li Yi's words, wondered how he knew of her mother's existence. Did he perhaps know other Salem witches from whom he gleaned this information? Fiona had accepted Father Blackwood's invitation to attend the Academy of Concealed Arts and had been away for some time, likely needing a while longer before her return. "Do you seek her for something?" Cordelia queried. Fortunately, she occasionally called Fiona, assuring her of her safety. Had it not been for that, she might have feared that some misfortune had befallen her. Li Yi expressed curiosity, asking, "Nothing in particular," merely inquiring. "However, what is the Academy of Concealed Arts?" The name does not suggest an ordinary institution. Could it be affiliated with some extraordinary force? With a somewhat complex tone, Cordelia replied, "It is also a witch academy, established by the Night Church. Father Blackwood serves as its headmaster and is also the high priest of the Night Church. The Night Church venerates the Dark Lord, Satan. When witches turn 16, they enter into a pact with the Dark Lord, thereby gaining immense power. Those who covenant with the Dark Lord are referred to as dark witches within the witching world. The Dark Witch? Li Yi listened with a sense of confusion. Is it not true that the power of witches derives from the awakening of their bloodlines? Could you elaborate on this Dark Witch? In response to Li Ye's inquiry, Cordelia expounded. Strictly speaking, the Dark Witch is indeed part of our Salem witch lineage. The infamous Salem witch trials left many witches in a state of unease, leading to a division among them into two factions. One faction advocated for self-preservation, while the other sought to ally with a stronger force. The witches desiring such alliances reached out to the Dark Lord Satan, forging contracts to harness his power for their protection. This faction established the Church of the Night, venerating the Dark Lord and founding the Invisible Arts Academy to cultivate dark witches. Among the witches advocating self-preservation, under external pressure, a super genius named Agatha Harkness emerged, ascending as the supreme witch to safeguard the remaining Salem witches. Through Cordelia's elucidation, Li Yi gradually comprehended the situation. He pondered, could it be that Fiona, too, intends to forge a pact with the Dark Lord to attain immortality? Fiona harbors an intense fear of death, of losing her magical abilities and her enchanting beauty. Transforming into a demon could indeed serve as a means of eternal life. However, as events unfolded, Fiona ultimately lost her powers and met her mortal end. Therefore, it seems she may not have entered into a contract with the Dark Lord to become a demon. Engaging in such a pact would mean surrendering her soul to Satan's dominion. Whether one lives or dies would then rest solely upon Satan's will. It is likely that Fiona, still possessing her powers and the dignity of a supreme witch, is reluctant to relinquish her soul, thus refraining from signing the contract. Yet, when her powers begin to wane in the future, she might prioritize her survival over her dignity or freedom. For some, these concepts pale in comparison to the prospect of death. If survival is at stake, one may resort to any means necessary. Having gleaned the information he sought, Li Yi cast a gaze full of peril upon Hank. How should he deal with this fellow? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi extracted Hank's soul, directly refining him into a mist servant. In due course, he would employ Hank against Harrison, testing whether Harrison would dare to act. I haven't wronged you, yet you conspired against me. As Hank was transformed into a mist servant by Li Yi, his lifeless body erupted with a burst of attribute orbs. Life 15, Spirit 10. Constitution 16. As a witch hunter, Hank possessed superior physical attributes compared to others. With Li Yi claiming his attributes, Hank's body was rendered entirely unusable. Cordelia and Luna observed as Li Yi gracefully rose before Hank, only for Hank to collapse onto the ground. Both were bewildered by the nature of Li Yi's abilities. As he had become exceedingly enigmatic, Li Yi extended an invitation to them. I wish to step out and procure a new mobile phone. Would you care to join me? The realization that a 2G phone could be monitored had taken Li Yi by surprise. Previously dismissive of the power of technology, he now understood that it could play a significant role in certain subtleties. One must not underestimate the might of technology. Cordelia and Luna nodded in agreement, eager to replace their phones as well. Casting a glance at Hank's lifeless body in the hall, Cordelia called up to the loft, Spaulding, come down and attend to this. She then turned to Li Yi and explained, Spaulding is the steward of our witch school. He usually resides in his loft. Let us depart. Spaulding will manage things here. Li Yi glanced up at the loft before following the two women outside. After they left, Spaulding, with his thinning hair and rigid expression, slowly emerged. His gaze flickered over Hank's handsome features on the ground. After scrutinizing the scene, he laboriously began to drag the body towards the loft. Chapter 96. Father Kieran. At this moment, in the witch cemetery, Father Kieran stood before the elder witches, articulating his purpose. The witches were profoundly astonished to learn of the complete demise of the vampires. What manner of individual possessed such formidable power? To gather and annihilate all the vampires in a single night was no small feat. The emergence of such a powerful being necessitated a reconsideration of their harvest ritual. Otherwise, faced with such strength, they would be left defenseless. Without hesitation, the witches acquiesced to Father Kieran's proposal. Their opposition to the vampires stemmed not only from a desire to avoid subjugation, but also from a yearning to secure a voice in New Orleans. The government's invitation to form a witch special operations team represented their first step toward empowerment. Father Kieran had not ventured far from the cemetery when Sophie intercepted him. Father Kieran, I have matters to discuss with you. Sophie was a rebellious witch who had originally aspired to be a great chef at Rousseau's bar, indulging in a carefree life. However, her sister Jane had sought her out, informing her of the elders' impending harvest ritual, held once every 300 years, and urged her to witness it. During this ceremony, 16-year-old witches would be chosen to offer sacrifices to the ancestors, seeking to appease them and receive magical energy in return. Notably, Sophie's niece, Monique, was among the selected witches. In contemporary times, the notion of ancient rituals is foreign to most witches, and Sophie harbored skepticism regarding the practice. The idea that sacrificing for 16-year-old witches would grant them formidable powers from their ancestors seemed utterly ridiculous to her. If the elders possessed greater power, why resort to the sacrifice of young girls? Would it not be far more potent to select 4 elders for the offering and beseech the ancestors for enhanced abilities? Such a boon ought not to be reserved for a handful of 16-year-olds. Sophie suspected there were grave ulterior motives at play, and she was unwilling to allow her niece to face potential danger. Moreover, with vampires now eradicated, the necessity for such a ritual seemed unwarranted. Yet, other witches were swayed by the elders' words. Even her sister, Jane, supported the ceremony. Alone, Sophie felt powerless to halt the proceedings. Thus, she resolved to seek external assistance. Father Kieran, as a mediator between the extraordinary and the mundane, wielded considerable influence. If she could persuade him to intervene, perhaps the ritual could be thwarted. As Sophie approached him, Father Kieran greeted her with a warm smile, asking, "Lady Sophie, what brings you here?" Sophie glanced around before replying. "Let us discuss this in the grove up ahead. It would be unwise to speak of such matters on the open road, for the whispers of witches could lead to unforeseen consequences." Father Kieran complied, accompanying her to the secluded grove. Once there, Sophie addressed him. "Are you familiar with our harvest ritual, Father Kieran?" He pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I am not acquainted with this ceremony." Sophie then elaborated on the ritual and shared her concerns, imploring him to intervene. Father Kieran furrowed his brow as he considered her words, finding them compelling. He too felt the ritual lacked authenticity. As the moral compass of New Orleans in a balance between the extraordinary and humanity, he felt compelled to assist. However, with the vampires gone, there remained no formidable force to counter the witches of the cemetery. How could he persuade them? Then, a thought struck him. There was another way. Magic must be countered with magic. Witches must confront witches. With newfound determination, Father Kieran assured Sophie, "Leave this matter to me. I shall do everything in my power to save those 4 innocent girls." Sophie's face brightened with a smile, though she quickly turned serious, saying, "Thank you, Father. But please act swiftly. The elders intend to conduct the ritual this evening." Father Kieran nodded and addressed Sophie. "I will find a solution right away. Await my news." With that, Father Kieran departed from the grove, heading towards the Garden District. Meanwhile, Annie and Joe had located a cafe on Jackson Street. Yet they found no sign of Li Yi or that Luna. The two continued to stroll along Jackson Street, hoping to catch a glimpse of Li Yi in other shops. However, fatigue set in as their legs ached, and not a trace of Li Yi was to be found. Numerous passers-by, drawn by the beauty of the 2 women, attempted to engage them in conversation, but were met with their unyielding rejections. One must ponder their audacity. What gave them the courage to approach? Joe, already weary from a lack of rest, felt even more exhausted. Leaning against Annie, she weakly suggested, "Shall we return? It's proving too difficult to find them. Perhaps they have gone elsewhere. Had I known, I would have preferred to rest in the comfort of a soft bed." Annie's expression mirrored uncertainty, as Joe's doubts echoed in her heart. In a moment of impulse, she had ventured out, only to find herself at a loss when confronted with Luna and Li Yi. Lacking sufficient confidence, she wished for a narrative devoid of melodrama. Even as a newcomer, she would have dared to compete with Luna. Yet, it was perhaps fortunate that their search had yielded no results, sparing her the embarrassment of an awkward encounter. "Let us return then," Annie acquiesced to Joe. As they took a few steps, they spotted Li Yi emerging from a grand entrance, accompanied by 2 girls. One particularly lovely girl was entwined with Li Yi's arm, her eyes shimmering with admiration for him. Annie and Joe stood frozen, grappling with the irony that they had been unable to find him when searching, yet he appeared unexpectedly now. What a curious law of fate. After Luna had revealed her identity alongside Li Yi, they no longer tread with the same caution. Exiting the Witch Academy, she entwined her arm with Li Yi's and whispered to him, "Li, we Salem witches may awaken the curse of the Black Widow." In the process of creating new life, it could lead to the demise of the other party. That is why I once rebuffed you. I feared you would succumb to temptation. Please do not hold it against me. However, now that you have also become an extraordinary being, the curse's potency has diminished. As she delivered her final words, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she maintained her bold gaze upon Li Yi. Her intentions were unmistakably clear, suggesting that he could now take their relationship further. Although the curse of the Black Widow was formidable, it primarily affected ordinary individuals against someone extraordinary. Its effects were significantly lessened. At most, it would merely inflict severe or minor injuries upon the opponent. However, should the adversary be a formidable extraordinary being, the curse of the Black Widow would prove ineffective. Now that Li Yi has awakened a mysterious bloodline, he has ascended to the ranks of the extraordinary and bears no prejudice toward witches, knowing Luna's true identity. Naturally, Luna would not suppress her emotions. After so many years of restraint, it has been quite a struggle for her. Upon hearing Luna's explanation, Li Yi finally comprehended her previous peculiar behavior. He was also intrigued by the curse of the Black Widow. What could be the underlying principle of this curse? Just as Li Yi was about to respond to Luna, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures before him, causing him to halt momentarily. How could they be here as well? Noticing Li Yi's silence, Luna followed his gaze and discovered two beautiful girls staring at him in astonishment. Who were these enchanting girls? Did Li Yi know them? A woman's intuition hinted to her that these two must have come seeking Li Yi, and the situation was far from simple. Luna, clutching Li Yi's arm, inquired, Li, who are they? Chapter 97. The Voodoo Queen meeting Luna's gaze. Annie felt it imperative to maintain her composure. Under Li Yi's watchful eyes, she stepped forward confidently and declared, I am Annie, Li's current girlfriend. Your name is Luna, correct? I am aware of you. Luna stared at Annie in shock before turning to Li Yi. Had it only been a short time since their last meeting, and he had already found a girlfriend? Previously, Cordelia had jested about whether Li Yi might pursue someone else due to her repeated rejections, which had caused her some concern. Now, that worry had materialized. Luna felt a twinge of regret, realizing she had been a step too late. She should have confessed her identity to Li Yi sooner. What brings you here? Li Yi asked Annie and Joe calmly, betraying no hint of anxiety. He conducted himself with transparency, without any clandestine motives. Observing a somewhat disheartened Luna, Annie perked up, realizing that the opponent's combat prowess was not as formidable as she had feared. Facing Li Yi's inquiry, Annie responded, Of course, we came to shop. You were not around, and Joe and I felt bored, so we decided to take a stroll. Li Yi was at a loss for words. Shopping from the French Quarter to the Garden District? However, he chose not to contest it, and said to Annie, Since you're here, how about we go get new phones together? He then wrapped his arm around Luna and continued walking forward. Children make choices, but he desired it all. A smile spread across Annie's face, though she couldn't help but glance at Luna, who was embraced by Li Yi. A weight settled in her heart. The revolution had yet to succeed, and she must persevere. Approaching to the other side of Li Yi, she embraced his arm. Luna, held tightly by Li Yi, felt an urge to resist, yet upon sensing his powerful grip, she merely struggled symbolically a couple of times before conceding. Noticing Annie's somewhat smug expression ignited her competitive spirit. She allowed Annie this moment, uncertain of how much disdain the latter harbored towards her. Li Yi belonged to her, after all. Cordelia, observing from the sidelines, wore a complex expression, uncertain whether to voice any reproach towards Li Yi. Yet, as even Luna remained silent, she decided it best not to intervene. After a few departed, Father Kieran arrived at the entrance of the witch school. He rang the doorbell and stood quietly outside, awaiting a response. His interactions with the Salem witches had been few and far between. From what he had gathered, the witches of the Michelson lineage could not leave New Orleans without losing their powers. However, within the confines of New Orleans, they wielded formidable strength, particularly amplified within the witch cemetery. The Michelson witches numbered around 200, enabling them to contend with the vampire clans. In contrast, Salem witches were not bound by such restrictions. They could traverse freely to other locations. This led to their dispersal across the globe rather than congregating in a single locale. This decentralized habitation effectively preserved the witch bloodline, preventing it from being eradicated en masse. Though few Salem witches resided in New Orleans, one prominent figure stood out, Supreme Witch Fiona, who had awakened at least 7 potent talents. Unlike witches from other lineages, who required materials or incantations to perform certain spells, the Salem witches, having awakened relevant talents, could unleash powerful magic instantaneously without uttering a word, while other witches needed to recite spells to conjure fire magic. The Salem witches could summon roaring flames with merely a thought. Witches from Salem, particularly those who had awakened multiple talents, were regarded as exceptionally formidable among their peers, especially the Supreme Witch with her remarkable gifts. After waiting outside the witch school for a while, Father Kieran grew anxious upon seeing no one emerge. Had they all departed? This could prove problematic. Lacking any means to contact the Salem witches other than through direct visitation, he began to ponder alternative solutions as his mind raced. The witch coven within the cemetery held considerable power in New Orleans, and few could rival them. In addition to vampires and the witches of Salem, there exists another extraordinary race, the werewolves. However, the contemporary werewolves are afflicted by a curse, enabling them to transform into human form solely on nights of the full moon. At all other times, they exist in their wolf form, rendering them incapable of contending with witches. Father Kieran suddenly recalled another witch, renowned for her formidable power, the voodoo queen, Marie Laveau. Yet, she appears to harbor a certain bias, showing a distinct aversion to white individuals. Within her barbershop, she has gathered a considerable number of black patrons. Ordinarily, Father Kieran is rather reluctant to engage with her. Each visit to the voodoo queen's establishment leaves him feeling uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of the clientele. After some contemplation, Father Kieran left a relevant note at the entrance of the Witch Academy before making his way to 2000 Domain Street, the location of the voodoo queen's barbershop. At this moment, the barbershop was bustling more than usual, not due to an influx of customers, but rather the presence of numerous Haitian individuals. Following the devastation wrought by the hurricane, many homes had been destroyed, leaving some Haitians homeless, unemployed, and struggling to survive. They sought refuge with the voodoo queen, who generously welcomed her fellow compatriots. Having lived for over 2 centuries, the voodoo queen had sufficient resources to temporarily support these individuals. Although her barbershop ostensibly provided haircutting services, the true dealings occurred in the backyard, where she employed her sorcery to resolve her clients' genuine dilemmas in exchange for substantial fees. As a witch bound by a contract with Old Man Gray, Marie not only possesses immortality, but also wields immense power. In New Orleans, even vampires hesitate to provoke her. For Old Man Gray, her patron, is a being far more formidable than any vampire. When Father Kieran arrived, the voodoo queen was attending to a client's hairstyle. Naturally, she recognized this intermediary between humanity and the supernatural. It was unusual for him to visit without purpose. He must have come with significant intentions. After entrusting her current task to a Haitian, the voodoo queen led Father Kieran to the backyard. There, a multitude of oddly adorned black men stood. The voodoo queen waved them away and inquired of Father Kieran, "Speak, what brings you here?" Upon entering the backyard, her demeanor transformed, starkly contrasting with her previous role as a hairstylist. Father Kieran surveyed the yard, noting the presence of spiders, venomous snakes, and scorpions, which sent a slight shiver down his spine. Father Kieran had already contemplated how to persuade the voodoo queen on his way there. He spoke up, stating, "The witches of the Witches' Cemetery are eager to conduct a harvest ritual, one that could significantly amplify their powers. It might even summon their ancestors, allowing them to dominate New Orleans. I hope that Madame Marie can thwart this ritual." Chapter 98. Crowley. Father Kieran conveyed the details of the harvest ritual to the voodoo queen, yet he refrained from revealing that the true intent was to save 4 girls. The voodoo queen was not a benevolent being, particularly towards white individuals. Had Father Kieran disclosed that the genuine purpose was to rescue 4 white girls, the voodoo queen would undoubtedly have refused. If the sacrifices were 4 black girls, her willingness to intervene might have been greater. Now, Father Kieran had to rely on alternative arguments to persuade the voodoo queen to take action. The voodoo queen let out a derisive laugh and remarked to Father Kieran, "Setting aside whether they can summon their ancestors, shouldn't it be the vampires who feel threatened by their desire to rule New Orleans? Why do you come to me instead of seeking Marcel?" As a representative of the human faction, Father Kieran had always been held in high regard by Marcel, who hoped to leverage Kieran's influence among humans to aid in his dominion over New Orleans. In matters that could affect the rule of vampires, Kieran should have approached Marcel first. The unusual visit to her piqued her curiosity. Though she had entered into a contract with Old Man Gray, it came at a cost. While she could perform minor spells on her own, The power required to contend with the collective demanded a significant price. Thus, throughout her years in New Orleans, she had maintained a modest hair salon, avoiding unnecessary conflicts. She did not provoke others, nor did they provoke her. Father Kieran calmly delivered a startling revelation that left the Voodoo Queen in shock. All the vampires in New Orleans had mysteriously perished the previous night, including Marcel. The Voodoo Queen gasped, "What? They are all dead?" She fixed her gaze intently on Father Kieran, and only when he nodded did she accept the truth of his words. Father Kieran would never jest about such matters, and the veracity of the claim could be easily verified. This news weighed heavily on the Voodoo Queen's heart. Marcel's capability to govern New Orleans was formidable, and she acknowledged that she lacked the power to eliminate him and his vampires overnight. With such a force emerging, it was no wonder the witches of the cemetery sought to conduct their ritual. If no one capable of countering this existence appears, the next to be affected may very well be the witches. After digesting this news, the Voodoo Queen shook her head and remarked, "Even so, this bears no consequence for me. Previously, Marcel ruled New Orleans, and now if the witches take over, it changes little. I need not create an enemy for myself. As long as they do not provoke me, all is well." Father Kieran had anticipated the Voodoo Queen's reaction and continued, "Lady Marie, you must be familiar with the witches of the Witches' Cemetery. When witches are buried there, their powers seep into the land. The Witches' Cemetery draws not only from the powers of the Michelson witches, but also from the other witches interred within its bounds. Should they dominate New Orleans, your formidable powers, Lady Marie, would surely become an object of their desire. The existence of the Michelson witches in New Orleans has long rendered the nature of the cemetery no secret. The Voodoo Queen was undoubtedly aware of this, which is why she hesitated to tread there. Over the years, the cemetery has buried countless witches, accumulating a vast reservoir of power. To venture there would pose significant danger. However, Father Kieran's words had instilled a sense of caution in the Voodoo Queen. These witches might indeed set their sights on her. She had long witnessed the audacity of white folk. After a moment of contemplation, the Voodoo Queen inquired of Father Kieran, "Have you not sought out Fiona? Though I am the Voodoo Queen, I must concede the might of the Supreme Witch. If she were willing to intervene, thwarting that ritual would be effortless. The vast power accumulated in the Witches' Cemetery over the years cannot be summoned at will. One must possess the capacity to wield it. Otherwise, witches would not have been subjugated by vampires for so long." Father Kieran replied, "I have sought her out, but it seems she is not at home. The witches' ritual is scheduled for this evening. The situation is urgent and cannot wait." The Voodoo Queen pondered for a moment and said to Father Kieran, "I shall consider this matter. Before the sun sets, I will provide you with a response." With that, Father Kieran had no choice but to take his leave. Once he departed, the Voodoo Queen entered a chamber where an altar stood, adorned with a black hat. After closing the door, the Voodoo Queen intoned, "Papa Legba, open the gate, let the spirits enter, guide us on our path, and grant us your wisdom and strength." As her incantation reached its conclusion, a towering figure emerged within the room, adorned with a skull-like visage painted in pale gray, with disheveled black locks cascading down. Papa Legba's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue as he donned a black straw hat and gazed at the Voodoo Queen, inquiring, "You summoned me. What do you wish to trade?" The Voodoo Queen entered into a pact with Papa Legba, acquiring eternal life and formidable power. The price, however, was the annual sacrifice of at least one pure soul, as well as her own capacity for procreation. Unable to bear children herself, she resorted to clandestinely procuring a newborn from a hospital each year to offer as a sacrifice to Papa Legba, thus sustaining her strength and immortality. Papa Legba, once a deity associated with crossroads and serving as an intermediary between humanity and the spirit realm, is also known as Legba. During voodoo rituals, practitioners first invoke him before requesting the presence of other divine emissaries or deities. The Voodoo Queen addressed Papa Legba, saying, "The Witches' Cemetery seeks to hold a harvest ceremony tonight. I wish to trade for all pertinent information regarding this ritual." Upon hearing her words, Papa Legba closed his eyes, as if communing with something beyond. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyelids opened, and a column of black smoke materialized in the room. As the smoke dissipated, a somewhat shorter figure coalesced, dressed in a suit and tie. This figure calmly regarded the Voodoo Queen, asking, "Are you the one seeking knowledge of the harvest ceremony in the Witches' Cemetery?" The Voodoo Queen, taken aback by this sudden apparition, wondered who he was. A demon? Yet he bore the demeanor of a mere merchant, lacking any formidable presence. Papa Legba's expression was one of reverence as he introduced the figure to the voodoo queen, saying, "This is my master, Crowley. Answer his inquiries as he poses them." The voodoo queen was profoundly astonished by Papa Legba's words. If even he regarded this being as master, then surely Crowley was a force to be reckoned with. In response to Crowley's inquiry, the voodoo queen nervously nodded. How could a mere exchange of information summon such a powerful entity? Papa Legba himself was uncertain as to why Crowley held this information in such high regard. Originally a deity of the Haitian voodoo faith associated with crossroads, he found upon arriving in America that the business of the crossroads had been monopolized by demons. After witnessing the formidable power of the demon, he decisively changed his allegiance and joined the company of hell. Now, Crowley finds himself under the command of his superior, overseeing all transactions at the crossroads. Crowley gazes at the voodoo queen and inquires, "What compels you to seek knowledge about the harvest ritual of the witches' cemetery?" The voodoo queen, unable to conceal the truth, divulges every detail she learned from Father Kieran. Chapter 99. Crowley's ambitions. At this moment, Crowley still serves as Lilith's subordinate, managing the crossroads operations on her behalf. While Lilith busies herself with breaking Lucifer's seal, she has largely delegated authority of the crossroads business to Crowley. However, Crowley is not content with merely this. He aspires to ascend further, step by step, to the pinnacle of power. A soldier who does not wish to become a general is not a good soldier, and a demon who does not desire to be the Lord of Hell is not a worthy demon. Only by becoming the king of hell can one fully seize control of their own destiny. Presently, Crowley's soul is under Lilith's dominion, entirely subjected to her will. As one of Lilith's most trusted lieutenants, Crowley has performed numerous tasks for her and has come to understand that she is the final barrier to Lucifer's release. Should Lilith perish, his soul would be free from any restraint. Lilith was the first demon transformed by Lucifer, but in her previous life, she was the first witch among humanity. After God created the heavens and the earth, he fashioned the first man, Adam, from the dust of the ground. Subsequently, seeing that Adam was alone, God caused him to fall into a deep sleep, took one of his ribs, and fashioned it into a woman named Eve. Yet, it was Lilith who was truly the first woman created from dust, endowed with formidable magical powers, while Eve was merely formed from Adam's rib. God commanded Lilith to marry Adam and obey his will, but Lilith refused to submit to Adam, rebelling and leaving the Garden of Eden. She then sought refuge with Lucifer, who transformed her into a demon. Both Lilith and Azazel, the two demons, remain loyal to Lucifer, eager to assist him in ruling over humanity. Azazel created the progeny of demons on earth, preparing vessels for Lucifer's arrival, while Lilith is dedicated to unlocking Lucifer's seal to liberate him. However, their ambitions extend beyond this. They also intend to make necessary preparations for Lucifer's dominion over humanity. Azazel aims to forge a legion of demon offspring, while Lilith seeks to establish a legion of witches. The witches' cemetery in New Orleans is but one of Lilith's schemes. The harvest ritual serves to strengthen the connection between earthly witches and hell, facilitating the influence of hell's power through the witches' involvement in earthly affairs. Now, the witches of the witches' cemetery wishing to conduct the harvest ritual have undoubtedly received directives from Lilith. Azazel and Lilith have been preparing to unravel the first seal of Lucifer. Crowley believes that while the seal can indeed be broken, Lucifer must not be allowed to dominate the mortal realm. After being sealed for such a protracted period, Lucifer's power must have diminished. Should he gain dominion over the human world, his strength would swiftly revive. At that juncture, his aspirations to become the Lord of Hell would be thwarted. Therefore, the ritual in the witch's cemetery must be thwarted. You must heed Kieran's request and prevent this ceremony. Furthermore, our existence must remain concealed, otherwise, I shall crush your soul and feed it to the hounds of hell. Do you understand? Upon hearing Crowley's words, the voodoo queen nearly turned pale with fear. Fortunately, her dark complexion masked it somewhat. She hurriedly bowed her head and vowed, "I shall fulfill my master's task." After a moment of silence, with no further sounds from Crowley and old Graybeard, the voodoo queen dared to lift her gaze, only to find that the two had mysteriously vanished, which brought her a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Li Yi and his companions, after purchasing mobile phones, gathered for lunch. Having finally taken a leisurely stroll, they indulged in a shopping spree. As the afternoon waned, the girls reluctantly returned. Upon seeing a note on the door, Cordelia frowned. Kieran? The number of witches in Salem was scant, primarily consisting of her and Fiona. Typically, they did not engage much with the supernatural circle in New Orleans, so their interactions with Kieran had been minimal. What could Kieran possibly want from them? After placing a call to Kieran, she learned that Cordelia had returned and was urged to come over immediately for an important discussion. At the Witch Academy, after their afternoon outing, several girls had temporarily forged a friendship. Even Annie and Luna had softened their animosity, realizing Li Ye's stance. He had made no choice among them. Rather, he desired them all. Annie felt a flicker of joy at this realization, believing it affirmed her place in Li Ye's heart. As long as she remained by his side, he would not forsake her. If she could manage to sideline Luna, Li Yi would be hers alone. Luna, too, understood Li Ye's intentions, but felt powerless against this fickle heartthrob. If she dared to pressure Li Yi, he would likely turn to Annie. She would not allow Annie to triumph. Though internally scolding Annie, she maintained a friendly facade, recognizing that displaying pettiness would tarnish her image in Li Ye's eyes. She intended to make Li Yi aware that Annie was nothing but a harlot, and that she was the one most suited for him. A group of girls was engaged in a discussion about their shopping experiences, while Li Yi showed little interest in their chatter. He superficially surveyed the surroundings of the Witch Academy, yet his mind was occupied with thoughts on how to allocate his source essence. Host, Li Yi Life, 100. 000 Spirit, 80, 000 Physique, 70, 000 Magic Power, 210, 000 Source Essence, 110, 000 Talent, Life Drain Bloodline, Dark Bloodline, 110, 000 Cultivation Method, Supreme Clarity Spirit Nourishing Technique LV3, 31, 000 Spell, Palm Thunder LV6, 01, 000 Skills, Items. The number of vampires in Chicken Leg City exceeded Li Ye's expectations, although the quality of most was rather poor. Fortunately, their sheer numbers doubled Li Ye's attributes. However, such an opportunity was rare. Other locations might not offer him such a bounty of vampires to slay. Gazing at the abundant source essence, Li Yi contemplated and decided to allocate it towards his cultivation method and spells. The other attributes could still be improved, but these particular aspects could only be honed through practice. With the Supreme Clarity Spirit Nourishing Technique ascending to level 6, Li Yi felt as though his body had undergone countless cycles of the technique. He became acutely aware of how to efficiently absorb spiritual energy. And as he operated the technique, the spiritual energy around the Witch Academy surged towards him. The surrounding spiritual energy was soon depleted, yet his magic power had only increased by a mere 10 points. This abrupt halt left Li Yi feeling quite uncomfortable. Previously, he had not sensed much due to the slow absorption rate. Now that the speed had improved, the scarcity of resources became a hindrance to his cultivation. The spiritual energy in the beautiful nation was not particularly abundant. Otherwise, it would have long been claimed by cultivators from the Huagua. After spending 10,000 to elevate Palm Thunder to level 7, he directed all remaining source essence into his magic power. Magic power, 211. 300 Chapter 100. Journey to Washington. Father Kieran arrived at the Witch Academy and observed the 4 women alongside Li Yi with some surprise. Were they all witches? However, Kieran did not delve into their identities. The Voodoo Queen had already promised him her assistance. If he could also secure the support of the Supreme Witch, the matter would be even more assured. Father Kieran turned to Cordelia and inquired, "Miss Cordelia, might I ask if Miss Fiona is present?" Cordelia shook her head and replied to Father Kieran, "Fiona is not in New Orleans. If you have any matters to discuss, please let me know. I can take charge of most matters concerning the school. Even with other issues, we may find solutions." As the daughter of the Supreme Witch, the Witch Academy is essentially under the management of Cordelia. Although she has yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities, she possesses a certain degree of magical talent, and her innate power is not to be underestimated. Her extensive knowledge of magic enables her to tackle most challenges. Luna has awakened 3 talents, and through her recent training, her magical prowess has grown to impressive levels. Presently, Luna's strength rivals that of some elder witches. Li Yi wields mind control with remarkable finesse, perhaps even surpassing others in power. Cordelia speculates that Annie's capabilities are also formidable. Throughout the course of this afternoon's amicable exchange, Cordelia learned more about Annie's identity. With individuals such as them present, what dilemma could not be resolved? Father Kieran felt a weight in his heart upon hearing that the Supreme, which was absent. Fortunately, The voodoo queen had already consented, otherwise, the situation would be dire. However, with so many allies, the likelihood of success alongside the voodoo queen was notably higher. After reiterating the harvest ceremony, Father Kieran lamented, "They are all innocent girls at the tender age of 16. Should any mishap occur during the ceremony, their lives could be eternally frozen at this moment." Different individuals require tailored rhetoric. The youthful companions before him were vibrant and full of life. He hoped to evoke sympathy in Cordelia and her friends for those girls. Young women, after all, are often the most empathetic, especially when the victims are young witches of 16. Cordelia and her peers, sharing the same identity as witches, surely would not wish for such girls to lose their lives so prematurely. Li Yi, upon hearing Father Kieran's words, replied coolly, "Enough, we will not assist you. You may leave." Li Yi understood that this harvest ceremony could indeed summon ancestors to gain immense magical power. Moreover, those who perished could be resurrected. This was a matter internal to the witches, and there was no unjust killing involved, so Li Yi felt it inappropriate to intervene. Even if he were to rescue the 4 girls, they might not express gratitude. They could perceive him as robbing them of their opportunity to gain formidable power, and might even harbor resentment towards him. These witches were neither wholly virtuous nor entirely malevolent. Li Yi found no justification to act against them. Father Kieran was taken aback by Li Yi's indifferent demeanor. This young man, so heartless. What a splendid opportunity, if only he would rescue those 4 girls. They might even offer themselves in gratitude. Li Yi, surrounded by such enchanting witches, was initially presumed to be a lecherous elder, expected to easily charm them. To his surprise, Father Kieran was somewhat taken aback by the lack of interest in the classic trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Observing Li Yi's indifference, Father Kieran reiterated his concerns regarding the voodoo queen, addressing the group. If they were to seize control of New Orleans, it is likely that more innocent lives would be harmed. Surely, you would not wish for the already suffering citizens of New Orleans to endure further anguish? In response, Li Yi resolutely declined, stating, "I have made it clear that we will not offer assistance. Please take your leave." What distinguishes a government from a coven of witches? Witches do not drain blood like vampires. Besides, they have yet to assert their dominance or harm the innocent. All of this is merely Father Kieran's conjecture. Who can truly predict the future? With Li Yi's firm stance, and in Luna naturally aligned themselves with him, recognizing that continuing the discussion would bear little fruit. Father Kieran departed in defeat. In Washington, at the Delphi Trust Company, Li Yi, unable to wait for nightfall, arrived shortly after Father Kieran's exit. Utilizing his teleportation ability, he instantaneously traversed a considerable distance towards Washington, making slight adjustments to hone in on his precise location. His teleportation could only transport him to places he had previously visited or to coordinates related to his destination. Hence, the journey from New Orleans to Washington was but a fleeting moment. Having left his mark of power within, and he could return directly to her side. As he approached the towering edifice, Li sauntered through the entrance. A striking blonde receptionist, noticing his distinguished demeanor, greeted him with a smile. "Good day, sir. May I ask if you have an appointment? What business do you wish to conduct?" Li Yi employed his mental influence, addressing the receptionist. "Is your president, Harrison, available?" The receptionist maintained her smile as she replied, "Yes, he should be in his office at this moment." "Lead me to him," Li Yi commanded. Guided by the receptionist, he arrived at the entrance of the president's office on the top floor. 2 imposing bodyguards stood sentinel outside the office, and as they attempted to block his path, Li Yi merely cast them a glance, asserting his control, prompting them to obediently open the door. With an air of confidence, Li Yi strode inside, flanked by the 2 bodyguards and the attractive receptionist. Upon entering, he found himself in an expansive conference room, with a set of double doors to the right leading to the true president's office. It is worth noting that these witch hunters were indeed equipped with defenses against mental coercion, and their resolve was remarkably steadfast. However, Li Yi employed the angelic power of mind control, which consumed the essence of the angel. These measures to guard against witches proved utterly ineffective. Their resolute wills crumbled before Li Yi's formidable mental prowess, rendering them incapable of even the slightest struggle. 2 bodyguards walked ahead to open the door for Li Yi. The office was exceedingly spacious, equipped with every conceivable amenity. Both the conference room and the office were adorned with carpets, muffling any sound underfoot. However, the sound of the door opening drew Harrison's attention from behind the desk. Upon seeing Li Yi enter, A look of astonishment crossed Harrison's face. Wasn't this the warlock Li Yi? How could he possibly be here? Before he could utter a word, Harrison's expression turned impassive. He stood and offered his chair to Li Yi. Li Yi strode over and sat down heavily in the executive chair, surveying the office environment. It was indeed impressively spacious. Initially, he had contemplated using Hank against Harrison, but after some reflection, he deemed that a father-son conflict would be rather amusing. He was not a villain. Rather than tormenting others and squandering time, he would prefer to return to play with Annie and the others. Chapter 101. Li Yi's mission. Li Yi pondered how to deal with Harrison. Delphi possessed assets amounting to 50 billion, a considerable sum. Although with Li Yi's current strength, he had little need for such cash, it could certainly serve other purposes. Li Yi addressed Harrison. Gather all shareholders in the conference room. Harrison, standing by, immediately began contacting all shareholders. Once Harrison concluded his calls, Li Yi released his mind control over them. Nevertheless, under the binding of Li Yi's telekinesis, they remained utterly motionless. Their eyes filled with disbelief as they gazed at him. Harrison and the two bodyguards struggled with all their might, only to realize their efforts were futile. Directing furious glares at Li Yi, the receptionist, her face awash with terror, felt an urge to scream. She was merely an ordinary receptionist, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. With a mere thought, Li Yi temporarily silenced her, leaving her only able to emit muffled whimpers. Harrison, in a low voice, questioned Li Yi, "What do you intend to do?" Li Yi's arrival suggested that Harrison's actions had likely been uncovered by him, and even his son Henry was now in Li Yi's grasp. This realization weighed heavily on Harrison's heart. He had but one son. The prospect of something happening to him was difficult for him to accept. However, having chosen the path of a witch hunter, he had long anticipated any conceivable outcome, including the possibility of being confronted by a witch today. It was unexpected that Li Yi possessed such formidable strength. All of his defensive measures proved futile, leaving him without even a chance to resist. Li Yi activated the dark bloodline within him, conjuring a dark contract that materialized before the onlookers. A cloud of black mist hovered before several individuals, with strands of darkness leading toward their souls, conveying the essence of the contract. This was an entirely Li Yi-centric agreement, binding those who signed it to unwavering loyalty towards him. Their souls would bear the mark of this pact, subjected to Li Yi's dominion. With but a thought, he could utterly annihilate their very essence. Setting aside the dark contract, Li Yi could employ other abilities to manipulate their bodies. He could even exert mental control, compelling them to act according to his will. However, such constant oversight would drain his mental acuity and strength. Once the dark contract was sealed, there would be no further need for him to expend mental effort or energy to maintain it. Leaning back in his chair, Li Yi addressed Harrison, saying, "Mr. Harrison, I trust you would not wish for any misfortune to befall your son. The lives of the many employees at Delphi rest entirely within your thoughts." Li Yi only sought to intimidate Harrison. After all, there were over 100 witch hunters employed by the Delphi Trust Company. The number of ordinary staff exceeded this, totaling nearly 1,000 employees within the entire company. These individuals were likely oblivious to the affairs of the witch hunters, merely tasked with ensuring the company operated smoothly and generating profit for Harrison. It was clear to Li Yi that he could not simply eradicate them all. As he absorbed the implications of the contract before him, Harrison grasped Li Yi's intention. Signing the contract would mean surrendering complete control of himself to Li Yi. This realization ignited a profound rage within him. After a lifetime spent hunting witches, he now faced the prospect of being dominated by one. Just as Harrison teetered on the brink of indecision, a nearby young lady, unhesitating, affixed her signature to the contract. This dark pact intertwined with the very essence of one's spirit, capable of penetrating their souls as long as they consented from within. Li Yi cast a surprised glance at the blonde young lady. He had intended to erase her memory should she refuse to sign, but was taken aback by her immediate compliance. Observing her eager expression, he released his hold over her. After all, having signed the contract, she was now considered one of his own. "Oh my goodness, this is simply astonishing," the receptionist exclaimed upon realizing her ability to speak. "Should I call you master?" Becky approached Li Yi, her gaze brimming with reverence. Li Yi waved his hand dismissively, choosing to focus on Harrison as he awaited his decision. At this moment, the two bodyguards comprehended that should they fail to submit to the enigmatic figure before them, their fate would likely be dire. After a moment's hesitation, Both bodyguards reluctantly affixed their signatures to the contract. The prospect of preserving their lives outweighed the desire to perish meaninglessly. Should they face a foe they could resist, they would have collaborated with Harrison to devise a means of vanquishing the adversary. However, the mysterious individual before them exhibited a prowess far beyond their capacity to withstand. If they were to perish, what would become of their wives and children? Would they allow other men to squander their legacies, share their beds, and raise their offspring? Harrison sighed deeply and turned to Li Yi, inquiring, "Is Henry still alive?" Li Yi responded with a cold smile, expressing impatience. "Cease your prattling. If you do not sign immediately, he will be lost forever." Upon hearing this, Harrison appeared to age a decade in an instant, ultimately compelled to sign the contract. In that moment, he felt as though his very life and death were no longer within his control. Should he contemplate any actions detrimental to Li Yi, Li Yi would instantly perceive his thoughts. Moreover, under the imprint of the contract, he would involuntarily center his allegiance around Li Yi. As time passed, they would inevitably become fervent adherents of Li Yi. Once all parties had signed the contract, Li Yi instructed the bodyguards and the receptionist to wait outside the conference room. He then turned to Harrison and stated, "I require you to undertake a task. Promptly journey to Sichuan, China, to assess Wenchuan and its surrounding areas. Focus particularly on the schools in these regions. If their structural integrity is inadequate, they must be reconstructed in a modern style. These rebuilt schools must withstand at least an earthquake of magnitude 8, and all assessments and constructions must adhere strictly to this standard." The year 2006 is approaching, and we are a little over 2 years away from 2008. It is still timely to evaluate and reinforce those structures. Natural disasters such as earthquakes arise from tectonic movements, which are inherently difficult to prevent unless I am powerful enough to halt the movement of land plates entirely. I am uncertain if I can attain such strength within 2 years. To err on the side of caution, I shall prepare for multiple eventualities. While it is not necessarily true that greater power entails greater responsibility, I wish to do what good I can within my means. Nevertheless, my greater hope is that this world will not witness such calamities again. Assigning these tasks to Harrison and his companions is far more advantageous than eliminating them. Harrison was taken aback by Li Yi's directive. He had anticipated that, having gained control over him, Li Yi would compel him to engage in heinous acts. Even if he succumbed to indulgence and excess, such behavior would not have surprised him. However, this task appears to be an act of benevolence. Could it be that he can foresee where an earthquake may strike in the future of Huagua? It seems that Li Yi is not as malevolent as other witches, which enhances Harrison's acceptance of him. In response to Li Yi's commands, Harrison could only bow in acquiescence. Bound by the contract, he was unable to defy Li Yi's will. In the conference room, shareholders of the Delphi Trust Company began to arrive, although most were not in Washington. Those shareholders were at the headquarters in Atlanta and could not arrive promptly. Once all the available shareholders gathered, Li Yi, accompanied by Harrison, exited the office and proceeded to the conference room. Li Yi once again employed his method to control those present, compelling them to sign the contract. Chapter 102. The zombie enclosure. Klaus, accompanied by the infamous Jack the Ripper, set foot upon the land of New Orleans, a place he had ruled a century ago. Although he yearned for vengeance against Marcel, his anger gradually subsided during the journey from Waterfall Town. Marcel, a vampire he had turned, was formidable. Otherwise, he could not have governed New Orleans. To slay Marcel as killer, one must possess immense strength. Klaus recognized the necessity of restraint and diligent investigation into who had slain Marcel, aiming to discover their weaknesses for a decisive strike. The devastation wrought by the hurricane left New Orleans in disarray, evoking a complex array of emotions within Klaus. This city had been established alongside his siblings, holding a special place in his heart. After wandering for an afternoon, Klaus sensed no trace of vampires. Marcel ruled this territory, and surely, under his command, many vampires must have existed. Yet, the current state of New Orleans was alarmingly pristine. Even in other cities, a few vampires could still be found. Ultimately, Klaus arrived at the police station and discovered the corpses of Marcel and other vampires. Upon learning that the entirety of New Orleans' vampire population had perished, Klaus found it hard to believe. He sought information regarding the perpetrator, but the ineptitude of the police left him frustrated. Enraged, Klaus contemplated the witches. If anyone could comprehend the events that had transpired in New Orleans, it would undoubtedly be the local witches, who must possess some knowledge. Moreover, the death of Marcel might very well be the witches' doing. Even if they were not directly responsible, he would compel the witches to assist him in identifying the culprit. In the witches' cemetery, numerous witches congregated, encircling for youthful and radiant girls. Anticipation shimmered in the eyes of the crowd, including those of the 4 girls. Once the ritual was completed, the ancestors would manifest, bestowing upon the 4 immense magical prowess. The elder informed them that during the sacrificial rite, their palms would be pierced with a blade, casting them into a deep slumber. Upon the completion of the ritual, they would awaken, endowed with boundless magical power. Those who received the ancestral gifts of magic would transform into super witches, even more potent than the elders themselves, capable of wielding ancestral strength to rival the supreme witch. Sophie observed the 4 girls destined for sacrifice, her expression wavering. Initially, she intended to discreetly rescue a few of them before the ceremony commenced. However, the elders kept a vigilant watch over the girls, and they themselves were reluctant to leave with her. Turning against her, they alerted the elders, inciting suspicion among the other witches, who sought to apprehend Sophie. In a moment of desperation, she cleverly claimed her actions were merely a test to ascertain the girls' true willingness to participate in the ritual. This explanation temporarily assuaged their suspicions, allowing her to observe the proceedings. Following this ordeal, Sophie found no desire to rescue the girls. Let fate take its course. What concern was it of hers? Even her own niece did not trust her. Why should Sophie exert herself for those who doubted her? Yet, despite her reluctance to intervene, Father Kieran and the Voodoo Queen approached her, urging her to assist in halting the ritual. After contemplating, Sophie decided to collaborate with them. As a rebellious witch, she would defy their expectations. If they foresought boundless power, she would ensure they did not attain it. As night fell, marking the transition of realms, the harvest ritual commenced. The souls of the 4 girls could more readily traverse into the realm of the deceased, facilitating communication with their ancestors, thus enabling the ancestors to bestow upon them formidable magic. Elder Agnes began inscribing the magical circle, preparing for the ceremony, with Sophie acting as an insider. The Voodoo Queen found it significantly easier to launch an assault on the witch graveyard. Before dusk, the Voodoo Queen's salon had already shuttered its doors. In the backyard, she meticulously carved a peculiar magical array, while her subordinates played rhythmic music nearby. Seated within the inscribed circle, the Voodoo Queen draped a golden python around her neck. She then seized a venomous snake from a nearby basket, slicing it open to let its blood drip onto the magical array. Subsequently, she cut her own palm. Pressing it against the array, her gaze lifted skyward as she murmured incantations. The drumming from her subordinate, Hockey, grew increasingly urgent, as though a tempest were imminent. From the graves beyond the witch cemetery, decayed hands emerged from the earth, pushing forth as the zombies cautiously rose to survey their domain. Outside these graves, the Voodoo Queen's husband, the Minotaur Bastion, awaited patiently. The Minotaur Bastion possessed a robust physique, his black muscles exposed, exuding an aura of immense strength. Such a formidable figure would undoubtedly incite a desire for intimate engagement among certain women. Clad in dark trousers and wielding a large cleaver, he bore a massive bull's head atop his neck. Upon perceiving the emergence of the zombie horde and receiving a signal from an insider, Bastion turned and advanced toward the witches' cemetery. Under his command, the zombie army surged forth toward the burial grounds. Torches ignited within the cemetery, where 4 young women knelt in a magic circle, gazing intently at the elder before them. Agnes observed that the last remnants of daylight were fading, signaling that the time for the ritual had arrived. The hour has come. Let the ceremony commence. As Agnes's words echoed, the other elders began to chant incantations. With the depletion of their magical energy, the 4 elements of earth, water, wind, and fire manifested upon the girls, bestowing them with formidable powers once the ritual concluded. In that moment, they would be capable of wielding potent spells without the need for incantations, even channeling ancestral strength to counter the supreme witch. Just as Agnes drew a dagger, preparing to proceed with the next step of slitting the throats of the 4 girls, a witch outside cried out, "Elder, elder, trouble. Zombies are at the gate." This proclamation incited chaos among those present. Zombies. The witches on the periphery turned to witness the approaching undead, some trembling in fear at the grotesque sight. Many zombies bore faces completely rotted away, their features unrecognizable, and as they walked, chunks of decaying flesh occasionally fell away, maggots writhing within the putrid remnants. The stench of decay was nauseating. When had the witches ever encountered such a scene? They were accustomed to adorning themselves beautifully, casting spells with graceful incantations. The appearance of the repulsive zombies filled them with dread. Zombies? What zombies? The cries of panic from the outer witches rendered the inner ones grave with concern. The elders had exhausted their magical energy during the elemental summoning, and Agnes needed to conserve her power to maintain the connection to the ancestral realm. Now, only the ordinary witches present could fend off this sudden assault. However, the witches' cemetery was supposed to be protected by a barrier. Who had breached the sanctum? Could there be a traitor among them? Agnes was compelled to halt the proceedings and address the assembled witches. Quickly, drive these zombies away. The dark forces unleashed by the zombies disrupted the scene, rendering the magical energies within the witches' cemetery impure. To proceed recklessly with the ritual could result in unforeseen circumstances, ultimately leading to its failure. For the sake of caution, it would be prudent to first expel the zombies. At Agnes's command, the witches present charged at the encroaching undead. However, spells designed for the living, such as the soul disruption curse, the stun spell, and the blood-boiling curse, proved ineffective. They were left with no choice but to resort to immobilization and fire spells. In an instant, the cemetery was ablaze. Yet, the fire zombies, under the control of the Voodoo Queen, relentlessly pursued the witches. While many witches cried out in panic as they were chased, a significant number remained composed. Initially flustered, they gradually regained their calm upon realizing the zombies' movements were not particularly swift. Is that all you've got? Witness my inferno. Perish. Chapter 103. The Arrival of Klaus Zombies. Being mere remnants of the dead, had only crawled from their graves due to the Voodoo Queen's sorcery. Although reanimated, their offensive capabilities were rather weak. Even an ordinary person could outpace these zombies, and with a weapon in hand, could easily dispatch them. The challenge lay in the fact that these zombies felt neither pain nor fear of death, making it a significant trial for the witches to emerge unscathed. First, they needed to cast an immobilization spell to bind the zombies, but maintaining this spell required a continuous drain of their magical energy. Then, they would unleash fire spells to ignite the zombies, reducing them to ashes. Fortunately, the number of witches observing the ritual was considerable. Over 100 of the 200 witches from New Orleans had gathered at the cemetery. Due to the recent hurricane, the death toll had risen sharply, and many more zombies continued to swarm towards them from beyond the cemetery gates. The Voodoo Queen, having lived for over 2 centuries, possessed formidable magical prowess. Coupled with her pact with Greba, she could draw upon his strength at any moment, allowing her to summon zombies in a relentless tide. If these witches lacked any backup plans, the Voodoo Queen could use the zombies to gradually deplete their powers. To eliminate the zombies entirely, the dark energies within them needed to be completely eradicated. Otherwise, these undead would perpetually harass the witches within the cemetery. The elders surveyed the chaos unfolding in the cemetery with grim faces. This cohort of witches was the most inept they had ever trained. They were thrown into disarray by mere zombies. Exhausted after casting just 2 spells, they had urged them to practice diligently, yet they chose to pursue romance instead. Such rebellion. Without finding the medium for summoning the zombies, their downfall was inevitable. Agnes instructed Jane, who stood nearby, with urgency. This cannot continue. You must find the medium through which the spell is cast. Only by destroying the medium can we prevent these zombies from resurrecting. Jane, the mother of Monica among the 4 sacrificed girls and the sister of Sophie, possessed formidable witchcraft. The interference in the ritual incited her fury. Very well. I shall go outside to investigate. Before Jane could depart, Agnes added, be wary of serpentine creatures. They may indeed be the medium. Jane nodded and swiftly ran towards the direction from which the zombies approached. Agnes had formulated a suspicion regarding the identity of the disruptor. As for eliminating the adversary, she felt uncertain. Perhaps they could only achieve that once they had harnessed the ancestors' power. For now, they needed to first expel the encroaching zombies and complete the ritual. The onslaught of the undead fortified Agnes's resolve. They must acquire immense power, otherwise, anyone could trample upon them. Outside the witches' cemetery, Klaus observed the incessant influx of zombies with astonishment. It appeared that someone sought to harm the witches. Just as he contemplated his next course of action, he noticed a witch stealthily slipping away. Seizing the moment, Klaus unleashed his speed and vanished from his position. In the next instant, he reappeared beside Stefan, gripping Jane firmly. His extraordinary swiftness left Jane momentarily bewildered. With one hand around her throat, Klaus demanded, "I ask, you answer, or face death? What are you doing in the cemetery?" Snapping back to reality, Jane was filled with terror. Who was this person? How could he possess such strength? In his grasp, she felt utterly powerless. Faced with Klaus's inquiry, all Jane could manage were incoherent sounds. Her face flushed, eyes wide in fear as she stared at him. Klaus, noticing her defiance and silence, felt a surge of irritation. "Very well, you possess spirit. Would you rather die than answer? Then perish." Stefan hastily interjected, "Klaus, you're choking her. She can't speak." Realizing his oversight, Klaus awkwardly released his grip. He had been so anxious that he overlooked this detail. Once freed, Jane coughed violently and took a deep breath, narrowly escaping death. She also registered Stefan's address to Klaus, her heart racing. Klaus, wasn't he the progenitor of vampires? Previously, the elders spoke of the return of the progenitor of vampires, and it appears that their words ring true. Acutely aware of the progenitor's formidable power, Jianin, having regained his composure, dared not withhold information and relayed the situation in the graveyard to Klaus. Upon hearing this, Klaus fell into a contemplative silence. It seemed that the witches were not the perpetrators behind Marcel's demise. With a steely gaze, Klaus addressed Jianin, stating, "I require your assistance in uncovering the identity of the murderer responsible for the vampire's deaths. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you all." The witches possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of discerning clues from even the faintest traces. They could even traverse the realm of the deceased to locate the souls of Marcel and others, thereby uncovering the truth. Jianin hesitated before responding, "This matter is beyond my authority. It necessitates the counsel of the elders." Klaus frowned slightly at Jianin's reply and insisted, "Take me to your elders." He harbored no fear of the witches, as his strength would allow him to easily subdue them. Before the unbinding of his hybrid seal, he could have easily dispatched his own father. Now that the seal had been lifted, he had little to fear. Under Jianin's guidance, Klaus encountered the witch elders. Agnes, with a calculating glint in her eye, expressed her dilemma to Klaus, saying, "You see our current predicament. It is not that we do not wish to assist you, but we simply lack the energy." Klaus glanced at the zombies in the witch's graveyard and scoffed. "Isn't this a simple matter?" He subtly gestured to Stefan beside him, and the two retrieved a metal rod from the iron gate. They then unleashed a flurry of strikes throughout the graveyard, causing the zombies to explode in rapid succession. Within mere minutes, the hundreds of zombies in the witch's graveyard were obliterated. Agnes regarded Klaus's display of power with trepidation. The progenitor of vampires must also be eradicated. She worried that even after the ritual, should she gain the ancestral power, she might not be able to fully vanquish Klaus. In her contemplation, Agnes devised a plan. Klaus discarded the metal rod and coldly addressed Agnes. "Is this satisfactory now? You are aware of my temperament. It would be unwise to attempt any tricks." The witches were astonished by Klaus's prowess. Those zombies, which posed considerable difficulty for them, were effortlessly dispatched. While Klaus conversed with Agnes, the other elders began directing the witches to expel the dark forces from the graveyard. Although Agnes feigned indifference to Klaus's threat, deep within, she harbored a burning resentment. Even if she were to remain unscathed, she vowed to make him pay dearly. Agnes smiled faintly and praised, "Indeed, the power of the ancestor is formidable. Rather than simply learning of the murderer, one must ponder whether the ancestor would be willing to resurrect Marcel." Chapter 104. The axe killer. Agnes's words stirred something within Klaus, prompting him to eagerly inquire, "What do you mean? How can we bring Marcel back to life?" Agnes countered, "Are you unaware of whether the ancestor is familiar with the Supreme Witch?" Klaus, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Of course I know, but hasn't he Marion already perished?" In 1868, the Supreme Witch Marion Wharton acquired the illustrious Robichaud Academy for exceptional young ladies as a school for witches. However, her actions were shrouded in secrecy, and few were aware of her endeavors. Nevertheless, as New Orleans was under Klaus's dominion, he eventually discovered the school's uniqueness over time. He sent individuals to probe into it, only for them to meet a grim fate. Just as he contemplated a deeper investigation, Marion appeared before him, warning him against meddling in the affairs of the Witch Academy. The power she displayed instilled a sense of caution in him, deterring any rash actions. Yet, as the ruler of New Orleans, Klaus could not be intimidated by a mere witch. He convened various figures from New Orleans at the Opera House, seeking to oppose Marion. However, their patriarch Michael pursued them, forcing them to flee the city. Later, when he sought information about New Orleans, he learned of Marion's demise. Agnes continued, "The witches of Salem are somewhat different from us. Each generation produces a supreme witch. Currently, the supreme witch at the Witch Academy in New Orleans is named Fiona. With her prowess, resurrecting Marcel would be quite effortless. The abilities of the Salem witches have long evoked Agnes's envy. Why could they not awaken such talents? Once, she had visited Fiona, but Fiona had shown her no interest whatsoever. Agnes still vividly recalled that haughty demeanor. Now, sending Klaus to seek out Fiona would not only rid her of Klaus, but also create inconvenience for Fiona. Hearing Agnes's words filled Klaus with elation. The capabilities of the Supreme, which could indeed restore Marcel. However, persuading the Supreme Witch to intervene would likely prove challenging. Contemplating Fiona's strength, Klaus hesitated before deciding to inform his siblings first. Surely, upon hearing the news of Marcel's death, Elijah and Rebecca would be eager to assist. With the combined strength of the three siblings, they could wreak havoc wherever they went. With a newfound strategy in mind, Klaus departed with Stefan. After Agnes and the other witches tidied up the witch graveyard, she proclaimed, "Let the ritual continue." Then she turned to the three girls awaiting sacrifice. "Wait, three? Where's the other one? Where has Davina gone?" Agnes inquired angrily. At such a crucial moment, a person has inexplicably vanished. The witches exchanged bewildered glances, equally puzzled. Earlier, they had been preoccupied with battling zombies and had not noticed the absence. Meanwhile, the Minotaur had already carried Davina away from the witch graveyard. The knights served as his concealment, and with the aid of the Voodoo Queen's magic and Sophie's cover, Bastian successfully knocked Davina unconscious and abducted her. The chaos caused by the zombies was merely a diversion to capture the offering. As long as one of them remained alive, the ritual could not proceed. Now, having reached the midpoint and summoned the elemental powers, they could find no suitable replacement. At the witch school, Lee had returned after dealing with the witch hunters. At the dining table, Luna had prepared an extravagant feast for him. Cordelia looked at Luna in astonishment and said, "You never mentioned you could cook so much. Luna, you truly are full of surprises." During their time together, it had always been Cordelia who cooked. Luna had never lifted a finger. This was utterly vexing. Unfazed by Cordelia's reproach, Luna sat beside Li Yi, serving him food. With anticipation gleaming in her eyes, she asked, "Is it delicious?" Li Yi nodded and praised. "It's absolutely wonderful." Gaining Li Yi's affirmation, Luna cast a challenging glance at Annie across the table. Annie, meanwhile, took a hearty bite of the braised beef. The flavor was indeed delightful. This round, she had lost. Li Yi recalled that within the confines of the school, there existed the soul of a notorious axe murderer. Trapped for decades, he resided in a peculiar space, undiscovered by the many witches and even the Supreme Witch over the years. For Li Yi, ordinary souls and malevolent spirits were usually visible, yet he had not seen this axe murderer in the school, indicating that a specific method was required to establish a connection with that realm before it could be perceived. Li Yi turned to Cordelia and inquired, "Are you familiar with the axe murderer?" Li Yi's words captivated the attention of the crowd. Curiosity piqued. Cordelia pondered why Li Yi had posed such a question and replied, "Of course I know. He is the infamous axeman of New Orleans. He once attempted to invade our school, but was slain by our ancestors." The axeman masqueraded as a jazz musician, performing on the saxophone in various clubs throughout New Orleans. In 1919, a series of murders unfolded in the city. In a confession sent to a local newspaper, he claimed responsibility for the killings and declared he would continue unless people played jazz music in their homes. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Subsequently, upon discovering that the witch school was devoid of jazz music, he foolishly chose to invade it. As an ordinary man, how could he possibly contend with witches? This arrogant individual met a gruesome end, being stabbed dozens of times by the witches. They loathed the axeman's actions and collectively banished his soul to a peculiar realm. In this space, the axeman could neither commit suicide nor reincarnate, condemned to an eternity of solitude. As Cordelia recounted the tale, the others learned of the axeman's story, though she remained uncertain of the location of this mysterious space. Li Yi spoke solemnly, "The soul of the axeman resides within this very house. I wish for you to investigate the means of accessing this enigmatic realm. The axeman himself lacks power. The challenge lies in establishing contact with him. Moreover, I am intrigued by this mysterious space. seemingly existing in a liminal zone between the realm of the living and the dead. The Axeman can observe the world around him, yet there is no specific way to influence that space from reality. Chapter 105. Danny's Secret. The women gasped at Li Ye's revelation. There was a ghost residing in their midst. Particularly for Cordelia and Luna, a chill ran down their spines. Had the Axeman been watching them all these years? Goodness. The Axeman was truly malevolent. As this thought took shape, even the more gentle-natured Cordelia and Luna felt a surge of desire to vanquish the Axeman. The group surveyed their surroundings, attempting to discern the presence of the Axeman. Li Yi, observing their apprehension, spoke soothingly. Fear not. The Axeman is confined to the basement. He cannot traverse to other rooms. In Fiona's childhood, whenever she felt wronged, she would retreat to the basement. The Axeman watched Fiona grow, developing a peculiar attachment to her. Later, Zoe and the other witches summoned the Axeman using a Ouija board, granting him the ability to move freely within the room. Additionally, he possessed the power to influence reality, becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary person upon his release. However, this Axeman was also quite a character, a master of seduction. With just a few charming words, he managed to entice Fiona, the supreme witch, into a passionate encounter. Should Li Yi consider learning a few tricks from him? After some contemplation, he decided against it, recognizing that his formidable strength rendered such frivolities unnecessary. Li Yi continued to address the group, revealing that behind a wardrobe in a certain room of the witching school lay a concealed storage space, containing a Ouija board linked to the Axeman. He urged them to search for this hidden chamber. Although it was possible to summon the Axeman and subsequently eliminate him through this method, Li Yi was more intrigued by how the witches had accomplished this feat. After dinner, the group began scouring the witching school for the storage space Li Yi had mentioned. The school housed numerous rooms, capable of accommodating 60 witches at the height of its glory. After an exhaustive search, Luna exclaimed, "I found it, right here." She emerged into the hall, holding the Ouija board, and the others gathered around her to conclude their search. Curious, Joe asked, "How do you play this?" As the obedient girl she was, she had never engaged with such things before. Summoning malevolent spirits? The thought sent a thrill through her. Li Yi took the Ouija board from Luna and examined it closely, sensing a faint connection. It appeared to have been enchanted to link it to the Axeman. He carried the board down to the basement, where the connection intensified. Understanding the principles of the Ouija board, Li Yi began to infuse it with his spirit and magical energy. As he channeled his power, a pull emanated from the board, gradually revealing a shadowy figure in the basement. This figure seemed to come from another realm, yet appeared to have always existed within this world. A middle-aged man clad in a suit and hat slowly materialized before Li Yi. However, only Li Yi and Annie could perceive the Axeman. The others were unable to see his presence. Having been deceased for nearly a century, he existed in a spectral state. Although the witches possessed magical abilities and innate talents, they lacked the capacity to directly perceive the dead. They needed to invoke specific incantations and activate their mystical sight to witness the existence of spirits. Finally, he had emerged. The axe killer, Danny, gazed at the crowd with a sense of nostalgia. After spending so many years in the basement, he felt as though it might drive him to madness. Given the chance to choose again, he would never have set foot in this witch school. As the souls began to manifest, Li Yi addressed the assembly. The axe killer has emerged. Upon hearing Li Ye's words, Joe, Luna, and Cordelia could not discern any additional figures in his line of sight, which instilled a sense of fear within them, prompting them to draw closer to Li Yi. Li Yi utilized his telekinetic powers to bind the axe killer, raising his palm to reveal crackling lightning forming within it. The sight terrified the axe killer, sending shivers through his very essence. The palpable aura of death enveloped him, and he sensed that this time, his demise could be even more irrevocable than the last. In a moment of desperation, the axe killer bellowed, "I possess an important secret. Please do not slay me." Li Yi, holding a Ouija board in his other hand, paused at the axe killer's proclamation. He was intrigued to learn the nature of this secret. Turning to the axe killer, he inquired, "What secret do you hold? If it bears no significance, then you may as well perish." With the Ouija board connecting him to the axe killer, Li Yi felt no apprehension about the possibility of escape. Regardless of how far he might flee, Li Yi could instantaneously traverse the distance and obliterate him. Seeing the lightning in Li Ye's hand extinguish, the axe killer sighed in relief. Observing Li Ye's stern demeanor, he swallowed an imaginary lump in his throat and continued, "I am Danny, sent by Klaus to gather intelligence regarding this place. Klaus promised that if I could procure relevant information, he would transform me into a vampire. Previously, I inadvertently overheard that Klaus's sister, Rebecca, seems intent on confronting him and is summoning someone. You could leverage this information to blackmail Rebecca, compelling her to serve you. Having been trapped in the basement for so long, the axe killer was unaware of the changes in the outside world. In his mind, the vampire progenitors remained virtually invincible, with few capable of challenging them. Thus, even after enduring such confinement, he still believed that the outside world was under Klaus's dominion. He was confident that the witches before him would be eager to exploit this knowledge to intimidate a vampire progenitor. As for why he did not use this information to threaten Rebecca himself, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. With the power of a vampire progenitor, a single encounter could lead to his demise. Moreover, the progenitors possessed hypnotic abilities, making it impossible for him to conceal any plans from Rebecca. Hence, he refrained from taking action. Yet, the witches standing before him might possess the strength necessary to confront Rebecca. My Lord Vampire, surely you would not desire for this secret to be revealed to your brother? The mere thought of Rebecca being coerced by the witch filled Danny with excitement. This witch's school is a veritable den of peril. Sending him to gather intelligence would be tantamount to courting death. Since you display no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Even if Li Yi were to fail and be slain by Rebecca, it would still be a source of delight for him. In a dog-eat-dog scenario, he would relish any demise. Upon hearing the so-called secret from the axe killer, Li Yi scoffed. Is that all? It has already perished at the break of dawn. I have vanquished all the vampires. This secret is hardly worth the life of your hound. Li Yi felt a tinge of disappointment, having anticipated a revelation of greater magnitude, only to find himself momentarily elated for naught. Why would he need to resort to coercion against these vampires? Moreover, he had already eradicated the vampires outside, and Klaus and the others were not present. This secret held little value. Chapter 106. The realm of the departed. The axe killer was taken aback upon hearing that the vampires outside had all been slain. How formidable was this individual? If he had indeed eradicated all the vampires, then his own fate was sealed. As lightning crackled in Li Yi's hand, a shroud of death enveloped the axe killer once more. In a state of panic, the axe killer implored, "Do not take my life. I am a saxophonist, endowed with nimble fingers and a skilled tongue, capable of producing the desired notes with precision." Li Yi, uninterested in the ramblings of this supposedly agile performer, was not one to be swayed by the words of such a charlatan. The brilliant lightning flickered throughout the basement, leaving the axe killer with no means of escape. Damn it, the axe killer reflected that, given the choice, he would rather not have been summoned at all. The moment the lightning struck him, his figure materialized before the onlookers. They were taken aback. Is this truly the axe killer? Li Yi had previously spoken to thin air, sending chills down their spines. That unseen presence had rendered them powerless. Now, witnessing the axe killer's annihilation beneath their very eyes, they exhaled in relief. Li Yi can wield lightning? That is undeniably astonishing. Although the witches could conjure flames and possess telekinetic abilities, they remained unable to harness the power of thunder. Never had they encountered any supernatural being capable of summoning lightning. Even the supreme witches could not unleash such forces. Source quality, 100 mentality, 50. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Yi felt little stir within his heart. Ordinary spirits were unlikely to significantly enhance his attributes. Nevertheless, incremental gains could accumulate over time, leading to a qualitative transformation. Feeling the connection fading on the Ouija board, Li Yi furrowed his brow. However, he felt no sense of regret. After all, the axe-wielding killer had been banished by the witches. It was certain that within the witch school, there were magical records pertaining to this matter. Returning to the hall, Li Yi expressed his thoughts to Cordelia, hoping to glean relevant information from her. Upon hearing Li Yi's description, Cordelia's eyes brightened with realization as she exclaimed, "I understand now. Among the witches of Salem, there exists a gift known as astral projection, which allows our physical forms to enter a state of suspended animation. In this state, the soul traverses into the realm of the deceased, facilitating a passage between the worlds of the living and the dead. It is likely that some witches of that time exploited this ability to tether the soul of the axe killer to the Ouija board, thus trapping him in a liminal state between the realm of the dead and the reality of the living. This way, he could neither move in the world of the deceased nor wreak havoc in the realm of the living." The assembly was astounded by Cordelia's account of this practice. However, Joe, the only ordinary person among them, found much of Cordelia's narrative perplexing. Although she had grown up in the company of demon hunters, her understanding of such esoteric matters was limited. After listening to Cordelia, she asked with curiosity, shouldn't the deceased ascend to heaven or descend into hell? What exactly is this realm of the dead? Even Li Yi, intrigued by this so-called realm of the dead, pondered the concept. Despite his superior strength compared to Cordelia, she possessed knowledge far exceeding his own. Cordelia shook her head and addressed the group, saying, heaven and hell are two mysterious realms that are tethered to the earth. Upon death, individuals do not directly enter these worlds. They require the guidance of angels or demons to reach them. The realm of the dead, on the other hand, exists in parallel to the reality we know. Upon death, a being's soul naturally transitions into this space, continuing to exist in an alternate form. Some of our witches, upon awakening this gift, can communicate with the realm of the dead, even bringing back the souls of the departed to resurrect them. However, reviving the dead contravenes the laws of nature and is not to be undertaken lightly, lest one attract terrifying entities. Cordelia's revelations astonished those present, as they had not anticipated the existence of such a place beyond heaven and hell. Li Yi, meanwhile, contemplated deeply, noting that the Tin Dragon Ring was also a distinct world. Could it be that heaven and hell were similar realms? If they seized human souls, could they enhance the powers of these two worlds? Are these two worlds filled with intruders? Cordelia glanced at Luna and remarked that Luna, having awakened her soul exit talent, possessed a deeper understanding of such matters. Feeling the gaze of the crowd upon her, Luna shyly confessed, though I possess this talent, I dare not wield it lightly. The act of soul exiting carries immense peril. A moment's misstep may bind one irrevocably to the realm of the deceased. In that world, one encounters many peculiar phenomena, compelling one to linger alongside its inhabitants. Those of wavering resolve may easily succumb, reluctant to return to the realm of the living, ultimately becoming true specters. In the land of the departed, one may reunite with cherished relatives, friends, parents, and lovers. Should a grand reunion occur there, many would find it hard to part ways. With this knowledge imparted, the group prepared to rest. Annie and Luna each grasped one of Li Ye's arms, neither willing to relinquish their hold. Eventually, with a slight huff, Annie relented, gazing into Luna's determined eyes, and declared, tonight, I shall concede to you. With that, she released her grip on Li Yi and turned to head toward Joe's room. Compared to Li Ye's robust physique, the soft and tender Joe was equally appealing. It had been quite some time since Annie had shared a bed with Joe, and she found herself feeling nostalgic. Upon Annie's entrance, Joe looked on with confusion. Annie, are you not sleeping with Li Yi? Annie smiled and replied, I was concerned you might feel lonely sleeping by yourself, so I came to keep you company. Joe, bemused by Annie's words, thought to herself, why didn't you sleep next to me last night then? Surely, it must be because Li Yi and Luna were together, and you're here to disrupt my peace. I refuse. There are plenty of rooms. You can find one for yourself, Joe insisted. However, Annie paid no heed to Joe's protests and leapt into her embrace. Wow, Joe, you've grown so much. Have you been secretly pampering yourself? It smells wonderful. Luna observed Annie's retreating figure with a complex gaze, surprised that Annie would so readily concede. Yet, contemplating the events to come, Luna felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, for she had never engaged in real combat before. As clothing slipped away, the battle commenced. Chapter 107. The Voodoo Queen's Leverage Morning arrived. The Voodoo Queen's hair salon opened its doors to welcome a visitor she had anticipated. Gazing at the somewhat aged Agnes, the Voodoo Queen feigned surprise, remarking, what a rare guest. I wonder what hairstyle Ms. Agnes desires today. Agnes, observing the Voodoo Queen's unchanged visage over the years, felt a twinge of jealousy. From her childhood, the Voodoo Queen has always appeared thus. Now, after several decades, she has transformed from a little girl into the grandmother of several granddaughters. Yet, throughout the years, the Voodoo Queen remains unchanged, as time has left no mark upon her visage. Agnes spoke to the Voodoo Queen in a low voice. Enough of your pretenses, old hag. Hand over Davina. The Voodoo Queen, arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe and replied with a cold smile. You little brat, show some respect. I know nothing of this Davina. You are all utterly useless, unable to keep track of a single girl, yet you dare to come to me for answers. Apologies, but I have none. Step aside and do not impede my clients. Agnes, filled with rage, could hardly contain her desire to unleash a fiery curse upon her adversary's face. However, the Voodoo Queen's formidable power restrained her from acting impulsively. Suppressing her fury, Agnes addressed the Voodoo Queen, "Do not feign ignorance. The multitude of venomous snakes that perished outside the cemetery bears the mark of your voodoo practices. We have imbued Davina with the power of fire elements. And if we cannot swiftly complete the ritual to return this energy to the earth, New Orleans will soon face catastrophic consequences. Moreover, your concealment of Davina is futile. Her current form cannot withstand the fire element's force, and it will not be long before her body succumbs and she perishes. With the vampire progenitor Klaus having returned to New Orleans, we witches must summon an entity capable of opposing him. Otherwise, the vampires will once again reign over the city." Upon hearing Agnes's words, the Voodoo Queen furrowed her brow. So, capturing Davina would be of no use? And Klaus has returned? The chaos in New Orleans was escalating, with various supernatural entities converging. Nevertheless, she would not easily relinquish Davina, as it was the command of old Greba's master to thwart the ritual's progression. The Voodoo Queen gazed at Agnes and stated flatly, "Davina is truly not in my possession. Cease your entanglements with me. As for Klaus's return and his potential dominion over New Orleans, what concern is that of mine?" Upon hearing the Voodoo Queen's response, Agnes's previously furious expression suddenly calmed. With a strange smile directed at the Voodoo Queen, she said, "Very well, I initially intended to reason with you, but your stubbornness leaves me no choice. Mary, do you truly believe no one is aware of your capture of the Salem witches over the years? If I were to disclose this information to Fiona, how do you suppose she would react?" The Voodoo Queen's countenance darkened at Agnes's words. How did the other party come to know of this matter? Could it be that a traitor lurked among her subordinates? To forge a pact with the venerable Greba and wield sorcery demands a considerable price. In a bid to lessen her dependence on Greba, she made the Salem witch her subject of study. Over the years, she has secretly sought ways to acquire the talents of the Salem witch. Once she attains the Salem witch's abilities, she shall no longer require Greba's power to perform her magic. Did she truly believe that nurturing so many hockey blacks stemmed from benevolence? It was merely to sacrifice them to Greba for strength when the occasion arose. For years, she has recognized that these creatures are nothing but ungrateful wolves raised on her generosity. She took them in out of kindness. Yet they plotted to seize her possessions and assault her. These brutes even spared none of her lizards, which she had raised for the practice of sorcery. Agnes, observing the Voodoo Queen's grim countenance, continued, "Do you think your actions are so clandestine? Only that fool Fiona remains oblivious. Return Davina to me. We ought to be allies rather than enemies. Fiona has proven to be an exceedingly incompetent supreme witch, failing to protect the Salem witches over the years. Instead, she has allowed the once powerful Salem witches to wither away. The Witch Academy has rooms that have begun to gather cobwebs. In contrast, the Michelson witches, under the stewardship of their elders, number over 200. Yet, the talents of the Michelson witches are notably lacking. Not a single super witch has emerged, and even high-level witches are scarce. This reality stirs great indignation within Agnes. A mere handful of Salem witches with decent talents could easily overpower them. Yet no matter how hard they strive, they cannot produce a single supreme witch. Despite Agnes holding leverage over the Voodoo Queen, the latter shook her head and replied, "Do not persist. There is no one here whom you seek. It is not that I am unwilling to collaborate with you, but I have compelling reasons to refuse. Unless—" The Voodoo Queen paused, then sighed. "Very well. If you wish to inform Fiona, then do so." Agnes's expression darkened at the Voodoo Queen's words. Perplexed by her insistence on this course of action, she would rather risk war with the Supreme, which then returned Davina to her. Previously, her assertion that capturing Davina was of no use was merely a ruse to placate her. Summoning the 4 elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire is no simple task. If the elements tied to Davina were to return to the natural world, it would take another 300 years to summon them again. Agnes cast a penetrating glance at the Voodoo Queen before turning away. She would not surrender so easily. Just as Agnes departed from Main Street, a curly-haired, dark-skinned witch approached her and inquired, "Elder, does the opposing party refuse to relinquish Davina?" Agnes shook her head and replied, "That old harlot would rather die than comply. One wonders what kind of potion she has ingested." Then, Agnes turned to the dark-skinned witch and asked, "Sabine, are you certain the evidence regarding that wretched creature capturing the Salem, which is authentic?" Sabine appeared as a rather naive young witch, visibly intimidated by the elder Agnes. Under Agnes's brooding gaze, she timidly nodded and asserted, "Elder, I assure you it is true." Upon hearing this, Agnes's eyes reflected deep contemplation. Given the Voodoo Queen's recent demeanor, there was indeed merit to the claim. She cared not for the Voodoo Queen's underlying motives in seizing Davina. Having made such a choice, one must endure the corresponding consequences. I shall see what you wield against the Supreme Witch. Come, let us proceed to the witch school. Agnes beckoned to Sabine and set off toward the witch school. Sabine nodded and followed closely behind Agnes, though her expression conveyed a profound depth, starkly contrasting with the timid young witch from earlier. Why did the Voodoo Queen seek to thwart the harvest ritual? Sabine could not fathom. Yet, this harvest ritual must continue. Even if the Voodoo Queen sought to impede it, she would not succeed. Chapter 108. Sophie Holmes what? Klaus has returned. Father Kieran was utterly astonished by Sophie's words. The previous night, they had successfully prevented the harvest ritual, ensuring the four girls were spared from persecution, which brought Father Kieran a sense of joy. However, the news of Klaus's return cast a shadow over his spirits. As the progenitor of vampires, Klaus was well known to Father Kieran. New Orleans had once flourished under the dominion of the vampire progenitor. This also demonstrated that the supernatural had a positive impact on societal development. Thus, Father Kieran endeavored to accept the existence of vampires, even assisting Marcel and other vampires in concealing their nefarious deeds. Under the vampires' regime, they would strive to further enhance the prosperity of New Orleans. Although this was aimed at attracting more individuals to the city, the outcome had indeed improved the order and economy of New Orleans. These vampires were ruthless towards those who broke the rules. However, with Klaus's return and his desire to re-establish vampire supremacy, it undoubtedly heralded a period of great upheaval. In the course of this unfolding drama, many lives would be lost. Previously, the vampires had established a relatively stable order, which compelled Father Kieran to acquiesce. Now, with the demise of the vampires, there was no longer a need to re-establish their dominion. Father Kieran articulated his thoughts and then inquired of Sophie, "What do you think we should do to thwart Klaus?" He held a deep admiration for Sophie, the witch who was determined to save the innocent girls. Upon hearing Father Kieran's question, Sophie pondered for a moment and, raising her tattooed arm, made a slicing motion across her throat, speaking fiercely. To avert the ensuing turmoil, the most effective course of action is to eliminate the source. Klaus's display of power the previous night had left Sophie deeply unsettled. The witches had no means to resist under the vampire's dominion. Historically, vampires had always been the witches' greatest adversaries, and Klaus's temporary friendliness was merely a facade, granted due to the intelligence they had provided. If Klaus sought to rule New Orleans, the witches would inevitably become a pivotal faction he could not overlook. Should the witches refuse to be subjugated, a confrontation with Klaus was inevitable, leading to significant casualties. Although Sophie was a rebellious witch, she did not wish to betray her kin. Her intent to halt the harvest ritual was solely to save those four innocent girls. Father Kieran was taken aback by Sophie's words, casting a peculiar glance in her direction, as if he were trying to reconceptualize this tattooed bar-hopping witch. He grasped her implication. Was she truly suggesting they eliminate Klaus? How audacious! After all, he was the progenitor of vampires, having lived for over a millennium, with a strength known only to himself. Sophie, are you suggesting we remove him? Father Kieran asked uncertainly. Sophie nodded and, meeting his gaze earnestly, replied, "Indeed. The progenitor is formidable, but he is not beyond the reach of those who can counterbalance him. The one who annihilated the entire vampire population of New Orleans in a single night surely harbors a profound enmity towards them. He would be capable of dealing with Klaus." The notion of this almost taboo figure was something Father Kieran had instinctively wished to forget, yet Sophie had brought it back to the fore. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "I understand what you're saying, but how do we locate this person?" There were no discernible clues at the scene to identify who he might be. Marcel, residing on Royal Street, forbade any surveillance measures. As a vampire, if any related footage were to leak, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar and lead to tremendous trouble. Thus, the officers present at the scene failed to obtain any pertinent video surveillance. Upon hearing Father Kieran's words, Sophie wore a sardonic smile. She produced several leaves and remarked to Father Kieran, "After years under the vampire's dominion, the police have evidently forgotten their investigative skills. These remarkably fresh leaves are obviously suspicious." yet they remain oblivious to them. Although the roses in the garden still bear leaves, they are vastly different from these few. The outer leaves are rather old, coated with a layer of dust, while these are pristine, as if just sprouted, devoid of any grime. The mysterious individual, capable of siphoning life force, must wield formidable life magic. These leaves are undoubtedly conjured through such enchantment. Father Kieran, upon hearing Sophie's analysis, was utterly astonished. "You ought to be called Sophie Holmes," he exclaimed, gazing at her with admiration. "It seems they have underestimated you, with your intellect. It is a pity you aren't leading the witches as an elder." However, he pondered, but how shall we locate the individual based solely on these leaves? Sophie, brimming with confidence, replied, "I can cast a locating spell to determine what these leaves were plucked from. The absence of a primary rose branch at the scene indicates that it has been taken away by the individual. If we can find the main branch, we shall discover their whereabouts." Father Kieran, casting a shadow of doubt, cautioned, what if the individual discarded the branch and did not keep it on their person? After all, who would carry around a rose branch they were reluctant to part with? In response to Father Kieran's skepticism, Sophie shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Then there is nothing more I can do. Let's give it a try. What if they haven't discarded it?" Father Kieran nodded and replied, "Very well. Let us proceed with the attempt." Meanwhile, at the Witches' Academy, Annie, Joe, and Cordelia sat at a table enjoying breakfast. Two places remained unoccupied, as Li Yi and Luna had yet to rise after a fierce battle the previous night, and the trio did not wait for them. Cordelia addressed Annie and Joe, saying, "There are still many vacant rooms here at the academy. You may reside here if you wish." It was rather lonely with just Luna and me. She selectively ignored the silent Spaulding. Annie smiled gently at Cordelia and said, "Then we shall not be polite. Judging by Li Ye's demeanor, he will undoubtedly not refuse to stay at the witches' school." Thus, Annie decisively made arrangements for Li Yi. "Residing here is far more convenient and comfortable than staying in a hotel," and turned to Joe and said, "Our luggage is still at the hotel. Let's move it over here first." Yesterday, they had merely ventured out for a glimpse, never anticipating such a turn of events. Some of their belongings remained in the hotel, necessitating a trip to retrieve them. Joe glanced at the rooms upstairs, hesitatingly inquired, "Shouldn't we wait until he wakes up to go together?" and retorted somewhat impatiently, "We're just going to grab a few things and return. Why wait for him?" Joe felt a twinge of embarrassment at Anne's words. Over the past few days, she had encountered an abundance of extraordinary beings, so much so that she felt surrounded by them. Without Li Yi by her side, Joe felt a sense of insecurity. Surely, a brief excursion to fetch some items would not lead to any encounters with these extraordinary creatures, would it? Chapter 109. The naive Cordelia before and Joe had even stepped outside the gates of the witch school, they spotted an elderly woman accompanied by a curly-haired, dark-skinned woman poised to ring the bell. Agnes paused, gazing at the two girls inside, wondering if they were the new Salem witches. "Good day, young ladies. I am Agnes, and I wish to discuss a matter with you." The previously sullen Agnes, who had just come from the Voodoo Queen, appeared warm and amiable, resembling a kindly grandmother in front of and in Joe. She needed to enlist the assistance of the Supreme Witch to reclaim Davina, and thus felt compelled to display her friendly demeanor. Moreover, Fiona was too powerful to be trifled with. Upon hearing Agnes's words, and assumed they were mistaken and that they believed her and Joe to be the owners of the witch school. Opening the door, she explained to Agnes and Sabine, "Please, come in. We are not the owners here. If you wish to discuss something, you should seek Cordelia." Agnes looked at Anne, surprised, and after ushering Sabine inside, she asked, "Aren't you two witches?" and led them to find Cordelia, smiling as she replied, "We are not witches, merely friends of Cordelia temporarily residing here." Agnes did not alter her demeanor due to their lack of witch status. She continued to regard, and with a friendly smile, those who could enter the witch school, even if not witches, were certainly not ordinary folk. "Is the Supreme Witch Fiona present?" Agnes inquired, and shook her head regretfully, responding, "I'm afraid Fiona is not currently at the witch school. She has been away for some time." A sense of dismay washed over Agnes. Without the Supreme Witch present, what significance did her visit hold? Why, at such a critical moment, had Fiona chosen to be away? Damn, couldn't she just remain at home? In recent days, misfortune has plagued me incessantly, rendering every endeavor fruitless. Cordelia gazed in surprise at the two individuals brought back by Annie and Joe. Elder Agnes? Given that the Witch's cemetery and the French district are adjacent, Cordelia was naturally acquainted with Elder Agnes. However, It is uncommon for the witches from the Witch's cemetery to pay visits. What could prompt Agnes to come here now? Elder Agnes looked at Cordelia with a smile and remarked, "Cordelia, it has been a long time." Observing the seemingly ordinary Cordelia, Agnes felt a slight uplift in her otherwise discontented mood. So what if Fiona is the supreme witch? Her daughter is utterly inept, with no talents awakened, spending her days merely toying with flowers and plants. Cordelia warmly welcomed the two guests, but upon learning they were seeking Fiona, she could only shake her head in disappointment. "If Elder Agnes has any important matters, please share them with me, and I will convey your intentions to my mother." Initially, Agnes was about to leave upon hearing that Fiona was absent, but an idea struck her. If she were to reveal the deeds of the Voodoo Queen to Cordelia, it might incite Cordelia's wrath. Moreover, by subtly stirring Cordelia's emotions, she could compel Cordelia to confront the Voodoo Queen. If by chance the Voodoo Queen were to seriously injure or even kill Cordelia, wouldn't that forge a deep-seated enmity between Fiona and the Voodoo Queen? With her daughter in peril, Fiona would surely rush back for vengeance. As Agnes contemplated this scheme, a sorrowful expression gradually enveloped her face. "Cordelia, there is something that, though it does not directly concern me, I feel compelled to share as a fellow witch. I truly cannot stand idly by." Agnes signaled to Sabine to produce a stack of photographs, which she then handed to Cordelia, continuing, "Marie has gone far overboard. For years, she has relentlessly captured Salem witches and subjected them to inhumane experiments. My purpose in coming here is to inform your mother, urging her to take a stand for these victimized girls." Cordelia examined the photographs, each depicting girls subjected to gruesome experiments involving bloodletting. The faces of the girls were etched with agony, numbness, and despair. To her horror, Cordelia recognized some familiar faces among them, girls who had once studied at the Witch's Academy. Her hands trembled as she clutched the photographs. She had often wondered why there had been so few new Salem witches in recent years. Some who had once attended the academy had even fallen out of contact. It dawned on her that they had all met tragic fates. Seeing the fury etched on Cordelia's face, Agnes felt a tinge of disdain. The power of the Salem witches was undeniably formidable, yet they failed to unite, choosing instead to disperse, thereby granting the Voodoo Queen the opportunity to pick them off one by one. If they all lived together, who would dare to lay a hand on them? Agnes sighed, her heart heavy with compassion, as she continued to stoke the flames of indignation. They are all innocent souls, tragically slain due to their identities. A wicked witch like Mary should not be allowed to exist in this world. She must be eradicated. If Mary remains alive, countless more Salem witches will suffer persecution in the future. Cordelia, upon hearing Agnes's words, felt a surge of agreement within her heart. She longed for vengeance on behalf of the victimized Salem witches. The Voodoo Queen must be exterminated. Cordelia nodded, her voice tinged with anger. "I shall call my mother Fiona immediately. She will surely eliminate the Voodoo Queen." Agnes did not deter Cordelia from making the call, and her expression bore a hint of anticipation. Once the call connected, Cordelia fervently recounted the plight of the witches to Fiona. However, Fiona's response lacked the outrage Cordelia expected. She merely replied, "All right, I understand. I will return once I finish up here." With that, Fiona hung up, and Cordelia faintly heard a man's voice on the other end calling out baby. Fiona's indifferent demeanor left Cordelia profoundly disheartened. It seemed that the tragic fates of the many witches did not weigh heavily on Fiona's heart. Observing Cordelia's despondence, Agnes harbored no illusions. If Fiona were truly a diligent supreme witch, she would have uncovered the deeds of the Voodoo Queen long ago. For decades, the number of newly awakened Salem witches has dwindled with each generation. Surely, Fiona understands the reason behind this. She must be aware. Yet she refrains from taking any remedial actions or seeking the truth. Such a selfish individual would naturally be unconcerned about the fates of other Salem witches. Agnes grasped Cordelia's hand reassuringly and said, "I can empathize with your fury. I too harbor a deep disdain for an evil witch like Mary. If you desire, the Michaelson witches stand ready to support you. However, it requires you to step forward and confront the Voodoo Queen as a representative of the Salem witches, seeking retribution for those who have suffered." Cordelia was deeply moved by Agnes's righteous words. To think that her own mother, the supreme witch, showed little concern for the matter. Yet Agnes was willing to lend her assistance. Cordelia felt it was only natural for her to take the lead. If she did not step forward, why would anyone else come to her aid? After all, Mary was persecuting the Salem witches, not the Michelson witches. Understanding her mother better than anyone, Cordelia was acutely aware of Fiona's attitude. For many years, little attention had been paid to the affairs of the Witch Academy. Not even her own matters had been addressed, let alone taking action against the Voodoo Queen. Now, with Agnes's support, Cordelia would certainly not refuse. Just as Cordelia was about to acquiesce to Agnes's proposal, a voice from the second floor exclaimed, "What a splendid performance." Chapter 110. Celeste startled by the voice, Cordelia and Agnes turned towards its source. Li, clad in a nightgown, had somehow leaned over the second floor railing, observing them. Beside Li, Joe offered a subtle smile to Cordelia, sensing a hint of malice in the intentions of the two visitors. Given the significance of confronting the witch persecution, she deemed it necessary to rouse Li from his slumber. While Annie hesitated to disturb him, she had no such qualms. Li descended the staircase and approached the group. He scoffed at Agnes, questioning, "If you are capable of vanquishing the Voodoo Queen, why not eliminate her directly? What purpose does Cordelia serve? Is it truly the case that her presence will significantly bolster your combat prowess?" Though his words were harsh, they rang with truth. Involving Cordelia was merely setting a trap for her. If their intentions were genuinely benevolent, wouldn't it be more straightforward to simply remove the Voodoo Queen? Cordelia lacked formidable combat skills, her magic hardly sufficient. Her presence would only be a burden. Such insincere rhetoric could only deceive someone as naive as Cordelia. Agnes felt a shadow of displeasure at Lie's remarks. Why had this disruptive individual appeared so suddenly? Who was this person? Cordelia was on the verge of agreement. And if this newcomer caused her to hesitate, all their efforts would be in vain. How infuriating! Despite the urge to retaliate violently, Agnes refrained from taking action. With a hint of irritation, she addressed Li, saying, "Young man, who are you? Your ignorance is excusable. But let me clarify, the matters at hand are far too complex. We, the Michelsons, require a legitimate reason to confront the Voodoo Queen. Our willingness to assist Cordelia stems from our abhorrence of the persecution faced by these innocent young women. Should you suspect our intentions to be impure, we shall withdraw from this affair." As Agnes spoke, she noted the growing indifference in Lie's demeanor, setting off alarm bells within her. Although he did not exude any overt pressure, she felt an overwhelming weight under his gaze. Agnes immediately turned to her companion, the dark-skinned girl, and said, "Sabine, since we are not welcomed here, let us take our leave. Cordelia, I shall not intrude any further." Agnes, disregarding her thoughts, rose to depart. The person before her was not someone as easily deceived as the naive Cordelia. Li let out a cold smile, and the moment Agnes stood up, her eyes became vacant. The notion of coming and going at will was far from simple. Sabine, witnessing this, was taken aback. Mind control? Whoever could so effortlessly dominate Agnes must possess extraordinary prowess. Without hesitation, Sabine sought to transfer her soul, only to discover that this place resembled a prison, utterly preventing her soul from escaping. What manner of power is this? It could even restrict soul transfer. How did the opponent know of her ability? She had relied on this skill to survive for centuries without fail. Yet today, she found herself ensnared. Who exactly is this individual? Li attempted to exert mind control over Celeste, only to find that she not only had means to resist, but her soul was also formidable. Thus, he ceased his attempts at mind control, instead employing telekinesis to bind Celeste's body. Fortunately, Celeste's resistance to telekinesis was not particularly strong, allowing her to be easily restrained. Trapped by Li, Celeste made no effort to resist. The display of his power was beyond her capacity to combat. Any excessive defiance might provoke his wrath. Having yet to exact revenge on the progenitor family, she had little desire to meet her demise. Li turned to Agnes and inquired, "Reveal your intentions." He too sought to unravel the mysteries surrounding this individual. What is the current state of New Orleans? Under Lie's control, Agnes unreservedly divulged her intentions. As Agnes recounted her tale, Cordelia was filled with indignation. "I regarded you as a mentor, as a benevolent figure, and you took me for a fool. How foolish I am, truly, to have so easily believed the words of someone I scarcely know." Li, upon hearing Agnes's words, fell into contemplation. In Agnes's understanding, the four elements of earth, wind, water, and fire summoned during the harvest ritual would merge with the four sacrificed girls. Once the girls were offered, they would carry their innate powers along with these elemental forces into the realm of the deceased. The powers they bore would blend with the ancestral forces in the world of the departed, strengthening the connection to the material realm. After the ancestors resurrected the four girls, they would receive the blessings of ancestral power, wielding the immense magical energy bequeathed by generations of witches. Simultaneously, in this land of New Orleans, they would be able to wield the powers of earth, wind, water, and fire without hindrance. However, Agnes was not entirely clear about the origins of the ancestral power. After Agnes relayed all the information she possessed, Lee found himself somewhat dissatisfied. The information held little value for him, as it was largely already known. This so-called ancestral power was beyond his grasp. Although the harvest ritual allowed several girls to acquire formidable magical abilities, the ultimate control over such powers resided with the ancient witches of the realm of the deceased. Unless he could venture into the realm of the dead to eliminate these so-called ancestors, his knowledge about them was exceedingly scant. Lee turned his gaze toward Celeste, who had lived for several centuries and was likely to possess greater knowledge. He coldly addressed Celeste. Celeste, given your relative honesty, do share what you know about these ancestors. Upon hearing Li Ye's words, Celeste silently acknowledged that he indeed recognized her identity. Yet, she held no significant impression of the individual before her. Cordelia and the others looked on in confusion. Celeste? Shouldn't this dark-skinned girl be called Sabine? Celeste, upon hearing this, cautiously inquired, if I divulge all that I know, will you spare my life? I am willing to submit to you. I shall comply with any demand. Lee scrutinized Celeste with a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. While she was considered quite attractive among her kin, he was not particularly fond of her. Sensing Li Ye's gaze, Celeste felt perplexed. Knowing her name should have made it clear that she was a powerful witch who had lived for centuries, far superior to those elders. Was he truly dismissive of such a formidable subordinate? Li Yi coldly replied, you lack the standing to negotiate. Speak quickly. Otherwise, I shall ensure you vanish from this world forever. Celeste was utterly unaware of Li Ye's true intentions. Had she known it was his disdain for her physical form, she would have regretted choosing this vessel. In response to Li Ye's reprimand, Celeste shuddered and immediately stated, the ancestral power originates from a witch named Kresia, a formidable sorceress from over 2,000 years ago. Kresia once created an elixir of immortality, intending for her betrothed, Ceres, to consume it on their wedding night. However, Ceres engaged in an affair with the maid Amara, and both consumed the elixir, attaining immortality. In her fury, Kresia captured Amara and used her undying form as an anchor to connect the realm of the living with that of the deceased. Moreover, she imprisoned Silas within a cavern, desiring him to consume the antidote for the elixir of immortality, allowing him to perish as a mortal and dwell with her in the realm of the deceased, while Amara could only eternally observe their existence together from the realm of the living. Upon hearing this, Li Yi could not help but scoff. Kexiaxia truly embodies a love-stricken mind. Even in such circumstances, she yearns to live alongside Silas. Is it a testimony to her profound love or her sheer folly? As for Silas, despite possessing such a formidable fiancé, he harbors intentions of clinging to the head maid. What a perplexing mindset. I cannot fathom Silas' reasoning. He rejects even Kexiaxia, a creator of the elixir of immortality, yet willingly chooses to be with a maid. If he holds such affection for the maid, why engage himself to Kexiaxia? Lacking the capacity to commit, he seeks to deceive her affections and exploit the elixir. Bah, what a scoundrel! Xiao discreetly cast a glance at Annie and Li Yi, noting that Annie was no different, entangled in her own romantic delusions. Before Li Yi, she acquiesced to his every whim, failing to reproach his duplicitous actions. Nevertheless, facing such a formidable individual as Li Yi, it seemed reasonable for her to succumb to love's folly. Women inherently gravitate toward strength. Xiao Tu yearned for a remarkably capable partner to lean upon. Yet, Li Yi exhibited not a hint of initiative. Under Li Yi's guidance, Celeste continued, Kexiaxia did not witness Silas consuming the antidote. Instead, she met her demise at the hands of numerous wizards. Kexiaxia's spirit now resides in the realm of the deceased, yet she influences the tangible world through the remnants tied to Amara. The witches' cemetery in New Orleans is Amara's domain. The buried witches' souls traverse into the realm of the dead through Amara's vessel, under Kexiaxia's command. The witches' powers are stored within the cemetery, summoned at Kexiaxia's behest. Upon hearing Celeste's words, the group found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to pity Kexiaxia or Amara, only to condemn Silas, the instigator of this turmoil. Kexiaxia is a wretched soul deceived, while Amara, despite her role as the mistress, has faced her own retribution. As the anchor between the realms of the living and the dead, one could only imagine the torment of countless souls passing through her existence. Cordelia furrowed her brow, inquiring with uncertainty. Given Kexiaxia's formidable prowess, should it not be a simple matter for her to emerge from the realm of the deceased and resurrect herself? Celeste elucidated. This necessitates a discussion regarding the very lineage to which Kexiaxia belongs. Both she and Silas are members of a witch community that self-identifies as the servants of nature. They possess the ability to connect with the natural world and harness its powers. Silas and Amara have attained immortality, an occurrence that has instigated upheaval within the realm of magic. Many believe that the advent of such immortality contravenes the laws of nature, potentially leading to catastrophic repercussions for the world. Consequently, the magical community has imposed a reversal curse upon Kexiaxia and those involved in the creation of the elixir of eternal life, causing their bloodline powers to be inverted and rejected by nature itself. Whenever this group attempts to congregate, the natural world reacts with hostility, unleashing disasters such as hurricanes, plagues, fires, and earthquakes. Thus, this collective is compelled to wander the globe, never lingering in one location for more than a single night to evade the curse's retribution. They are known as the Travelers. The emergence of this curse has engendered nature's disdain for Kexiaxia, rendering her resurrection in the tangible world exceedingly arduous. Celeste's explanation left many incredulous and perplexed. While they found no oddity in wielding the power of nature, the manifestation of the reversal curse struck them as utterly outrageous. If any member of this group sought vengeance against humanity, would it suffice merely to assemble? Who, after all, is truly defying the laws of nature? They appear as a cadre of malevolent sorcerers, their deeds more sinister than those of Kexiaxia and her associates, who merely sought to grant immortality. This band of sorcerers is, in fact, creating a peril that threatens the world. Even the notion of eliminating a few individuals privy to the elixir's secrets does not seem particularly outrageous. However, the punitive measures invoked have incited the ire of ordinary people. Hurricanes, plagues, and earthquakes. Are these calamities truly the result of human action? The forthright Joe exclaimed. Are these individuals utterly devoid of reason? The ones suffering from these disasters are the common folk. The sorcerers possess formidable powers to endure such tribulations. They merely dust themselves off and depart. What of the ordinary people? Why does such irrational power persist in the world? As a person without extraordinary abilities, Joe had long been aware of the various lives of demon hunters. She could better comprehend the impact of these events from the perspective of the common man. Ordinary demon hunters risk their lives to eradicate a malevolent supernatural being, while these sorcerers, by their very existence, pose immense danger. At that moment, a sense of helplessness surged within her. The ordinary individual feels utterly insignificant in the face of the extraordinary. Annie nodded in agreement with Joe's sentiments, pausing to reflect before remarking, in light of this, the travelers seem somewhat benevolent. They refrain from staying in one place for more than a night to prevent calamity. Celeste gazed at her companions in astonishment, surprised by their perspective. The travelers are invariably treated as villains, often facing calls for their extermination or expulsion. In the present realm of the extraordinary, travelers have become synonymous with malevolence. Yet, the individuals before him astonishingly regard them as benevolent, harboring significant prejudice against the sorcerers who punish these wanderers. If the travelers were to hear Joe and her companions standing up for them, they would surely be moved to tears, having finally found someone who understands their plight after all these years. Lee could not help but scoff internally. They merely seek immortality. Is that truly a transgression? Their endeavors to study human evolution, achieve a transcendental leap in existence, and ultimately benefit humanity have been met with accusations of wickedness and heresy. If this were to occur in Hua country, it would be considered entirely normal. Mastering such potions would have others clamoring for a share. Had the first emperor possessed such an elixir, he might have unified the galaxy long ago. To be a step ahead is the mark of genius. To be 3 steps ahead borders on madness. Clesia and her companions were simply born in the wrong time and place, surrounded by those too ignorant to comprehend their brilliance. Chapter 112. The Lord of Chicken Leg City. Celeste turned to Li Yi, speaking cautiously. This is all I know. I can interfere with the harvest ritual to gain the powers of the 4 sacrificial girls, utilizing that magic to serve you. Moreover, I can wield the formidable strength of my ancestors to cast powerful spells and rule New Orleans. Please allow me to be at your service." Her words drew the gazes of the onlookers towards Li Yi, awaiting his decision. They were equally curious about how he would respond to the witch Celeste. To command a city, were they in his position, they would undoubtedly accept Celeste's loyalty with great enthusiasm. Upon hearing her proposal, Li Yi contemplated how to deal with the two. Agnes intended to manipulate Cordelia, using her life to incite conflict to achieve her own ends. Were it anyone else, he would have turned a blind eye. Yet now, Cordelia was, in some measure, his friend. Thus, Agnes could very well meet her demise. As for Celeste's offer to rule Chicken Leg City, Li Yi found himself intrigued. After all, if someone must govern, why shouldn't it be him? He longed to experience the role of a city lord himself. Given Celeste's apparent acumen, he was not averse to sparing her life. With his decision made, Li Yi unleashed the power of life drain upon Agnes. Life, 50 source quality, 1,000 mental, 500 physique, 30 witch's bloodline, 500 with her vitality waning. Agnes slowly crumpled to the ground. Annie and Joe had already become accustomed to Li Yi's methods, but Celeste was taken aback. The person before her was undeniably ruthless. Could he possibly intend to kill her as well? Yet, how did Agnes's death resemble that of the vampires? Could it be that the one who slays vampires is this individual? This speculation sent a tremor through Celeste's heart. Li Yi materialized a dark contract before Celeste, coldly instructing her, "Sign it." As she sensed the contents of the ominous contract, Celeste felt a wave of relief wash over her. He did not intend to take her life. Her existence was spared. What kind of sorcery was this? A demonic pact? It didn't quite seem like it. Nevertheless, she dared not hesitate and promptly agreed to the servitude contract. In that very instant of her acceptance, she felt a dark mark emerge deep within her soul. This mark held dominion over her very essence, capable of even deciphering her thoughts. Having lived for centuries, she bore no resistance to submission before a more powerful being. Survival outweighed all else. Annie and Joe, too, observed with curiosity the dark contract that Li Yi had conjured. It was a method they had never encountered before. Even Annie, who frequently accompanied Li Yi, had never witnessed him wield such dark power. The swirling black mist before them was clearly the manifestation of a dark entity's influence. While Annie had harbored vague suspicions previously, she had not anticipated that Li Yi would so openly employ such means in front of everyone. She felt no aversion, especially since she herself bore a demonic lineage. However, Joe and Cordelia exchanged glances filled with complexity. To them, Li Yi was profoundly enigmatic. They could never fathom the extent of his abilities. Having signed the contract, Celeste respectfully addressed Li Yi as master. Li Yi regarded Celeste with a slight frown. "I do not favor black." Upon hearing this, Celeste recalled Li Yi's previous disdainful expression and immediately understood. "I comprehend." Li Yi waved his hand, instructing Celeste, "From now on, determine your own course of action, but strive to avoid harming the innocent." "Yes," Celeste replied to Li Yi's directive. Noting that he had no further commands, she turned and departed. Among the witches of New Orleans, apart from Fiona and the Voodoo Queen, she was the most powerful. Even when facing the Voodoo Queen, she could hold her own. Over the centuries, she had amassed a formidable reservoir of magical power, yet she had grown accustomed to lurking in the shadows. She had never anticipated that today would reveal her true strength. After Celeste departed, Li Yi examined the witch's bloodline he had acquired. Last night, he had failed to extract the coveted Salem witch bloodline from Luna. Her current physical prowess rendered the initial damage she sustained trivial. The witch bloodline brought by Agnes bestowed upon Li Yi an additional 5,000 points of mana. Indeed, it was mana, but not the kind derived from absorbing the ethereal energies of the world. Rather, it was transformed from the forces of nature. The witch bloodline functioned akin to a unique spiritual root found in cultivation novels, automatically drawing the natural energies from the environment and converting them into mana. Li Yi could sense the ground beneath him transmitting a peculiar energy, which, upon reaching his body, would seamlessly transform into mana. However, this acquisition of mana heavily depended on the bloodline. Without a supernatural lineage, the mana would instantly dissipate. In contrast, the cultivation of techniques was accessible to anyone with perseverance. One could attain mana, The upper limit was contingent upon one's innate talent and diligence, and the mana cultivated belonged entirely to the individual, allowing for effortless utilization. Meanwhile, at the hotel where Li Yi and his companions had previously resided, Sophie and Father Kieran arrived outside the room, guided by the tracking spell's indication. Sophie remarked to Father Kieran, "The spell shows they are within these 2 rooms." Father Kieran adjusted his attire before tapping lightly on the door. However, after a moment of silence, no response emerged from within. In a hushed tone, Father Kieran suggested to Sophie, "Perhaps they are not here." Sophie hesitated before asking, "Should we wait for them to return?" Father Kieran shook his head and replied, "If they do not come back, we would be waiting in vain. Moreover, they might have already left. Perhaps they simply neglected to take their belongings." Taken aback by the possibility of their absence, Sophie found herself at a loss. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization as she proposed to Father Kieran, "We could check the hotel registration for any contact information and call them directly." Father Kieran pondered her suggestion and deemed it sensible. In such circumstances, establishing contact promptly was paramount. Delaying could result in another individual being transformed into a vampire. "Sophie, you are truly clever. Let us head to the front desk." The 2 made their way downstairs, only to find the front desk staff assisting 2 men with their check-in procedure. As the staff registered relevant information, a man clad in a leather jacket remarked, "Sam, Father Kieran, a friend of our father, is here in New Orleans. Perhaps he knows where our father has gone." The tall man named Sam replied nonchalantly, "What difference does knowing the lead make? He may have already moved on to another place." Each time they called, they were met with silence, leaving them to scurry about at his behest. Dean glanced at his brother Sam, aware of the significant resentment Sam harbored towards their father, John. Initially, following Jessica's death, Sam was eager to find John to uncover information about the yellow-eyed demon. However, as time passed and John's absence persisted, Sam's feelings had soured into bitterness. Even Dean found himself perplexed by John's constant evasion. Chapter 113. Dean's frustration. Father Kieran faintly overheard the 2 discussing him, though he did not recognize them. Friends of their father? With a hint of curiosity, Father Kieran approached them and inquired, "May I ask who your father is?" Sam and Dean, taken aback by the priestly attire before them, exchanged surprised glances. Could this be Father Kieran? What a remarkable coincidence. Fate, indeed. Dean, with a touch of reverence, addressed Father Kieran, "Are you Father Kieran? My father is John Winchester. I am Dean, and this is my brother Sam." John had previously mentioned that Father Kieran was a highly capable priest, possessing not only formidable supernatural connections, but also an array of powerful weapons. These weapons boasted various functionalities, capable of inflicting severe damage upon supernatural beings. Moreover, Father Kieran was a man of great respect, tirelessly working to protect humanity. On the side, Sam, initially indifferent, softened his demeanor upon realizing that the man before them was indeed Father Kieran. He offered a smile and greeted him warmly. Upon hearing the name John Winchester, Father Kieran's understanding deepened, and he responded amiably, "I am Kieran O'Connell. Are you seeking information about John's whereabouts?" Sam and Dean's eyes brightened at the prospect that Father Kieran might possess a lead on their father. Sam, with a sense of urgency, implored, "Of course. We haven't seen him in ages. Please, Father, tell us where he has gone." Father Kieran shook his head gently, saying, "He was here about a month ago, but did not stay long. It seems he has departed for Chicago. John is a wandering soul, and perhaps by now he has departed from Chicago, making it unlikely for you to locate him there." The 2 were greatly disheartened by this news. Just as Sam had previously remarked, by the time they arrive in Chicago, it is possible that John has long since vacated that place. Nevertheless, Dean was unwilling to concede defeat. He still wished to journey to Chicago in hopes of encountering John. What if they were to find him there? Prior to this, Dean was somewhat curious about what their father had been doing in New Orleans. With sincerity, he turned to Father Kieran and inquired, "Father, could you enlighten us about our father's activities here?" Father Kieran, with a look of regret, replied, "I apologize, but could we discuss this matter later? I have more pressing concerns at the moment." Sam and Dean exchanged glances, understanding each other's sentiments. Dean earnestly stated to Father Kieran, "If you find yourself in any trouble, we are willing to assist." Father Kieran, being a close friend of John, hesitated and shook his head, declining their offer of help. After all, the situation was far too perilous, and it was unnecessary to involve the sons of his friend. At that moment, the front desk had completed the registration process for the brothers. Father Kieran approached the staff and said, "Hello. I would like to review the guest records from the past few days." The staff, somewhat uncomfortable, responded, "Father, I'm afraid these are the guests' private details and cannot be disclosed." Father Kieran was quite a prominent figure in New Orleans, not only within the supernatural realm but also well known in human society, truly selfless and noble, unlike the malevolent priests who vie for the possession of young boys' bodies. With a serious demeanor, Father Kieran addressed the front desk staff. "I merely wish to know the names and contact information of the occupants of rooms 801 and 802. I will not inquire about anything else. This information is of utmost importance and pertains to the lives of certain individuals. If you cannot provide it, I will have no choice but to contact Korea or request Eddie Campos to confirm. I swear to the Heavenly Father that my words are true. Please trust me." Korea is the proprietor of this hotel, a wealthy individual with numerous enterprises in New Orleans, while Eddie Campos is the chief of the New Orleans Police Department. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, especially with Father Kieran invoking divine authority, the staff set aside concerns about privacy and said, "Very well, I believe you, Father. Please hold on while I check." Sam Dean remained by the side of the priest, curious to discern the significance of the matter at hand. Dean cast a playful wink at Sophie, attempting to establish a rapport with the enchanting young woman. He remarked, "The tattoo on your arm is truly remarkable." Meanwhile, Sam felt a sense of exasperation. His brother had an undeniable penchant for flirting with women wherever he went. It was evident that Dean had taken a liking to her, perhaps even desiring a more intimate encounter. Sophie rolled her eyes and replied nonchalantly, "I'll wash it off when I get home." Her words left Dean momentarily speechless. Was he truly so unappealing? That couldn't be right. In the past, his handsome visage had always served him well in matters of romance. Why, then, was he facing such an unceremonious setback today? Sophie, however, was not in the mood to entertain Dean's advances. Her thoughts were wholly consumed by the enigmatic figure of the powerful stranger. She believed her own magical prowess was formidable, rivaling that of the elders in the cemetery. Yet in comparison to this mysterious force, she felt like a mere firefly. Having absorbed the vitality of thousands of vampires, how mighty must he be? She was desperately eager to meet this formidable stranger and witness his splendor. A breakthrough. The guests in those 2 rooms were named Lee, Annie, and Joanna, but they had only provided an email address, omitting their telephone numbers. The front desk staff's revelation left both Father Kieran and Sophie somewhat disheartened. While hotel check-ins required information registration, guests were not obligated to disclose their phone numbers, as long as the contact method provided could reach the individual. Many chose to withhold their numbers for privacy reasons. Moreover, hotels were not legally permitted to compel guests to provide their telephone numbers. Contacting someone via email was too slow. Perhaps the police department could retrieve relevant telephone information based on the registered ID. Father Kieran resolved to notify Chief Eddie Campos of the police station while simultaneously reaching out via email. Upon hearing the name Lee, Dean and Sam exchanged surprised glances. Was this the same individual they knew? Had he also come to New Orleans and chosen this hotel for his stay? Dean turned to the group and queried, "Wait, are you saying the registered guest is named Lee, a young man in his 20s? Father Kieran and Sophie regarded Dean with unexpected expressions. Did this imply that they too were acquainted with someone named Lee? The front desk staff pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, he is a 20-year-old of Asian descent. The staff member had a vivid impression of Lee and his companions, for it was not every day one encountered an Asian man accompanied by 2 beautiful women, eliciting a twinge of envy within him. I possess surveillance footage that I can present to you. Chapter 114, John S. passed. Gazing at the monitor, Sam Dean confirmed that this was indeed the Lee they knew. It was quite a coincidence that he had also arrived in New Orleans. Indeed, it was he. "Father, what business do you have with him?" Dean inquired curiously, casting a glance at Father Kieran. Sam Dean was filled with numerous questions. Not only had Lee come to New Orleans, but he had also become a significant figure that the priest sought. Father Kieran stared at the figure on the monitor, momentarily lost in thought. He recognized these individuals. It was unexpected that those he encountered at the witch school were the very powerful beings he had been searching for. They had returned to the starting point. No wonder it was difficult to deceive such a formidable presence. How could one possibly trick such a powerful individual? Sophia noticed a change in Father Kieran's demeanor and asked, "Father, what troubles you?" Furrowing his brow, Father Kieran replied, "I know where these individuals are, but it poses a challenge. Given Lie's previous demeanor, he evidently does not harbor favorable feelings toward him. It would not be wise to disturb them at this juncture, as it might not yield positive results. Then, considering Dean and Sam beside him, he inquired, "What is your relationship with these individuals?" Dean, bewildered by the unfolding mystery, responded, "We are friends of Lee. He has aided us before." After speaking, he glanced at the hotel staff and quietly suggested to Father Kieran, "There are matters we cannot discuss openly. Let us find a more private location." The subject of Lee pertained to the extraordinary, and he had many questions he wished to pose to Father Kieran. What were they seeking from Lee? What business did John have in New Orleans? Father Kieran nodded and said to Sophia, Dean, and the others, "Let us proceed to Jackson Street in the Garden District, and we shall converse along the way." Since Dean and Lee shared a friendship, it should facilitate communication with him. The group departed the hotel and entered Dean's Chevrolet Classic car, heading towards the Garden District. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other resting against the window, Dean curiously asked, "Father, what is your purpose in seeking out Lee? If you intend to confront him, I will certainly assist Lee. After all, our relationship with him is more established than with the newly acquainted Father Kieran. During our time in California, Lee not only returned John's demon hunting notes to us, but also provided us with a place to rest. However, Father Kieran is a close friend of your father, and should there be any misunderstandings or conflicts between them, he wishes to mediate." After a moment of silence, Father Kieran revealed to them the events that transpired in New Orleans. Upon learning that Lee had possibly eradicated nearly 1,000 vampires in one fell swoop, both Sam and Dean were engulfed in shock. They were not only astounded by the intricate dynamics of this city, teeming with such a multitude of supernatural beings, but also by the revelation that the enigmatic figure responsible for slaying the vampires was indeed Lee. Dean abruptly halted the vintage car, turning his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Father, surely you must be mistaken? How could Lee possess such formidable power?" He simply could not fathom how Lee could have vanquished so many vampires. Sam had awakened extraordinary powers, possessing telekinesis and the ability to foresee the future. In Dean's eyes, that rendered Sam a veritable monster. Thus, it stood to reason that Lee must be an incomprehensibly more powerful creature. It was not merely Sam and Dean who were perplexed. Father Kieran and Sophie were equally bewildered. How could there exist such a powerful individual in this world? Father Kieran asserted with certainty, "There is no mistake. It is indeed him. You may confront him directly with your inquiries." Were this a previous time, Father Kieran might have hesitated. But after witnessing the surveillance footage of Lee, he was resolute. After all, Lee had appeared at the Witches' Academy, and even Cordelia heeded his counsel, indicating that Lee possessed immense strength. When all these threads of evidence were woven together, it became abundantly clear that the mysterious powerhouse was none other than he. As the car resumed its journey towards the Witches' Academy, a hushed atmosphere enveloped the interior. The image of Lee loomed in a shroud of mystery within Sam and Dean's minds, rendering them unable to confront this former friend. "Father, could you share some insights regarding my father, John?" Sam inquired, seeking to dissipate the silence that hung in the air. At the sound of Sam's question, Father Kieran's gaze drifted into reminiscence. John was a resilient, courageous, and steadfast individual, dedicating his life to the relentless pursuit of demon hunting. "I never anticipated that he would consider me a friend." A smile graced Father Kieran's face as he spoke these words. Sam and Dean were taken aback. Prior to John's disappearance, they had heard of Father Kieran's existence from John himself. John had regarded Father Kieran as a dear friend, suggesting there were matters yet unknown to them. "I met your father 20 years ago, when he and a demon hunter named William Havel ventured to New Orleans. They were tracing the whereabouts of a vampire and subsequently infiltrated the city to gather pertinent clues. However, the information they uncovered left them utterly astonished. The number of vampires in New Orleans exceeded their wildest imaginings. Their investigation, however, alerted the local vampires, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards outsiders, particularly demon hunters. Consequently, they initiated a relentless pursuit of the two. With a multitude of vampires hot on their heels, escape seemed impossible. At that moment, William courageously revealed himself to divert the vampires, allowing their father, John, a chance to flee. Unfortunately, they underestimated the vampires' capabilities. William's intervention did not secure John's successful escape. John, pursued by the vampires, found refuge in my church. It was then that I first met him. Upon learning of John's predicament, I intervened, persuading the vampires to withdraw and ensuring John's safety. Regrettably, when I endeavored to rescue William, he had already succumbed to the vampire's lethal grasp. Sam and Dean listened to Father Kieran's account with mixed emotions. They were taken aback to discover that Father Kieran was indeed their father's savior. However, they pondered the implications of Father Kieran allowing the vampires to depart. Was it truly so simple? Dean could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Father, how is it that those vampires heed your command?" At that moment, Sophie interjected, "Father Kieran is a Catholic priest, officially recognized by the Vatican, possessing genuine clerical authority. These vampires may flaunt their power in New Orleans, but should they dare to harm Father Kieran, they would undoubtedly provoke the Vatican's ire. True Catholic priests adhere to the traditions and regulations of the Church, dedicating themselves wholly to their religious vocation, serving both the Church and its followers. Not only are they forbidden from marrying, but they are also prohibited from engaging in romantic relationships, remaining entirely loyal to God. Some powerful priests can summon angels and even communicate with God. In the face of such a priest, the vampires would think twice before acting recklessly." Chapter 115. A minute is sufficient. Your father harbors a profound animosity towards supernatural beings, viewing the eradication of evil creatures as his life's mission. Since my acquaintance with him, he has scarcely paused in his relentless pursuit of demon hunting. He struggles to comprehend my relationship with vampires, believing that all of them deserve death, yet finds himself compelled to associate with me due to my act of salvation. A hint of a smile graced Father Kieran's face as he recounted this. John is a stubborn man, yet he possesses a deep sense of loyalty. Faced with the debt of gratitude, he cannot simply disregard it. He yearns to repay his kindness, but finds no suitable means to do so. After all, given Kieran's standing in New Orleans, he faces no immediate threat to his life. Each year, on the anniversary of William's death, John makes a pilgrimage to pay his respects and seek opportunities to repay his debt of gratitude. Driving, Dean inquired with a hint of curiosity, "May I ask, what is the nature of the relationship between priests and vampires?" Father Kieran's smile faded, replaced by a complex expression. With a sigh, he replied, "In the past, New Orleans was under the dominion of vampires. Completely eradicating them is simply impossible. In order to safeguard humanity, I had no choice but to attempt to understand these creatures and accept their existence. Marcel, the ruler of the vampires, was keen to befriend me, seeking to utilize my position to assist him in governing New Orleans. Over the years, I have gradually become a mediator between the supernatural and humanity, striving to foster a peaceful coexistence between the two in this city. What could I do in the face of countless vampires? Rather than courting death, I chose to preserve my life to protect more humans. As for calling for assistance, this nation does not even manage the vampires here. How could the Vatican possibly send a substantial contingent? The Vatican's every action is constrained. Should they mobilize large numbers, it could inadvertently ignite a supernatural war, affecting far more than just New Orleans. Moreover, the vampires here have entered into an accord with the Bureau of Supernatural Investigation and Defense, which has kept them relatively restrained, preventing them from overstepping their bounds. However, should they be pushed too far, they could easily decimate the population of New Orleans in a short span of time. Do people genuinely believe that the vampires scattered throughout every street are merely maintaining order? They are leveraging the inhabitants of these streets as pawns. Thus, the status quo has persisted in New Orleans for many years, forcing even the government to concede, until a definitive means to eliminate the vampires is found. Preserving the existing situation is the wisest course. Father Kieran is tormented by this dichotomy. His faith demands he combat evil to ensure the purity of his soul. Yet, he is compelled to shield the vampires from their misdeeds to prevent further loss of life. After all, failing to conceal their crimes would lead to the eradication of those privy to the truth by the vampires' ruthless methods. During their conversation, they arrived outside the Witch Academy. Gazing at the historic edifice, Dean could hardly fathom that this was a school for witches. After ringing the doorbell, Cordelia emerged. Upon seeing Father Kieran, she asked with a hint of confusion, "Father, what brings you here?" Father Kieran replied with a gentle smile, "I am seeking Mr. Li. I have matters to discuss with him." Cordelia shook her head in response. "He is not here. He has stepped out." A sense of unarticulated frustration enveloped Father Kieran and his companions. Having finally discerned the identity of the enigmatic powerful figure, Dean approached Cordelia with a smile, inquiring, "I am a friend of Lee. When might he return?" Cordelia regarded Dean with a hint of confusion, uncertain whether his words bore truth. Yet, such matters are unlikely to be falsehoods, as they could easily be unraveled. She opened the door, inviting the others in, and remarked, "I am unsure when he will be back, but he should return today. If you are not in a hurry, you may come in and wait for him." Father Kieran and the others exchanged glances, deciding to await Li Ye's return within the confines of the Witch-s school. At this moment, Li Ye stood before the entrance of the Voodoo Queen's establishment. The shop was modest in size and appeared somewhat dilapidated. Inside, an array of hairdressing tools was displayed, exuding an air of professionalism. However, the shop was devoid of patrons, and the Voodoo Queen was absent, leaving a few hockey-black hairdressers idly seated. Li Ye strolled in leisurely, yet the hairdressers remained lost in their own thoughts, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Navigating through the hairdressing area, Li Ye entered the living quarters, which bore an unsettling atmosphere. The rooms were adorned with the skulls of unknown creatures and various toxins. Snakes, spiders, lizards, and scorpions were confined within cages or glass enclosures. The hollow eye sockets of the skulls on the shelves gazed at Li Ye, scrutinizing his appearance. These eerie remnants were devoid of any special energy, merely arranged in a manner that was somewhat disconcerting. Upon exiting the voodoo-themed living area, Li Ye found himself in the backyard, which was adorned with a variety of flourishing plants, resembling an indoor botanical garden. Opposite this backyard stood a multi-story building, 4 or 5 stories high. This edifice was the true residence of the Voodoo Queen, and Li Ye sensed a multitude of life forces emanating from within its chambers. His ears perked up, as faint voices drifted from one of the rooms. "Rance, that monster Bastian has left. It's just the two of us now," a dark-skinned individual spoke to another, casting a glance at Davina, whose expression revealed an undercurrent of malice. The individual named Rance instantly grasped his companion's implications, a smirk gracing his lips as he replied, "Adina, if it weren't for that Minotaur, I would have acted long ago. We must act swiftly. If he returns, we will lose our chance." Mary merely instructed them to guard the young woman before them and prevent her escape, but she did not forbid them from pursuing other interests. They had never encountered a beauty of this caliber before. Davina gazed in terror at the two figures before her, her hands and feet bound, and her mouth taped shut, leaving her to emit only muffled whimpers. The previous night, while preparing a ritual in the witch's graveyard, darkness enveloped her, and upon awakening, she found herself in this ominous room. Not only was her magical power imprisoned, but a creature with a bull's head also stood guard over her. Understanding her dire situation filled her with dread, yet she found solace in the fact that her captor merely prevented her escape without inflicting further harm. However, the arrival of two more sinister figures, unlike the bull-headed guardian, escalated her anxiety as they leered at her with unsettling intent. Now, with the bull-headed creature absent, these two became audacious. The thought of what might befall her next plunged Davina into despair. The proximity of these repugnant beings made her heart race with terror. "No, please. Someone save me." Chapter 116. Fishing. Following the sound, Li Ye teleported away, while the Voodoo Queen, accompanied by the bull-headed Bastion, materialized in the backyard. The yard lay eerily empty, devoid of any signs of visitors. Yet, the Voodoo Queen's expression grew grave as she proclaimed, "An uninvited guest has intruded, and their power is formidable." The charming creatures residing in her living quarters served as her eyes and ears. Through them, she could sense the presence of any strangers. These creatures had been imbued with concealed magic, rendering any abnormalities undetectable unless one paid close attention. Moreover, the absence of any warning from those in the shop indicated that the intruder possessed immense strength, having either eliminated the guards or employed some means to evade detection. Bastion remained silent, dutifully guarding the Voodoo Queen's rear. Ever since Lady Laura had placed the bull's head upon him, he had lost the ability to speak, and over the years, he had grown accustomed to this existence. "How dare they trespass upon my domain? They are truly oblivious to their peril," the Voodoo Queen scoffed, beginning to chant incantations. Instantly, a multitude of spiders emerged from the shadows, scuttling toward the surrounding buildings. "Hide. Let us see where you can conceal yourselves." Her reputation as the Voodoo Queen was not merely a facade. For 2 centuries, those who dared to challenge her had met their demise at the hands of Grandpa Graybar. As the spiders were set into motion, the Voodoo Queen continued her incantation. Swiftly, a throng of cold-eyed serpents slithered toward her, intertwining to form a human-like shape. Subsequently, The voodoo queen opened a small jar, from which a dark luminescence surged forth and vanished into the gathering. Cold-eyed serpents swiftly slithered toward the voodoo queen, intertwining before her to form a humanoid shape. The voodoo queen then opened a small jar, from which a dark radiance emerged and enveloped the figure. Under her incantation, the serpentine entity gradually transformed into an enchanting woman. Upon the appearance of this stunning figure, the expressionless minotaur, Bastion, felt a stir of emotion. Yet, the captivating woman did not direct her gaze at him. Instead, she bowed her head before the voodoo queen. With a chilling tone, the voodoo queen addressed the exquisite woman. "Pauline, seek out this fellow." The snake woman, named Pauline, nodded in compliance and then dispersed into numerous serpents, slithering toward the corners of the various rooms. However, the eyes of these serpents were no longer frigid. They now glimmered with a hint of vitality. Unexpectedly, the voodoo queen turned to Bastion and inquired, 200 years have passed, and you still cannot let her go?" Bastion was startled by her words, retracting his gaze from the serpents. He embraced the voodoo queen with his powerful arms, pressing her against his broad, solid chest. Words eluded him. His actions alone conveyed his sentiments. "I love you." Yet, the voodoo queen pushed Bastion away, her voice icy as she remarked, "Only when you can eliminate that little harlot will I restore you to your former self." With her current strength, it would be trivial to remove Bastion's bull head and revert him to his original form. However, the voodoo queen struggled to forgive his betrayal. Although it was that little harlot who had initially seduced him, it was Bastion who had succumbed to temptation. As long as he was willing to slay the little harlot with his own hands, she would transform him back. Yet, by his present demeanor, it seemed he still harbored lingering feelings for her. "Very well. If you cannot forget her, remain a minotaur." Bastion stood frozen at her words. To slay the woman he loved? He found himself utterly incapable of such an act. His mind drifted to Pauline's fair and graceful form, her exquisite visage, and contrasted it with his wife's dark skin. Bastion felt an acute anguish within. Why could he not have both? Two dark-skinned figures approached Davina, leering as they extended their hands. They intended to indulge in their desires first. The young woman before them was undeniably beautiful, far surpassing those thick-lipped dark women. Bound and helpless, Davina watched in despair as their wicked hands drew near. If only she could regain her powers, she would reduce these two to ashes. As the palms of the two men were on the verge of making contact with her, Davina suddenly noticed that they came to an abrupt halt. Their previously lascivious smiles were frozen in place. What was happening? Davina was puzzled and hurriedly shifted her body to create some distance, as the foul odor emanating from these repugnant individuals was overwhelming. Abruptly, the two scoundrels collapsed, revealing Li Yi standing behind them. Davina stared blankly at the man before her. The light from outside streamed through the window, casting a radiant glow upon Li Yi, rendering him extraordinarily handsome under the interplay of light and shadow. Had he come to her rescue? Was this man a celestial being? In that moment, Li Yi's image was indelibly etched in Davina's mind. At this critical juncture, the man before her shone like a bright, warm beacon, dispelling the darkness that had enveloped her. With a surge of telekinetic energy, the bindings that constrained Davina loosened. Li Yi gazed at her and asked softly, "Are you all right?" However, Davina remained silent, merely staring at him in a daze. Li Yi furrowed his brow, wondering if she was stunned or suffering from the aftereffects of the harvest ritual. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts, sensing the life force outside and smiling coldly. In an instant, he reappeared in the courtyard. He regarded the voodoo queen and the minotaur before him, using his telekinesis to bind them. He was disinterested in attempting to control their minds. Instead, he directly unleashed his innate ability to drain life. The sudden appearance of Li Yi left the voodoo queen astonished. Teleportation? The term involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Yet, before she could inquire about his identity, she felt something ensnaring her. Even her mouth was bound, rendering her incapable of uttering a spell. Who was this person? He was utterly unconventional. Moreover, his immense telekinetic power left her defenseless. It was terrifying. She sensed that even old Greba paled in comparison to this man. Suddenly, the voodoo queen felt a strange force attempting to siphon the life essence from within her. In that moment, her life essence seemed to recognize its true kin, yearning to escape her body and leap into his embrace. Terrified, she hastily gathered her mental strength to stabilize the life essence within her, resisting that peculiar force. The Voodoo Queen was immensely gifted in sorcery, having lived for 2 centuries, and her mental fortitude was slightly stronger than Celeste's. Faced with Li Ye's life-draining ability, she exerted all her strength to prevent her life essence from depleting. Yet, she felt her resolve waning, realizing she had to devise a means of self-preservation quickly. Feeling the resistance of the Voodoo Queen, Li Yi was not overly surprised. The ability of life drain was merely a rather ordinary method among his many techniques, one he resorted to when seeking to take a shortcut. Its execution came with numerous limitations, particularly against extraordinarily powerful beings. However, the Voodoo Queen was still significantly inferior to Li Yi. The moment he activated the life drain, a faint glow emanated from the Minotaur Bastion. Shortly thereafter, the Voodoo Queen could barely hold on for a few seconds before her life essence began to leak away. As her vitality approached depletion, a dark light surged forth from her body, interrupting his life drain. Simultaneously, a hat on the floor of a nearby room was picked up and placed upon the head of a tall African man. Grandpa Greba's figure flickered and materialized in the courtyard. Li Yi regarded the figure before him with a cold smile. He had been waiting for this moment. The bait had taken the hook. Chapter 117. Greba. Li Yi was aware that behind the Voodoo Queen lurked an evil deity of the Voodoo cult, providing her with substantial support. The powers of this malevolent entity were extraordinary. It was only through her covenant with him that the Voodoo Queen could prolong her existence. Even Fiona, in her dire straits, contemplated entering into a pact to extend her life. Originally known as Vodou, the Voodoo religion derives from ancient ancestor worship and the veneration of lower spirits. However, over time, the faith evolved into something more sinister. Greedy desires transformed the spirits into malevolent deities. Various nefarious practices emerged, such as voodoo dolls, soul restoration, and sacrificial rites, leading to the transformation of Vodou into what is now recognized as voodoo. To the majority, voodoo is perceived as an evil cult, and rightly so. The Greba before us, having entered into a contract with the Voodoo Queen, demanded a pure infant soul as payment each year. Such a being could hardly be deemed anything less than a malevolent god. What difference is there between a cult that venerates such a deity and any other malevolent sect? Observing the barely breathing Mary on the ground, Greba's mood grew heavy. Mary's life essence had nearly been extinguished, and restoring it would require a significant sacrifice. Had it not been for his contract with her, the mark remaining in Mary's body would not have sensed her peril. He acted decisively through their pact. Otherwise, Mary would surely have perished by now. After 2 centuries of devotion from Mary, losing her would make finding another follower of such quality exceedingly difficult. Who, then, was this Asian individual capable of forcing Mary into such a dire state? Greba gazed intently at the individual before him, who extended a hand in what seemed to be a greeting. Confusion mingled with anger stirred within him. How could one dare to greet him after inflicting such harm upon Mary? Just as he opened his mouth to voice his indignation, a colossal bolt of lightning erupted from the palm of his adversary. Thunderous roars reverberated through the air as brilliant arcs of lightning illuminated the entire courtyard, the blinding radiance causing Greba to instinctively squint. The lightning struck with blinding speed, and Greba found himself unable to evade it in time. He had fallen into a trap. Was this truly how one greeted another? With little time to chastise Li Yi, an overwhelming tide of dark energy surged forth from Greba's being. Within this malevolent aura, anguished faces emerged, emitting cries of despair. This dark energy coalesced before Greba, forming a protective shield, as he continuously channeled more of his shadowy power to fortify it. Behind this obsidian barrier, a pair of crimson eyes fixated intently on Li Yi. The lightning bolt crashed down upon the dark shield, enveloping the courtyard in a blinding light and a deafening roar. The tremendous sound shattered the windows, while the plants swayed violently under the force of the shock waves. The venomous creatures nurtured by the Voodoo Queen trembled in fear. Countless arcs of electricity danced like serpentine shadows along the surface of the dark energy, relentlessly eroding Greba's defenses. Li Yi's garments fluttered in the tumultuous winds as his gaze remained locked onto Greba, whose form was ensnared within the swirling darkness. The two exchanged a fierce look, their eyes meeting in a battle of wills. As the lightning struck, the souls under Greba's control surged forward to intercept the bolts, hoping to mitigate the power of the thunder. Yet, the divine force of thunder, the epitome of strength and vitality, proved insurmountable for Greba's spectral minions and dark energies. The moment these souls came into contact with the lightning, they emitted mournful wails, dissipating into wisps of smoke almost instantaneously. The dark shield suffered significant damage, hollowed out by the relentless onslaught of the lightning, compelling Greba to muster all his strength to withstand the assault. The overwhelming might of the lightning filled Greba with a sense of frantic desperation. Was there no room for reason? What had Mary done to provoke such wrath? Had she stolen his beloved or slain his kin? It was outrageous that he was denied even the opportunity for explanation or restitution. Sensing Greba's desperate struggle to merely defend himself, Li Yi let out a disdainful snort. Is that all you're capable of? Allow me to showcase a new trick. With a mere thought, the lightning he wielded transformed dramatically, condensing and reshaping into a whip-like form. With a flick of his wrist, Li Yi prepared to unleash his newfound power. The radiant lightning whip entwined around Greba, binding him tightly. With a gentle tug, Li Yi caused the whip to constrict sharply, shattering Greba's defenses. A cry of agony escaped Greba as the whip seared his ethereal form, the torment overwhelming him. Unlike the tempestuous bolts of thunder, the lightning whip, manifesting from Li Yi's mastery, lacked the cacophony and fury of raw power. With the enhancement of the lightning mark in his mind to level 7, Li Yi's command over thunder had evolved beyond its previous singular form of release. This newfound strength granted him the ability to manipulate lightning into various shapes with dexterity, even exerting control over it after it had left his body, until its energy was fully expended. Greba, originally a spirit of the cosmos, possessed only an ethereal form and bore significantly less resistance to energy-based attacks compared to corporeal beings, especially against this particular lightning power that preyed on dark entities. As the lightning whip ensnared him, dark energy surged from within him like a tide, desperately resisting the binding force. Feeling the rapid depletion of his internal energy, Greba's heart raced with anxiety. If this continued, he would not endure much longer before being annihilated by Li Yi. Moreover, in the standoff, he dared not relent even the slightest, for the lightning whip would obliterate his spirit without hesitation. With scarlet eyes fixed intently on the composed Li Yi, Greba rasped, "Who are you? Why do you seek our utter destruction?" The nonchalant demeanor of Li Yi hinted that he had yet to unleash his full potential. Merely toying with him had brought Greba to this dire state, which was utterly terrifying. Why had Mary provoked such a monstrosity? Li Yi let out a cold laugh, maintaining his magical output, and tightened the grip of the lightning whip once more. "Did you ever consider sparing the souls of the infants you harvested?" Just then, Li Yi felt a sudden weight beneath him. Looking down, he saw countless strands of black hair emerging from the ground, wrapping around his legs. These tendrils radiated a dense aura of darkness, seeking to penetrate his skin. Yet, Li Yi's defenses seemed to exceed the strand's expectations, proving impenetrable. Was this truly a human's defense? It was harder than steel. Meanwhile, the Voodoo Queen, who had been rescued by Greba, lay on the ground, quietly reciting incantations to summon her hidden traps laid within the courtyard. Had Li Yi not deviated from conventional tactics and attacked immediately, she would not have been rendered utterly defenseless. Even though she was nearing exhaustion, she vowed to tear away a piece of Li Yi before her demise. However, it appeared her contingency plan lacked the necessary strength. Suddenly, a venomous voice echoed behind Li Yi. "Die for me. I want you to accompany Bastion to the grave." Chapter 118. Is it worth it for a minotaur? The scattered serpents, having mysteriously reformed into a human shape, gazed at Li Yi from behind. Pauline's hair, wild and unruly, surged forth, swiftly lunging towards him. The tendrils, soaring through the air, morphed into venomous snakes as they neared Li Yi, baring their fangs and preparing to strike. "Pauline!" The Voodoo Queen muttered incoherently at the sight of Pauline's arrival, her gaze filled with complexity. She never anticipated that Pauline would take the initiative to rescue her at this moment. Perhaps she should be more forgiving and allow Pauline to be with Bastion. The three of them could indeed live harmoniously together. Alas, it was too late for such thoughts. Observing Bastion, robust yet eerily silent beside her, the Voodoo Queen felt a profound emptiness as she sensed no trace of his soul. This realization shattered her heart. She had never envisioned such a day. The actions of the adversary were utterly ruthless, having shattered Bastion's very essence. From her earlier conversation with Li Yi and Old Greybeard, she comprehended the cause. It was the exposure of her sacrifice of infants that had prompted this assault. Yet, the Voodoo Queen felt no remorse. Had she not forged a pact with Old Greybeard to gain power, Both she and Bastion would have perished at the hands of that vile Laura Lee 2 centuries prior. Without old Greybeard's strength to sustain her, they would not have survived to this day. Moreover, she had sacrificed only white children. Since these individuals harbored disdain for black people, she sought retribution in return. All of this was forced upon her by those who espoused racial discrimination. Had it not been for the likes of Laura Lee, she would not have metamorphosed into this. The Voodoo Queen cast a resentful glare at Li Yi. He had slain Bastion, and even if it meant her own obliteration, she would avenge her husband. Confronted by the malevolent tendrils entangling her feet, Li Yi merely summoned a flicker of lightning, incinerating them into ash. The approaching serpents were halted mid-air, 2 meters away from him, ensnared by his telekinetic force. With his other hand, he conjured a lightning whip that lashed out, obliterating the serpents into wisps of smoke. The lightning whip struck Pauline without hindrance, leaving her no chance to evade. Pauline let out a wretched scream, disintegrating into lifeless serpents. Only her soul remained, ensnared by the lightning whip. But under the onslaught of the thunder, it could not endure even a fleeting moment before erupting into sparks. A fleeting expression of relief graced Pauline's face as her soul dissipated into the ether. Bastion, I have come to accompany you. Having endured torment under the Voodoo Queen's enslavement for nearly 2 centuries, she has long been in agony. To facilitate her fusion with the venomous serpents, her soul has been incessantly gnawed upon by these snakes. The sensation of her soul being devoured is excruciating beyond measure. Yet, her essence remains under the dominion of the Voodoo Queen, rendering her incapable of even ending her own life. Despite knowing she stands no chance against Li Yi, she still dares to reveal herself, driven solely by a desire for death. If she cannot vanquish the Voodoo Queen, how could she possibly confront him? Death offers her the most profound liberation. With a source quality of 500, the thunder whip in Li Yi's grasp dissipates, returning to his being as mana. Casting a glance at the dissipating form of Bolin, he ponders what audacity she possessed to strike at him. Is a minotaur truly worth such a risk? He has always been the one to ambush others. Those who dare to assault him must be prepared for the consequences. As Bolin attempts to ambush Li Yi, the nearly exhausted Voodoo Queen hastily recites incantations, mustering her final ounce of strength to bite her finger and press her blood onto the ground, declaring, "Old man Greba, partake of this offering." The blood transforms into a series of contorted runes upon the earth, and an eerie red glow suddenly illuminates the surroundings. From within the building, anguished screams echo as wisps of souls escape the confines of the rooms, swiftly merging into Greba's form. Upon absorbing the souls, Greba's once ethereal essence begins to solidify, his aura growing increasingly formidable. Infused with newfound power, Greba momentarily withstands the onslaught of thunder, boldly proclaiming to Li Yi, "Ha, fool! You have no idea what you are truly opposing." Having obliterated much of Li Yi's thunder, he surmises that the latter's strength must be nearly depleted. It is now time for a role reversal, allowing this human to witness the extent of his might. Greba bellows defiantly to the heavens, channeling his strength in an attempt to break free from Li Yi's thunder whip. Alas, despite exerting all his might, the binding whip remains steadfast, continuing to entwine him and sap his energy. Even if he were to exhaust the newly acquired soul power, the whip's radiance would merely dim slightly. Li Yi smirks disdainfully. The power of hundreds of ordinary souls is but a futile endeavor against him. Such delusions. This thunder whip is forged from the essence of thousands of mana, and it is ever replenishable. Li Yi amplifies his mana output, preparing to obliterate Greba entirely. As he intensifies his magical energy, the whip's dim glow suddenly surges, and within mere seconds, Greba's absorbed power from the hundreds of souls is completely depleted once more. Sensing a sudden surge of formidable power emanating from the lightning whip, Greba was struck with astonishment. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How could he still possess such an abundance of energy? Where did this aberrant human originate? As Greba's internal strength waned, the thunderstorm unleashed its fury upon his spiritual form, compelling him to emit a wretched cry. Observing Greba's transparent and tormented state, Li Yi remained composed. Initially, he had perceived Greba as formidable, yet it now appeared he was merely average. Just as Greba was on the verge of dissipating, a powerful tremor resonated from beneath the ground, as if something were about to erupt forth. The earth began to fracture, and a colossal skeletal hand swiftly emerged. Following it were a second and third, culminating in a total of 12 bony hands encircling the courtyard. Each hand was entwined with inky chains, which bore the anguished souls of the tormented. Li Yi scrutinized these skeletal appendages, his brow furrowing. He could sense the overwhelming malevolence imbued within them. Suddenly, he felt his lightning whip severed by an unseen force. Turning to investigate, he discovered a man clad in a suit, and tie had inexplicably appeared beside Greba. Not only had he severed the whip, but he had also extinguished the thunderous power enveloping Greba. Taken aback by the man's appearance, Li Yi pondered, Crowley? Why was he here? What was his connection to Greba? At this moment, Crowley should not have ascended to the status of the King of Hell, should he? Li Yi recalled having encountered references to Crowley in the past. In life, he had been an unsuccessful tailor and a heavy drinker, who, at the age of 53, had sold his soul to a demon to enhance certain abilities. His soul, after death, had been cast into hell, where he endured torment and ultimately transformed into a demon. Chapter 119. A rotten orange is a rotten orange. Crowley regarded Li Yi, unperturbed despite being surrounded by his skeletal hands, his expression somewhat austere. In truth, he had arrived the moment Li Yi dispatched Pauline, only intervening to rescue Greba just before his imminent demise. The timing of a rescue is crucial, steeped in intricacies of its own. The gratitude garnered from saving Greba, while he still possessed the ability to resist, differed significantly from that of saving him on the brink of death. Mastery of timing could yield a loyal general. Moreover, he had intended to observe Li Yi closely to discern the nature of his abilities. Understanding an adversary's weaknesses is vital for effective counteraction. Alas, Greba proved to be a pitiful wretch, unable to endure even a few seconds. Not a single insight was gleaned. Such a waste of his effort. As Greba approached his end, Crowley found himself compelled to intervene and rescue him. Currently, Crowley finds himself perplexed by Li Yi's true nature. Hesitant to act rashly, the energy expended to dispel the thunderous force surrounding Greba has left Crowley somewhat alarmed. Such power is exceedingly constraining for them. Should he wish to eliminate Li Yi, the cost would be exorbitant. Crowley fixates intently on Li Yi, gently caressing the ring on his finger as he inquires, Sir, might you provide a thorough explanation? Greba stands obediently behind Crowley, his ethereal form appearing faint and his expression tinged with fear as he gazes at Li Yi. This man is undeniably formidable. He possesses no capacity to resist under Li Yi's dominion. Had Crowley not intervened in time, his fate would have been sealed. Li Yi once held Crowley in some regard for his charisma, but witnessing him rescue Greba shattered that illusion. How could one who has sold their soul to the depths of hell for a mere 3 inches of stature be considered virtuous? A rotten orange remains rotten. A devil for a day is a devil for a lifetime. Li Yi coldly remarked to Crowley, I once believed you to be a person of substance. Yet it appears you are merely mediocre. Crowley, taken aback by Li Yi's words, found himself at a loss. Does this individual know him? In his recollection, there exists no memory of Li Yi. He is not a former client. Li Yi's tone conveyed palpable disappointment. Crowley resolved to uncover the truth of the matter. He has always adhered to the rules of commerce, never resorting to coercive tactics. While he may occasionally deceive, is that not commonplace? What merchant is devoid of cunning? Who, in honest trade, can amass wealth swiftly? Crowley turned to Li Yi, inquiring, might you enlighten me as to what transpired? Is there perhaps a misunderstanding here? He sincerely hoped for a peaceful resolution, should it be attainable. Of course, the prospect of matching Li Yi in combat was an entirely different matter. Those who dare to bully his subordinates would surely taste the bitterness of perdition. Crowley would ensure it. Li Yi, noticing Crowley's bewilderment, felt a cold sneer arise within him. A demon is a demon, utterly oblivious to their own faults. Since their transformation, they have lost even the slightest semblance of humanity. With a flick of the thunder whip severed by Crowley, Li Yi mockingly declared, a misunderstanding? Are the souls of the infants merry sacrifices to Greba each year mere fabrications? Or do these infants willingly enter into contracts with you? Enough of this trivial discourse. The grand move is prepared. I shall no longer indulge in idle chatter. Suddenly, the sunlight in the yard vanished, and the white clouds above transformed into ominous dark clouds. The terrifying force of nature ensnared Crowley, casting a grave expression upon his visage. Moreover, Li Yi's words left him perplexed. An infant? What infant? His transactions adhered to the principle of consent, as entering into a contract necessitated mutual agreement. An infant? lacking coherent thought, could not engage in such dealings. Although he was a demon, he had once been human and was not malevolent enough to prey upon infants. It was undoubtedly that scoundrel Greba who was engaging in underhanded dealings. Initially, Crowley was merely a lowly agent at the crossroads, and only recently had he fully assumed control over the transactions there. He was unaware of many prior matters, including Greba's clandestine acceptance of bribes. Within the ominous clouds above, not only did thunder flash, but Crowley also discerned the faint outline of a demonic trap. How utterly revolting. By all means, let there be a fair fight instead of these petty tricks. Nevertheless, Crowley felt no fear. He had prepared himself beforehand. He summoned the hands of the damned to encircle Li Yi, not with the intention of attacking him, but rather to facilitate his own escape. While this action bore a hint of intimidation, if Li Yi remained undeterred, there was little Crowley could do. The demonic traps of the mortal realm imposed severe constraints upon demons. The summoned hands of the damned had already allowed the power of hell to descend upon this place. With hell aiding him against the limitations of the demonic trap, he could fully unleash his own strength. Even in the face of adversity, he could retreat at a moment's notice. Fortunately, he had summoned the power of hell earlier. Otherwise, he might have truly met his demise today. A nearly 10-meter-long thunder dragon emerged from the dark clouds, its gaze fixed upon Crowley as it flew toward him without hesitation. Sensing the formidable might of the thunder dragon, Crowley immediately commanded the hands to defend against it. The chains upon the hands ignited with raging hellfire, and the souls within emitted piercing wails, forming a mental shockwave aimed at assaulting Li Yi, the source of this turmoil. Yet, Li Yi's mental fortitude was exceedingly robust. These mental assaults could not inflict the slightest harm upon him. The seemingly fearsome, giant skeletal hand disintegrated into dust upon contact with the thunder dragon. The souls within let out anguished cries, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. The chains, ablaze with hellfire, soared through the air like colossal serpents of flame. However, as the lightning swept past, the hellfire upon the chains extinguished instantly. Without the hellfire, the chains fell from the sky like a drooping flower, lifeless upon the ground. Against the thunder dragon, imbued with the majesty of heaven and earth, they were utterly mismatched. The thunderous dragon charged relentlessly towards the location of Crowley. Behind Crowley, Gray trembled in fear, ensnared by the overwhelming might of nature, unable to flee. He could only pray for Crowley to vanquish his foe, for his own survival depended on it. In an instant, the once clear reflection of the dragon in Crowley's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. An immense aura surged forth, with billowing black smoke racing towards the dragon. Unfazed by the creature summoned by Li Yi, Crowley, a man who aspired to become the king of hell, harbored no fear of an unknown human. Sensing the formidable presence emanating from Crowley, Li Yi's expression shifted, perplexed as to why the demon trap had failed to ensnare him. Simultaneously, this overwhelming aura instilled a sense of caution within Li Yi. This was the most powerful entity he had ever encountered. It was evident that he needed to summon his own strength. With a mere thought, the cross-holy sword materialized in Li Yi's hand, poised to deliver a lethal blow at the critical moment of confrontation between Crowley and the dragon. Suddenly, an expression of astonishment crossed Li Yi's face. The dark power released by Crowley was not as formidable as he had anticipated. It faltered after a brief resistance, allowing the dragon to crash through with unstoppable force directly at Crowley's position. Just as the dragon was about to make contact, the previously limp iron chains had somehow coiled around Crowley's feet. In an instant, they pulled Crowley underground, vanishing from sight, leaving Gray in a state of bewilderment. The dragon devoured Gray, slamming him forcefully into the ground. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to the explosion of a missile. Li Yi swiftly commanded the remaining dragon to retreat, transforming it back into mana that flowed into his body. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Li Yi's mind, detailing his gains. But there was no time to linger on such matters. Sensing a life force emanating from a specific direction, Li Yi teleported to seize Davina and then vanished once more. As Li Yi departed, the shockwave from the missile-like explosion began to disperse, shattering the surrounding buildings. Dust soared into the sky as the hair salon collapsed with a resounding crash. The immense commotion sent many bewildered onlookers into a panic, shouting in terror, "Terrorist attack! Ah, there's a missile! Call the police! Bomb!" The crowd, in utter chaos, was uncertain of where to flee. Unbeknownst to anyone, The cause of the explosion at Mary's hair salon remained a mystery. Was it a missile strike or some other calamity? Not far from Main Street, on the upper floors of a high-rise, Li Yi and Davina appeared. Davina was momentarily taken aback by the sudden change in her surroundings. Yet her spirits lifted upon recognizing the man beside her. Once again, it was this very man who had come to her rescue. Gazing upon the collapsed building, Li Yi felt a sense of reflection. Indeed, one destined to become the king of hell possessed certain capabilities. The demon traps seemed scarcely effective against him. Perhaps, when confronting such entities, one must resort to more cunning tactics. What is your name? Davina inquired boldly, her gaze fixed intently on Li Yi. Snapped back to reality. Li Yi turned to her and replied coolly, "Lei Feng." In an instant, he vanished, teleporting back to the Witch Academy. As Davina stared at the spot where he had disappeared, she murmured, "Lei Feng? I will certainly find you again." In a nearby bar, Crowley lifted a glass of whiskey to his lips. At his feet, a small dog nuzzled against his ankle. His expression was less than favorable, not due to Li Yi's prowess, but rather the insubordination of his subordinates, who had concealed crucial information from him. Greba was not a pure-born demon of hell, but rather a rogue deity from another pantheon. Having sought refuge in hell, a sort of temporary worker, if you will, Greba had not fully transformed into a demon. For doing so would cost him some of his inherent abilities. For someone who disregarded his rules and lacked complete loyalty, Crowley deemed it best to allow Li Yi to dispose of him. Though not a paragon of virtue himself, Crowley harbored a deep disdain for Greba's reckless nature, short-sighted and devoid of intellect. Did he not comprehend the essence of sustainable development? Targeting infants would only lead to the extinction of humanity. At the very least, one should wait until they reached maturity and had birthed the next generation before taking action. With the roots severed, what future harvest could one expect? At that moment, a woman with golden short hair approached, holding a glass. She placed it on the table and gently scooped up the little dog, stroking it tenderly as she inquired, "What troubles you?" Crowley glanced at the newcomer and replied coolly, "Meg, why are you here instead of fulfilling your godfather's task?" With a slight smile, Meg did not address Crowley's question directly. Instead, she continued to pet the dog in her arms and asked, "Has this little one been helpful in collecting your debts? May I borrow him for a few days?" Crowley raised his glass and took a sip, nonchalantly stating, "If Glory is willing to accompany you, I have no objections." As soon as the words left his lips, the little dog in Meg's arms began to squirm, breaking free from her grasp to prance over to Crowley, wagging its tail and panting adorably at his feet. Being Crowley's beloved pet, it understood his temperament well. If it dared to follow Meg, it might soon find itself seasoned with cumin by Crowley. Upon seeing Glory's antics, Crowley smiled faintly, stroking the dog's head as he said, "Little one, my affection for you has not been in vain. Should Juliet ever bully you again, I shall stand by your side." At this, Glory wagged its tail even more vigorously, comprehending the underlying meaning. Should you misbehave, there is always a Juliet ready to take your place. Meg, dismissed by the dog's disdain, scoffed, "Just a hellhound. I hardly care." Crowley turned to her and said with a hint of indifference, "Speak up. What is it you need? If you remain silent, I shall take my leave." Meg composed herself and replied, "I wish to know the whereabouts of John Winchester." Upon hearing her inquiry, Crowley closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before responding. "He is currently in Chicago, investigating leads on the cult of Baal." With the information she sought, Meg vanished without a trace, leaving Crowley to ponder. His glass raised as thoughts swirled in his mind. Is it time to prepare for the unsealing of the first seal? Meg, being Azazel's goddaughter, had endured cruel torment and training in hell, adhering to Azazel's commands. Lately, she had been busy working towards unsealing Lucifer's first seal. Lilith and Azazel shared a common goal, and as Lilith's subordinate, Crowley naturally had to assist Meg in her endeavors. The unsealing of Lucifer's first seal required a righteous soul to succumb to demons in hell after death. Yet, how does one expect a righteous person to descend into hell? Such individuals are typically welcomed into heaven, guided by celestial beings. With Lucifer sealed away, demons dared not vie for souls with angels. For centuries, due to the interference of angels, demons had been unable to coerce a righteous person into hell. Recently, however, the surge of dark energy in the mortal realm had led angels to withdraw from earthly affairs. This realization dawned upon Azazel and Lilith. Heaven may have been thrown into disarray, presenting a prime opportunity to break the seal. With angels no longer obstructing, It would be quite simple for a righteous soul to capitulate to demons in hell. Nevertheless, finding a suitable vessel to contain Lucifer was no easy feat. As the king of hell, Lucifer possessed immense power, and few mortals could withstand his force. If a fitting vessel could not be discovered, then one must be cultivated. Now, the vessel of Lucifer is nearing completion, and preparations to unseal it are underway. The process of unsealing must be swift, lest the angels react and impede their efforts. Crowley drained his cup of wine and subsequently vanished into the bar with his hellhound. Chapter 121. John's Call. Sam. Dean, what brings you here? Lee emerged from his room, astonished to find the two in the hall. Were they not supposed to be slaying monsters or searching for their father? How could they have arrived at the witch school? Father Kieran and the others regarded Li Yi as he descended from the second floor, then turned their gaze to Cordelia. Did you not say Li Yi had gone out? How is it he has returned from his room? Cordelia felt a pang of injustice. She was at a loss for an explanation. She had clearly seen him leave. Yet, he had not returned through the front door, leaving her powerless to account for his reappearance. Faced with the scrutinizing stares of the others, Cordelia could only turn a blind eye. Even if I deceived you, what can you do to me? Come, bite me. As Li Yi descended the stairs, Dean remarked, Li, we are indeed here to find you. However, it seems you were not present just now. Li Yi nodded and smiled as he entered the hall. I had to step out for a moment. Welcome to New Orleans. What brings you here? Noticing Father Kieran beside Dean, Li Yi pondered silently. How had these individuals come together? Dean glanced at Li Yi, hesitating to voice his curiosity. He yearned to inquire about Li Yi's true identity and the immense power he seemed to possess according to Father Kieran's descriptions. Yet, how well did Li Yi truly know them? They had merely met twice before. Their acquaintance was not sufficiently close for such probing questions. This left him grappling with a multitude of inquiries that remained unspoken. Father Kieran promptly stepped forward and addressed Li Yi. Mr. Li Yi, I am Kieran O'Connell. I have come in hopes that you will assist us in eliminating the vampire progenitor, Klaus. Li Yi readily acquiesced to Father Kieran's request. Understood, I shall take action. Father Kieran continued. If Klaus is not eradicated, suddenly, he paused, his eyes widening as he turned to Li Yi. Had he truly agreed to intervene? Given Li Yi's previous demeanor, such an easy acquiescence was unexpected. He had prepared numerous arguments to persuade Li Yi to eliminate Klaus. But now, all the preparations seem utterly in vain. Before he even introduced Klaus's circumstances, Li Yi had already agreed. Father Kieran felt somewhat bewildered, as if the situation were surreal. Had he misheard? Li Yi nodded once more and declared, Indeed, I have pledged to take action. From a human perspective, the vampire Klaus is unequivocally a malevolent entity. His immortality and formidable strength have rendered him audacious. Throughout Klaus's protracted existence, he has often indulged his desires and innate tendencies. He frequently took human lives, sometimes to satiate his hunger, other times out of sheer boredom or for the sake of cruel amusement. Only his family and the supreme power in New Orleans could command his attention. Such a being, Li Yi naturally intended to eliminate. In his previous conversations with Agnes and Celeste, Li Yi learned that Klaus had returned to New Orleans and that, under Agnes's instigation, he sought to visit the witching school to resurrect Marcel through Fiona. Thus, Li Yi refrained from taking the initiative, choosing instead to await Klaus's arrival, anticipating his demise. However, as time passed, it appeared Klaus had not come to the witching school. With Klaus not appearing, Li Yi found himself at an impasse, uncertain of Klaus's current whereabouts. Li Yi inquired of Father Kieran, Do you know where Klaus might be? Father Kieran was taken aback. He truly did not know Klaus's present location. Nonetheless, he could mobilize the entire force of New Orleans to search. Surely, Mayor Renault would be more than willing to assist. Father Kieran shook his head and replied, I don't know his whereabouts at the moment, but I can enlist the police's help. If anyone discovers Klaus's trail, they will notify us immediately. Li Yi was not particularly optimistic about this suggestion. The concealment capabilities of supernatural beings are immensely potent. If they wish to remain hidden, ordinary humans would struggle to find them. Moreover, Klaus's speed is remarkable. By the time they arrive, he may have already departed. Yet, having a method is better than none, and allowing the police to search could yield results. Perhaps they might uncover a clue that indicates Klaus has not yet left. Li Yi nonchalantly remarked, That approach is acceptable. I shall await your news here. Even if the police fail to locate Klaus, Li Yi remained unconcerned. After all, Klaus intends to seek out the Supreme Witch to resurrect Marcel, He could simply bide his time for Klaus to come to him. Why expend unnecessary effort in the search? At that moment, Dean's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his father, John. Dean hurriedly answered the phone, but before he could voice his inquiry, John on the other end quickly stated, "Several peculiar homicides have occurred in Chicago. You should come and investigate." Dean promptly asked, "Father, are you?" Before he could finish, the line went dead, leaving Dean standing in the hall, momentarily stunned. He then nonchalantly tucked his phone away and turned to Sam, speaking earnestly. "Our father may be in danger in Chicago. We must rush to his aid." Sam's expression revealed his dissatisfaction. He had heard the same call. He looked at Dean with a serious demeanor and insisted, "We should prioritize assisting the priest in eliminating this vampire progenitor first. The priest has already warned us of its terrifying nature. If we don't destroy it, countless lives will be at risk in a short time. This vile creature deserves our immediate attention. I wish to remain here and help the priest vanquish the vampire." Sam was exasperated by John's tendency to issue commands without engaging in further conversation. Each time, it felt as though John was dismissing them entirely. This time, he had at least progressed to making a phone call. Previously, they could only trace his whereabouts through notes or occasionally receive a text to guide them remotely. Throughout their lives, Dean and John had spent little time together, with their encounters being few and far between. Moreover, during their childhood, every reunion was marked by rigorous training rather than paternal affection. Was this truly what a father should be like? Would it be so difficult for him to engage in a longer conversation and show a bit more concern? In Sam's recollection, John had always been a stern trainer, not a nurturing father. Dean remained silent, acknowledging that Sam had a point. He understood that Sam did not wish to be manipulated by their father and wanted to remain in New Orleans as a form of protest against John's authority. However, if Sam stayed behind, Dean could not shake his concern. He had raised Sam since childhood, bearing more responsibility than their father. When John went off hunting demons, it was always Dean who looked after Sam. His feelings for Sam were no less than those he held for John. Yet, the urgency of John's directive compelled Dean to seek confirmation of his father's well-being. After all, John pursued demons alone, which posed considerable danger. Chapter 122. Elijah. As Dean grappled with his dilemma, Lee interjected, addressing both of them. "Go and attend to your own matters. You need not concern yourselves with this. I can manage alone. Perhaps your father John is indeed in peril. Otherwise, why would he call upon you for assistance? If you do not arrive in a timely manner, it may lead to regrettable consequences. Sam, consider Jessica. Would you wish for such a fate to befall your father again?" These two individuals possess no remarkable capabilities. In principle, they cannot contend with Klaus. The sheer magnitude of Klaus's strength is beyond the capacity of two men, not to mention his speed, which rivals that of localized teleportation. However, despite Sam and Dean's seemingly modest combat prowess, they are imbued with the protagonist's aura. If they were to engage Klaus in battle, they might inadvertently uncover some critical weakness. After enduring a brutal thrashing at his hands, they could, in a moment of desperation, execute a surprising counterattack. Allowing them to participate in the confrontation with Klaus might even afford them the chance to claim victory. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to dissuade these two from involvement. Upon hearing Lie's words, Sam fell silent. Although he disapproved of his father John's methods, he was unwilling to see him face irrevocable harm. With a complex gaze directed at Dean, Sam said to Lie, "All right, Dean and I will head to Chicago first. You can manage things here." Sam's words relieved Dean, as decisions among family are often fraught with difficulty. Dean felt a measure of gratitude towards Lie. It was his persuasion that swayed Sam's decision. Lie smiled at the two and reassured them, "You may go with confidence. Should any insurmountable difficulties arise, do not hesitate to call me." Dean replied to Lie, "Thank you for your kindness. We must take our leave now, but we shall gather again soon." With that, Dean hurriedly departed with Sam from the witches' school. As Lie had suggested, John may indeed be in danger. After all, it is quite unusual for him to resort to a phone call when a mere text would suffice. Following Sam and Dean's departure, Father Kieran and his companion also left to search for Klaus. Meanwhile, outside the hair salon of the Voodoo Queen in the French Quarter, a crowd had gathered. Elijah, clad in his customary gentlemanly attire, silently surveyed the wreckage before him. He detected no scent of gunpowder nor the odor of gas leaks. There was not even a fire. Thus, it seemed this place had been annihilated by some pure, supernatural force. Yet, He had never witnessed such a level of otherworldly power. While their brotherhood is formidable, it is inconceivable that they could unleash such devastating force instantaneously. Eyewitnesses claimed that the scene resembled one struck by a missile, accompanied by a tremendous explosion. Prior to this, an individual observed dark clouds gathering in the sky, accompanied by a fleeting flash of light within. However, this phenomenon vanished in the blink of an eye, leading the witness to question their own perception. Klaus, accompanied by Stefan, approached Elijah, sharing the intelligence he had gathered. Both men regarded the desolate landscape with grave expressions. The sheer magnitude of destruction was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. He summoned Elijah and Rebecca not only to bolster their confidence when confronting the Supreme Witch, but, more critically, because this city harbored adversaries they could scarcely hope to withstand, specifically, the perpetrator responsible for Marcel's demise. The ability to extinguish so many vampires in a single night was a feat Klaus doubted he could achieve, unless those beings stood idle, allowing him to strike at will. Otherwise, even the slaughter of 1,000 pigs would create a significant uproar. Yet, in Klaus's inquiries, he learned that on the night of Marcel's death, no violent clashes erupted within the mansion. The vampires appeared to be entranced, standing passively as the mysterious figure carried out the killings. This scenario evoked memories of that fateful night in 1919. Under the stewardship of the siblings, New Orleans flourished, prompting Klaus to invite all the city's social elite to a celebration at the French Opera House to solidify their dominance. However, their father, Michael, arrived and hypnotically controlled everyone present. Nearly 2,000 individuals gathered at the Opera House fell effortlessly under Michael's sway. These 2,000 souls remained motionless, ultimately succumbing to the flames unleashed by Michael, annihilating the New Orleans they had built. Perhaps this enigmatic figure possessed power akin to that of their father. Faced with such a formidable entity, Klaus felt compelled to unite his siblings. Elijah, gazing at the ruins, queried without turning back, "Do you think this devastation is the work of that mysterious individual?" Klaus fell silent in response, fully aware of whom Elijah referred to. However, if the one responsible for the destruction here was indeed the same as the one who killed Marcel, then the strength of this individual was truly terrifying. Even he, who feared nothing, felt a considerable weight upon his heart. Not receiving an answer from Klaus, Elijah withdrew his gaze from the ruins and inquired, "Has our sister Rebecca not yet arrived?" Klaus shook his head and replied, "Rebecca is some distance away. She may not arrive until tomorrow." The trio lingered for a moment, contemplating the devastation, before Elijah sighed and said, "Let us return for now and await our sister's arrival." Subsequently, the three individuals stepped away from the throng and made their way to the Grand Plantation Mansion at 837 Royal Street in the French Quarter, which once served as the residence of the governor of Louisiana. They had previously struck a deal with the governor, who bestowed the house upon them for their habitation. However, with Michael's arrival, they were compelled to abandon this magnificent abode and flee New Orleans. Now, upon their return, the house remained unchanged. Even the rooms bore little dust, indicating that they were regularly maintained. Elijah observed everything within the house and, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, "Marcel was a good soul. He has always kept this place for us. The arrangement of this room is precisely as we left it. Who else but Marcel, the ruler of this domain, would come to tend to this house?" Elijah's gaze was filled with memories of the tranquil and joyful moments he and his siblings shared here before their exodus from New Orleans. In their past lives, they had been forced to wander, evading Michael's relentless pursuit, living in perpetual fear with scarcely a moment's peace. Klaus, hearing Elijah's words, displayed a fierce glint in his eyes. "Whoever murdered Marcel, regardless of their might, I shall ensure they suffer a fate worse than death. They shall come to know that existence in this world is the greatest torment." Stefan, upon hearing Klaus's dramatic proclamation, felt an urge to distance himself from him. He recognized Klaus's formidable strength, yet after witnessing the capabilities of that mysterious figure in New Orleans, he surmised that Klaus and his companions might not stand a chance against such power. Continuing to remain in Klaus's company might well pose a risk to his own life. Chapter 123. The new principal. The following day, the Witch Academy welcomed a new guest, Myrtle, a witch with thick, red curls and a trendy appearance, adorned with cat-eye glasses. Myrtle removed her hat, gazing at the scene in the hall, bewildered, and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, my girls, what on earth are you doing?" There sat Annie, Luna, Joe, and Cordelia, gathered around a square table laden with numerous rectangular tiles, intricately engraved with patterns. Li Yi stood beside them, explaining the rules of mahjong. They had begun playing the night before and had grasped the basic rules, yet the advanced gameplay, including the intricacies of forming melds and other strategies, left them in awe. Cordelia, feeling somewhat awkward, looked at Myrtle and said, "Aunt Myrtle, we are playing mahjong." After dinner last night, Li Yi miraculously conjured a set of mahjong tiles. However, Li Yi himself refrains from participating, insisting that the four of them engage in the game. It is perplexing to witness his peculiar inclination. Observing the four girls seated together at a table playing mahjong brings him evident delight. The well-informed Myrtle recognizes the game as mahjong, yet she is astonished to discover that the typically demure Cordelia possesses the skill to play. Who could have corrupted her? And who are these additional individuals? Did they instigate this? Luna, holding a poor hand, pushed her cards away upon Myrtle's arrival, exclaiming, "Aunt Myrtle is here, so I'm done playing," and, visibly displeased, retorted, "Luna, that's cheating. You have an excellent hand that could easily cause the other three to cry out in despair." It was shocking to witness Luna employing such underhanded tactics, leaving and contemplating fetching a kitchen knife to peel an apple for her. Cordelia hastily introduced the identities of those present, turning to Li Yi and saying to Myrtle, "This is Li Yi, Luna's boyfriend. Aunt Myrtle must have heard of him." As Cordelia introduced him, Luna rose to embrace Li Yi's arm, a blissful smile gracing her face. Over the past few nights, Li Yi had captivated her with his formidable prowess. When it came time to introduce, and Cordelia found herself at a loss for words. She stammered, "This is, and she is an exorcist, and also at this moment," and, refusing to back down, stood and wrapped her arms around Li Yi's other arm. Declaring to Myrtle, "I am also his current girlfriend." Luna remained silent, disregarding N's proclamation. Myrtle gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, bewildered as to how this came to be. What extraordinary qualities did Li Yi possess to have won over two such beautiful girls? Nevertheless, since none of the parties involved objected, she refrained from casting judgment. Myrtle then turned hesitantly to Joe, asking, "Is she also his girlfriend?" Joe awkwardly smiled and denied it, saying, "I'm Joanna Haviland, and I am not yet Lee's girlfriend." Realizing her words could be misinterpreted, Joe hurriedly added, "Oh no, I meant to say that we have no relationship. I am not his girlfriend." Her clarification elicited odd looks from the others. Not wishing to delve further into the explanation, feeling that the atmosphere had become increasingly awkward, Cordelia quickly shifted the topic, curiously inquiring, "Aunt Myrtle, where have you been these past few days?" Myrtle had been expected to guide them in the application of their magical abilities, yet her absence had been notable. She scrutinized Li Yi with several glances, concluding that he might not be a person of good character. She could not comprehend Luna's attraction to that individual. Responding to Cordelia's inquiry, she explained that she had been preoccupied with significant matters and had returned to consult with the council, hence her temporary absence. Due to Fiona's inaction, the council convened and resolved to remove her from the position of principal. Cordelia and Luna were utterly astonished by Myrtle's revelation. How could this happen so abruptly? Fiona was the supreme witch, and although the witch council wielded considerable power, could Fiona truly acquiesce to such a decision? Luna, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Does the council's decision have the supreme witch's approval?" To their surprise, Myrtle nodded and addressed the assembly, stating that they had discussed the matter with Fiona, who had indeed consented to the council's resolution. However, Fiona would not relinquish her role until the next principal was appointed and the transition completed. Cordelia felt a pang of disappointment at the thought of Fiona stepping down. As her daughter, she too felt a sense of disgrace. After all, Fiona was her mother. Unable to contain her curiosity, Cordelia pressed on, "Who will be the next principal? I must see who has taken my mother's position." Myrtle's gaze softened with affection as she looked at Cordelia, a smile gracing her face as she announced, "After our deliberations, we have decided to appoint you, Cordelia, as the next principal." This revelation left everyone in stunned silence, and Cordelia felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Pointing at herself, she stammered, "Me? How can I possibly assume the role of principal of the Witch Academy? I lack both strength and credentials." Even if Luna were to be appointed, Cordelia would have been less astounded, for Luna had recently awakened 3 talents and had significantly honed her magical prowess during this period of training, surpassing even the elders of the Witch Cemetery in strength. Myrtle nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed, it is you." Cordelia cast a fleeting glance at Luna. Her voice tinged with melancholy as she replied, "Aunt Myrtle, I believe Luna would be far more suited for the position than I. My abilities are insufficient for such a role. As a Salem witch, she had not awakened any innate talents, and even her mother seemed to regard her with disdain, rarely showing concern for her life. This had long been a source of her insecurity. Lacking innate gifts, she had to diligently immerse herself in the study of magical knowledge, particularly potions. Wishing to explore the possibility of concocting relevant potions to enhance her innate talents and remedy her shortcomings, Cordelia's guardian Myrtle, who had nearly single-handedly raised her, was acutely aware of the girl's aspirations. Myrtle had observed Cordelia's diligent efforts over the years and understood her character. With a touch of tenderness, she advised Cordelia, "My child, do not underestimate yourself. Have faith in your abilities." Luna had previously made it unequivocally clear that she would not assume the role of headmistress, nor did she wish to be part of the governing council. The position of headmistress primarily involved guiding the new witches in mastering their powers. You are well aware of your mother Fiona's disposition, having shown little interest in the affairs of the school throughout the years. She has never fulfilled the responsibilities of a headmistress. Do you not yearn to assist her in managing the school properly, as her daughter? Chapter 124. The Dark Baptism. The selection of Cordelia as headmistress was also sanctioned by Fiona for this very reason. If anyone else were to occupy the position, Fiona would never have consented. After all, Cordelia is her daughter, and what distinction is there between a daughter taking on the role of headmistress and her mother? Delegating the miscellaneous affairs of the school to Cordelia would afford her a greater sense of freedom and ease. Myrtle's words left Cordelia in contemplative silence, as she felt unprepared for such a responsibility. Luna, however, was quite pleased with the prospect of Cordelia becoming the headmistress. Approaching her, she encouraged, "Cordelia, if you choose not to be headmistress, can you truly trust others to take on that role? How would you know your capabilities without giving it a try? Even if challenges arise, you will have Aunt Myrtle and Headmistress Fiona to support you. Have you not always desired to contribute to the welfare of witches? This is a splendid opportunity." Luna had no desire for any position. Her only wish was to be with Li Yi, due to her exceptional talents. The council had already inquired about her career intentions prior to her arrival at the school. At that time, Luna had clearly stated her intention to remain uninvolved in witch affairs, wishing only to master the art of resurrection and return to Li Yi. Growing up in a school for witches, Cordelia had encountered a variety of witches and had amassed considerable experience. The absence of an awakened primordial talent had only fueled her determination to excel in the study of magic. Years of learning and practice had transformed her into a remarkably skilled witch. However, her gentle demeanor and the protection of the Supreme, which had kept her prowess largely unexpressed. Under the expectant gazes of those around her, Cordelia nodded resolutely and declared, "Very well, I am willing to serve as the headmistress of the Witch Academy. From this day forth, I shall strive to guide every new witch, enabling them to master their abilities and safely navigate this world." Upon hearing Cordelia's agreement, Myrtle displayed a grateful smile. Although Cordelia is Fiona's daughter, Myrtle has essentially raised her single-handedly. In Myrtle's heart, Cordelia is akin to her own daughter. Regarding Cordelia's appointment as principal, Myrtle and Fiona have reached a harmonious consensus. "Congratulations, Cordelia, on becoming the principal," Li Yi exclaimed, smiling as he applauded and extended his congratulations to Cordelia. The others joined in, clapping and offering their well wishes. Among the crowd, Li Yi was not surprised by Cordelia's ascension to principal. It was arguably a judicious choice by the witch coven. After assuming the role of principal, Cordelia demonstrated her dedication to the advancement of the witches, even willing to set aside her own mother. She is a woman with an immense ambition, capable of prioritizing principles over familial ties. However, should there be any erroneous regulations, Cordelia would not hesitate to defy them. Yet, before her talents were fully awakened, Cordelia remained relatively reserved and insecure. Even after becoming principal, her confidence did not significantly flourish. Faced with the accolades from others, Cordelia felt a tinge of embarrassment, acutely aware that her position held considerable superficiality. Her achievement was not solely a result of her own efforts, but also heavily supported by Fiona and Myrtle. Watching Cordelia, now all grown up, Myrtle felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Memories of their time together flooded her mind, recalling the little girl who had now matured. Once the congratulations subsided, Myrtle addressed the assembly again. "Aside from this matter, there is another significant announcement to make, pertaining to this year's witches' gathering. The original venue was to be the witch school. However, with the change in principle, we must inform all the Salem witches, as well as other witches. Therefore, this year, we plan to hold the witches' gathering in Salem, in collaboration with the dark witches from another lineage. Myrtle's announcement left Luna and Cordelia exchanging glances. Salem is the birthplace of their coven. Currently, most witches are dispersed in various locations, with only the dark witches residing in Salem. Moreover, Salem is predominantly under the control of the Night Church, serving as the stronghold for the dark witches. Previously, the gatherings for their Salem lineage were held in New Orleans, while the dark witches naturally convened in Salem. What, then, does it mean to summon them back to Salem? Cordelia turned to Myrtle and inquired, Aunt Myrtle, is this matter also approved by my mother, Fiona? Myrtle nodded and replied, this matter was indeed initiated by Fiona, who was also invited by the high priest of the Night Church. Fiona has been in Salem, discussing the gathering with the high priest. During this assembly, the Night Church will conduct a dark baptism for a girl who is half human and half witch. The high priest has invited us to witness this dark baptism together, fostering friendly relations between our two covens. 300 years ago, we all shared the same ancestors. Although there were some ideological differences in the past, it is unnecessary for the witches of our two lineages to remain estranged. The world is fraught with danger, and we must support one another to thrive. If one side is in distress, the other should extend a helping hand. Luna, feeling curious, asked, what is the identity of this girl that warrants such a grand dark baptism? Luna was somewhat familiar with dark baptisms. The Night Church venerates the Dark Lord Satan, and witches gain powerful abilities by signing a pact with him at the age of 16, a process they refer to as dark baptism. Surely, this is not something that requires the joint witnessing of the witches from both lineages? Myrtle pondered for a moment before responding. This girl's identity is indeed remarkable. Her father was a former high priest of the Night Church, and she has two aunts who are also formidable witches. Therefore, her dark baptism is regarded with great importance among dark witches. As for the rest, I am not certain. You have yet to witness a dark baptism. This will be an opportunity for you to broaden your horizons, and you may even catch a glimpse of the legendary Dark Lord. The witches of Salem harbor no prejudice against demons. After learning about the Salem witch trials, they concluded that sometimes humanity can be more malevolent than demons themselves. Even in this day and age, some humans harbor great malice towards witches, leading to the tragic demise of many innocent ones. Yet, the Dark Lord, deemed evil by humanity, is willing to sign pacts to protect witches. In comparison, demons appear remarkably benevolent to them. Chapter 125, Luna's parents. Given that this was a matter agreed upon by Fiona, and since Cordelia has now decided to assume the role of principal, her participation in this witch gathering is imperative. Having attended assemblies since childhood, Cordelia felt no aversion to this upcoming witch gathering. She turned to Myrtle and asked, Aunt Myrtle, when will this gathering take place? Myrtle replied, let us convene in 7 days. We require ample time to notify the other witches, ensuring they have sufficient opportunity to arrive in Salem. She then cast a complex gaze toward Luna and said, Luna, you must attend this gathering. The current generation of the Invisible Arts Academy is teeming with talent and boasts numerous witches, while our lineage is dwindling. Among the youthful cohort, you possess the most formidable power. There will be exchanges between both sides, and we need you to represent our younger witches at several events. Myrtle sighed inwardly, recognizing the scarcity of new witches within their lineage. Although Cordelia held her own, she was now the principal, and her status had changed. Certain events would not permit her casual participation. Furthermore, Luna's prowess exceeded that of Cordelia, making her an ideal candidate to confront those who doubted them. Upon hearing Myrtle's request, Luna felt reluctant. She yearned only to remain with Li Yi, showing little interest in other matters. Her return to the Witch Academy was originally for the purpose of mastering resurrection spells, but now that seemed unnecessary. Her presence at the academy felt inconsequential. Nevertheless, Aunt Myrtle and Cordelia had always treated her kindly, and she feared their disappointment if she chose not to attend. Luna glanced at Li Yi before addressing Myrtle. Aunt Myrtle, may I abstain from this gathering? Her voice was soft, yet carried a hint of defiance. The witch gathering was not mandatory. It adhered to the principle of voluntariness. Those willing to attend would do so, while those unwilling could opt out. Since Li Yi was not a witch, he was excluded from the invitation list. If Li Yi could not attend, Luna had no desire to go either. Myrtle and Cordelia exchanged surprised glances. taken aback by Luna's refusal to participate in the witch gathering. If Luna chose not to attend, it presented a dilemma. Myrtle, somewhat troubled, said Luna, "This invitation comes directly from Fiona herself. She hopes you can bring honor to our New Orleans Witch Academy and ideally overshadow the Invisible Arts Academy." Luna was taken aback, surprised that it was Fiona who requested her presence. Yet, she remained disinclined to attend, finding little appeal in the customary witch gatherings. As someone who despised socializing, she found these events exceedingly tedious and lacked interest in such affairs. With the dwindling number of witches at the academy, what purpose would it serve to gain recognition? Or was it meant to aid in recruitment? Aunt Myrtle, you know my return to the Witch Academy was for a specific reason. I abhor these conflicts, and thus I still wish to refrain from attending. Myrtle discerned the glimmer in Luna's eyes and, with understanding, inquired, "Is it because of Li Yi that you choose not to attend?" Luna shook her head and replied, "That is partly true, but more so, I am genuinely uninterested." Myrtle sighed, her expression a complex tapestry as she addressed Luna. "Fiona has mentioned that if you wish to uncover the true identities of your parents, you should attend this upcoming witches' gathering." This statement was a calculated move by Fiona, anticipating that Luna might decline, thus providing Myrtle with a means to entice her. Had Luna shown willingness to participate, Myrtle would not have needed to utter those words. Truth be told, Myrtle herself harbored a flicker of curiosity regarding the true identities of Luna's parents. Myrtle's revelation astonished the onlookers, leaving them bewildered by the unfolding narrative. Luna, in particular, was engulfed in confusion. Were her parents not concealed wizards within society? What other identities could they possibly possess? How had she remained oblivious to this for so many years? Furrowing her brow, Luna urgently pressed for clarification. "What do you mean by that?" 2 years prior, her parents had perished in a tragic plane crash during a business trip, their remains reduced to ashes. Even the plea to Fiona for resurrection had proven futile. Myrtle shook her head, stating, "I am not privy to the specifics. I merely convey Fiona's message. The true circumstances lie solely with her. Perhaps your parents have not truly perished, though this is merely my conjecture." Luna felt a wave of bewilderment wash over her at Myrtle's words. Were her parents not truly dead? What then of the countless tears she had shed over the years? Did her grief amount to nothing? For 2 years, she had never doubted the authenticity of their demise. After all, she had received their personal belongings, and they had not returned to seek her out. Yet now, Myrtle suggested that her parents might still be alive. Should she feel joy or rage at this revelation? At that moment, Li Yi was also pondering the details concerning Luna's parents. Her father, named Bylais Baksu, and her mother, named Varoshi Kamid, were employed at an imp company. This Imp Inc. was a high-tech enterprise focused on the design, production, and sales of data communication interfaces and power management applications for standard analog integrated circuits. Located in San Jose, it was merely a 20-minute drive from Palo Alto. Both of Luna's parents worked in sales and frequently traveled for business. Sometimes, their trips extended overseas, lasting several days. Due to their frequent absences, they had entrusted the care of young Luna to Li Yi's parents. Now, it appeared that their travels might not have been as straightforward as mere business trips. Something deeper surely lay beneath the surface. Li Yi grasped Luna's hand and said, "I shall accompany you. It is imperative to clarify matters concerning your parents." Luna felt the warmth emanating from Li Yi's palm, her heart swelling with emotion. With Li Yi by her side, she felt a profound sense of calm. Subsequently, Li Yi turned to Myrtle and inquired, "Is it not true that only witches are permitted to attend the gathering?" Fiona is not a benevolent individual. Luring Luna with this news surely harbors ill intentions. If her motives were pure, why not disclose the truth directly? I cannot entrust Luna's safety to her alone. Even if the witches' gathering forbade his presence, he would insist on accompanying her. Naturally, if he could attend openly, he would not resort to stealth. He was eager to discern the true nature of Fiona's schemes. Myrtle shook her head and replied, "In principle, participation by others is prohibited. This gathering is exclusively for witches. Matters of the supernatural realm should ideally remain untouched by ordinary individuals. When the mundane become acquainted with extraordinary powers, it can lead to no good. Once they witness such forces, they may yearn for that magical capability, potentially straying from their path in pursuit of the extraordinary." Chapter 126. Joe's emotion, "Am I not permitted to attend as a wizard?" Li Yi demonstrated his telekinetic ability, causing a mahjong tile to soar into his hand. Myrtle watched in astonishment, momentarily speechless before responding. Since you possess witch blood, you may indeed join. I will arrange for an invitation on your behalf. The venue for the witches' gathering will be protected by a barrier, and the invitation serves as a credential for passage through it. With the barrier in place, ordinary individuals cannot approach the gathering. Should they inadvertently draw near, they will instinctively wander elsewhere. Possessing an invitation will exempt one from the barrier's magical effects, thus alleviating many potential complications. And then mimicked Li Yi, using telekinesis to draw a mahjong tile into her hand. Holding the tile and smiling, she asked Myrtle, Aunt Myrtle, will I be able to obtain an invitation this way? Myrtle was somewhat taken aback. Was this girl also a witch? When did telekinetic talent become so commonplace? As one of the 7 foundational talents of Salem witches, telekinesis was indeed a rare gift, one that even she had not awakened. Myrtle nodded and then replied, of course, you may participate as a member of our school's delegation. She then turned her gaze to Joe. It is your turn to showcase your abilities. Young lady, where is your telekinesis? As Myrtle's gaze fell upon her, Joe felt a tinge of embarrassment and solitude amidst a gathering of extraordinary beings. She was merely an ordinary girl, yearning to experience the enchanting spectacle of the witches' assembly. For Luna, such events may have become mundane, even tedious. However, for Joe, the prospect of departing from the roadside bar world was invigoratingly novel. Alas, she was but an unremarkable individual without any extraordinary abilities, rendering her unable to join. They belonged to disparate worlds, and perhaps she ought to be in the car heading home rather than lingering here. Just as a sense of discomfort began to wash over her, a mahjong tile unexpectedly soared into her hand. Ah, it seems you have received an invitation as well. Myrtle, using her telekinesis, consented to Joe's participation in the witches' gathering. With so many already attending, one more would hardly matter. Additionally, a larger number would demonstrate that their lineage of witches still possessed considerable talent. Holding the tile, Joe felt a sense of bewilderment. Did she possess telekinetic abilities too? Yet, she sensed nothing of the sort. What was happening? Suddenly, she noticed Li Yi winking at her, and it dawned on her that he was aiding her in this unexpected turn of events. Grasping the mahjong tile, she was overwhelmed with gratitude. The others were also curious about how Joe had come to possess such powers, yet they refrained from exposing her secret. After speaking to Joe, Myrtle swiftly turned to Cordelia, instructing, Cordelia, please take them to Salem, Massachusetts when the time comes. I have other matters to attend to, so I must depart. Cordelia nodded in agreement, assuring Myrtle, rest assured, I will escort them. Once Myrtle had arranged everything, she hurriedly took her leave, needing to discuss the details of the gathering with others. Following Myrtle's departure, Joe, filled with excitement, embraced Li Yi and kissed him on the cheek. Li, thank you. Being able to attend the witches' assembly is absolutely wonderful for someone like me who craves adventure and thrill. Leaving the roadside bar with Annie was the best decision I ever made. However, she noticed Luna's disapproving stare and casually released Li Yi. A faint smile graced Li Yi's face as he replied, it's but a trivial matter. We are good friends, are we not? Joe nodded, a smile lighting up her face, though a hint of melancholy lingered within her. Could they truly only ever be friends? In the witches' cemetery, Sophie appeared somewhat disconcerted amidst the crowd. Initially, she had been searching for Klaus with Father Kieran, but the ruckus emanating from the Voodoo Queen's hair salon had drawn her attention. Upon arriving at the scene and gazing at the ruins of the Voodoo Queen's hair salon, Sophie and Father Kieran were overcome with shock and concern. Was the Voodoo Queen unharmed? Had Davina also been affected? Regrettably, the rescue team was moving too slowly. The structure accompanying the Voodoo Queen's salon was extensive, and clearing such a vast expanse of debris would take several days. What kind of individual could unleash such devastating destruction? The shadow of Li Yi loomed in their minds. Yet they hesitated to confront him for answers. Among their acquaintances, only Li Yi possessed the potential for such power. The period they spent awaiting Li Yi at the witch school coincided precisely with the incident at the Voodoo Queen's salon. These details led them to suspect that Li Yi was indeed responsible. Various signs indicated that he was not a benevolent force. While they harbored no doubts about his intentions in slaying vampires to eradicate evil, they could not reconcile this with his actions against the Voodoo Queen. The Voodoo Queen had provided refuge for many homeless individuals and employed voodoo practices to assist those suffering from infertility. Despite her formidable abilities, she had not wielded them for malevolent purposes, nor did she harbor ambitions to dominate New Orleans. For years, she had merely operated a hair salon. embodying a peaceful and benevolent nature. Her only flaw appeared to be a hint of racial prejudice, a trait far too commonplace in the beautiful nation. The fact that someone like her had fallen victim to such malice cast doubt on Li Yi's true nature. Was he inherently good or evil? The Voodoo Queen was the target this time. Who would be next? Could New Orleans withstand more of his tumult? If Li Yi sought to act with impunity, who could possibly stand in his way? After lengthy discussions, Sophie and Father Kieran could not devise a viable strategy. Ultimately, power dictated everything. How could such a formidable individual exist in the world? Today, she returned to the witch cemetery, hoping to discover powerful magic capable of restraining the mighty. However, to her astonishment, she found that Davina had already returned. This revelation left her utterly surprised. With the Voodoo Queen's salon reduced to rubble, how was Davina unharmed? Simultaneously, she noticed a witch named Sabine sorrowfully lamenting to the other witches. Elder Agnes and I confronted that wretched Mary, demanding her release of Davina, but to our dismay, that vile creature not only refused, but also berated us harshly. She audaciously proclaimed that we were insignificant, unperturbed even by the Supreme Witch. She dared us to summon the Supreme Witch Fiona and witness whether she would feel fear. The elder was infuriated, intent on seeking out Fiona at the witching school. However, the vile Voodoo Queen preemptively struck, assassinating the elder and offering him as a sacrifice to a malevolent demon. In the crowd, Sophie interrupted Sabine's lament, questioning with a hint of confusion, if the Voodoo Queen could slay the elder, how is it that you remain unharmed? The moment those words escaped her lips, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the scene. Indeed, the elder was dead. How could a mere witch like her have escaped unscathed? Chapter 127, Josephine Celeste. Upon hearing someone challenge the veracity of her tale, turned to see Sophie amidst the throng. She recalled Sophie, the rebellious witch, with some familiarity. Possessing commendable talent within the witch community, her sister, Jinan, was nearing the elder's level of power. Yet, Sophie had always been somewhat of a loner, often found in taverns. And she rarely meddled in others' affairs. Why, then, had she chosen today to undermine Celeste? Had she inadvertently offended her? Nevertheless, should this audacious witch dare obstruct her, she would ensure she met the same fate as the elder. With traces of sorrow for Agnes' demise still etched upon her face, Celeste addressed the assembly. At that moment, I too was ensnared by the Voodoo Queen. However, just as she intended to sacrifice me, a formidable Eastern man appeared and rescued me. This man possessed immense power. Before him, the Voodoo Queen was as powerless as an ant. Davina, initially mournful over the elder's passing, was taken aback by Sabine's account. Was this Eastern man the renowned Le Faume? It seemed he had not only saved her, but had also liberated Sabine. Davina chimed in. Indeed, the Voodoo Queen, Marie, is an embodiment of malevolence. I was abducted by her, only to be rescued by a mysterious and powerful Eastern man. I can attest to Sabine's claims. Had he not intervened, the Voodoo Queen's minions would have violated me. A fierce hatred filled Davina's eyes. At just 16, she could scarcely fathom the darkness that awaited her had those brutes succeeded. Her dear friend, Monique, enveloped her in a comforting embrace, assuring her, it is over now. The Voodoo Queen and her minions have faced their reckoning. Do you know the name of this man, Davina? Monique inquired, curiosity piqued by the identity of one so powerful that even the formidable Voodoo Queen had fallen before him. The others, too, expressed their eagerness to learn about the savior of Sabine and Davina, exclaiming, not only did he rescue them, but he also avenged the elder on our behalf. We must express our profound gratitude to them. Such formidable individuals are worthy of our friendship. Sophie's emotions were exceedingly complex. She hesitated to face Davina and Sabine. She had never anticipated that the Voodoo Queen would be such a person. If she could dismiss Sabine's words as mere slander against the Voodoo Queen, Davina's testimony left her utterly speechless. After all, Davina was indeed a genuine victim, having been captured by the Voodoo Queen. This truth weighed heavily on Sophie, leaving her devoid of any rationalizations to deceive herself. The situation had escalated far beyond Sophie's expectations. Even Elder Agnes had succumbed. Her sole intention was to rescue her niece, Monica, without intending harm to others. At that time, the Voodoo Queen had promised not to harm Davina, only to imprison her for a while. Once a definitive method to thwart the harvest ritual was discovered, she would release Davina. Otherwise, she and Father Kieran would never have consented to the Voodoo Queen's abduction of Davina. To her astonishment, She never expected that the Voodoo Queen would go so far as to kill Elder Agnes. At this moment, Sophie felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as her involvement had led to the demise of so many. When Davina heard the others speak, she hesitated before saying, "His name is Lei Feng. If you encounter this person, please be sure to inform me. I wish to thank him in person." At that time, the individual had merely left a name before vanishing, and she had not even had the chance to ask for contact details. This was a profound regret for her. If all the witches could assist in the search, it would undoubtedly be far more effective than her solitary efforts. Sophie was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't his name Li Yi? Who was Lei Feng? Could it be that someone else had destroyed the Voodoo Queen's hair salon, and it wasn't Li Yi who had done it? Were there other experts in this city? Sabine felt a peculiar sensation. Her master truly had a twisted sense of humor. She was well aware that Li Yi was responsible for this deed, especially with the Voodoo Queen now deceased. Thus, she had framed the Voodoo Queen for the crime, knowing that the dead cannot speak. Moreover, portraying Li Yi as a benefactor to the witch community would facilitate his leadership over them in the future. This assembly of nearly 200 witches could wield tremendous power. However, their previous encounters with vampires had hindered their pursuit of higher status in New Orleans. Lei Feng, that name felt oddly familiar. Wasn't it the name of a celebrity from Huagua? Among the witches present, there were those familiar with Huagua culture. One young witch named Casey smiled at Davina and said, "Davina, you have been deceived. Lei Feng is not his true name. Lei Feng is a renowned figure in Huagua, known for his unwavering dedication to helping others without ever seeking recompense. In the realm of Huagua, the name has come to embody a spirit of selfless benevolence. This individual is undoubtedly of noble character, having rescued you purely out of kindness." The witches present were astounded by Casey's words. The spirit of Lei Feng had a profound impact on them. How could there still be such individuals in this world? What an extraordinarily noble and selfless character. To perform good deeds anonymously is truly magnificent. I cannot achieve such a feat, nor would I do so, yet I hold him in great admiration. Casey's words left Davina somewhat bewildered. Lei Feng was not even his true name. How could she then repay the life-saving grace? Elder Witch Josephine addressed the assembly of witches in a somber tone. Now that the Voodoo Queen is dead, Agnes's vendetta has come to an end. We shall proceed with the harvest ritual shortly. Once we contact our ancestors on the other side, perhaps they will be able to resurrect Agnes. Josephine was an eccentric elder witch, her powers surpassing even those of Agnes, and she had once led all the witches of New Orleans. However, her disdain for vampires had led her to relinquish her position to Agnes and retreat beyond the city limits. With the vampires now gone and Agnes deceased, she found herself compelled to return to New Orleans to lead the coven once more. The crowd fell silent upon hearing Josephine's words, awaiting her directives. Josephine continued, "Before we proceed, I must uncover the traitor among our witches, to ensure the ritual proceeds smoothly. Who was responsible for breaching the barrier in our witches' cemetery?" Josephine's cold gaze swept over the crowd. She harbored an intense hatred for traitors. Had it not been for this traitor, the harvest ritual would have long been completed. Davina would not have been captured, and Agnes would not have sought out the Voodoo Queen. Without seeking the Voodoo Queen, Agnes would not have met her demise. Chapter 128. Self-important. Upon hearing Josephine's inquiry, Sophie felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. The only one privy to this matter was Father Kieran, and he was the sole link to the Voodoo Queen. Throughout this ordeal, Sophie had only met with Father Kieran once. Unless he betrayed her, it would be challenging to trace the blame back to her. Sophie had considerable faith in Father Kieran's character. Under Josephine's scrutinizing gaze, the witches shook their heads in denial, asserting their innocence. This was a grave offense. Admitting to it would surely spell their doom. Josephine spoke once more to the assembly of witches. "I offer this individual a chance for confession. If she stands forth now, I may consider leniency. However, should I unearth her deceit, she will be denied even the right to rest in our cemetery after death. Being interred in the witches' cemetery after death is the ultimate resting place for witches. To be denied such a burial is akin to being left to rot in the wilderness. Of course, this holds little significance for ordinary individuals. However, witches are acutely aware that human souls transition to another realm upon death. Without the sanctuary of the witches' cemetery, how can a departed soul hope to encounter its ancestors? Once in the realm of the deceased, the soul would undoubtedly be torn apart by its forebears. Identifying the culprit behind these transgressions is quite straightforward. Aside from the elders, Only a true Michelson witch possesses the ability to manipulate the cemetery's barrier. Verifying the authenticity of a Michelson bloodline is equally simple, as those of pure blood cannot stray from New Orleans, lest they lose their powers. The true Michelson witches resonate with the land of New Orleans, drawing their magical strength from the very soil beneath their feet, leading to rapid enhancement of their abilities. In contrast, other witches derive their strength partially from the land and partially from their own cultivation. Even if they depart from this sacred ground, they would only lose a fraction of their magical prowess. Sophie found herself engulfed in turmoil. She was indeed a true Michelson witch, her powers rooted in this land. Thus, her magic could influence the cemetery's barrier, allowing the voodoo queen's undead minions to breach it. With a heavy sigh, Sophie stepped forward, her spirit in disarray, and proclaimed, "It was I." Her actions had precipitated the death of Elder Agnes and nearly led to Davina's violation. Overwhelmed by her own torment, she chose to confess, seeking a semblance of relief. Her misdeeds warranted punishment. The gathered crowd stared at Sophie in disbelief, utterly confounded by her betrayal. Her sister, Sion, struggled to comprehend, questioning, "Why would you do this?" Although Sophie had always been rebellious, such treachery seemed unfathomable. At this juncture, Sophie saw no reason to conceal her thoughts. She divulged her intentions, shouldering all the blame herself, omitting any mention of Father Kieran. He had been the one she had reached out to, and revealing him now would be an act of utter betrayal. Monique, amidst the crowd, listened to Sophie's account with disapproval, unable to condone her rebellious aunt's actions. Sophie had previously sought to take her away, but Monique had explicitly expressed her desire to participate in the harvest ceremony. To her astonishment, Sophie still chose to wreak havoc. Had she considered the feelings of others? An insufferable individual, imposing her will upon the rest. Indeed, the demise of Elder Agnes is a tragic consequence of Sophie's recklessness. Had it not been for her interference, Agnes would have long since attained the supreme powers bestowed by our ancestors. Josephine, in a fit of fury, chastised Sophie, "Fool. Just because you did not witness the ceremony does not render it untrue. Why not select an elder? They are advanced in years. How much longer can they serve if chosen? Our focus must be on the enduring prosperity of the witches, rather than fleeting success. It is the young witches who represent our future. Their strength will fortify our entire coven. If the elders truly wish to jeopardize the witches, why then hold this ceremony? They could have simply surrendered to the vampires from the outset." Sophie found herself at a loss for words under Josephine's scathing rebuke. Reflecting upon the matter, she recognized her hubris had led to Elder Agnes's untimely death. Her sister, Jeanne, gazed at her with a mixture of emotions. Should she be grateful for Sophie's protection of Monique, or should she condemn her for her rashness and folly? With a deep sigh, Jeanne turned to Josephine and declared, "Elder, I am willing to accept any punishment in place of my sister. Our parents passed away early, and I neglected her education. I bear a significant share of the responsibility in this matter." Sophie, in disbelief, looked at Jeanne, astonished by her sister's willingness to take the blame. "No, this was my doing alone. If there must be punishment, let it fall solely upon me, and spare my sister." Sophie implored Elder Josephine, her heart heavy with regret. She resolved that if given another chance, she would not act so impulsively again. Josephine, with a cold smile, responded, "Such sisterly affection. Your actions render me somewhat unfeeling. Very well, you shall both be punished together." With that, Josephine cast a spell, sealing their powers and binding them to prevent Sophie from causing further chaos, and Jeanne from aiding her sister. Josephine addressed Sophie, stating, "The true punishment will be discussed after the harvest ceremony. You will witness the outcome, and it will leave you convinced." Under Josephine's direction, the witches encircled the 4 girls within the graveyard. After confirming the integrity of the protective barrier, Josephine employed a slumber spell, rendering the girls unconscious. "Shortly, I shall bring them to the brink of death, allowing their souls to traverse to the other side. They will connect with our ancestors and be revived. Do not be alarmed." With that, Josephine produced a dagger and approached the 4 girls. Without hesitation, she swiftly severed their throats, blood gushing forth, instilling fear among the gathered witches. Is this truly possible? It must be agonizing. Fortunately, it was not they who were chosen. Sophie gazed intently, fearful of missing any detail. Even now, she harbored a sliver of doubt regarding this ritual. Yet, she felt powerless to intervene, her heart growing cold, reluctant to meddle any further. Following the demise of the four girls, Josephine began to chant an ancient incantation, her magical essence surging forth to connect with the earth of the witches' cemetery. The four elements, earth, wind, water, and fire, began to manifest, extraordinary phenomena unfolding within the burial ground. Unbeknownst to all, Celeste had quietly retreated behind the crowd, clutching a doll in her hand. A mysterious smile gracing her face. Her harvest was set to commence. Chapter 129. The necromantic invocation. A mirage of yellow sand appeared within the cemetery, reminiscent of a fleeting sandstorm that vanished almost instantly. Soon after, fierce tornadoes, torrential rain, and flames erupted as well. The witches watched in awe, their eyes widening at this wondrous spectacle. Typically, the magic they wielded affected individuals at most. They had never witnessed such spells that influenced the very elements. The thought of the four girls resurrecting to wield such celestial powers filled the hearts of many witches with envy and jealousy. Why were they not the chosen ones for sacrifice? As the phenomena gradually subsided, tranquility returned to the cemetery. Observing that the four elements had completed their offerings, Josephine prepared to execute the final step. She turned her gaze to the four girls lying on the ground and began to cast the necromantic invocation. This incantation could bridge the realm of the deceased, summoning souls back to the world of the living. However, it required immense magical prowess and a certain innate talent to master. Moreover, it was not to be invoked lightly, as it could potentially call forth not the intended spirits, but rather something terrifying. Only during the harvest ceremony did Josephine dare to employ this spell, for it connected her to the ancestors of the witches. And the bodies of the four girls were still warm. Their bodies and souls maintained a tenuous link, thus reducing the likelihood of grave errors in the summoning. De profundis mavi ad te domini exaudi vosum meme, fiant oras tui intendens in vosum deprecationis me. Once the necromantic invocation was completed, Josephine suddenly cried out with fervor, "Rise, my dear girls." A gentle breeze swept through the area, yet the gruesome wounds upon the girls' necks remained unchanged, devoid of any transformation. At this moment, a sense of panic overtook Josephine. How could this be? Why had they not resurrected? What had gone awry in the process? As the girl on the ground lay motionless, the surrounding onlookers cast skeptical glances at Josephine. Could this truly succeed? Perhaps I mispronounced the incantation earlier. I shall attempt once more. Josephine concocted a clumsy excuse to placate the crowd, her expression betraying a hint of embarrassment and panic. Deep down, she was aware that her spell had been uttered correctly. Otherwise, how could her own magical energy be waning? Yet, she remained perplexed as to why the girls could not be revived. Were the ancestors still engaged in conversation with them, reluctant to allow their return to the realm of the living? Josephine continued to recite the summoning incantation, silently imploring, "Ancestors, grant your blessing and hasten the return of these four girls. If they do not return soon, their bodies will grow cold." The witches, lacking understanding, could do nothing but trust Josephine's words. After all, they had never undergone the harvest ceremony. However, as Josephine completed the incantation, the four girls remained lifeless. Undeterred, she repeated the summoning spell time and again. Gradually, despair seeped into Josephine's heart, and the bodies of the four girls grew colder still. It was only when her magical energy was nearly exhausted that she ceased her efforts, but the girls on the ground remained utterly still. Josephine gazed at the lifeless forms of the four girls in silence, her demeanor reflecting a profound sense of desolation and confusion. It felt as though her very essence had been drained, aging her by a decade in an instant. Witnessing Josephine's state, the onlookers came to the somber realization that the four girls might never be resurrected. The harvest ceremony had utterly failed. This ritual was nothing but a deception. Nearby, Janin and Sophie were completely shattered. "Elder, why have they not revived? Did you not claim they could be brought back? What is happening?" Sophie cried out mournfully at Josephine. "This is all wrong. Every bit of it. Is this the outcome of your insistence?" Sophie could not bear the loss of her niece and began to weep uncontrollably. After all the effort she expended to save her niece's life, it all amounted to nothing. Janin, overwhelmed, rolled her eyes and fainted. Faced with Sophie's questions, Josephine opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. "Elder, say something. They can still return, can't they? Bring my daughter back." The mothers of the other three girls approached Josephine, demanding answers, desperately wishing for this nightmare to be untrue. Their faces were etched with sorrow, unable to accept the reality that their daughters might remain unrecoverable. The surrounding witches looked towards Josephine, whispering among themselves, some displaying expressions of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't Timmy chosen. I always suspected this ceremony was unreliable, and it seems my intuition was correct. Sophie is truly pitiable. These 4 girls are even more unfortunate, for they are merely 16 years old. The elders are utterly unreliable. The witch who had previously bound Sophie hastily released both Sophie and Jane, and it now appears that Sophie is the only one among them who possesses clarity of mind. Alas, their understanding has come far too late. The liberated Sophie staggered to the side of Monique's lifeless body, collapsing beside her and weeping uncontrollably. Monique was her only kin, both a sister and a niece, whom she had watched grow up. In Sophie's heart, Monique was akin to both a daughter and a sister. To save Monique's life, she even betrayed the coven, colluding with outsiders. Yet now all is lost. In this moment, a yearning for immense power burgeoned within Sophie's heart. If she had possessed absolute authority within the coven, would this tragic scene have unfolded? Celeste, standing at the back of the crowd, felt the overwhelming magical energy surging from the earth, her heart brimming with exhilaration. Not only had she acquired the powers of the 4 girls, but she could also command the ancient magic left behind by generations of witches in this land. The 4 elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire were at her beck and call. Even the progenitors of vampires could be easily subdued before her. However, as she sensed the dark mark within her soul, Celeste's expression hardened. Though she was now sufficiently powerful, she still paled in comparison to her master. Casting a glance at the 4 deceased girls, Celeste turned and exited the witch's graveyard. The power to resurrect these girls was firmly in her grasp. As long as she returned the magic, they would come back to life. Her master forbade her from harming the innocent, and thus she would not permit these girls to remain permanently deceased. However, now was not the time for their resurrection. She intended to first utilize her newfound strength to exact revenge, to eliminate those vampire progenitors. And subsequently, having her master revive the girls would surely earn her immense gratitude. Let the wicked deeds be hers, while her master assumes the role of the virtuous. Let these girls remain in slumber for a while longer. That night, Klaus, Elijah, Rebecca, and Stefan arrived outside the witch school. Rebecca had finally reached New Orleans, though she had hoped that the news of Marcel's death was merely a cruel jest played by her brother. Yet upon seeing Marcel's lifeless form, an overwhelming wave of sorrow engulfed her heart. The man she once loved was truly gone. When Klaus suggested resurrecting Marcel, hope surged within Rebecca once more. Without even taking a moment to rest, she urged the others to follow her to the witch school's entrance. Chapter 130. Esther's grimoire. Gazing at the brightly lit witching school, Rebecca hesitantly inquired, "What shall we offer to request the Supreme Witch to resurrect Marcel? We cannot merely expect assistance without any form of compensation, can we?" Klaus, hearing his sister's question, revealed a tome, his expression a mixture of reluctance and contemplation. After glancing at the others, he remarked, "We shall exchange our mother's grimoire. I believe the Supreme Witch will find it intriguing." Elijah, taken aback, looked at Klaus in astonishment, surprised that he would part with such a treasured item. Their mother, Esther, was a remarkably powerful sorceress. To shield them from the threat of werewolves, she employed dark magic to transform them into vampires. Esther's grimoire encapsulated the essence of her life's research and practice, containing numerous formidable spells. It is no exaggeration to assert that any witch with a modicum of talent could easily ascend to the rank of a formidable sorceress upon acquiring this tome. It was their mother's most cherished relic, meticulously safeguarded by Klaus. Elijah sighed and said, "If this grimoire could indeed bring about Marcel's resurrection, it would be worth the sacrifice. In our hands, it is but a lifeless object. As vampires, they were incapable of practicing magic and lacked any aptitude in that regard. This tome had served merely as a memento in their possession for centuries." Klaus proposed, "Let us offer half of the grimoire as a deposit. Once she resurrects Marcel, we shall present her with the remaining half." Stefan, standing nearby, poured cold water on the notion, stating, "What if she is not interested? A supreme witch, possessing considerable power, might not be inclined to engage in such a trade." Rebecca cast a sidelong glance at the handsome man, her eyes shimmering with reminiscence. "You fail to comprehend our mother's strength and the value of this grimoire. Once the Supreme Witch lays eyes upon its contents, she will undoubtedly be eager to negotiate. Resurrecting a soul is a trivial matter for her. It is an exceedingly advantageous transaction. The group approached the witching school, dutifully ringing the doorbell. As vampires, they were bound by a rather inconvenient rule. Without the homeowner's invitation, they could not forcibly enter. Not even the most powerful progenitor of vampires could escape this law. Cordelia frowned as she observed the group outside. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" she inquired. It was more fitting for the gentlemanly Elijah to address their request, lest Klaus, with his fiery temper, resort to violence over a mere disagreement. Elijah offered a faint smile to Cordelia and said, "My name is Elijah. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. May I inquire if Lady Fiona is present?" He pondered momentarily. Is it again regarding her mother? Why are so many people seeking her? With Fiona now serving as the principal, she had the authority to make numerous decisions. Cordelia felt a desire to assert herself, utilizing the power vested in her position. "She is not here, but I can decide on most matters. What brings you here?" Upon hearing that Fiona was absent, the atmosphere grew heavy for those present. Elijah reflected briefly before responding. "We wish to ask Lady Fiona to resurrect an important friend. Might you know when she will return?" He resolved to speak candidly, as this was their primary purpose for visiting, and there was no need for subterfuge. Who was to say that only the Supreme Witch possessed the ability to resurrect? Perhaps the witch before him held such power as well. Dealing with Cordelia was undoubtedly more manageable than contending with the Supreme Witch. Cordelia felt a twinge of disappointment upon learning of their wish to resurrect a friend, for she was unable to assist in such matters. She lacked that capability. Just as she was about to decline, she recalled Agnes mentioning that she had goaded Klaus into resurrecting Marcel. Could it be that the person they sought to bring back was indeed him? Cordelia inquired of Elijah, "Whom do you wish to resurrect?" Since they had chosen to be forthright, she would follow suit. Even if their attempt were to fail, she aimed to leave a favorable impression. Elijah replied, "The individual we seek to resurrect is Marcel. Should Lady Fiona succeed in bringing Marcel back, we would offer a powerful witch's spellbook as recompense. Additionally, Lady Fiona would earn our family's friendship, and should she require assistance in the future, we would not hesitate to lend our aid." Having lived for over a millennium, Elijah, alongside Klaus and Rebecca, was essentially immortal, granting him the standing to make such declarations to Cordelia. The bonds of friendship and commitment from the founding family were immensely valuable. Marcel held a unique significance to them, justifying their endeavor. Upon hearing Elijah's words, Cordelia thought to herself, indeed, the knowledge that he was a vampire progenitor instilled a certain fear within her. Rumors spoke of Klaus as merciless, often delivering heartfelt words to his adversaries, capable of winning their sincere affection with little effort. Cordelia cast a quick glance at the others, composed herself, and said, "Resurrecting another is no simple task. I must consult with others regarding this matter. Please bear with me for a moment." Elijah smiled faintly and said, "We have no objections to waiting a while. It is no trouble at all, dear lady." As he watched Cordelia's departing figure, Rebecca's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as she coldly remarked, "Her heartbeat was rapid just now. It seems she harbors fear of us. She was unwilling to even invite us in for a moment, which surely indicates ill intentions." Klaus replied nonchalantly, "It's of no concern. We do not provoke others, and they shall not bully us. Should they dare to play tricks, I will ensure she experiences the exquisite sensation of her own heartbeat." Elijah did not dispute Klaus's words. Perhaps someone could temporarily confine them, but it was impossible to extinguish their lives. The only weapon capable of doing so remained a mystery to others. Stefan's brow furrowed as he positioned himself protectively in front of the group. The pride stemming from their identity as progenitors of vampires had made them overly arrogant. Having lived for so long, they had forgotten that their existence as vampires was a creation of another. If they could be created, they could equally be destroyed. He had previously sensed Klaus's somewhat juvenile demeanor, but it appeared that not only Klaus was so, but the other two as well. The fact that their adversaries dared to summon others upon learning of Elijah's group indicated that they possessed confidence and assurance in their ability to confront them. What left Stefan somewhat helpless was the reality that his bloodline originated from Klaus. Should Klaus perish, those transformed by him would also be rendered to ashes. Chapter 131. The hypocrite within the witch school. Celeste, having departed from the cemetery, sought vengeance against the vampire progenitors but found no trace of their activities. It seemed they had concealed themselves and posed no threat to others. Lacking leads, she arrived at the witch school to report her endeavors to Li Yi. Upon hearing Celeste's plan, the other women could not help but scoff. The idea of having Li Yi resurrect 4 witches to gain their favor and subsequently dominate them sounded like the machinations of a villain. Such a tactic was utterly despicable. Li Yi, feeling exasperated, sensed that under Celeste's guidance, they were veering towards the path of antagonism. He waved his hand dismissively at Celeste, saying, "Enough. There is no need for such schemes. Let us first focus on resurrecting the young ladies. Their families must be in profound sorrow at this moment. In the future, let us conduct ourselves with integrity. If they are not enemies, there is no need for treacherous maneuvers. Deceit and cunning are acceptable against foes, but using them against the innocent is something I find difficult to accept." Celeste felt a pang of disappointment as her splendid suggestion was, surprisingly, dismissed by Li Yi. After this series of maneuvers, Li Yi's stature within the coven of witches is undoubtedly destined for a significant rise, as long as they remain silent. No one else will be aware. Klaus is here, right outside," Cordelia said anxiously as she entered. 4 individuals had arrived, one named Elijah, accompanied by another man and woman, seeking Fiona's assistance to resurrect Marcel. They proposed to offer a powerful witch's spellbook as compensation, along with a pledge of their family's allegiance. "There are 4 of them. Li Yi, can you handle it?" Cordelia expressed her concern as she spoke. Growing up in the city of New Orleans, she was well aware of the legends surrounding the original vampires. Even in the absence of the progenitor, Marcel's lineage was formidable enough to dominate New Orleans. Now, with several progenitors gathered, their strength must be considerable. Upon hearing Cordelia's words, Li Yi responded earnestly, "Cordelia, do not question a man's capabilities. Such inquiries may lead to misunderstandings. Instead, consider how long they can endure." Cordelia was perplexed by Li Yi's statement. What misunderstandings could arise? Did she underestimate him and provoke his ire? Celeste, standing nearby, revealed a look of loathing upon hearing that Klaus and Elijah were just outside. She had long desired vengeance against Elijah and his companions, but had been unable to locate them. Now, they had delivered themselves right to her doorstep. Truly, a case of heaven providing a path when hell offered none. "Master, allow me to confront them," Celeste implored Li Yi, yearning for the chance to exact her revenge. With the power harvested from the reaping ritual, coupled with her innate magical prowess, she felt exceedingly confident. She had experienced Elijah and his companion's strength. Now, she believed that even the progenitors would not stand a chance against her. Li Yi, however, would not allow Celeste to claim the kill. He instructed her, "You are not permitted to engage. Instead, bring them in." Yes. Watching Celeste comply, Li Yi's gaze grew profound. To resurrect Marcel? A delusion. Marcel's soul had long been extinguished by him. How could they bring him back? Unless they could wrest his soul from the clutches of the system. Luna turned to Li Yi, inquiring, "Do you need my assistance?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi replied, "Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you may intervene. However, under normal circumstances, let me handle it." In truth, whether they eliminated their adversaries first or he did, the outcome would be the same. Even if they suffered losses during the confrontation, it would pose no issue. For Li Yi, the present moment signifies that as long as the soul does not perish, true death remains an illusion. Nevertheless, to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, he resolves to take matters into his own hands. Should the adversaries possess any means to obliterate souls, he would find himself bereft of the opportunity to lament his choices. Celeste, observing the figures of Elijah and Klaus outside, endeavors to master her emotions. With a gentle smile, she opens the door and invites them, saying, "We have consented to the resurrection of Marcel. Please, step inside so we can deliberate this matter thoroughly." Resurrecting Marcel is no trivial endeavor. We must comprehend the nuances involved. However, Elijah hesitates at the threshold of the open door. Their prior analysis suggested that the witches within the academy harbored ulterior motives. Why invite them in now? Do they genuinely wish to assist in Marcel's revival? Celeste, feigning curiosity at Elijah's reluctance to enter, remarks, "What troubles you? Come in." Ugh, Elijah, that hypocritical wretch. How utterly revolting. Fool. I stand before you, and yet you fail to recognize me. And Klaus, just wait. Should you dare to step inside, our master shall ensure your demise is without a trace. Celeste is confident that these vampires pose no threat to Li Yi. She believes she could subdue them effortlessly, let alone Li Yi himself. Over 2 centuries ago, Elijah was her beloved. Klaus, in a bid to conceal his heinous deeds, unleashed indiscriminate carnage upon the witches. Even as she met her demise, Elijah stood by, a mere spectator, devoid of any intent to intervene. Though Elijah outwardly presents himself as genteel and refined, a chilling indifference permeates his essence. Those who align closely with such progenitors seldom meet a favorable fate. Vampires are despicable creatures, devoid of virtue. Klaus, observing Elijah's reluctance to enter, grows increasingly impatient. They are the esteemed progenitors of vampires. How could they be intimidated by a mere handful of witches? Especially in the absence of the supreme witch. If they remain so timorous, perhaps they should be dubbed the cowardly vampires instead. His brother is simply too indecisive. Klaus strides past Elijah, boldly advancing into the interior. Even if traps lie in wait, he possesses the strength to subdue them, compelling them to dutifully resurrect Marcel. This is not arrogance. It is a testament to his self-assurance in his own prowess. Centuries of combat have rendered him acutely aware of the witch's vulnerabilities. Vampires are the nemesis of witches, and there is no need for fear. Upon Klaus's entrance, Rebecca followed suit, leaving Elijah with no choice but to step through the door as well. Stefan observed these individuals with a sense of incredulity. They appeared to be mad, willingly entering a place fraught with potential peril. As Celeste's gaze fixed upon him, Stefan hesitated. Celeste raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you not joining us, handsome?" Though she did not know Stefan, anyone who associated with Elijah and the others could not be entirely virtuous. Klaus turned his icy gaze toward Stefan, urging him to hasten his pace lest he face dire consequences. Under Klaus's penetrating stare, Stefan sighed, resigning himself to fate. Perhaps this would serve as a form of redemption. Once Stefan crossed the threshold, Celeste smiled at the street outside. Chapter 132. Blood Contract. Although Klaus and his companions had previously dominated New Orleans, this marked their inaugural venture into the Witch Academy. From the moment they stepped inside, vigilance enveloped them, muscles taut and ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of danger. With their remarkable speed, they were virtually unmatched by any witch, rendering them the ultimate adversaries, denying witches the opportunity to cast their spells. As they navigated the corridor and entered the hall, they were taken aback to find an Asian individual among the gathered company. Li Yi lounged languidly on the sofa, while Luna and others stood composed behind him. They bore no fear of the incoming vampire progenitors, confident in Li Yi's ability to handle the situation. With the arrival of Elijah and his trio, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. Klaus's pupils constricted slightly, his gaze fixated on Li Yi, who reclined against the sofa with an air of gravity. What hidden cards did this individual possess? Did he truly harbor no fear of these vampire progenitors? Such tranquility seemed unfathomable. Surely, no matter how powerful, they could not annihilate them in an instant. As long as there was a prelude to any attack, they could utilize their swiftness to vanquish him. Rebecca's exquisite features reflected uncertainty as she quietly remarked to her brother, "This does not seem like a negotiation." Elijah instinctively adjusted his suit collar with an air of elegance, his expression mirroring her concern. Something was amiss, profoundly so. The atmosphere felt eerily strange. Li Yi's nonchalant gaze swept over the four vampires, appraising them with detached curiosity. In his perception, aside from Stefan, the vitality of Klaus and the others was estimated by Li Yi to be in the tens of thousands. Among them, Klaus possessed the strongest vitality, followed closely by Elijah. Although their attributes were remarkably powerful compared to the witches, Li Yi felt a tinge of disappointment. The vampire progenitors were not as formidable as he had imagined. In fact, the most powerful among these progenitors paled in comparison to Dracula, rendering them unworthy of the title of vampire progenitor. Before Elijah and the others could utter a word, an invisible force descended upon them. They were instantly bound, their bodies rendered immobile, and they gazed at Li Yi in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Such formidable telekinesis left them no opportunity to unleash their speed. With a hint of barely perceptible intrigue in his voice, Li Yi remarked, "Legends proclaim the vampire progenitors to be immensely powerful. Only the wood of the white willow can slay you. Today, I shall see if you are truly as formidable as the tales suggest." Li Yi remained leisurely seated upon the sofa, summoning the Holy Cross sword as he spoke, directing it towards Klaus under his telekinetic control. Bound by the telekinesis, Klaus let out a furious roar and instantly transformed, his eyes turning a fiery orange, fangs emerging from his mouth. As a hybrid of vampire and werewolf, he possessed not only the speed of a vampire, but also the immense strength of a werewolf. Yet, no matter how he struggled, it was futile. He could not shake off Li Ye's telekinetic grip. Why was the opponent so powerful? Helplessly immobilized. Klaus's eyes widened in despair as he could only watch the Holy Cross sword approach. No, we surrender, Klaus cried out amidst the terrified shouts of the others. With no hindrance, the Holy Cross sword sliced through Klaus's head. A fine gash appeared on his neck, and though the vampire power within him sought to mend the injury, a sacred force dispersed his vampiric energy, preventing any healing. Moreover, a mysterious power acted upon Klaus's soul, obliterating it instantly. Under the immense blood pressure from within, Klaus's head burst apart, rolling to the ground. Source quality, 50,000. Upon hearing the notification from the system, Li Yi understood that Klaus was utterly dead. Klaus. Rebecca let out a heart-wrenching scream. Wait, we can talk. Elijah shouted urgently, his voice filled with unprecedented panic despite his immobility. Whatever you desire. Before Elijah could finish, Li Yi directed the Holy Cross sword towards the remaining individuals. The radiant blade of the Cross Holy Sword remained untainted by any blood, its glimmer momentarily illuminating the hall. Before the remaining Elijah and others could comprehend the situation, a crimson line appeared on their necks. With a swift succession, the heads of several vampires fell to the ground, their eyes wide open in disbelief at their sudden demise. How could such an absurd individual exist? Celeste, who had entered shortly thereafter, gazed at the lifeless bodies of the vampires in bewilderment. Had the formidable vampire progenitors been so easily dispatched? Even Li Yi remained seated on the sofa, having effortlessly slain them in the blink of an eye. Celeste felt a profound sense of unreality. The disparity in strength was staggering. In that moment, Celeste held Li Yi in the highest regard. Li Yi, however, was perplexed. In his recollections, there had been numerous opportunities for others to sever the heads of Klaus and his ilk, yet they had merely injured or incapacitated them before hastily retreating, only to be subsequently ambushed and slain by the revived Klaus and his companions. Why had they not attempted to behead them? Even if decapitation did not lead to Klaus's death, they could have dismembered him, scattering his remains across distant locales. More radically, they could have reduced their bodies to a mere pulp. As Li Yi surveyed the scattered luminous orbs, he effortlessly gathered them with a sweep of his mind. Dark Bloodline 50,000, Life 50,000, Spirit 20,000, Constitution 20,000. He acquired the Bloodline Pact. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. As he contemplated the contents of the Bloodline Pact, a peculiar sensation stirred within him. He had inherited the contractual connection that Klaus and the others held with other vampires. After transforming others into vampires using their blood, a bond was formed between the progenitors and the newly turned vampires. Ordinarily, upon the death of Klaus and his fellow progenitors, the transformed vampires would also perish due to this blood pact. However, now that Li Yi had acquired Klaus and the others' bloodlines and pacts, these vampires were no longer destined to die. The pact had shifted to Li Yi, and he wielded it entirely. This blood pact possessed another function. The transformed vampires would continuously provide vitality to their progenitors. Whenever Klaus and his companions sustained injuries, they would siphon life force from the transformed vampires to recuperate. No wonder Klaus and his ilk were deemed immortal. With such an abundance of power banks, how could they ever meet their end? Confronted by the unreasonable presence of Li Yi, they were swiftly annihilated, their very souls extinguished. Even an abundance of power banks proved futile. Over the course of a millennium, how many souls had succumbed to the transformation into vampires? With complete dominion over the blood pact, Li Yi sensed the intricate web of connections, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Chapter 133. The puppet Celeste gazed thoughtfully at the corpses strewn upon the ground before addressing Li Yi. Master, may I be permitted to handle these remains? Li Yi, intrigued, inquired, What do you intend to do? Celeste replied, Shortly, I shall restore the magical essence belonging to the 4 little witches, allowing them to be revived. Then, I will summon individuals to transport the bodies of these 4 vampires to the witches' cemetery. I will inform the witches that these vampires had stolen the magical power during the harvest ritual, and upon gaining strength, sought vengeance against the Witch Academy, only to be foolishly overpowered by the master. The stolen magic shall return to the little witches, reviving them. Li Yi cast a glance at Celeste, recognizing her ingenuity. She seized every opportunity to enhance his favor. Even in death, she could turn the situation to her advantage, an exquisite display of resourcefulness. The art of framing others was executed with finesse. Li Yi nodded in agreement and waved his hand, granting her permission. I approve. Proceed with your plan. Though this course of action may be deemed somewhat unscrupulous, earning the gratitude of the witches was a reward Li Yi deemed well-deserved. After all, he had indeed rescued Davina. Had he not? The vampires had tormented countless witches, and it was a fact that Li Yi avenged them by slaying the vampires. Even without his intervention, Celeste would have pilfered the magical essence from the harvest ritual. Now, Li Yi commanded Celeste to return the magical power, reviving the girls, a truth that could not be denied. His presence had indirectly saved many witches. Suddenly, Celeste pondered something, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she asked Li Yi, if I restore the girl's magical essence, may I retain the power of the four elements? The magical essence of the girls held little value in her eyes. Upon the completion of the harvest ritual, she could summon the magic left by generations of witches through the ancestral power embedded in this land. In comparison, the magical essence of the four girls was negligible. However, she felt a pang of regret over relinquishing the elemental powers. Previously, casting spells required incantations to resonate with the corresponding elements, necessitating a certain skillful lead-up. Even the most adept could not achieve the immediacy of true instant casting. Yet now, with the acquisition of the four elements, she could perform the corresponding spells without uttering a single word, merely by the power of her will. Moreover, the potency of the magic employed surpasses that of incantations, exhibiting a certain amplification. Upon hearing Celeste's request, Li Yi was somewhat taken aback. Are these four elements to be individually intercepted? In response to Li Yi's inquiry, Celeste elucidated. These four elements inherently belong to the realm of New Orleans and are not the possession of any individual. The harvest ritual temporarily severs the four elements from the earthly realm through sacrifice, allowing us to harness their power under the influence of ancestral might. As time progresses and the power of these four elements is continually utilized, they will re-establish their connection to this realm and ultimately return. Thus, these elements do not belong to anyone. Anyone is entitled to wield them. Celeste's explanation piqued Li Yi's interest, prompting him to ask further. Is it possible to summon the four elements elsewhere and gain direct access to their power through similar methods? If this approach can be replicated, could one not artificially create formidable witches capable of controlling elements in other locales? Could Li Yi himself absorb these four elements and gain the right to wield local elemental power? Celeste shook her head, stating, it seems that due to Amara and Kessia, this land is uniquely capable of summoning the four elements. Elsewhere, it may not be feasible. Li Yi, somewhat disappointed, acquiesced to Celeste's request to intercept the four elements. Certainly, such valuable resources should be held in the hands of one's own kind. With Li Yi's consent granted, Celeste began to restore the magical powers of the four girls. Producing a doll, Celeste willed it to ignite, and the doll was consumed in flames within her grasp. As the doll burned, Celeste's entire palm was enveloped in fire. However, she felt no pain from the flames, for the four elements not only provided her with the elemental power she required, but also granted her a degree of immunity to related harm on this land. Once the doll was completely incinerated, Celeste sensed that the magical powers belonging to the girls had been returned and departed from the witch school, heading towards the witch cemetery. Once Cordelia confirmed that matters were settled on Li Yi's end, she called out to the upper floor, Spaulding, come down and clean up. As the housekeeper of the witch school, it was only natural for him to handle such menial tasks. Upon hearing Cordelia's summons, Spaulding ambled down from the upper floor, moving with a stiff gait towards the lower level. Upon seeing the four handsome corpses on the ground, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Spaulding's eyes. Truly, they were exquisite. Utterly perfect. Spaulding's steps became much lighter as he descended, his earlier stiffness forgotten. Li Yi, observing Spaulding's descent, suddenly recalled something significant. I nearly forgot about this fellow. Spaulding is an absolute eccentric, utterly obsessed with dolls, and has amassed an extensive collection of various figurines in his attic. However, toys cannot compare to the authenticity of real humans. During a witches' gathering, while Spaulding was handling Madison's corpse for Fiona, he surreptitiously transformed Madison's body into a lifelike doll, stowing it away in a box in his attic. Each day, he would remain in the attic, admiring his morbid creation. In this hall, Li Yi had already dispatched Hank and Agnes, both of whom Spaulding was instructed by Cordelia to manage. Could it be that this man has turned their bodies into dolls as well? The more Li Yi pondered, the more plausible it seemed. No wonder he had scarcely glimpsed Spaulding. Perhaps this fellow spends his days in the attic, reveling in his grotesque handiwork. As he observed Spaulding eagerly reaching towards Rebecca's exquisite head, Li Yi furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Wait a moment, Spaulding. How did you handle the bodies of those two? Are they hidden in your attic? Upon hearing Li Yi's inquiry, Spaulding was taken aback, his hand hovering over Rebecca's head, freezing mid-motion. How did this person know? They had hardly interacted, so why was he privy to his secret? He had been avoiding the others precisely to prevent exposure. The girls, upon hearing Li Yi's question, turned their gazes toward Spaulding. Bodies concealed in the attic? What was going on? Spaulding turned to Li Yi, visibly agitated, and exclaimed, Abba, Abba. His tongue had been severed, rendering him incapable of coherent speech. Yet, his fervent gestures and animated expressions conveyed his distress. The onlookers could barely decipher his meaning. It seemed Spaulding was claiming that Li Yi was wronging him. As the steward of the witching school, he would never engage in such nefarious acts. Chapter 134. The perverse Spaulding. Despite Spaulding's theatrics, Luna and the others were inclined to believe Li Yi. This was not solely due to their closer relationship with him. They found no rationale for Li Yi to unjustly target Spaulding. Given Li Yi's current prowess, there was no need to trouble Spaulding. What stature did Li Yi hold? And what status did Spaulding possess? Merely a disabled steward of the school. What could possibly warrant Li Yi's deliberate harassment? If Li Yi suggested that there might be bodies hidden in Spaulding's attic, then there undoubtedly were. The girls remained unmoved by Spaulding's performance. Even Cordelia harbored doubts. Li Yi regarded Spaulding's farcical antics with a disdainful smile. Unable to speak due to a severed tongue? Was the act concluded? Spaulding, confront the fears that dwell within you. Li Yi uttered a perplexing remark, then raised his palm and waved it towards Spaulding. In an instant, he invoked the power of angelic healing, and miraculously, Spaulding's severed tongue reappeared. What fear? Spaulding instinctively inquired, his confusion palpable. He could not fathom what Li Yi meant by fear, nor why he was the target of such an unexpected assault. Had he ever wronged this man? He tended to his puppets while Li Yi indulged in his affairs. They were seemingly unrelated, so why the sudden animosity? It was then that he caught sight of the astonished expressions on the faces of Cordelia and the others. And it dawned on him. His tongue had returned? Had he just spoken? In disbelief, Spaulding tentatively moved his newly formed tongue, which danced about in his mouth like a lively little eel. This revelation filled him with dread, prompting him to immediately cover his mouth with his hand. How could his tongue have suddenly regrown? Of course, it must have been the doing of the man before him. In that moment, resentment welled up within Spaulding. They bore no grudge against one another, so why was he being subjected to such torment? Cordelia furrowed her brow and confronted Spaulding. Why have you not taken care of the corpse? Spaulding had merely been a pitiful soul brought back by the witch, lacking any magical prowess. Keeping him at the academy as a steward was merely to provide a refuge for the homeless. Even as he aged and became less nimble, he was still allowed to remain in his role. After all, with the witch's power, they could have easily found anyone else they desired. A man like Spaulding, with no special abilities, hardly deserved to be the steward of a witch's school. Typically, Cordelia treated Spaulding with a degree of respect, showing no signs of discrimination. And she had never imposed stringent tasks upon him. She even prepared meals herself and personally attended to the cleanliness of various rooms. However, Spaulding's failure to dispose of the corpse as she had instructed, instead hiding it in the attic, irked her. Why keep a disobedient individual who only creates trouble within the academy? Spaulding was merely an ordinary man. A corpse left to linger would undoubtedly rot and stink, making future disposal even more troublesome. Spaulding, covering his mouth, hesitated to respond. He feared inadvertently revealing the secrets of the past. Noticing his silence, Cordelia pressed on. Spaulding, what are you truly afraid of? What is it that you are concealing from us? Spaulding's demeanor left Cordelia and the others in a state of perplexity. Shouldn't the regeneration of one's tongue be a cause for celebration? Yet, it appears that Spaulding exhibits a reluctance, perhaps even a profound fear, of speaking. There must be some underlying mystery. Recalling what Li Yi had previously stated, the others suspect that Spaulding is concealing a significant secret. It cannot simply be the matter of hiding two corpses, Li Yi observed from the sidelines. Although Spaulding had his peculiarities, His act of transforming corpses into dolls did not constitute his gravest transgression. His most egregious offense was merely shielding Fiona from the crime of murder. Such matters are trivial in the realm of the extraordinary, or for Li Yi, they are but trifles. However, given Fiona's temperament, she might pose a threat to Luna, or perhaps she is already en route to do so. In this scenario, Fiona becomes his adversary. Despite Spaulding's inability to recognize his own identity and his infatuation with Fiona, his loyalty remained unwavering even after her rejection. He was willing to sever his own tongue to protect her secret of having slain her mentor. One cannot help but marvel at the depths of his devotion. Since Spaulding has chosen to align himself with Fiona, he is naturally an enemy of Li Yi. Nevertheless, considering Cordelia's presence, Li Yi resolved to employ reason. Cordelia is, after all, a friend, possessing impeccable moral character and the potential of a supreme witch. Such an individual deserves ample respect. Cordelia, if he is unwilling to speak, shall I employ mind control to extract the truth? Li Yi turned to Cordelia, who now held the esteemed position of headmaster of the Witch Academy. As Spaulding was the steward of the school, Li Yi felt it prudent to seek Cordelia's counsel before attempting mind control on Spaulding. One must respect the master even in minor matters, for such courtesy fosters a more agreeable atmosphere. Cordelia cast a complex glance at Spaulding before nodding in agreement with Li Yi's intention to use mind control. Upon hearing of Li Yi's plan, Spaulding was taken aback and attempted to flee. He could not remain in this school. For Fiona's sake, he would rather wander outside. However, in the presence of Li Yi, an ordinary Spaulding was no match for escape. With Cordelia's consent, Li Yi promptly initiated the mind control. Just as Spaulding had turned to flee, he returned to face the group with a blank expression, standing obediently before them. Li Yi addressed Cordelia. You may now pose any questions you wish. The others were also intrigued. What secrets could a mere steward possibly conceal? Under the scrutiny of the gathered company, Cordelia inquired of Spaulding. Spaulding, what exactly are you hiding? Controlled. Spaulding heard Cordelia's inquiry, and without hesitation divulged the secret he had concealed for decades. Years ago, I witnessed Fiona murder her mentor, Anna Layton. In an effort to uncover the culprit, the school decided to employ a truth spell, compelling everyone to speak only the truth. My affection for Fiona ran deep, and to safeguard her secret, I severed my own tongue with a razor in the bathroom. Voiceless, I found solace in collecting dolls, hosting tea parties for them during my leisure hours to alleviate the loneliness that burdened my heart. Recently, while handling 2 corpses, I discovered a more authentic source of inspiration. Dolls crafted from real human remains made me feel as though they had come to life, accompanying me in my solitude. After fashioning the old witch into a doll resembling Fiona, I perceived Fiona's shadow within her, sending a shiver down my spine, an unsettling sensation. Upon hearing Spaulding's account, Cordelia, visibly distressed, exclaimed, Enough. Stop. At her command, Spaulding ceased his narration immediately, although the revelation of Fiona's murder of her teacher left them aghast. The subsequent details dulled their shock, replacing it with profound discomfort. How utterly revolting. How can such a perverse individual exist? The women instinctively distanced themselves from Spaulding, as if he were a being more terrifying than the progenitor of vampires. Chapter 135. The tormented Cordelia. Li Yi glanced at Spaulding with a mix of astonishment and sympathy. You truly are something else. You actually went through with it. Yet, he couldn't help but feel pity for Spaulding. The years of repression had driven him to such extremes, even sparing Agnes from his wrath. Nevertheless, no matter how pent-up one might feel, such aberrant behavior is inexcusable. Cordelia appeared dazed. The impact of this revelation weighed heavily upon her. Regardless of Fiona's eccentricities, she never imagined her mother would resort to killing her own teacher. Cordelia had heard whispers regarding the demise of the former Supreme Witch, Anna, but the case had ultimately gone cold due to the absence of a perpetrator. It now seemed plausible that Fiona had deliberately suppressed the truth. Observing Cordelia's silence, Li Yi addressed her. How you choose to deal with Spaulding is entirely up to you. As for Fiona, he faltered, uncertain of how to approach the matter concerning Cordelia's mother, who had thus far posed no direct threat to them. Even the earlier speculation about Fiona potentially targeting Luna remained unsubstantiated. Cordelia closed her eyes momentarily, inhaled deeply, and slowly reopened them, her gaze swirling with complex emotions. Let us confine him to the basement for now. I will first contemplate whether to notify the council. Spaulding has resided in the witching school for so long that even raising a dog would evoke emotions within him. To slay him over such a trivial matter is beyond the bounds of Cordelia's cruelty. After arranging for Spaulding, Cordelia paused momentarily, fatigue evident in her demeanor, before continuing. As for Fiona, I require time to ponder. Ultimately, Fiona is her mother. Although she has been largely absent throughout her life, she has never inflicted harm upon her. Cordelia was in a state of great agitation, uncertain of how to confront Fiona. Why must she be burdened with this knowledge? How blissful it would be to remain in ignorance. Lee nodded slightly, and with a mere thought, Hank's ghost materialized. Under Lee's guidance, Hank dragged the motionless Spaulding to the basement and secured him there. Subsequently, with the assistance of Cordelia and Luna, he procured a bag and swiftly dealt with several vampire corpses, placing them within. However, while handling Klaus's body, Hank discovered half of a spellbook and presented it to Lee. Upon receiving the tome, Lee began to examine it meticulously. To his surprise, the book contained methods for severing bloodline contracts, as well as instructions for crafting sunlight and moonlight rings, alongside various spells for binding souls, such as ensuring a person's soul remains eternally trapped within their corporeal form. As he delved into Esther's spellbook, Lee marveled at her remarkable magical prowess. Alas, she was a romantic at heart, having forsaken her deeper studies in magic after marrying Michael. Hank, now in Spaulding's stead, began mopping the floor in the central hall, silently erasing the bloodstains. Transformed into a mist servant by Lee, his thoughts were entirely under Lee's dominion. Even if commanded to slay his own father, Harrison, Hank would execute the order without hesitation. The laws of mist had assimilated him, making him a part of the crystal sphere. As the master of the sphere, Lee held absolute control over him. Once the blood was cleansed, Hank ascended to Spaulding's loft. He utilized the bag to collect his own body along with Agnes's and transported them to the yard outside. Luna had been awaiting their arrival, and, using her fire manipulation abilities, she ignited the two bags, incinerating the corpses instantly. She then amplified her magical output, intensifying the flames until the bodies were reduced to ashes in no time. After ensuring every last remnant of ash was meticulously dealt with, Hank transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight to return to the crystal sphere. Meanwhile, Celeste made her way back to the periphery of the witches' cemetery. Feigning shock, I rushed into Josephine's abode, exclaiming, Elder, Klaus is dead. Klaus and 3 other vampires have perished. At this moment, the resurrected Davina and her companions were encircled by witches, who were perplexed about the sudden revival of Davina and her cohorts. Could it be that the harvest ritual experienced a delay? The abrupt news of several vampire progenitors' demise, announced by Celeste, left them utterly astonished. Was she jesting? Who possesses the power to slay a vampire progenitor? As Celeste entered, Josephine spoke solemnly. Sabine, what on earth is happening? She sensed that the situation was far from ordinary. Just as Davina had been resurrected, news of multiple vampire deaths surfaced. Could there be a connection? Josephine doubted that Sabine was merely toying with them. Such matters are not trifles for jest. If Klaus were indeed alive, the news would surely incite his wrath against Sabine. The others turned their gaze toward Sabine. Anticipating her explanation, Celeste had already concocted a narrative in her mind and began to address the assembly. I believe the harvest ritual failed due to interference, and the only individuals capable of such disruption are those who have visited the cemetery. The only outsiders to have trespassed there, aside from the Voodoo Queen's zombies, are Klaus and another. Since the Voodoo Queen is deceased, the remaining culprit must be Klaus. Previously, Klaus expressed his intent to resurrect Marcel and sought the aid of the Supreme Witch. This prompted me to visit the witching school to gather information. To my surprise, I encountered the very benefactor who rescued me from the clutches of the Voodoo Queen, who also happened to be present at the witching school. I learned that this benefactor is named Li, a mysterious master who had previously slain Marcel and other vampires. At that moment, Klaus and his companions arrived at the witching school, intent on avenging Marcel by killing Mr. Li, only to be effortlessly dispatched by him. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Celeste's account, their mouths agape in disbelief. Are you weaving a tale? Is there truly such a formidable individual in existence? To dispatch a vampire progenitor with a mere gesture? How outrageous! That was a vampire progenitor, once the ruler of New Orleans, who had suppressed the witches beneath his heel. Now, he has been slain with such ease. What level of strength must this individual possess? The recently resurrected Davina's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she pressed Celeste for confirmation. So, you mean to say that Klaus interfered with the harvest ritual, and now that Mr. Lee has killed Klaus, we have been revived? Celeste nodded vigorously and said to Davina, indeed, it must be so. After receiving confirmation, Davina felt a surge of complex emotions. Had she been saved by him twice? It turned out her benefactor was named Li. Sophie pondered for a moment and stood up to vouch for Celeste, stating, the one who killed numerous vampires, including Marcel, is indeed named Li. If it is he, then he possesses the strength to slay the progenitor of vampires. Chapter 136, Suicide. Sophie's words redirected everyone's attention toward her, and Sabine recognized that this incident could be deemed coincidental. How do you know about this? She inquired, looking at Sophie. Under the gaze of the crowd, Sophie chose not to explain. Having endured the events of the harvest ritual, Sophie now held an extraordinary status among the coven. Her willingness to stand against unreasonable matters led some witches to believe that she was more suited to lead the coven than the elders. Presently, Sophie's silence left them reluctant to press her further. Davina earnestly addressed Monique and Celeste. I wish to visit the witch school to properly thank him. Will you accompany me? Monique grasped Davina's hand and nodded in response. Lee indirectly saved us. I must express my gratitude. Josephine chimed in. Such a formidable individual deserves our homage. However, it was already quite late, so they decided to postpone their visit until the next day. Casey hesitantly remarked, Mr. Lee is so powerful. How can we possibly thank him? Her words momentarily stilled them. Indeed, what could they offer Lee? Although they could craft some magical weapons, such artifacts would likely be no more than toys in his eyes. The four resurrected girls felt somewhat despondent, yearning to repay their debt of gratitude, but unable to present anything of commensurate value. Early the next morning, Lee was roused from his slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. Lee, wake up. Something serious has happened. Cordelia's anxious voice rang out from outside. Upon hearing this, Lee quickly donned a pair of loose shorts and opened the door, asking, what has occurred? Cordelia stared at Lee's robust and flawless physique in momentary awe before regaining her composure and responding, Spaulding is dead. Lee was taken aback, surprised that Spaulding had actually passed away. He harbored no ill will towards the old man, considering him beneath his notice. However, who could have killed him? Lee inquired of Cordelia. How did he die? Cordelia, her expression complex, replied, just now, when I brought him breakfast, I found him clutching a shard of glass. Having committed suicide by severing his wrist, she had no intention of taking Spaulding's life. After all, he did not deserve such a fate. Last night, she had formulated a plan to request Lee to seal away a portion of Spaulding's significant memories, subsequently sending him to a retirement home to spend the remainder of his days. It was impossible for him to remain at the Witch Academy any longer. Such a twisted individual. The thought of him continuing to reside there repulsed her, and Luna and the others would likely disapprove as well. However, she never anticipated that Spaulding would choose to take his own life. Lee sighed, realizing that Spaulding's spirit had likely perished. Social death. The words he had uttered under mental control last night were hard for anyone to accept, let alone the secrets he had revealed after keeping them for so many years. After a moment of contemplation, Lee inquired, what do you wish to do? Should I bring him back to life? Cordelia was taken aback. Revival? She understood that with Lee's prowess, resurrecting someone was a trivial matter. Even Luna, having learned the soul summoning spell, could achieve such a feat, albeit with a low success rate. Yet, was it truly wise to resurrect Spaulding? Observing Cordelia's stunned expression, Lee refrained from pressing her, patiently awaiting her decision. If Cordelia wished for resurrection, then so be it. If she opted against it, then that would be the end. Ultimately, Cordelia shook her head, saying, forget it. Let it be. Since he chose death, even if we brought him back, he would likely succumb to suicide once more. Those who genuinely wish to die cannot be retained. Lee nodded in agreement with Cordelia's perspective. Those who loudly proclaimed their intent to leap from heights did not truly desire death. They merely craved attention. In contrast, those who genuinely wished for an end typically departed quietly. When shall we head to Salem? For Lee, the timing was inconsequential. He could fly and teleport, arriving in an instant. However, with Luna and the others present, wouldn't it be enjoyable to drive, exploring the scenic beauty along the way? Upon hearing Leah's question, Cordelia set aside her preoccupation with Spaulding and, somewhat surprised, asked, are you all still planning to visit Salem? knowing that her mother was not a virtuous person. Why would Li Yi still be willing to go? Even if they left the Witch Academy for another destination, Cordelia would not be astonished. Why not? Hadn't Fiona mentioned knowing the true identities of Luna's parents? We must clarify this matter. After a brief silence, Cordelia stated, once we have dealt with Spaulding's situation, we shall set out. The journey from New Orleans to Salem is rather extensive, potentially requiring 2 to 3 days by car. Since he had already been roused from slumber, Li Yi chose not to return to sleep. After dressing, he and Cordelia proceeded to handle Spaulding's remains. Initially, Celeste intended to utilize several vampire corpses as evidence. Yet her mere words sufficed to convince everyone, leaving no room for doubt. Even Sophie emerged to corroborate her claims, rendering the bodies of Klaus and the others unnecessary. Li Yi, with a deft motion, disposed of the vampire corpses alongside Spaulding's. Just as they finished with the bodies, Davina arrived at the witch school. The witches had convened the previous night and decided that Davina should be sent first to express their gratitude, fearing that a larger gathering might irk Li Yi. Admittedly, this gesture could not fully repay the debt of life he had granted them, but it was at least a means to convey their appreciation. To do nothing would seem rather ungrateful. Cordelia escorted Davina to the hall, where Annie and the others had already risen. Upon seeing Li Yi again, Davina felt a slight tremor of anxiety, yet she mustered her courage to address him. Mr. Li Yi, thank you for saving us. We are uncertain of your preferences, but please accept this small token of our appreciation, a mere gesture. Within is 100 million, a humble offering. Davina presented a bank card to Li Yi, reasoning that cash would be more practical. He could choose whatever he desired, as their attempts to select a gift might not meet his satisfaction. The witches possessed various enterprises in New Orleans and beyond, even crafting magical items and potions for the affluent. After all, magic offers many benefits that modern medicine or technology cannot replicate, allowing the witches to amass considerable wealth. Notably, Josephine had even established a private hospital. Observing Davina's nervous demeanor, Li Yi smiled as he accepted the card, saying, I accept your gratitude. Relieved that Li Yi had accepted her gift, Davina continued. This is merely a gesture of our first meeting. Should you have any requests, we shall endeavor to fulfill them. A small gesture could hardly offset the life debt owed to Li Yi, but it marked the initial step in fostering goodwill with him. Li Yi did not decline, knowing he might require the witch's assistance in the future. After exchanging a few words with Li Yi to express their stance, Davina took her leave. Meanwhile, Li Yi and the others prepared their belongings and set forth toward Salem. Chapter 137. Silent Hill. As night descended, it enveloped the earth like an immense black curtain. With only a handful of stars twinkling faintly in the sky, the headlights of the Grand Cherokee carved 2 pale beams of light through the darkness, while the tires whispered softly against the damp asphalt, breaking the tranquility of the night. Inside the vehicle, Cordelia gripped the steering wheel, her gaze fixed ahead, and spoke without turning her head. The night has fallen. Let us rest for a while in the town of Brahms before we continue. We have now entered Pennsylvania, and tomorrow we shall reach Salem. In the back seat, Annie stretched languidly, the leather seat emitting a faint creak. All right, then let us take a break. You decide how to arrange it, she replied, pressing her forehead against the cool window, her warm breath condensing into a small cloud of mist on the glass. They had been on the road from New Orleans for 2 days, stopping to admire picturesque landscapes and seeking out culinary delights whenever hunger struck. Though the journey was long, it had been quite enjoyable. Suddenly, the tranquility of the night was shattered by the sound of a roaring engine. Cordelia glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a deep blue Ford Explorer approaching them at an alarming speed, its headlights flashing like a beast stalking its prey in the darkness. Close behind, a police motorcycle pursued relentlessly, its lights flashing and siren blaring. Hey, it seems there's something happening behind us, Cordelia exclaimed, a note of surprise in her voice as she instinctively alerted her companions to the situation unfolding in the rear. Wow, is it a police chase? Joe, in the passenger seat, felt a thrill at the unexpected excitement, having experienced nothing but tranquility for the past 2 days. Previously, they had encountered all manner of vampires, witches, and even countless corpses. The serene sightseeing had left her yearning for adventure and stimulation. Now, the sudden appearance of a police pursuit on the road felt refreshingly novel. The Ford Explorer, having spotted the Grand Cherokee ahead, swiftly changed lanes to overtake them. As it accelerated, it soon matched the pace of Cordelia's vehicle. Curious, Cordelia turned to glance at the Ford Explorer, eager to discern the nature of the individuals inside who were being pursued by the police. However, as she caught a glimpse of the interior, her expression faltered, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. In the passenger seat, a small girl was slumbering soundly, and before she could fully see the driver, the Ford Explorer had already surged past them. Shortly thereafter, the police motorcycle, flashing its lights, whizzed past the Grand Cherokee, hot on the heels of the Ford Explorer. Cordelia gazed intently at the two vehicles pursuing ahead, her heart filled with uncertainty. Furrowing her brow, she addressed the occupants within the car, saying, "I noticed a sleeping little girl in the vehicle being chased. Do you think it's possible that someone is trafficking her, and the police are in pursuit of the perpetrators? Should we intervene? In this beautiful land, human traffickers are not uncommon. There are not only children being abducted, but even adults fall victim to such heinous acts. Even in the 21st century, over 100,000 children are coerced into sexual exploitation annually in this country, which is the world's leading consumer of sexual services. The immense demand for such services fuels the growth of human trafficking, with between 150,000 to 500,000 women and children forced into sexual slavery each year. The victims of trafficking include both citizens and foreigners, spanning all ages, genders, and ethnicities, with vulnerable groups such as women, children, and individuals with disabilities being particularly susceptible to harm. Thus, upon seeing the sleeping girl in the passenger seat, combined with the police chase behind them, it was only natural for Cordelia to associate the scene with human trafficking. Her words left the others in the car momentarily stunned. If they were merely chasing drug dealers, they would prefer not to get involved. In this land, drug use is quite commonplace. However, when it comes to human traffickers, they felt compelled to act. Without hesitation, Annie from the back seat exclaimed, "Let us catch up and see." Luna nodded in agreement, adding, "Let us go check it out. If they truly are traffickers, we can offer our assistance. When faced with such criminals, we must strike decisively. Given their current capabilities, dealing with such individuals would be effortless." Although Cordelia's speculation remained unconfirmed, what if it were true? If it turned out to be a misunderstanding, that would be preferable, as they would suffer no loss regardless. Upon hearing the two women, Cordelia immediately pressed the accelerator, pursuing the two vehicles ahead. The glow of the streetlights illuminated the winding road, resembling a series of silent spectators observing this thrilling Hollywood chase. The stillness of the night was pierced only by the roar of engines and the shrill sound of sirens, creating a tense and exhilarating atmosphere. As they reached a junction ahead, the Ford Explorer paused momentarily before taking a left turn onto a road leading up the mountain. Without hesitation, the police motorcycle followed suit, and Cordelia steered her vehicle to follow them as well. Annie, sitting by the window, glanced at the illuminated road sign outside and softly murmured, "Welcome to Silent Hill." Suddenly, Li Yi, who had been meditating between Luna and Annie in the back seat, opened his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. "Silent Hill?" He had been listening intently to Cordelia and the others, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth throughout their journey. In this era, the spiritual energy of the world has become exceedingly sparse. Even if one were to absorb all the energy from a single location, the enhancement would be negligible. However, by engaging in cultivation while constantly on the move, the risk of depleting the spiritual energy is mitigated. This is precisely why he consented to drive to Salem, as it would create an environment conducive to sustainable cultivation. Throughout their journey, the decisions were predominantly made by the girls, and he rarely intervened. Yet, how did they end up in Silent Hill? Annie was somewhat perplexed by Li Ye's reaction and nodded, saying, "Indeed, the sign at the intersection indicated that this road leads to Silent Hill. What is it?" Li Ye's response alerted the others to the gravity of the situation. What could be so extraordinarily significant about this place that even the formidable Li Yi reacted so strongly to its mere name? Even the presence of Klaus and other vampire progenitors had not fazed him, yet now, the mention of Silent Hill prompted him to halt his cultivation and inquire. Cordelia even began to gradually reduce the speed of the vehicle, contemplating stopping. At that moment, the surrounding environment was enveloped in an eerie silence. The police motorcycle ahead was growing increasingly distant, leaving only their vehicle traversing the tranquil night. Chapter 138. The Outer World. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi addressed those in the car. "You all wait for me in the nearby town. I can manage Silent Hill by myself." Annie and Luna were momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon replied, "Just be careful. Li Yi had his reasons for not bringing them along, and neither Annie nor Luna insisted on accompanying him, recognizing the folly in such a demand. Li Yi smiled and reassured them, "Do not worry. There are few who can impede my progress when I wish to depart." With that, he vanished from the car in an instant. Annie and Luna gazed in awe at the spot where Li Yi had just been. What secrets did Silent Hill hold? The sound of the police siren from the motorcycle ahead diminished, and the environment grew increasingly quiet, devoid of any chirping insects. Annie took a deep breath and said to Cordelia, "Cordelia, turn around. Let us wait for him in Brahm's town." Upon hearing this, Cordelia redirected the vehicle back onto the main road. In the passenger seat, Joe looked out at the night scenery and asked Annie, "I thought you would let Cordelia follow him." Annie replied curtly, "Am I foolish enough to follow him into danger?" A smile crept onto Joe's face, and he refrained from arguing. If Li Yi perceived no threat, he would have brought them along already. The fact that he chose to go alone suggested even he was uncertain of what lay ahead. In such a perilous place, what difference does it make to follow or to court death? Luna interjected, stating, "There is a saying in Huagua, a wise wife brings fewer calamities to her husband. If we heed Li's words, we shall encounter significantly fewer troubles. If we insist on proceeding, we will undoubtedly attract grave misfortunes." The phrase "a wise wife brings fewer calamities" plunged Xiao and Cordelia into contemplation. It seemed rather insightful. Yet, they were not Li Ye's wives at present. On the desolate mountain road, the Ford Explorer sped deeper into the wilderness. "Mommy, one of the cars that was chasing us is gone." Little Sharon, having awakened unbeknownst to them, observed the situation behind and exclaimed to Ross. As Ross, navigating the mountain path, heard her daughter's words, she glanced into the rearview mirror and confirmed that only a police motorcycle remained in pursuit. Initially, she felt bewildered. It was one thing for police cars to chase her. But what of the civilian vehicles? Did she possess an uncanny ability to incite the ire of random passersby? However, with the civilian vehicles now absent, Ross remained unperturbed, as the police were still relentlessly on her tail. "Mommy! Mommy!" Sharon cried out in terror, fixated on the barbed wire gate looming ahead on the bridge, which threatened to collide with them. The mountain road leading to Silent Hill had long been abandoned, with even the access route sealed off. The barbed wire blocking the bridge seemed to serve as a warning to those approaching. "Danger looms ahead. Turn back." Ross, noticing the obstruction, paid little heed to her daughter's frantic warnings. Instead, she pressed the accelerator, crashing through the barbed wire gate and continuing across the bridge toward Silent Hill. The once quiet roads of Silent Hill were now graced by new visitors. Suddenly, the radio in the Ford Explorer emitted a piercing static. The shrill noise forced little Sharon to cover her ears and scream. It appeared that the harsh sounds from the radio inflicted considerable distress upon her, causing her great anguish. Observing Sharon's suffering, Ross hurriedly attempted to lower the radio's volume while reassuring her, "It's all right, sweetheart. The radio is just malfunctioning. Don't worry. Mommy will turn it off right away." Yet, no matter how Ross adjusted the radio's controls, the shrill noise persisted unabated. A sense of inexplicable dread began to well up within Ross. "Mommy! Mommy!" Sharon continued to call out to Ross, as though uttering her name could alleviate her pain and provide her with courage. At that moment, Ross caught a glimpse of a small girl appearing on the road. She was so startled that she neglected to adjust the radio and abruptly swerved the steering wheel to evade the suddenly appearing little girl. In her panicked maneuvering, the speeding Ford Explorer spun out of control and crashed violently into the guardrail. The jarring impact rendered her unconscious, leaving her oblivious to the eerie desolation surrounding her and the inexplicable presence of the girl on the road. Behind her, Li Yi refrained from intervening in the chaotic encounter between the motorcycle and the Ford. He perceived that the Silent Hill of the present bore little distinction from the reality he knew, save for the pungent scent of sulfur permeating the air. Hell! The word flickered through Li Ye's mind, yet he felt no dark energy, merely the overpowering stench of sulfur. As the Ford Explorer broke through the barbed wire and surged across the bridge, Li Yi suddenly detected a spatial fluctuation at the bridge's terminus. The Ford vanished after crossing the bridge, followed closely by the police motorcycle, both disappearing from sight. To the eyes of an ordinary person, the mountain road leading to the real Silent Hill appeared barren and unremarkable. Yet, through Li Ye's perspective, the end of the bridge revealed an entirely different scene, a gray, oppressive world enveloping the reality of Silent Hill, exuding an aura of death and despair. Thick fog shrouded this realm, obscuring Li Ye's view of what lay beyond the bridge. Indeed, the little girl Sharon was the key to unveiling the surface world of Silent Hill. As a benevolent persona of Alessa, Sharon shared a profound connection with her. Without Sharon's proximity, the surface of Silent Hill would remain concealed. Previously, Li Yi had instantaneously transported himself into the mountains of Silent Hill. Yet the reality of Silent Hill was merely a desolate expanse devoid of any remarkable features. Sensing the imminent disappearance of the spatial fluctuation, Li Yi swiftly entered the rift. The environment shifted dramatically. The once inky night transformed into a dim, gray day. The surroundings flickered in and out of visibility amidst the dense fog, while ash-like flakes fell continuously from the sky. In this somber world, everything felt stifling, as if he had stepped into a bizarre apocalyptic realm. Not far ahead, the vanished police motorcycle and Ford Explorer materialized before Li Yi. Upon entering this world, the motorcycle and car were disrupted by a magnetic field, losing all power. Officers Sybil and Rose lay unconscious, while Sharon was nowhere to be found. Behind Li Yi, the bridge had vanished into the night, replaced by a vast chasm where the road had fractured, forming a colossal cliff. A thick mist emanated from the chasm, obscuring any view of the far bank. In such a predicament, escape was a distant hope for an ordinary person. Even an ordinary extraordinary being would have no means to intervene. Li Yi extended his palm to catch the ashes descending from the sky. Yet, as time passed, the ashes in his grasp gradually dissipated. Chapter 139. The chrysanthemum ejecting warrior Li Yi felt a faint flicker of luminous power within the ashes, which took him by surprise. He had initially presumed that these ashes were conjured by Alicia or were phenomena governed by the laws of the underworld. However, it became increasingly clear that this place was far from simple. The snow-like ashes settled upon the ground, their embedded light gradually seeping into the earth. Purification? The luminous power contained within these ashes was cleansing this world. Yet, as Li Yi contemplated his newly acquired gift, he found himself perplexed. After slaying Greba, he had gained the ability to traverse the spirit realm, the domain of the deceased, where souls reside. With this gift, he could freely enter and exit the world of the departed. Now, however, the space he inhabited felt akin to the realm of the dead. He could not fathom the nature of this world. It was not only infused with the essence of the spirit realm, but also imbued with light. Coupled with Alicia's dark, demonic power, the Silent Hill that he found himself in was truly a chaotic amalgamation. Li Yi walked towards the small town within Silent Hill, leaving behind a trail of footprints, which were swiftly obscured by the falling ashes, vanishing from sight. The thick fog engulfed his figure, and at the entrance of the town, only a Ford Explorer and a police motorcycle remained. Inside the vehicle, Ross slowly awakened, her hand gingerly touching her injured forehead, a frown etched upon her face. Yet, she was soon captivated by the environment outside. As she gazed at the relentless snowfall in astonishment, she wondered how this world had transformed so drastically. Was this still Silent Hill? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to glance at the passenger seat. Sharon? The empty seat sent a wave of panic through her, and she called out her daughter's name repeatedly. Receiving no response, Ross hurriedly exited the vehicle in search of her daughter. Sharon, help! Is anyone there? We had an accident. Please assist me. Her desperate cries echoed in the lifeless world, met with silence. The softly falling snow and the obscured mist rendered Ross acutely aware of her solitude in this desolate realm. Is anyone there? As Ross sprinted along the highway, she suddenly sensed something amiss, stopping to gaze at the sky, her fingers brushing against a flake of snow upon her face. Gazing at the ash-gray residue upon her fingers, she murmured in disbelief, "Ashes?" Rose incessantly turned her head towards the swirling snowflakes, questioning whether these were indeed ashes. It was then that she realized the sky was not shedding snow, but remnants of something that had been consumed by flames. This was a world shrouded in ashes. Stunned, Rose noticed a sign beside her that read, "Welcome to Silent Hill." Could this truly be Silent Hill? A multitude of doubts flooded her mind, accompanied by a profound sense of regret. Had she known, she would have heeded her husband's advice and refrained from bringing Sharon here. Amidst the falling ash and snow, Rose's diminutive figure continued along the roadway. The buildings of the town emerged faintly from the fog, and suddenly, a silhouette appeared at the entrance, igniting a mix of joy and fear within her. A living person? Or something sinister? Tentatively, Rose approached the figure, carefully inquiring, "Hello, excuse me, have you seen my daughter?" Li Yi turned to face Rose and shook his head, replying, "I have not seen her." His words were truthful. He had not encountered any trace of Sharon in the streets or houses nearby. Seeing Li Yi's face and hearing his response brought a small sigh of relief to Rose. Surely he was a living being? In this desolate world, the presence of another soul provided her with a modicum of comfort. Taking a deep breath, Rose began to speak to Li Yi, but suddenly her eyes widened in terror. With a trembling hand, she pointed behind him, warning, "There's a monster behind you." What she intended to ask about his identity was overshadowed by the emergence of a horrifying creature from the mist behind Li Yi. As the monster drew closer, its grotesque form became increasingly discernible. It resembled a deformed human, encased in a layer of skin, with ribs and arms twisted grotesquely, creating deep fissures across its surface. It approached Li Yi with a shambling gait, its movements erratic and unsettling. A gaping orifice, reminiscent of an anus, pulsated ominously on its chest. As if it were about to expel something repugnant, dark liquid began to ooze from this orifice, exuding a foul, fishy odor that dripped down its body, corroding the ground beneath. Li Yi, expressionless, turned to face the repugnant creature at Rose's warning. He had encountered this abomination several times before. When he first arrived at the town's entrance, this monster had appeared, intent on attacking him. Yet, despite its ghastly appearance, the creature was, in truth, pitifully weak. As Li Yi harbored a thought, the repugnant creature erupted once more. Black liquid splattered across the ground, emitting a hissing sound as it incessantly corroded the surface beneath. Observing the monster he had vanquished yet again, Li Yi realized that Alicia had become aware of his presence. By sending this abomination, she intended to drive him away. However, why would she dispatch such a loathsome entity? Had she not comprehended that it posed no threat to him after he had obliterated it several times? Or was her motive simply to disgust him? He had thoroughly searched the houses on this street and found no trace of Alicia. Could it be that she resided in the inner world? Would he need to enter that realm to locate her? Ross stood in stunned silence, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets at the sight of the bursting creature. Oh my God, what on earth was happening? Heaven, surely, wasn't he still asleep? Today's bizarre occurrences were overwhelming, leading her to question her own state of consciousness. Was she in a dream? Awakening from a faint, she found Silent Hill transformed into Snowy Ridge, where the sky rained not snow, but the ashes of combustion. Amid the oppressive fog, a monster had appeared, only to be obliterated in an instant. Ross turned to Li Yi, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Did you do this? Who exactly are you?" She recalled that Li Yi had merely cast a glance at the creature, and yet it had exploded. How extraordinarily powerful. Was he even human? Li Yi glanced at the vanishing remains of the monster before facing Ross and nodding. "Yes, it was I. My name is Li Yi, a formidable exorcist." Alicia had lured Ross to Silent Hill with the intent of being with her, the mother. In this outer world, Li Yi found it challenging to trace Alicia's whereabouts. Perhaps if he kept an eye on Ross, Alicia would seek him out willingly. If Alicia chose to hide away, Li Yi could simply annihilate this space to compel her emergence. Of course, this was a last resort should he fail to locate her, as he had no desire to resort to such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. Alicia was a rather tragic young girl, and having learned of her experiences, Li Yi felt a deep sympathy for her. Moreover, until he grasped the true nature of this realm, it was prudent to exercise caution. Ross was taken aback by Li Yi's revelation. An exorcist? Just as she was about to probe further, a voice rang out from behind her. "Don't move. Raise your hands." Chapter 140. Sybil Annie and her companions arrived in Bromstown. Upon reaching the town, they did not seek accommodation in a hotel to rest, but instead headed to the police station in hopes of investigating the mysteries surrounding Silent Hill. What could possibly be so significant about Silent Hill that warranted Li Yi's intense focus? If Li Yi did not take them, they would not go. However, while awaiting Li Yi in town, idleness beckoned them to investigate the archives of Silent Hill. Perhaps they could unearth some secrets within. With the extraordinary powers of Annie and Luna, they effortlessly infiltrated the police station and uncovered information regarding Silent Hill. Nestled beside Lake Toluca in Pennsylvania, Silent Hill was once the sacred land of the indigenous people, a tranquil haven embraced by lush forests. This town was revered by the locals as a holy site, where indigenous tribes frequently conducted various rituals, referring to it as the resting place of souls. In 1607, the arrival of the English in North America shattered this serene existence. The intrusion brought immense calamity upon the indigenous people, as their homes were plundered and countless lives were lost, forcing many to flee. By 1692, the aftermath of the Salem witch trials reached this area, leading to the persecution of numerous innocent women accused of witchcraft, who faced the horrors of execution by fire. Cordelia and Luna exchanged astonished glances upon discovering this connection to the Salem witches, but soon found solace in the fact that Salem was not far from here, making the witches' migration seem plausible. In the early 17th century, an unknown epidemic suddenly swept through Silent Hill, inflicting further devastation upon the land. For the next century, the region was forsaken, shunned by all who dared not tread upon its cursed soil. By the early 18th century, the epidemic had largely receded, prompting people to return and establish a community, even erecting a prison. Unfortunately, the long-vanished plague resurfaced, compelling the construction of hospitals to combat the resurgence. It was not until the 1850s that a new wave of pioneers arrived, discovering vast coal deposits beneath Silent Hill, aptly named Devil's Mine. With the mining operations, the town began to flourish. Yet, this idyllic scenario was short-lived. The Civil War erupted in the 1860s, transforming Silent Hill into a prisoner of war camp. During this tumultuous period, mass executions of prisoners occurred, with the smoke from burning corpses haunting the mountains and ashes scattered across the hills as fertilizer. By 1962, a failed cult sacrificial ritual ignited the underground coal seams, unleashing a fire that raged for over a decade, eluding all attempts by the government to extinguish it, rendering the town a purgatory. In 1976, the local cult sacrificed a pure young girl in a fiery offering, seeking to summon a fire deity in hopes of extinguishing the inferno within the mines. However, the sacrificial ritual failed, and the divine entity was not summoned. The inferno within the mine continues unabated. In 1981, 5 years later, a 12-year-old boy met his demise in the cavern. The residents of Silent Hill have vanished. The fire in the coal mine still rages on. On the streets of Silent Hill, the subdued police officer Sybil recounts the town's harrowing history. She then coldly interrogates Rose. "Surely you do not intend to sacrifice that little girl like those cultists?" Angered by Sybil's accusation, Rose retorts, "Sharon is my daughter. How could I ever wish to sacrifice her?" Sybil scrutinizes Rose with a hint of skepticism, furrowing her brow. "Daughter, you bear no resemblance to one another. If you had no guilt, why did you not stop when I pursued you for an inspection? Should the police have reasonable suspicion that an individual or vehicle may be involved in unlawful activity, they are entitled to request a stop and inspection. Citizens are obliged to comply, though they may refuse a vehicle search." Faced with Sybil's inquiries, Rose finds herself at a loss for words. She indeed failed to stop for the inspection, a point difficult to refute. However, she is desperate to avoid being misconstrued as intending to sacrifice Sharon, and quietly protests. "Sharon is my adopted daughter, not my biological child. She often dreams of this place called Silent Hill, which is why I wanted to bring her here." Officer Sybil is unconvinced by Rose's excuses and is about to counter her claims when Lee interjects, "Enough of this quarrel. It is indeed as Rose says. She genuinely cares for her daughter, Sharon." Upon hearing Lee speak, Sybil's suspicions deepen. Lee exhibits traits reminiscent of a cult member, possessing uncanny abilities. She points at their handguns, which eerily levitate into Lee's grasp. Moreover, her body seems paralyzed, unable to move. Coupled with Rose's series of dubious actions, Sybil suspects that Lee is in collusion with Rose, intent on resurrecting the sacrificial rites of 40 years past. Yet, Sybil is perplexed. Where has that little girl gone? Out of the corner of her eye, Rose suddenly spots a fleeting figure of a child at the street's corner and hastily pursues it. "Sharon, Mommy is here." As Rose rushes forward, Lee does not intervene. Has Alicia finally decided to test Rose? The childlike figure appears to resemble little Sharon, but in truth, it is a charred child's malevolent spirit, having circled around several times, unnoticed by Rose as she was absorbed in Sybil's recounting of history. The charred child, a weary specter, finally drew notice. Its diminutive legs were nearly worn to the bone. Lee relinquished his hold over Sybil, returning her handgun with the words, "If you wish to avoid death, follow us." Despite her unwavering righteousness, he felt compelled to spare her life, believing that goodness ought to be rewarded. Even in the absence of reward, one should not meet a tragic end. In this wretched world, Lee endeavored to do what he could. Of course, should Sybil choose to court death, he would not feel obligated to intervene. He respected the fate of others and relinquished his desire to assist. Sybil, holding the handgun and feeling her body regain mobility, was momentarily bewildered. Were they truly not members of a sinister cult? Observing Li Yi as he moved ahead, her gaze was a tapestry of emotions. After some contemplation, she decided to follow. Li Yi appeared to stroll leisurely, yet his pace matched that of the two women who were running. He was not idle. Rather, he was continuously releasing a mist that permeated the space around them. Once his fog enveloped the entire area, he would be quick to sense any disturbances. He could even probe into hidden corners. Ross pursued the child, arriving between two buildings where an interminable staircase descended into the depths. The darkness at the bottom obscured visibility, rendering the staircase akin to an entrance to hell, concealing unfathomable terrors. The child, resembling Sharon, led Ross to this spot before swiftly vanishing into the shadows below. Upon witnessing this, Ross glanced back at Li Yi and Sybil, and without hesitation, she prepared to plunge into the abyss. However, Li Yi grasped her arm, halting her descent, leaving Ross perplexed as she turned to question him. Before she could voice her inquiry, a piercing air raid siren shattered the tranquility of the town. With the siren's blare, Silent Hill was no longer silent. Within the mist emanating from Li Yi, figures emerged from the shadows of the town's corners. These individuals were wrapped tightly, shielding themselves from any ash that might mar their skin. They hurried towards the church in the center of town, seemingly pursued by a terrifying presence. Ross and Sybil looked up, surveying their surroundings, uncertain of the implications behind the alarm. As the sirens ceased, ash began to fall from the sky like snow, gradually transforming into a dark, soot-like substance. The light within had vanished, replaced by a dim, malevolent energy. The exteriors of the surrounding buildings decayed, their surfaces peeling away and rising into the sky, obscuring the light. The entire world seemed to be swiftly shrouded by a curtain, plunging into darkness in an instant. The acrid scent of sulfur wafted from an unknown source, permeating the air. The realm of Silent Hill had descended. This sudden transformation left Ross and Sybil in a state of astonishment. Fearful, they gravitated towards Li Yi, as if only in the presence of this formidable exorcist could they find a semblance of solace. Sybil brandished her handgun, her eyes darting anxiously in search of threats lurking within the shadows. Ross produced a lighter, igniting it. The feeble flame illuminated their surroundings, appearing as the sole beacon in the engulfing night. "Mr. Li Yi, what on earth is happening?" she inquired, sensing the dense power of darkness and gazing at a group of charred little demons ahead. A faint smile curled on Li Yi's lips as he responded with a teasing tone. "This is the erosion of hell, or rather, the inner world of Silent Hill. Now, your other daughter is about to arrive." Alessa, having observed him shadowing Ross, could no longer contain herself. With such a powerful ally beside Ross, how could she possibly test her? Perhaps it was Li Yi who would be testing her monstrous creations. Ross was momentarily bewildered by Li Yi's words, struggling to comprehend his meaning. "Mr. Li Yi, what do you mean? My other daughter? Isn't it Sharon? I don't recall giving birth to any other child. Otherwise, why would I adopt Sharon as my daughter?" Li Yi remained silent, calmly observing the unfolding scene ahead. In the darkness, ordinary Ross and Sybil could not discern the distant happenings. Amidst the throng of charred little demons, a towering figure, muscular and imposing, began to coalesce. Adorned with a colossal triangular helmet and wielding a 5-foot-long cleaver that dragged heavily along the ground, he appeared ready to strike at any moment. Bare from the waist up, he wore an apron fashioned from human skin, stained with blood. The charred little demons surrounded him, quietly gazing in the direction of Li Yi, exuding an immense sense of oppression. Then, a wisp of smoke rose from the ground before the triangular executioner, ultimately transforming into a grimy little girl. Dark Alessa. The triangular executioner stood silently behind the diminutive figure of Dark Alessa, resembling a guardian. Dark Alessa waved at Li Yi, signaling him to approach. As if she had something to convey, Li Yi turned to Ross and Sybil, saying, "Please wait here for me. I need to handle a matter. If anything unexpected occurs, simply call my name." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Sybil grasped his arm, questioning urgently, "In such perilous circumstances, where do you intend to go? We should unite. For otherwise, when problems arise, it becomes difficult to assist one another. This world is exceedingly strange, bizarre beyond her wildest imagination. She is no mindless policewoman. Should she scatter like the protagonists in films, she would surely be picked off one by one." At this moment, Departing alone would be an exceedingly foolish act. Even though Li Yi is a formidable exorcist, having two companions to assist him is undoubtedly better than having none. Li Yi smiled and reassured, "Do not worry. I am fully aware of my actions." He was disinclined to elaborate further, freeing himself from Sybil's grasp and striding towards Dark Alessa, observing Li Yi step into the shadows. Sybil ultimately refrained from obstructing him. "Be careful," she cautioned. With a fierce demeanor, Dark Alessa warned, "I care not who you are. Keep your distance from Mommy Rose." Until Li Yi posed a threat to Rose, Alessa was unwilling to engage him physically. She merely sought to admonish him not to interfere with her plans. Li Yi regarded the somewhat menacing Alessa with a faint smile, remarking, "Rose is Sharon's mother, not yours. If you desire a mother, seek your own." In Li Yi's view, although Sharon represents Alessa's benevolent side, she is an individual in her own right, possessing her own joys and sorrows, living a life distinct from Alessa, with new memories. Her connection to Alessa is merely incidental. Since Alessa has transformed in such a manner, why disrupt the lives of Rose and Sharon? Should they not be allowed to live their lives in peace? Was it not the intention when Sharon was sent away, to enable her to lead the life she yearned for? Why must that be destroyed? Li Yi's words ignited Alessa's ire. She had no desire to encounter the cowardly Daria. Daria was merely her biological mother and unworthy of the title mom. Dark Alessa, somewhat agitated, retorted, "Silent Hill does not welcome you. Please leave." As she spoke, a road leading to the real world materialized beside Li Yi. However, Li Yi did not even glance at the exit. Did he require Alessa to escape? He had already discerned that this space was not entirely under Alessa's control. Exiting would be quite easy. Entering was the challenge. Li Yi's gaze remained fixed on Alessa as he inquired, "Do you intend to test Rose, wishing to keep her in this realm?" If Li Yi had not entered, Alessa would have informed Rose that in order to reclaim her daughter Sharon, she must allow the dark forces to engulf Silent Hill and eliminate all humans who sought to eradicate the monsters. Alessa attempted to use this trial to ascertain whether Rose was willing to sacrifice others for her own benefit, and whether she could accept the darker aspects of Silent Hill. But was this fair to Rose? This entire ordeal was merely Alessa's extreme method, which utterly disregarded Rose's will. Alessa cast a dubious glance at Li Yi, perplexed as to how this person knew her plans and thoughts. Sharon represented her benevolent side, and Alessa could feel everything Sharon had endured over the years. Rose was a remarkably devoted mother, yearning for Rose's affection, longing to be loved, longing for companionship, whether through childhood experiences or during her time in Silent Hill. She felt profoundly isolated and lonely. Through Sharon's emotions, she found herself envious of the kindness she had separated from herself. Why should she be trapped in this dark place while Sharon basked in Rose's love? Chapter 142. Dark Alessa began to manifest thorny barbed wire, which floated in the air, directed toward Li Yi. The executioner with the triangular head behind her raised his cleaver, and the atmosphere grew tense. Alessa looked at Li Yi and, with the innocent voice of a little girl, asked, "Who are you really?" Li Yi narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger flashing across his demeanor, and spoke with a warning tone. "What? Do you wish to make a move? If it comes to that, I shall not hold back. You should think carefully." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Dark Alessa fell silent for a moment before retracting the thorny chains behind her. Since Li Yi dared to enter the realm of Silent Hill and could predict or deduce her thoughts, he displayed an audacious confidence, entirely unafraid of her. Someone she could not see through left her feeling uncertain. Of course, perhaps Li Yi was merely bluffing, possessing some extraordinary abilities. However, since Li Yi had not harmed Rose, there was no need for her to act. "Speak, what is it that you truly desire?" Li Yi inquired earnestly, his gaze fixed on Alessa. "I understand your intentions, but have you considered Rose's feelings? She has her husband outside, along with family and friends. If you leave her here, how much pain will her loved ones endure? And what of that policewoman? She is a good person. If she remains here, she may lose her life. Do you wish to become the very thing you once despised?" Li Yi's words left Alicia momentarily speechless. Had she truly become a reflection of the self she once despised? Was she akin to those individuals in the church? A group of selfish, hypocritical, cold-hearted, and malevolent souls. Would she too succumb to such a fate? In that moment, Alicia felt a wave of confusion wash over her. The tormented specters of charred children surrounding her began to dissipate like smoke. Even the triangular-headed executioner appeared somewhat ethereal. The thorny chains that had bound Alicia retracted into her being as she cast a complex gaze towards Ross, who stood not far away. Turning to glance at Li Yi, she passed by him and approached Ross. Upon seeing a little girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sharon emerge from the shadows, Ross exclaimed in surprise, "Sharon?" He instinctively moved to embrace his daughter, only to be swiftly restrained by the vigilant Sybil. With a cautious look directed towards Alicia, Sybil warned Ross in a hushed tone, "Do not approach. She is not your daughter." Though Alicia looked identical to Sharon, their attire and demeanor were entirely dissimilar. Alicia was clad in a tattered purple uniform, her hair matted and filthy, with traces of blood and grime marking her face. She appeared pitiful, a stark contrast to the innocent Sharon. Yet, emerging from the darkness of this world, one could never be certain of the strangeness that lay within. Ross, still yearning for his daughter, furrowed his brow and remarked, "If she looks exactly like Sharon, whose daughter could she possibly be?" In his desperation, he momentarily overlooked Alicia's distinctions. His mind was filled with visions of his daughter, Sharon. Just then, a voice emerged from the darkness. "She is indeed not your daughter. Her name is Alicia." Li slowly stepped out from the shadows, positioning himself behind Alicia. Upon hearing Li Ye's words, Ross felt compelled to believe him, yet questions swirled in his mind. Why did this girl resemble Sharon so closely? Where could his daughter have gone? As the darkness in the sky gradually receded, revealing a faint glimmer of light, Alicia looked up at Ross and, in a clear, melodic voice, asked, "May I call you Mommy?" Her large, yearning eyes and soiled little face evoked a profound sense of compassion. Upon hearing Alicia's humble request, Ross's heart ached as she gazed upon the girl who looked so much like Sharon. Stealing a glance at the impassive Li Yi, Ross nodded gently. Alicia, having received Ross's consent, beamed with joy, her expression transforming to that of an ordinary little girl. "Mommy." The sound of that word left Ross in a daze. As the figures of Sharon and Alessa gradually merged, Alessa found it difficult to discern between them. Ross slowly approached Alessa, gently enveloping her in an embrace. Sybil, witnessing this tender moment, refrained from interrupting Ross's actions, her heart wavering in empathy. Could this pitiful girl truly be the source of such strangeness? Alessa, held in Ross's arms, felt an overwhelming joy. After 30 long years, she once again experienced the warmth of a mother's embrace. Although she sensed Sharon's plight, it paled in comparison to the reality of this intimate connection. In that fleeting moment, she even entertained the thought of keeping Ross in Silent Hill's parallel world. Yet, recalling Li Ye's words, a shadow of melancholy crept into her heart. Ross was a wonderful mother. She could not bear to leave her here. The light in the sky grew ever brighter, and Alessa hesitated to part from Ross's warm embrace. With a mere thought, the road to the real world re-emerged, extending towards the great bridge of reality. Ross and Sybil gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Alessa spoke to Ross, urging, "Mommy, you should go." Standing behind Alessa, Li added, "By stepping onto this road, you can return to the real world." Without hesitation, Ross shook her head resolutely, declaring, "I will not leave. I must find my daughter. Perhaps she is hiding in fear, waiting for me to come for her." The image of Sharon, terrified and calling for her mother, filled Ross's mind, solidifying her determination. She had to find Sharon. Sybil glanced at the bridge outside and also shook her head, stating, "Since Sharon is still missing, I will not leave. I will remain here with you until we find her." Seeing the stubbornness of the two, Li Yi grew weary of further persuasion. "You have no choice in this matter. You must leave." With a surge of psychic energy, Ross and Sybil were suddenly propelled uncontrollably towards the bridge in the real world. Their presence here was a hindrance. If Alessa were to change her mind, preventing Ross from leaving would only complicate matters further. Though Alessa was compliant for now, who could predict her future actions? "No, I must find Sharon," Ross cried out, her expression one of fierce defiance. "I will ensure your daughter is brought to safety. You must trust me and let go of your worries." Li Ye's calm voice echoed in their ears as the path to reality gradually began to close. The sky brightened once more, and white ashes slowly descended. Alessa stood, dazed, gazing at the spot where Ross had vanished, remaining silent. The mother she once experienced has vanished. Perhaps she is destined never to possess a mother of her own. She is, by fate, a child bereft of maternal love. Ashes fall upon Alicia, infused with a luminous power, striving to purify the darkness within her. A faint hissing sound emerges, yet Alicia remains oblivious. Suddenly, A broad hand rests upon her frail shoulder, prompting Alicia to turn and behold Li Yi, who greets her with a friendly smile. Chapter 143. The Supermodel Nurse. When will you release Shaolin? Within certain houses of this quaint town, it seems an array of formations or barriers obstruct Li Yi's probing, particularly at the church in the town center. A formidable barrier stands sentinel. This protective enchantment is imbued with pure, radiant energy, formidable enough to challenge even Alicia. The depths of Silent Hill are more profound than Li Yi had anticipated. Even if Alicia were to summon the hell of the underworld, it would not withstand for long against the encroaching light. Nevertheless, locating Shaolin is not beyond Li Yi's reach. It may merely be a tad troublesome. Moreover, Shaolin represents Alicia's benevolent aspect. Whether or not to reclaim her lies solely within Alicia's contemplation. Alicia gazes at Li Yi and calmly replies, I cannot surrender Shaolin to you at this moment. I still require her assistance for certain matters. Unless you aid me in completely seizing this world, I shall return her to you ahead of schedule. Alicia's response causes Li Yi to furrow his brow slightly. To have Alicia conquer this world? Frankly, Li Yi finds it challenging to compel Alicia to relinquish Shaolin. After all, Shaolin is a fragment of Alicia, separated from her essence. Is it not natural for someone to wish to utilize their own doppelganger as they see fit? Much like how one cannot deny another the right to donate blood if they so desire. Observing Li Yi's evident discomfort, Alicia continues, If you wish to uncover the truth of Silent Hill, then follow me. The choice of what to do next will be yours alone. The sky begins to brighten. The darkness recedes, and the surrounding buildings return to their original state. Young Alicia strides ahead, with Li Yi trailing behind her. Under Alicia's guidance, they arrive at the entrance of a vast hospital. This institution towers 6 or 7 stories high and spans hundreds of meters, seemingly beyond the means of a small town. Originally constructed to combat an epidemic, the hospital boasts not only its above-ground structures, but also a labyrinthine network beneath its foundations. However, over time, this facility has morphed into something far more sinister than a mere hospital. From the lips of the dark Alessa emerged the term evil, piquing Li Yi's curiosity. Oh, why do you say that? Alessa led Li Yi into the hospital, now abandoned. The walls exhibited a mottled appearance, with patches of peeling paint, evoking a profound sense of antiquity. Various facilities lay in disarray, resembling a place that had endured chaos. Simultaneously, Li Yi sensed furtive glances observing him from the shadows. Yet, a mere cold glance from Alessa caused these prying eyes to retreat into obscurity. Li Yi pondered, aware that Silent Hill concealed numerous monsters. During the Civil War, this site served as a prisoner of war camp, where ill-intentioned individuals or organizations constructed laboratories beneath the hospital, conducting wicked experiments on these captives. These experiments were not merely scientific. They also delved into sinister sorcery. A significant portion of the hidden monsters here were the results of these dark magical experiments. As Alessa spoke, she guided Li Yi to the entrance of an elevator. Before she could press the button, the elevator doors opened automatically. Inside stood a striking faceless nurse. Half leaning against the panel, assumed the role of the elevator operator. Clad in a low-cut nurse's uniform, her malevolent nature was partially revealed, generous and abundant. Her long, smooth thighs were adorned with striking red high heels, exuding strength and vitality. Once Alessa and Li Yi entered, the striking nurse pressed the button. As the elevator began its ascent, the nurse instinctively recoiled into the corner, showing signs of fear. Li Yi cast a discerning glance at the nurse before averting his gaze. She was merely a modified, feeble creature of darkness, not particularly remarkable. Such beings were only capable of alarming ordinary people. Do you like her? I could gift her to you, Alessa remarked nonchalantly to Li Yi. He turned to observe Alessa, who, despite being over 30, retained the appearance of a young girl since the burning of her original form 3 decades ago, perhaps influenced by some unknown factor. Li Yi refrained from responding to Alessa's comment. The situation was too ambiguous. Should he refuse, Alessa would undoubtedly scoff at his hypocrisy. If he agreed, she would surely retort that no man is without fault. He would not treat the dark Alessa as an innocent child. After all, she was a ruthless entity, unyielding in her capacity to take lives. Misjudging someone's essence could lead to dire consequences. The dark Alessa's desire for Rose to act as a mother figure might stem from the influence of Sharon or perhaps from an obsession deep within her heart. If she were truly kind and genuinely cared for Ross, she would not have brought her into the realm of Silent Hill. Li Yi pondered for a moment before responding. When you grow older, perhaps you will no longer envy her. Why should a small child burden herself with such thoughts? Alicia paused, glancing down at her shoes before casting a look at the female nurse. She understood that Li Yi was mocking her, and her expression hardened into one of defiance. Did she not wish to grow up? Or was it that she simply could not? Indeed, humanity harbored no redeeming qualities. Alicia scoffed and chose to disregard the loathsome Li Yi. The female nurse in the corner, sensing Alicia's wrath, trembled in fear. Who was this person? Daring to ridicule even the Lord of Silent Hill? It was astonishing that Alicia had not torn this individual apart. Impressive. As the elevator descended 100 meters, it gradually slowed amidst a cacophony of jarring, grating sounds. Thud. The elevator reached the ground, and the faceless nurse hastily opened the door, vowing to usher the two deities out. Beyond the elevator lay a rusted corridor, littered with various detritus. Steam-like vapors billowed from the floor, rising slowly to merge with the fog of Silent Hill. In some areas, significant holes had formed in the ground, revealing molten lava beneath. Large pipes flanked the walls, suggesting that this might be the boiler room of the hospital. The steamy, rust-ridden corridor, with visible lava, perfectly embodied the essence of hell. Or perhaps, this was merely a fragment of it. A dense aura of darkness permeated the entire passage, with wafts of sulfur emanating from the fissures. Who could have imagined that beneath the hospital lay a segment of hell? Li Yi recalled Alicia's earlier words, that this had once been a site for the experiments of malevolent individuals. Perhaps it was their reckless experimentation that had conjured forth this hellish existence. This could very well be one of the reasons for the creation of the Silent Hill realm. Chapter 144. The entity. Alicia led Li Yi through a labyrinthine path, gradually approaching Area B. Along the way, Li Yi observed the experimental wards flanking the corridor. These rooms were in disarray, the walls marred by ancient bloodstains. Various instruments of torment lay scattered on the floor, evoking the unimaginable suffering endured by those who had once occupied these spaces. Upon rounding a corner, a faceless nurse clad in an exceedingly short uniform, with a striking figure, appeared before Li Yi. She stood motionless in high heels, her thighs exposed, maintaining an eerie pose. However, with the arrival of Alicia, the faceless nurses instantly came to life. They gradually straightened their bodies and orderly moved to either side of the wall. Then, with their hands delicately placed upon their abdomens, they slightly bowed in a gesture of respect towards the two individuals passing by. Li Yi found himself momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the welcoming ceremony. Was it truly of such high standards? Alicia strode through the 2 rows of nurses with her head held high, exuding an air of regality akin to that of a diminutive queen. Observing Alicia's demeanor, Li Yi felt a twinge of amusement. Having languished in this place for decades, she must have exhausted every conceivable form of entertainment. She had even mastered the modern art of hospitality, save for the absence of a crimson carpet. Following Alicia to the corridor's end, they encountered a weathered grand door adorned with 2 glass panes, through which a faint crimson glow emanated. As they stood before the door, it suddenly swung open to reveal another nurse, strikingly voluptuous. Yet, she differed from the other faceless nurses. Not only was her figure more alluring, but her attire was also impeccably clean. Clad in a red, fitted shirt and a white skirt, her golden hair was styled into a sleek ponytail. Most importantly, she possessed a face. However, the nurse's countenance bore a pallid hue, marred by numerous scars reminiscent of knife wounds. Blood trickled down her face, cascading into the crevice of her neck. Upon opening the door, the red-clad nurse, upon noticing the presence of Li Yi, quickly averted her gaze, turning her back to him, too embarrassed to meet his eyes. Oh dear, how could Alicia have brought back a handsome stranger? With her appearance, she could hardly face anyone. The red nurse continually evaded Li Yi's gaze, bowing her head in fear that he might catch sight of her disfigurement. Li Yi, having merely glanced at her, chose to divert his eyes once more, deeming it impolite to stare. The room was suffused with ashes, the furnishings and walls bearing the scars of scorching. Even the decorative curtains had been reduced to mere strands of charred remnants. Melted wires lay haphazardly on the floor, merging seamlessly with the ground. At the center of the room stood an old, dilapidated hospital bed, shrouded by a gray canopy riddled with holes. Beneath the bed, an area had caved in, revealing a glimpse of molten rock that flickered with a crimson glow, the source of the red light emanating from the glass panes of the door. Steam perpetually rose from the floor, only to gradually dissipate into the air. In the darkness, Alicia approached the bed, gazing at her own form within and addressed Li Yi. For decades, my true self has remained in this state. The scars left by that purification ritual remained difficult to heal. Li Yi could sense an overwhelming aura of light emanating from Alessa, who lay upon the sickbed. This dense radiance astonished him. With a grave expression, Li Yi inquired, "What exactly is happening?" Rather than addressing Li Yi's question, the dark Alessa posed one of her own. "Would you care to hear my story?" Before Li Yi could respond, the dark Alessa continued, "I bear many names, at present. I am the dark side of Alessa." The Alessa on the sickbed, bound tightly in bandages like a mummy, cautiously glanced at Li Yi upon hearing the conversation. The exposed areas of her body revealed severe burns, with no part remaining unscathed. "You may wonder why I express myself this way. It all traces back to my biological mother, Daria. The church outside, where the inhabitants worshipped a deity known as Metatron, regarded my mother, Daria, as a divine figure within the church. Initially, Li Yi anticipated a tale of Alessa's tragic fate, yet he found himself privy to something altogether different. Metatron, the angel of heaven, the scribe of God? He pondered aloud. Why is Daria referred to as a divine figure? A cold smirk graced the lips of the dark Alessa as she replied, "A divine figure of the church is merely a vessel through which the gods descend to earth. They fervently believe that the summoned deity can transform Silent Hill into a paradise, akin to heaven itself. However, upon Daria's conception of Alessa, they deemed her impure and unfit to continue as the church's divine figure. Their hopes shifted to Alessa, aspiring for her to become the next divine figure. Yet, upon discovering the impurity of Alessa's bloodline, they realized she could not fulfill this role or summon the deity's arrival. Their disillusionment led them to direct their fury toward Alessa, subjecting her to bullying, beating, and abuse. Some members of the church even dragged Alessa into the restroom to unleash their frustrations upon her. As Alessa recounted this, her eyes brimmed with hatred. What had she done wrong? Was it her fault that her bloodline was deemed impure? Why should she be subjected to such treatment? Wait, what do you mean by your bloodline being impure? Li Yi's sympathy for Alessa surged. Her plight echoed that of the witches, who faced a life-and-death struggle solely for possessing the blood of a witch. Upon hearing Li Yi's inquiry, Alicia revealed a peculiar smile. She slowly extended her arms, and suddenly, fierce flames erupted from her limbs. Tilting her head slightly, Alicia softly addressed Li Yi. "Look, I am ablaze. This is my innate ability. Do you comprehend what these flames signify?" Li Yi gazed at Alicia in astonishment, realizing that her flames were indeed the fires of hell. Innate? This implied that Alicia possessed a demonic lineage. "You wield the fires of hell by birthright? You bear the blood of demons?" Alicia extinguished the flames on her arms and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I possess demonic blood, which has led them to deem me impure. They sought to conduct a ritual to cleanse my demonic lineage. Yet my blood runs so potent that even the flames imbued with the power of light could not wholly purify me, leaving me scorched and in agony. Can you fathom the torment of being seared alive by flames? The existence of this demonic blood has also granted me formidable vitality. I cannot die, enduring the relentless pain of the flames with clear awareness." As Alicia spoke, her gaze was fixed intently on Li Yi, harboring immense hatred for the people outside. Chapter 145. The dark onslaught. Alicia's narrative tugged at Li Yi's heartstrings. To be seared alive. These people were truly inhumane. At that time, Alicia was merely a 9-year-old child. How could they be so cruel? The fervent zealots were utterly deranged. In the name of faith, they would commit any atrocity, even inflicting harm upon the innocent. They believed themselves righteous, devoid of any remorse. When the persecuted dared to resist, their fury only intensified. They condemned the oppressed as demons, refusing to accept the purification of the Lord. After a moment of silence, Li Yi inquired, "How did this demonic bloodline come to be? Or rather, do you know who your father is?" In response to Li Yi's perplexity, Alicia recounted, in 1692, an organization led by the church conducted trials against witches, falsely accusing and murdering many innocent women. In an attempt to safeguard themselves, these witches summoned the demon Duke Frolaus from hell. After a fierce struggle, the church ultimately sealed him within the mines, which is why this coal mine is referred to as the Devil's Mine. In 1962, the church aimed to summon a deity to vanquish the demon Frolaus once and for all, yet for reasons unknown, the ritual failed. The failure ignited an inferno within the coal mine that could not be extinguished. Dahlia believed that her actions had caused the ritual's failure and frequently ventured into the mine, striving to quench the unrelenting flames. Until one fateful day, Daria gave birth to Alicia, and the identity of her father remained a mystery. Alicia never revealed the name of her progenitor, yet the demonic lineage coursing through her veins unveiled the truth. Li Yi was taken aback by the audacious exploits of Daria, the divine maiden of the church. What did she mean by wanting to extinguish the great fire? Surely, she sought to rendezvous with Florence. This was also the reason Daria could not muster the courage to disclose Alicia's father in response to the inquiries of the crowd. Li Yi squinted, casting a piercing gaze towards the shadowy Alicia. But you still have not revealed who you truly are. Merely the demonic blood within Alicia cannot account for the transformation of Silent Hill into this. Upon hearing Li Ye's inquiry, the dark Alicia circled the hospital bed. She extended her small hand, intertwining her fingers with the slumbering Alicia, gazing with pity upon the version of herself that had lain bedridden for decades. Silent Hill was once referred to by the Native Americans as the resting place for souls, for it was said to harbor a spirit that guided their souls to the realm of the deceased. Over the years, countless souls had met their demise on this land, ruthlessly slain by the church through various cruel methods. Their spirits, filled with resentment, found no solace, sharing a common desire and a mutual enemy. When Alicia's heart brimmed with fear, bitterness, and hatred, I emerged. We forged a pact to ensure that those wronged would receive their due retribution. As the dark Alicia concluded her words, the figure outside the bed coalesced into a wisp of shadow, merging with her physical form. Alicia's disfigured hand, marred by burns, suddenly pressed against the edge of the hospital bed, and a multitude of dark, web-like strands emanated from where her palm rested. These sinister filaments spread with alarming speed, swiftly engulfing the entire room, and then surged outward as if a dam had burst. Alicia commanded the demonic essence within her, continuously communicating with the infernal abyss beneath the bed, drawing forth its dark power. Meanwhile, a nurse sitting in a chair with her back to Li Yi, upon hearing Alicia's narration, wept quietly. Blood seeped from her eyes, trailing down her scarred cheeks and along her neck, pooling upon the pallid surface of her dress. In the fog-laden town of Silent Hill, within a grand hotel, the silver-haired Daria was scouring for sustenance for Sharon, a woman with fiery red hair, her body entirely swathed in long garments, caught sight of Daria, and her face contorted with rage. She hurled a stone at Daria, cursing furiously. "What are you doing here? Go away. You unclean wretch. You are the sinner of this town. You have brought ruin upon us all." Daria did not retaliate. Instead, she fixed her sharp gaze upon the red-haired woman and declared, "Faith is our grave digger. It will bring us to our doom. You, the first to cast stones at me, are but a lamb without a shepherd, and a shepherd devoid of his flock. Your malevolence entraps you in this place. Your soul forever beyond redemption." Daria's words ignited a furious wrath within the red-haired woman, Anna. Once more, she seized a larger stone and hurled it at Daria, leaving her battered and bloodied. Leaning on her staff, Anna bellowed, "You speak nonsense." At the very moment Daria was wounded, a shrill and urgent air raid siren pierced the air. Upon hearing the alarm, Daria cast a cold glance at Anna before turning away. Anna, disregarding the urge to chastise Daria, hastened outside. A multitude of tightly wrapped figures emerged from the shadows of corners and houses, racing towards the church with astounding speed. They were bewildered, for the darkness had descended upon them so swiftly. A flock of crows, seemingly summoned from nowhere, circled ominously around the church's steeple and the blaring siren, like harbingers of doom, heralding the encroaching darkness. At the steps of the church, the faithful exerted every ounce of strength to reach the sacred doors. The interval between this invasion of darkness had been alarmingly brief, catching them off guard. Just as they reached the threshold of the church, the heavens darkened, the siren ceased, and the world seemed to shed its decaying skin, the putrid surface peeling away and ascending into the sky. Only the church remained untouched, emanating a gentle glow amidst the shadows. The congregants inside began to pray fervently, hoping to repel the onslaught of darkness with their untainted faith. The blonde woman, Anna, stumbled to the base of the steps, gazing at the encroaching darkness with a sense of despair. She had not yet ascended. Time was slipping away. A swarm of beetles surged from all directions, and a faceless nurse appeared from the gloom in an eerie stance. The grotesque creature, the phallic monstrosity, oozed a dark liquid as it approached the church, stepping with a peculiar gait. Colin, who once tormented Alicia, found his feet bound by thorny chains, tethered cruelly to his neck. With his head held high and hands pressed to the ground, he too made his way towards the church, his lower half scraping against the earth with each movement. Daria, now with hair turned gray, stood amidst the darkness, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she surveyed the church above the steps. The monsters passed by her, oblivious to her presence. Even the throngs of grotesque beetles parted as they approached her. Black ashes fell from the sky, slowly coalescing before Anna into the ominous form of the triangular-headed executioner. This time, the executioner bore no great cleaver. Its towering silhouette loomed over Anna. Anna, filled with trepidation, lifted her gaze to the shadowy figure that suddenly loomed before her, locking eyes with the hooded executioner, whose triangular head was bowed. Chapter 146. Assault on the Church. The towering figure of the triangular-headed executioner grasped Anna's hair with one hand, ascending the steps to the church one deliberate stride at a time. A relentless tide of black beetles clambered up the steps, some being overturned and emitting frantic squeals as they struggled to right themselves. Yet, before they could regain their footing, a colossal foot descended from above, mercilessly squashing them into a pulp. The executioner showed no mercy towards these diminutive creatures. Those unfortunate enough to be crushed beneath his foot could only consider it their misfortune. Reaching the midpoint of the staircase, the executioner lifted his gaze towards the grand doors of the church. With a single hand, he hoisted Anna aloft and tore away her garments, stripping her back to the vulnerable state of infancy, a mockery of the church's so-called purity. Discarding her clothes, he seized the skin across her chest, gripping it as if it were mere rubber. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain and sheer terror, Anna emitted a piercing scream. Noticing the horrified stares of the congregation within the church, the executioner twisted the skin he held, ripping it from her body with a brutal force. Gasps of terror erupted from the onlookers as they witnessed Anna's plight. "Oh heavens! No, Anna! My daughter! The devil!" As panic spread through the crowd, a few lagging individuals on the steps were swiftly engulfed by the advancing swarm of beetles. Realizing the tide was almost upon the church's threshold, the faithful inside hastily shut the doors, disregarding those still outside. With a fierce throw, the executioner flung the skinless Anna towards the church door, her lifeless body soaring through the air like a cannonball, colliding violently with the still open entrance. Anna's corpse burst apart like a ripe tomato, splattering blood and visceral remnants onto the congregants within. The blood-drenched worshippers recoiled in horror, their prayers abruptly silenced. Yet, the faithful at the door, witnessing the approaching swarm, dared not hesitate, summoning all their strength to slam the doors shut. Those unable to enter watched in despair as the doors sealed before them, pounding against the barrier and shouting, "Open the door! I haven't entered yet. Let me in. Bishop, save me!" The black tide of beetles reached the church's entrance, consuming the stranded faithful outside. Their sharp fangs gnawed hungrily at their flesh, eliciting anguished cries. "Help! Save me! I wish you a fate most dire. You wretched beings! Cursed be your existence! May the devil engulf you! Crispella, how I curse you!" The faithful, gnawed upon by insects, witnessed the congregation of the church refusing to aid them, their desperate pleas falling upon deaf ears. In their despair, they unleashed a torrent of invective upon those within the sanctuary, with vile words spilling forth unrestrained, even targeting the bishop, Crispella herself. Yet, within mere moments, the fervent cacophony of curses began to wane, ultimately leaving naught but a heap of bones upon the ground. The congregation inside the church, upon hearing the vitriol from without, wore expressions of disquiet. Some faces were etched with sorrow, while others succumbed to tears. At that moment, a thunderous bang resonated against the church doors. The triangular-headed executioner had arrived, shattering the bones of several with a single stomp. In his grasp, a grotesquely elongated cleaver, as broad as a butcher's block, fell upon the doors in brutal strikes. The entrance quivered under the assault, as though it would splinter apart at any moment. In this critical hour, a woman with curly hair and a gaunt visage emerged, Bishop Crispella, sister to Dahlia. Unfazed by the tumult, she solemnly urged the gathered souls, "Silence. Let us pray. We require faith. We require strength." The faithful, heeding her call, ceased their lamentations. Under Crispella's guidance, they began to pray. Kneeling upon the ground, hands clasped before their chests, they recited fervently. I behold them fleeing from heaven, homeless and forsaken. I witness the dead, both great and humble, facing judgment for their deeds. In the clearing directly across from the church stood a multitude of gravestones, eternally fixed upon the edifice. Behind these markers, two shadows coalesced into the forms of Li Yi and Alicia. Alicia, with a hint of suspicion, turned to Li Yi and inquired, "Do you possess the blood of demons as well?" Li Yi, gazing towards the church, replied with a gentle smile, "Why? Is it not permissible?" Alicia feigned indifference, expressing disdain for her mother, Dahlia. Yet, in truth, she cared deeply. At the slightest affront to Dahlia, she would hasten to avenge her. In this realm of monstrosities known as Silent Hill, Dahlia had thrived for years without the church's protection. Yet she had managed to live in relative peace. Without Alicia's clandestine vigilance and care, how could she have survived to this day? Ultimately, Dahlia was her biological mother, and Alicia could not fully turn a blind eye. Alyssa gazed at Li Yi, inching closer to him as they stood side by side, then turned her gaze towards the distant church. She was pleasantly surprised to discover that Li Yi was akin to her, his voice tinged with joy as he exclaimed, "Of course." A myriad of grotesque beings, including the faceless nurse and the charred child, congregated before the church's entrance. They assailed the edifice alongside the pyramid head executioner, as if intent on demolishing it in a single onslaught. The phimosis spraying warrior unleashed a torrent of black liquid from its orifice, aiming at the church. This corrosive fluid was thwarted by a delicate aura emanating from the church's walls, transforming into wisps of smoke upon contact. The surgical knife wielded by the faceless nurse perpetually struck at the church, yet even this keen blade shattered into black ashes upon meeting the radiant glow. Momentarily halted by the loss of her instrument, the faceless nurse soon conjured another sharp scalpel. Various creatures, including the strange bird, the charred child, Colin, beetles, and centipede corpses, relentlessly continued their assault on the church. However, as the faithful within offered sincere prayers, a halo of warm, sanctified light descended from above, repelling the multitude of monsters. The weaker foes, like the beetles and charred children, were reduced to ash in the presence of this divine luminescence, yet the ranks of the relentless continued to surge forward, attempting to breach the defenses. Alone, they could not topple the church. Li Yi sensed the overwhelming numbers of these fiends, particularly the seemingly endless black beetles. Yet, the newly manifested sacred halo possessed formidable light, impervious to their advances. Alyssa turned to Li Yi, her voice ringing clear as she implored, "I certainly understand. If you are willing to assist me, I assure you a satisfactory reward afterwards. So will you help me?" Her bright eyes fixated on Li Yi, filled with hope that he would lend her aid, even if he contributed little in the process. What she sought was merely his support, a gesture to alleviate her solitude. Chapter 147. Thomas. The reality of Silent Hill gradually welcomed the dawn. The relentless rain washed over this forsaken place. Numerous police cars lined the bridge, where Rose's husband, Christopher, had followed her in pursuit. Rose lingered on the bridge, unwilling to depart, awaiting the return of her daughter from the exorcist named Li Yi. Christopher held Rose in his arms, offering her solace, though he found her extraordinary tale hard to believe. However, with even Officer Sybil affirming the veracity of her claims, he felt compelled to accept the truth of the matter. A police officer, clad in gloves and appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, approached the two individuals and stated, "I am Thomas Gucci. It suffices that we remain here on watch. You both should return and await news." Rose, dissatisfied with Officer Thomas's words, protested the injustice of being asked to leave. After all, it was her daughter who was missing, and she felt compelled to see Sharon at the earliest opportunity. "No, I shall remain here to await news of Sharon. She is my daughter, and I must witness her safety with my own eyes." Officer Thomas furrowed his brow and spoke sternly to the two. "You are aware that this is a supernatural event, transcending ordinary civil or criminal matters. Unforeseen occurrences may arise. We cannot allocate additional police resources to protect two ordinary individuals. If you refuse to depart, we will be forced to take coercive measures. Furthermore, we will be undertaking actions that require confidentiality, and unrelated personnel cannot be involved." Turning to Sybil, Officer Thomas instructed, "Sybil, escort these two back to the precinct and ensure they do not cause any trouble." Rose attempted to voice her objections, but her husband, Christopher, restrained her. He was already displeased that Rose had disregarded his advice and taken Sharon out. If she had heeded him, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. As ordinary citizens, continuing to oppose the police would yield no benefits. In matters of this supernatural nature, they would not concern themselves with your status as a citizen. Though Sybil was unaware of the classified operations, she recognized the validity in Thomas's words. The situation had escalated beyond the capability of ordinary people. Should a creature emerge from within, unarmed civilians would only be a liability. Under Sybil's persuasion, Rose, albeit reluctantly, left the bridge with Christopher. Once they had departed, Thomas removed his gloves, revealing a palm marred by burns. Gazing at the scars upon his hand, Thomas's expression grew contemplative. Decades had passed, yet the wounds inflicted by the flames of the angels still lingered. The purifying fire meant to cleanse Alicia was generated from a sacred artifact imbued with laws. They sought to eradicate the taint of Alicia's bloodline at its source. Such injuries, if not treated with commensurate power, might accompany him indefinitely. Contemplating Alicia, who had been engulfed in that very power, Thomas fell into silence. At that moment, a fellow officer approached and respectfully addressed him. "Your Grace, the Prince Stolas has instructed that if you catch sight of Miss Octavia, you are to inform him at once." Upon hearing his subordinate's message, Thomas donned his gloves once more and waved his hand in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood. Should I encounter her, I will inform him." After a brief pause, Thomas continued to address his subordinates, instructing them to summon additional personnel for patrols and to prevent the entrance of outsiders associated with the church. Furthermore, he ordered an investigation into a certain exorcist named Li. His subordinate, visibly taken aback, responded with a grave demeanor, affirming their commitment to fortify their defenses. Once his subordinate departed, Thomas gazed at Silent Hill, his eyes flickering with intensity. His clenched fists indicated an inner turmoil. Angels? A band of hypocrites. Meanwhile, in the descending vehicle, Sybil turned to the two companions, stating, "In truth, Sheriff Thomas is a man of considerable integrity. Do not harbor any biases against him. 30 years ago, he bravely rushed into a blazing inferno to rescue a girl who was to be sacrificed by a cult. Since then, he has led the police force in eradicating the cult's members. Over the years, Sheriff Thomas has been exceedingly kind to both the officers and the townsfolk. And under his leadership, our community has witnessed a significant decline in criminal activity." Sybil advocated for Thomas, wishing to dispel any misunderstandings that Ross might have. She held a deep admiration for Ross, a courageous mother, and had observed her affection for Sharon. Moreover, she respected Thomas as a sheriff and wished to avoid being caught in the middle of any conflict between them. Christopher, upon hearing Sybil's words, suddenly recalled something and, with a serious expression, inquired, "Are you saying he was a police officer 30 years ago and actually entered a burning building to save someone? If that is the case, Sheriff Thomas must be at least in his 50s or 60s. Yet, he appears remarkably youthful. His skin shows little sign of aging, and not a strand of his hair has turned gray." Christopher's remarks left Sybil momentarily stunned. Was it truly so? The image of Thomas began to crystallize in her mind, causing her to ponder. How had she overlooked such details? After a brief silence, Sybil attempted to defend. Perhaps Sheriff Thomas simply takes excellent care of himself, which accounts for his youthful appearance. Yet, even she found this excuse hard to believe. Having lived in this town since childhood, she had heard tales of Thomas's valor. Reflecting on it now, it seemed as though he had always looked the same since her youth. Decades had passed, and he had not changed significantly. Why had she subconsciously overlooked this matter? Even those around her had not expressed any doubts regarding Thomas. A sudden wave of fear washed over her. Was she living in a fabricated reality? Had everyone deceived and manipulated her for decades? As her thoughts spiraled, she began to notice that many of her colleagues appeared to have their own peculiarities. They have never fallen ill and hold no affection for vacations or travel. Each individual diligently remains at their post, completing their patrol duties with utmost seriousness, never indulging in laziness. Why had she previously considered this behavior to be normal, never once questioning it? Christopher pondered for a moment before continuing with his inquiry. "Do you recall the name of the little girl he rescued? Where is she now? Furthermore, do you possess any detailed information regarding this cult?" Sybil shook her head in response. "These events occurred 30 years ago. I only know the general outline. For specific details, I would need to consult the archives." Christopher addressed Sybil, expressing his desire to examine the relevant files and inquiring if she would be willing to assist him. After a brief hesitation, Sybil nodded in agreement, intrigued to uncover the truth. As for returning to question Thomas, they were not foolish. If Thomas truly posed a threat, returning would be tantamount to courting disaster. With a complex expression, Sybil remarked, "If Sheriff Thomas indeed has issues, then the archives may not reflect the truth. Records are penned by individuals, and if Thomas has something to hide, he would certainly eliminate any unfavorable information. Investigating events from over 30 years ago would be exceedingly challenging." Christopher, maintaining a calm demeanor, stated, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must first investigate before drawing any conclusions." Sybil offered no rebuttal. At that moment, her mind was tumultuous, leaving her at a loss for words. Chapter 148. The Seal of Metatron in the Realm of Silent Hill. The assault by the dark entities upon the church persisted, with numerous monsters dissipating into wisps of smoke upon contact with the luminous circle. Weak creatures, such as beetles, were obliterated merely by the radiance emanating from the circle. Yet, as the dark creatures continued their onslaught, the brilliance of the circle gradually waned. Bishop Crispella, undeterred by this, continued to lead the congregation in prayer. I beheld the deceased, regardless of size, standing before the throne. The records were unfurled, alongside another scroll, which was the Book of Life. The departed were judged according to the accounts recorded therein, based on their deeds. As the congregation prayed, tendrils of mysterious energy emanated from their souls. This ethereal energy soared to the apex of the church, where a symbol stood, a circle encircled by 4 crosses, representing unity. The enigmatic energy was transformed through this emblem, replenishing the outer circle and fortifying it against the relentless assault of the monsters. Bishop Crispella opened her eyes to glance at the praying congregation, then slowly moved to the window of the church. From the cold gaze through the church window, monstrous figures continued to emerge from the darkness. As long as the church remained unbreached from within and the integrity of the barrier was preserved, she felt no fear. She was acutely aware that wretched little Arlisa lurked in the shadows, watching. The attacks from these dark creatures were mere trifles. Arlisa was the true threat. She conserved her strength, awaiting Arlisa's move, while Arlisa utilized these pawns to deplete their energy. Had the other half of the sacred artifact that summoned the divine not been lost 30 years ago, she would have vanquished Arlisa long ago with the complete relic. How passive she felt now. Nevertheless, even with only half of the sacred artifact remaining, it was sufficient to withstand Arlisa. Crispella tightly gripped a seal embossed with several circular symbols in her hand. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, she would unleash the power of the seal. After Arlisa's strength was diminished this time, perhaps there would be a respite for a while. Arlisa fixed her gaze intently upon Li Yi, eagerly awaiting a satisfactory answer from him. However, Li Yi's attention was drawn to the scattered orbs of light outside the church. The allure of these attribute orbs, left behind by the fallen monsters, was irresistible. Yet, these creatures were not truly dead. They were merely manifestations of Arlisa's power. Even if temporarily reduced to ash by the light, they would eventually be reformed by Arlisa. The attribute orbs would return to them, and in this process, only a fragment of dark energy would be consumed. If Li Yi were to collect these attribute orbs, a portion of Arlisa's power would be permanently lost. Were Arlisa his adversary, Li Yi would not hesitate. Yet, at this moment, it felt somewhat inappropriate to betray his allies. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze away and turned to Arlisa, inquiring, "What reward can you offer me?" In response to Li Yi's query, Arlisa replied, "The church possesses a seal created by Metatron, which is divided into 2 parts, each endowed with formidable capabilities. It can generate powerful barriers, execute potent seals, amplify the casting of spells, and even summon angels. Most importantly, it possesses the ability to locate the 2 realms. If we place these 2 seals in different worlds, they will grant the power to traverse between them. Once we breach the church, this spoil shall belong to you." The church had relied on Metatron's seal to repel her advances time and again. Without it, she would have long since breached the church. Once, the members of the church had sought to summon the deity of their faith using this seal. However, the descent of a deity into the mortal realm requires a vessel. Without a vessel, those who arrive in this world shall perish. Li Yi, intrigued by Alicia's narrative, inquired further. "The seal of Metatron? Its capabilities sound rather formidable. Perhaps this artifact is destined to intertwine with my fate. What do you wish for me to do?" Alicia cast a curious glance at Li Yi and asked, "It seems you possess a method to conceal your demonic lineage, allowing you to appear as an ordinary mortal?" Li Yi nodded without hesitation and replied, "Indeed. It is an innate ability of mine." A faint smile graced Alicia's face as she responded, "The Church's barrier can detect whether those who enter are creatures of darkness. If you disguise yourself as an ordinary person and allow me to conceal myself within you, we can breach their barrier upon entering the church." However, Alicia's plan caused Li Yi to furrow his brow in confusion. "If the barrier can detect dark forces, won't you be discovered within me?" Alicia responded with a mysterious smile, "Before that, I will have Shaolin enter the church. Through Shaolin's inside cooperation, we can easily deceive the church's barrier. Shaolin is not merely my benevolent side. After being separated from me, she can embody the descent of a deity. Once Crispella lays eyes upon her, she will be unable to resist summoning the divine presence." Li Yi turned to observe the relentless monsters advancing towards them. Their onslaught had diminished compared to before. The triangular-headed creature tirelessly struck the light ring, only for the radiant power within to shatter its blade. Despite this, the blade was reformed. Yet the intervals for its regeneration lengthened with the passage of time. Can brute force truly not breach it? Alicia shook her head, stating, "With my current strength, it is quite challenging. My previous method would be more effective and conserve significant energy." Her power was not limitless, and she needed a portion of it to suppress the injuries of her true form. Otherwise, the pain would pierce her very soul and erode her will. "Nevertheless, I wish to attempt it." Li Yi's calm voice resonated in Alicia's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. "He wishes to try?" Just as her confusion deepened, a staggering scene unfolded before her eyes. Alicia gazed upwards to behold a massive black dragon, hundreds of meters long, gradually materializing above them. As the dark power continuously emanated from Li Yi, the dragon's form expanded further. The dark dragon exuded an oppressive aura, as if harboring boundless destructive force. Below, the throng of dark creatures trembled under the dragon's presence, as if witnessing the sovereign of hell itself. They were compelled to cease their assault, crawling on the ground to signify their submission. Alicia's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the dark dragon. She had never encountered such formidable dark power. This creature's might far surpassed her own. With a mere flutter of its wings, the dark dragon unleashed a tide of shadowy energy, akin to an 8th-grade tempest. A deep, rumbling roar dimmed the light outside the church. Chapter 149, Shafar Host, Li Yi Life. 1. 550,000 Spirit. 1. 240,000 Physique. 90,000 Magic. 1. 700,000 Source Quality. 0 Talent. Life Drain, Spirit Realm Passage Bloodline. Dark Bloodline, 160,000. Angelic Bloodline, 50,000. Technique. Supreme Clarity Spirit Soothing Technique LV6, 20,010. 000. Spell, Palm Thunder LV7, 520,000. Skill. Items. The strength of the summoned Dark Dragon is contingent upon the potency of Li Yi's spirit. Currently, with a spirit attribute exceeding 120,000, the summoned Dark Dragon can attain a formidable dark bloodline intensity of over 1,000,000. Li Yi had previously struggled to find a worthy opponent, but now he could test his mettle in this realm. The church, which seemed to possess some hidden strength, could potentially withstand Alicia's onslaught. The dark dragon hovered above, with Li Yi employing less than half of his spirit to summon and control it. This did not deplete his spirit, but rather indicated the extent of control he exerted. Yet, even at this level of power, it far surpassed Alicia's capabilities. Under Li Yi's command, the dark dragon flapped its wings and descended before the church. Once a relatively large structure in the town, the church now appeared diminutive beneath the shadow of the dragon. Outside, the immense creature, with its burning black flames and vertical pupils, gazed down upon the church, its abyssal presence causing the prayers within to falter. Crispella stared blankly at the dark dragon outside. The church's grand entrance was dwarfed by its eyes. Her hand, gripping the Metatron seal, trembled slightly. Under the oppressive aura of the dark dragon, even with the church as a barrier, she felt a sense of breathlessness. Having lived for so many years, she had never witnessed such a situation. Damn it, this was certainly not power that Alicia, that wretched girl, could possess. Who could this be? What manner of existence had emerged? Had Alicia summoned a demon lord from the depths of hell? Had she lost her mind? A profound terror engulfed the congregation within the church, causing them to forsake their prayers. As the supplications ceased, the darkness of the ominous dragon remained unchallenged, and the once steadfast aura of faith began to dissipate. Under the watchful gaze of Crispella, the dark dragon opened its maw, and a blinding crimson light erupted forth from its gaping jaws, an embodiment of hellfire. A searing flame capable of engulfing the church spewed forth from the dragon's menacing mouth, illuminating the entirety of Silent Hill. The infernal glow cast a hellish visage upon the town, transforming it into a nightmarish landscape. Outside the church, the barrier established by the Metatron seal manifested in response to this life-and-death crisis, enveloping the entire structure in a translucent shell reminiscent of fragile eggshell. Yet, this protective barrier could not withstand the onslaught of the dark dragon's hellfire, melting away in mere moments. The hellfire surged forth unimpeded, engulfing the church entirely. At the shattering of the barrier, Crispella finally snapped to attention, her eyes reflecting a fierce resolve. Without hesitation, she pressed the Metatron seal against her chest. As the sister of the goddess Dahlia, Crispella possessed a unique bloodline, albeit one of lesser purity compared to Dahlia's, preventing her from ascending to the role of the church's divine figure. This fact bred within her a tinge of jealousy. After all, they shared the same mother. And as the elder sister, why was her lineage not as potent as Dahlia's? Although she could not summon a deity to become its vessel, she could serve as a conduit for divine descent. However, the dark forces at play were formidable, necessitating an even more powerful divine envoy for the summoning. Yet, upon the arrival of this divine emissary, her physical form would likely be rendered irreparable. She would no longer be able to guide the faithful of this world in prayer, her soul destined to accompany the divine envoy to serve the gods. As Crispella pressed the seal against her breast, it seamlessly merged with her being. "God, be with me," she cried out, and the seal was activated by the blood coursing through her veins. Mysterious waves of energy radiated from her form, and a powerful beam of light emanated from the floor of the church, adorned with symbols of unity. This magnificent column of light pierced through the roof of the church, ascending into the sky above Silent Hill. The radiant energy beam sliced through the darkness of the underworld like a sword, creating a rift in the hellfire that enveloped the church. In an instant, a sacred and potent brilliance erupted from within the church, repelling the hellfire that sought to consume it. As the two forces clashed, a commanding voice resonated within the church, unleashing an even more formidable light that extinguished the hellfire spewed forth by the dark dragon and subsequently drove the creature back. The sacred radiance illuminated the entirety of Silent Hill, dispelling the darkness brought forth by Alessa. The shadowy creatures that lurked outside the church were instantaneously reduced to ashes under this divine light. Once the brilliance subsided, the church emerged, marred by the fires of hell, its exterior resembling molten lava. The grand doors had been reduced to cinders, and the glass windows melted away. The congregation stood upon the massive symbol of unity in the center of the nave, enveloped by the beams of light. Each worshipper appeared tranquil, as if they were in paradise. Beneath their feet, the colossal symbol pulsed with enigmatic energy, occasionally shimmering with brilliance, standing out within the luminous shaft. This dense aura of darkness. Has humanity become tainted once more? A voice, both majestic and ethereal, resonated from within the church as a figure emerged from its entrance, soaring above the edifice to gaze upon the towering dark dragon before her. "I am the Archangel Seraphiel, sent by the Lord to purify the evils of this world." Her voice, both ethereal and commanding, echoed throughout Silent Hill. She was enveloped in a dazzling white light, and from her back unfurled 5 pairs of wings composed of pure light energy, each feather radiating a sacred essence. Her visage became blurred yet divine. Her eyes transformed into 2 dancing flames of sanctity. A formidable aura erupted from her, standing defiantly against the dark dragon. Behind the dragon lay an abyss of unending darkness, as if it sought to devour all. In stark contrast, a pillar of light soared behind Seraphiel, its holy brilliance dispelling the shadows. The dragon's eyes blazed with fire, preparing to unleash an upgraded version of hellfire from its gaping maw. Enormous dark red fireballs erupted from its mouth, hurtling towards Seraphiel in an instant. After expelling the fireballs, the dark dragon flapped its wings and vanished from sight. Seraphiel remained vigilant, as if she had anticipated the dragon's assault. A holy light shield materialized before her, deflecting the hellfire projectiles. Upon contact with the shield, the fireballs detonated with tremendous force, Chapter 150. Weakness is the original sin. The shockwave of the explosion radiated outward, tearing through the surrounding air. Seraphiel found herself engulfed in the fiery blast, obscuring her view of the surroundings. She continuously concentrated on forming a protective light barrier, wary of any sudden strikes from the dark dragon. The hellfire scattered across the ground, leaving behind scorched hollows. Seraphiel staggered back from the relentless explosions of fireballs. The light shield that guarded her dimmed significantly under the onslaught. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Shafal was taken aback. She sensed that the church was under siege. The dark dragon had seized the opportunity to wreak havoc while she was preoccupied with deflecting fireballs, annihilating the church in the process. The structures outside crumbled entirely, yet the faithful within the protective light remained unscathed. The worshippers enveloped in the radiant beam seemed to have entered an extraordinary state, remaining oblivious even as the heavens threatened to collapse. Observing the dark dragon's intent to strike the believers once more, Shafal's expression shifted with concern. How despicable! Infuriatingly vile. Golden veins began to emerge upon her skin, spreading across her visage and emanating a brilliant golden glow. 12 radiant rings of light coalesced before her, spinning incessantly. In an instant, these rings vanished, reappearing beside the dark dragon to assail it. Noticing the approach of the rings, the dark dragon unfurled its scaled wings, shattering them into scintillating golden shards. Meanwhile, Shafal dispelled the fireballs and surged forth from the flame's grasp. The golden veins erupted from her body, coalescing into the form of the Lance of Longinus as it surged toward the dark dragon. The dark dragon was taken aback by the strength of the protective light, realizing that one strike was insufficient to obliterate it. With Shafal advancing, it could no longer focus its wrath on the light. The dark dragon relinquished its colossal form, swiftly diminishing to a size comparable to a human. In combat against such a formidable foe, a massive frame of several hundred meters would simply serve as a target. As the dark dragon shrank, it underwent a transformation, its body adopting a humanoid shape. It bore wings upon its back, a lengthy tail protruding from its rear, razor-sharp claws for hands, and a dragon's head atop its shoulders, its scales shimmering with an enigmatic luster. The scales flowed like liquid towards its hands, coalescing into the likeness of a black spear. With a powerful flap of its wings, it vanished from sight, colliding with the advancing Shafal. The dark dragon possessed immense physical strength, sending Shafal reeling with a single blow. However, she quickly regained her footing and charged toward the dark dragon once more. Shafal was astonished by the dark dragon's formidable might, realizing that she was, alarmingly, at a disadvantage. When had such a powerful dragon emerged from the depths of hell? From a rooftop in the distance, Li Yi and Alicia stood side by side, quietly observing the fierce battle above the church. Alicia was taken aback by Li Yi's mysterious abilities, recognizing the extraordinary power of the summoned dragon. The dark dragon's aura far surpassed her own. She might need to summon the forces of hell and all of Silent Hill to stand a chance. Witnessing Shafal being overwhelmed by the transformed dragon, Alicia exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Shafal is one of the 3 great generals under Metatron, possessing remarkable strength. The malevolent Duke of Demons, Floralos, was originally sealed by him. Now, summoned by Crispella, he cannot return to heaven as long as we shatter that luminous pillar. Li Yi attentively sensed the peculiarities of this realm, deep in thought. Upon hearing Alicia's words, he remarked with a hint of significance. If I were to eliminate Shafar and you seized control of this space, your infernal allies would surely be pleased, wouldn't they? This town harbors numerous locations safeguarded by sacred forces. These areas must be the nodes Metatron intended to occupy within this realm, for he had already noted the numerous places within this town that eluded his scrutiny when he arrived. These sites, protected by divine power, are impervious to the encroachment of the underworld. Even the sustenance here, under the influence of sacred energy, can endure for a long time. Alicia, with the backing of hell, is continuously corroding this space. Otherwise, how could she withstand the onslaught of Metatron's minions? Without Hell's consent, how could Alicia wield infernal power to corrupt Silent Hill and transform it into the underworld? Metatron clearly values this space, willing to have his followers inhabit it to contest Alicia. He even produced a sacred artifact, a seal, to bolster the strength of his devotees. Ostensibly, it is Alicia's vengeance. In reality, it is a struggle between hell and heaven. Alicia's expression stiffened at Li Ye's words, and she sighed, saying, "This space does not belong to the mortal realm, yet it is profoundly interconnected with it. The demons from hell are not subjected to the constraints of the human world within this space. They fear neither salt nor the cross, and are even unbound by the traps meant for demons. The angels, too, are liberated from their limitations here, able to directly siphon the energy of souls, and they are not repelled by exorcism runes. Once they fully occupy this space, merging it with the physical world, they shall be able to traverse freely between realms. Their power within this space is unhindered, allowing them to safeguard it effectively. The descent of the underworld signifies the demonic transformation of this realm, while the ashes from the celestial world, imbued with light, aim to sanctify it." Li Yi chuckled coldly at Alicia's words. Neither heaven nor hell harbors benevolence. Both gods and demons yearn to feast upon humanity. For them, human souls are the finest of sustenance, a grand feast. Li Yi turned to Alicia, gazing into her eyes, and inquired, "Is the ultimate authority over this space in your hands? Can you control the entry and exit of others?" Alicia openly admitted, "Indeed, the authority to control this space lies within my grasp. However, the power of heaven is exceedingly formidable, and over the years, it has begun to erode this realm. They can traverse this space through the seal of Metatron. Reluctantly, I have allied with hell to counteract heaven. In contrast to the hypocritical denizens of heaven, those from hell are far less disingenuous." Li Yi found himself at a loss for words. Was hell truly a bastion of virtue? They too were adept at deceit, and what Alicia perceived might merely be a facade they presented to her. It was akin to inviting wolves into the fold. Seeing Li Yi silent, Alicia sighed. "I understand your thoughts. Indeed, hell is not comprised of benevolent beings. Yet, you have seen Alicia lying on the hospital bed beneath us. Without the power of hell to restrain the luminous forces within me, the agony would sear my very soul. Moreover, apart from choosing hell, do I possess a more viable alternative? Weakness is the original sin." Chapter 151. A decision against ancestral precepts. Li Yi fell into silence upon hearing Alicia's words. There truly seemed to be no better choice given her circumstances. Were he in her position, he would have succumbed to darkness countless times. As long as he could exact revenge and eliminate those who inflicted torment, he would acquiesce to any condition. Yet, Li Yi shook his head and replied, "If I assist you in eradicating the power of heaven and allow hell to seize this space, they would inevitably invade the mortal realm through it. The crimes committed by these demons in the human world would then be laid at my feet. I cannot bear that burden. I refuse to partake in actions that would harm humanity." He would not descend into darkness as Alicia had, for while one's lineage does not inherently dictate morality, the proportion of malevolence among demons is significantly elevated. To seek out kindness among demons is akin to expecting Trump to forego taxation. Allowing unrestricted access for demons into the human realm would undoubtedly spell catastrophe for humankind. Alicia's expression shifted, and she appeared to resolve herself to a momentous decision. She gazed earnestly at Li Yi and said, "You wish to prevent the invasion of demons into the mortal realm, do you not? What if I were to entrust you with the authority over this space? Would you be willing to aid me in vanquishing those wretched beings?" Yet, I yearn to personally eliminate that vile old hag. The angel Schaffer possesses considerable strength, and it would be exceedingly difficult for me to defeat her on my own. While I can summon the power of hell, I must possess sufficient strength myself to do so. Originally, her plan was to have Sharon and Ross enter the church, using their charm to bewilder the churchgoers and catch them off guard. However, persuaded by Li Yi, she ultimately decided to release Ross. She harbored no regrets about this choice. As Li Yi had remarked, she could not become the very person she once despised. Li Yi did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he inquired of Alicia, "Once this authority is granted, are there any restrictions? For instance, after obtaining the permission, is one prohibited from leaving this space?" He laid his cards on the table, shedding any pretense. He desired the authority over this realm without the need for false modesty. The power to command this space could serve either to cultivate a hidden sanctuary for his family or to nurture a burgeoning influence, both of which would be profoundly discreet. If he could adeptly transform this space, self-sufficiency would be within reach. Even if it lay idle in his hands, it would be far superior to relinquishing it to either hell or heaven. Alicia shook her head and replied, "There are no restrictions. My presence here is necessitated by my essence requiring the infernal energy to suppress the forces of light. If your strength is sufficient, you may even expand this space to encompass wider territories. With no limitations in sight, Li acquiesced to Alicia's demands and then turned his gaze towards the church. The structures surrounding it had been utterly devastated by their fierce combat. Shafar, stationed there, was filled with trepidation and found himself on the defensive. The dark dragon summoned by Li Yi relentlessly assaulted the column of light, forcing Shafar to endure the onslaught to protect it. The clash between Shafar's golden spear and the dark dragon's ebony lance erupted into blinding radiance. The residual energy obliterated the remaining structures nearby, leaving deep fissures in the ground. Centered around the church, the area was marred by the deep pits of battle and crisscrossing cracks. Shafar, bracing against the dark dragon's lance, glanced at it with a mixture of ire and confusion, exclaiming, "Who are you? Such a being cannot possibly exist in hell." The dark dragon offered no reply, intensifying its assault. Each of its strikes bore devastating force, compelling Shafar to retreat step by step. At that moment, Li Yi's figure suddenly materialized beside the column of light. He summoned the cross-holy sword, and without hesitation plunged it into the unity rune beneath the light column. The once impregnable defense against the dark dragon crumbled effortlessly beneath the might of the cross-holy sword. Shafar, catching sight of Li Yi's actions from the corner of his eye, was instantly alarmed. "Stop!" Realizing Li Yi's intentions, Shafar attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. As the runes were shattered, the towering beam of light gradually extinguished. Shafar sensed a disconnection from the heavens, a pang of anxiety swelling within him. Crispella had summoned him using a seal. That radiant column was the conduit through which the believer's faith reached the celestial realm. He felt the oppressive confinement of this space. Apart from the beam, he had no other means of return. Yet the dark dragon clung to him like a stubborn leech, leaving him no opportunity to thwart Li Yi, which incited his profound ire. The creature before him not only possessed an absurdly formidable defense, but the spear it conjured was nigh impossible to penetrate, complemented by its alarming speed and strength. Despite being a creature of darkness, Shafar found his luminous powers ineffectual against it. Once the beam dimmed, the believers within succumbed to unconsciousness, their faith siphoned away, leaving their souls nearly desiccated. "No, I shall see you perish." Shafar's impotent rage erupted as he witnessed the beam's total demise. With the protection of the light relinquished, he unleashed himself, intent on vanquishing the being before him, all while remaining vigilant against Li Yi, who sought to destroy the beam. Yet, a profound perplexity gnawed at him. The individual wielded what appeared to be a sacred artifact of light. Why would he ally with a creature of darkness? Was he perhaps a fallen traitor to the divine? Li Yi stood beside the extinguished column, the cross-shaped holy sword in his grasp radiating a gentle luminescence. He gazed upward. The battle between Shafar and the dark dragon had escalated to a fever pitch. "Alicia, it is your turn," he murmured. No sooner had his words left his lips than the entire silent hill trembled violently. The ground began to fracture, and countless black thorny chains erupted from the crevices, wildly ensnaring Shafar. These thorny chains were riddled with sharp barbs, each exuding a potent aura of darkness. "You filthy demons!" Shafar roared, as his wings of light surged with fervor, releasing a flurry of radiant feathers like arrows to intercept the encroaching chains. However, upon contact, the light feathers found themselves unable to sever the chains. The resounding clinks echoed as the feathers struck against the iron links. Alicia's figure materialized in midair, her hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. She had entered her dark mode, her eyes and lips completely blackened, with dark veins etching across her face, exuding an unmistakable aura of malevolence. 30 years. I have awaited this day for 30 long years." Her voice dripped with deep-seated hatred. Shafar, in the guise of Crispella, was the one who had scarred her all those years ago, and he was also her nominal aunt. Sometimes, the most venomous adversaries are often those closest to us. Chapter 152, Metatron. Shafar gazed at the dark dragon and then at Alicia, suddenly grasping a revelation. While fending off the assaults from several adversaries, he inquired, "Do you intend to annihilate me here?" A wave of astonishment coursed through him. These demons were exceedingly audacious. After all, he was an angel. Did they not fear retribution from the heavens? The dark dragon offered no response to this foolish question, relentlessly pressing its attack. It was a soulless puppet, brandishing its spear. It transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting towards Shafar. Simultaneously, Alicia was manipulating the forces of this realm. As she moved, the the space surrounding Shafar suddenly grew heavy, impeding his movements. Yet, the dark dragon remained unfazed, launching a frenzied barrage of strikes upon Shafar. The overwhelming power of the dark dragon assaulted Shafar, causing him to spout blood. Even the protective aura of light around him proved futile. Fortunately, the healing capabilities of the light were remarkably potent, allowing him to swiftly recover from such injuries. However, if this continued without replenishment of energy, he would inevitably be exhausted. The constraints of the space left him with no option but to defend passively. This sensation was profoundly constricting. For the first time in millennia, he experienced such a predicament. After enduring countless strikes from the dark dragon, Shafar was forcefully propelled away. Subsequently, the dark dragon raised its spear and, with a surge of acceleration, appeared before him. The black spear, imbued with cataclysmic might, descended upon him. Shafar, radiating with light, hurriedly raised his golden spear to defend himself. The adversary's spear, composed of an unknown material, astonishingly clashed with his spear, which had been transformed through the Metatron seal. It is worth noting that the Metatron seal is comparable to a holy artifact, albeit only a fragment. Nonetheless, it is immensely powerful, not something mere trifles could contest. The spear, augmented by the dark dragon's formidable physical strength, crashed against Shafar's golden spear. The immense force caused Shafar to bleed from the corner of his mouth, dimming the protective light surrounding his arm. An energy shockwave radiated from the point of contact, dispersing outward, as if ripples were emanating from a tranquil lake. Wherever the ripples traveled, Alicia's thorny chains shattered. Shafar was pressed downward by the dark dragon's spear, and with a powerful thrust of its arm, he was suddenly hurled to the ground. A tremendous impact caused the very earth to tremble, fissures appearing across the ground. Shafar lay in a humanoid pit, gazing incredulously at the figure above, wielding a black lance. The dark dragon hovered ominously over the pit, refraining from further assault, merely observing with a cold stare. Suddenly, several thorny iron chains erupted from Shafar's abdomen. These chains then lifted him slowly into the air, suspending him mid-flight. At the end of the chains, the earth of Shafar's pit began to sink. A crimson light emanated from the chasm, and an old, decrepit hospital bed emerged from within. Alessa's true form lay upon it, her body wrapped in bandages. Fixating her gaze intently upon Shafar, a cruel smile crept upon her lips. With a mere thought, the chains imbued with hellish power began to pierce through Shafar's body. A blood-curdling scream erupted as his body was violently torn in two by the thorny chains. Blood splattered onto Alessa, yet she was filled with elation. After 30 long years, she had finally avenged herself. The torment and hatred of those years had nearly driven her to madness. Now, with her vengeance fulfilled, tears of joy streamed from her eyes. At the site where Crisabella's body had been shredded, a winged being of light appeared, a halo hovering above its head. It was Shafar, now devoid of physical form. At this moment, he was filled with bitterness. As an angel without a vessel, he could not wield any real power. Moreover, even if he had a vessel, he would still be no match for the dark dragon. He sensed that his opponent was not exerting their full strength, having fought for so long merely to drain his energy. Perhaps only by summoning a physical form from heaven could he hope to engage in another battle of equal measure. Now bound by this space, he found escape utterly impossible. However, he harbored no fear of death. Even if slain, he could resurrect in heaven. When the time came, he would return with the heavenly army to exact his revenge, purging all the demons in this realm. Li Yi appeared beside Shafar, holding the seal of Metatron. He brandished the holy cross sword, channeling the laws contained within to thrust it toward him. At that moment, brilliant beams of light ignited throughout the small town. Viewed from above, these slender beams formed a symbol of unity. As the light ascended, the darkness in the sky receded, transforming the inner world into the outer realm in an instant. Ashes imbued with the power of light began to fall, just as the beams of light illuminated the surroundings. Li Yi had plunged the holy cross sword into Shafar's body. Sensing the luminous laws within him, which were relentlessly dismantling his soul, Shafar incredulously inquired, "An angel? How could you?" Before he could complete his words, the laws summoned by Li Yi had already extinguished his very essence. With a source quality of 1 million, angelic bloodline of 500,000, and spirit of 200,000, Li Yi felt a surge of joy upon hearing the system's voice. This Shafar truly possessed something remarkable, a noble soul indeed. As he turned to observe the sudden shift in the atmosphere, a golden rift abruptly tore open in the heavens, from which seemed to emanate golden flames. An authoritative voice resonated from within the fissure, "Halt." Upon sensing Shafar's demise, the commanding voice tinged with anger. "How audacious! You seek your own destruction." Gazing up at the golden rift, Li Yi could feel a force far surpassing that of Shafar. Was this the contingency left by Metatron? Was his descent imminent? Li Yi fixated on the celestial fracture, his expression inscrutable. The once vanished dark Alicia reappeared beside him, both of them now riveted on the rift above. Metatron? Her countenance grew solemn as she exerted her utmost to govern the forces of this realm, striving to seal the heavenly breach. Yet, an overwhelming resistance emanated from the rift, making her efforts arduous. Suddenly, a colossal hand engulfed in flames emerged from the golden fissure, reaching directly for Li Yi. The dark dragon roared in defiance, unleashing a torrent of black flames in an attempt to obstruct it. However, the moment the flames made contact with the golden hand, they dissipated instantaneously. "Humph, a mere creature of darkness dares to impede me?" Metatron's voice dripped with disdain. Hearing such arrogant words, a cold smile crept across Li Yi's face. What a farce! With a sudden flourish, he unleashed a massive wave of sword energy from the cross-holy sword, infused with the power of the laws, which cleaved the flaming hand asunder. As the once mighty hand fell, it rapidly reverted to its normal size upon landing. The remaining arm retracted swiftly, and an incredulous voice echoed, "The holy sword of Michael? Impossible. Absolutely impossible."